The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1635 to Chapter 1708. Tens of thousands of miles of the sky caved in, thousands of miles of the ground caved in, and countless mountains, rocks, and trees were reduced to ashes. This was the destructive power brought about by the 500% sure kill charge. Was Elder Ho all right? Judging from the trembling of his exposed fingers, he seemed to still be alive. However, after being bombarded by such a powerful force, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would have to lie in bed for at least a few decades. The remaining power dissipated, but the cracks were still there. It would take time for this level of damage to heal itself. Xianxia, who was suspended in the air, could not help but sing loudly, "How lonely it is to be invincible." When the 10 major immortal sects and the martial artists heard this, their minds were instantly damaged, and they almost vomited blood on the spot. In this regard, the Sect of All Times was more experienced. When they saw that the patriarch was singing loudly, they immediately closed their ears. However, they were quite surprised. They had seen Xianxia use his but to attack in the sect before. Today, when he used it again, its power was far greater than before. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were greatly shocked. The two powers that guy used were not very strong, so why did they erupt with such terrifying power? You guys. Xianxia turned his small face and looked at the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects. Can you get lost now? Regardless of whether he won by cheating or not, he had won, so he had the right to be arrogant. Of course. Xianxia said coldly, "If you're not convinced, you can continue to challenge me." Awesome. Everyone admired him in their hearts. His heavenly flying puppet should be some kind of powerful supernatural power. The stronger it was, the greater the price it had to pay. Now that he had defeated a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator and dared to continue challenging the immortal sects, how domineering was this? The martial arts world worshipped the strong. What Xianxia did today was recognized by many itinerant cultivators and forces. A familiar routine, a familiar rhythm. That's right. Xianxia had proven himself in front of the world by killing a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator with one move. From today onwards, there must be a place for him in the upper realm, a place for the Sect of All Times. In the past, whenever Xianxia was mentioned, all martial artists would think of Jinrentongu. After all, Xianxia was his disciple. He dared not say that the entire upper realm would remember him now, but when news of this battle spread and his name was mentioned again, they would remember him as the patriarch of the Sect of All Times, Gongsun Jun Goxing. Shua. In order to set off the patriarch's pretentious atmosphere, Xiao Ziji took out a chair and fixed it in midair with his spiritual energy. However, Xianxia did not sit down. The side effect of using one punch sure kill was losing all of his hair. The side effect was pain in his buttocks. It felt like having a hemorrhoid relapse. He didn't dare to sit. The faces of the experts from the 10 major immortal sects turned as red as pig liver. Although Elder Ho had agreed to a one-on-one duel and he would leave if he lost, asking him to scram was too much. Swish, swish. At this moment, the experts from the stone statue race and the dragon race rushed over. They stood in front of Xianxia like bodyguards. One of the experts from the immortal sects was more perceptive. Seeing that the situation was not right, he cupped his hands and said coldly, "The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. We will meet again in the underworld. Let's go." Shua. 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 The martial artists from the 10 major immortal sects quickly retreated. They did not look back throughout the entire process. They came and left in a hurry. The main reason was that the two major races were here. Otherwise, they would not have let this matter rest. Everyone. Xianxia said in a clear voice, "Go back and tell your noble sect master that if you have any enmity, settle it openly and don't play tricks in the dark. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being ruthless. This incident would definitely incur the hatred of the immortal sects. Since they had come this far, some things had to be said openly." Humph. The experts from the 10 major immortal sects sneered. This was to defend their last bit of face in front of the various martial artists. As for Elder Ho, he was dug out by his fellow sect members. Sure enough, he was still breathing, but his injuries were serious. As it was too bloody, he could only be pixelated throughout. The immortal Sect's left. He's admitting defeat. The patriarch of the Sect of all times is too awesome. Watching the immortal Sects leave angrily, the various martial artists discussed. The shock in their hearts was even more intense. After all, ever since the immortal Sects became the authority of the upper realm, no one had been able to make them suffer. This kid. A wandering martial artist said solemnly, he might change the world that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Someone said, I'm afraid the 10 major immortal sects won't tolerate him. Yes. A wandering martial artist said, this sect that ascended from the lower realm will face the punishment of the 10 major immortal sects sooner or later. Many people saw through it. Xianxia dared to challenge the immortal sects today. The latter would definitely be on guard. It was only a matter of time before the two sides clashed. Everyone. Xianxia glanced at the various martial artists in the distance and said with a smile, you've seen the show and eaten the melon. Isn't it time to leave? They had just watched the show. They could not watch the show now. There was no guarantee that after the mine appeared, some forces controlled by greed would cause trouble. Therefore, they had to clear the place. Goodbye. Goodbye. The various martial artists left one after another. They were still very concerned about the underground mine. However, the Sect of all times had sent so many monsters and soldiers, and there were also experts from the two races protecting it. Unless they did not want to live, who would dare to snatch it? A moment later, only the Sect of all times was left at the place where the phenomenon appeared. Under the Patriarch's orders, Zhendijuan led some members of the array hall and began to set up isolation arrays along the stream of light. Clear the place. Enclosure. From this point alone, they were very professional. Patriarch. Inside Eternal, Xianxia sat in front of the star map and said, the frequency of the ground fluctuations has increased. It is estimated that the mine will break out of the ground in 10 days. This high-level battleship from the Star Spirit world could not only capture the mine in advance, but it could also estimate the time. It was really very convenient for Gosheng. Buzz, buzz, streams of light appeared one after another, surrounding the place where the phenomenon appeared. The members of the War Cavalry Hall patrolled the area in groups of 2s and 3s, creating the feeling of a military base. Xianxia and the other members of the Array Hall stared at the star map and analyzed the data. They looked very professional. Xianxia sat in the captain's seat. His sitting posture was a little strange because he could still feel pain coming from his butt. Patriarch. Sun Bukong observed his expression and said, are your hemorrhoids acting up again? Your disciple has been studying the rectal books in the battleship recently. Do you want me to find time to cut it off for you to prevent future troubles? Scram. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. As he spoke, his mind entered the spatial ring and took out a thin sword that was 1 meter long and 1 inch wide. The sword and scabbard were simple and unadorned, but it also gave off a sense of age. Ultimate immortal sword? Xianxia grabbed the hilt and said, could it be an immortal artifact? Patriarch. Just as he was about to draw the sword, he heard Xianxia's hurried voice. The underground wave is changing. Swish, Xianxia immediately retracted his mind and looked at the star map. The frequency of the red circle was at least a few times faster than before. Boom. 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 Outside, the area where the phenomenon appeared, the ground shook violently and gradually cracked like the bottom of a dry river. The mine has appeared? Swish, swish, streams of light flew out like monkeys in the sky. Damn. Xianxia's eyes widened. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others outside also widened their eyes. Within his field of vision, numerous flowing lights that were like flames floated in the sky. They seemed to be real yet illusory at the same time, and they were like drifting specters. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. The most shocking thing was that when the ground cracked, an even bigger stream of red light appeared, like a huge fireball. No, like the sun slowly rising from the east. Clang, a sharp cry resounded through the sky, and the huge red fireball gradually spread out. First, it transformed into a pair of flaming wings, then it gathered into a body and limbs covered in flames, and finally formed a peacock's head and intricate flaming tail. Two names instantly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Phoenix, vermilion bird, sect of all times. The sleeping rooster suddenly opened its eyes, got up, and put its wings on its waist. It said proudly, "My spring has finally arrived." After waiting for 10 days in the Vision Land, a bird that resembled both a phoenix and a vermilion bird appeared, shrouded in crimson flames. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were dumbfounded as well. Was it not the birth of the mineral vein? How did it become the birth of a strange beast? Clang, the beast of crimson flames emitted a sharp cry once again. It contained some kind of king's power, interfering with the hundreds of thousands of floating light streams, causing them to gradually transform into a similar form and gather in front of it. This is Gong Sun Ho said solemnly, the Vermilion Bird Clan. The Vermilion Bird Clan? Jun Changxiao had been in the upper realm for so long and had a good relationship with all the major clans, but he had never heard of this clan. The Vermilion Bird has the bloodline of the divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. They were originally one of the thousands of clans in the upper realm, but due to their own characteristics, they would disappear every 100,000 years. After another 100,000 years, they would be reborn from the ashes, Ryu Sinan explained. Rebirth? You can say that. What a strange clan. The Vermilion Bird clan is few in number, but their strength is not inferior to the three major clans. However, because they disappear for 100,000 years, rebirth for 100,000 years, and come and go for 200,000 years, there are very few records about them in the upper realm. Jun Changxiao stared at the bird shrouded in flames. He quickly remembered the egg obtained from the dimensional battlefield. Did it not claim that it had the bloodline of the vermilion bird after hatching? The two looked completely different. One looked like a phoenix while the other looked like a rooster. Jun Changxiao would never believe that they were related by blood, unless, F***ck. There's something wrong with the incubator. The little dragon was a genuine five-clawed dragon. After going through the incubator, it mutated into a small lizard. The egg also mutated and turned into a rooster. Perhaps someone had said that this contracted beast did not have a presence. No, its presence was very strong. Because it had a special power after mutating, it would stand on the peak and cry out loud every day, allowing the disciples to live each day in high spirits. The improvement of everyone's strength was inseparable from the rooster, just like how every inch of the sect's land was inseparable from Page's hard work. Although these contracted beasts don't want to appear in the camera, they contribute to the sect every moment, so we need to remember them in our hearts. We can't just ask them who they are every time they appear. When did you collect it? Such heart-chilling words. Back to the main topic. The gigantic vermilion bird hovered in the sky, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of smaller vermilion birds. The scene could only be described as beautiful. However, when they discovered that there were humans nearby, an unfriendly glint appeared in their eyes. Clang, the giant vermilion bird cried out again. The hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds seemed to have received an order. They released even more intense flames, dragging streams of light as they attacked the nearby disciples of the sect of all times. Swish, swish, fireballs fell from the sky like cannonballs. Shield Mountain. Xiaoziji shouted, and his whole body transformed into a mecha. Layers of enchantments were instantly arranged around him, forming an absolute defense. Pung pung pung. Boom boom boom. The flames collided, and the scorching heat swept across. However, after the violent explosions, Xiaoziji stood proudly on the spot. Not a single enchantment was broken. After breaking through to the lower-level truth-seeking realm, his defense was even stronger than before. He deserved the title of the #1 tank in the sect of all times. Swish. Swish. Swish, the vermilion birds didn't stop because of this. They launched a second attack, and the range of the fireballs was extremely wide. Swish, however, just as the rain of fire was about to fall, an extremely cold stream of light seemed to tear through space and directly obliterated all the cannonballs, turning them into flames all over the sky. Yi Xingchen withdrew his sky halberd and stood in front of Xiaoziji. His muscular body and arrogant face could be described as cool. On the other side, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei kicked away the cannonballs that were flying at them. There were tens of thousands of attacks launched by the vermilion birds. It was impossible for a few core disciples to deal with them, so Diablo took the initiative to fly over, using its steel body to block the storm. Swish, right at that moment, Xianxia flew over, dragging a white light behind her. She stood in front of the mech, facing the dense fireballs alone. The text on the back of her hand activated, and her black hair that was fluttering in the wind quickly turned silver-white, and a strange array pattern appeared under her feet. Swish, swish, she made a seal with both hands. Arctic storm. Whoosh whoosh, Xianxia's body rippled with an extremely cold aura visible to the naked eye, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, layers of frost were left behind. Under the sunlight, it was dazzling. The vermilion birds walked the path of fire. When faced with the powerful cold power of an ice-type martial artist, the final result was that they would be extinguished upon contact. Clang, the giant vermilion bird raised its head and cried. It immediately turned around and rushed toward Xianxia, who was spreading the cold aura to suppress the vermilion birds. As its body moved, the surrounding flames seemed to instantly fill the entire sky. Swish, swish, the black and white Rakshasa, Old Ding, and the other senior members of the sect flew over quickly. They then blocked the path of the vermilion bird and poured the power of true spirit into their hands. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the monstrous flames covered the sky like waves. Not only did it raise the surrounding temperature, but it also brought great pressure to them. At this moment, Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho flew out of the main battleship and stopped in front of the senior members. The power of space and gravel burst out at the same time. However, they secretly complained in their hearts, this bird is not inferior to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Although the two of them had risen to the upper level through the simulated battlefield, they were still unable to compete with the peak, let alone the king of the vermilion birds who had just achieved nirvana. Since they could not withstand it, why did they come out? Because this was Xianxia's order. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, the scorching flames continued to press forward. As the temperature rose, the space gradually distorted and collapsed. Based on the current situation, the powerful aura of this giant vermilion bird was completely enough to crush the senior members of the sect of all times. If they insisted on fighting it head-on, they would definitely die. Even so, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others did not retreat because they remembered the principle of the sect of all times, which was to be firm and unyielding. What a pity. Countless isolation arrays were gathered outside the place where the phenomenon appeared. They were not destroyed for the time being, so the scene of the sect of all times fighting against a giant vermilion bird could not be seen by the world. Whoosh, the scorching flames pressed down fiercely, and the aura of death surged in their hearts. However, at this critical moment, the childlike Xianxia flew out of the main battleship and stood above the giant vermilion bird in the blink of an eye. He struck a pose of a baseball player throwing a ball and shouted, "Go, Patriarch Ball!" Whoosh, a stream of light flew out rapidly as if piercing through the void. The giant vermilion bird, which had focused all its energy on the senior members of the sect of all times, panicked. Bam, suddenly, he was hit on the head. Whoosh, a dazzling stream of light quickly appeared and enveloped the vermilion bird as if it had turned into a large net. It did not have time to cry before it completely disappeared in midair. The monstrous flames extinguished, and the temperature returned to normal. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others immediately sweated on their foreheads. If that big guy had disappeared a little later, they would have been burned to ashes by now. Whoosh, Xianxia flew over and summoned the transcendent Patriarch Ball that was suspended in midair. He infused his spiritual senses into it and spied on the bound pocket-sized vermilion bird. He grinned and said, "From now on, you're my pet." The vermilion bird clan rarely appeared in the upper realm due to their unique characteristics, but their overall strength was not inferior to the three major clans. Especially when the king of the clan underwent nirvana, its strength would be greatly improved. This time, when they appeared in the mineral vein, they created such a big scene to announce to the world that the vermilion bird clan was back. Unfortunately, Xianxia was worried that someone would come to steal, so he set up a circle of isolation formations in advance. Therefore, the fireworks inside were so beautiful that the upper realm did not see it at all. Not returning to one's hometown when one was rich was like traveling at night. What was even more tragic was that the vermilion bird king that underwent nirvana chirped a few times as soon as it appeared. It did not even have the chance to attack before it was sucked into the extraordinary Patriarch Ball. As long as this item hit its target, regardless of its strength, it would have to sign a master-servant contract with the user unconditionally. Therefore, Gosheng was right. From now on, the Vermilion Bird King was his pet. They came here to mine, and in the end, they completed the side mission and were rewarded with the Patriarch Ball, which allowed them to successfully capture a clan boss. This was probably a chance. Woo! Woo! The Vermilion birds howled in grief. Without their leader's command, they were like a lone boat lost in the ocean. Swoosh! Xianxia waved and threw the extraordinary Patriarch Ball. The lines outlined on it shone brightly, and immediately, a huge vermilion bird appeared out of thin air. In the sky, the flames were still as hot as before, but it was obviously much more restrained. Greetings, Master. It lowered its noble head, and its tone could be said to be respectful. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others collapsed. The Patriarch suddenly flew out, smashed the vermilion bird with a ball, and then, completely subdued it. This was too fast. It can transform into a human form? Whoosh! The flames that gathered around it quickly converged, and the huge vermilion bird gradually shrank into a young man in his early 20s with red hair and vigor. Don't say. This guy was quite handsome. He had completely defeated his master. Xianxia did not care, because beasts could transform into human forms as they wished. To put it bluntly, they could do whatever they wanted, and it could not be compared to him who was natural. He too. The Vermilion Bird King had become Xianxia's contract beast, and the vermilion birds had to listen to his orders, so when the bottom cabin of eternity, they flew in neatly. To invade the upper realms first. To invade the upper realm, and instantly to summon 200 million fighter aircrafts. Done. After putting everything away, Xianxia looked at the area where the ground had collapsed and said, judging from the majestic aura it's emitting, there must be more. Or veins underground. As expected. When he flew in with the higher-ups, he saw many thumb-sized, resplendent ores embedded in the mud. Patriarch to the heavens, to Tao heavens, to the earth spiritual, be to the spirit, stones, and then, spiritual spirit bird. To be exact, God, spiritual, and, then, have, be. The ore harvester landed in front of the ore vein. Whoosh! Xiao, many spider-like digging puppets crawled out and waved their arms to collect the earth's spiritual spirit bird king. This, Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho were stunned. The black and white Rakshasa who had seen the earth's spiritual spirit bird king were calm. Master. The humanoid vermilion bird said, not only are there a large number of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king, but there is also a mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king. Mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king? Xianxia was so excited that he almost jumped up. Previously, he had obtained a mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king, and it was still being nurtured under the sect. If he could obtain an even higher mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king, this trip would be a great harvest. A few hours later, the Earth Spiritual Spirit Bird King had dug up all the Earth Spiritual Spirit Bird King. After careful calculation, he had obtained a total of 1 billion Earth Spiritual Spirit Stones. In terms of quantity, it could not be compared to the 10 billion Earth Spiritual Spirit Stones, but because the energy was 10 times higher, it was more or less the same. Awesome! Xianxia shouted. The value of 1 billion Earth Spiritual Spirit Stones was much higher than 10 billion Earth Spiritual Spirit Stones. And the mother of the Tao Stone? Xianxia said, we must find it. Under the lead of the vermilion bird, they had only dug a few hundred feet when the apple-like mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird appeared in their field of vision. This thing was very different from the mother of Earth's spiritual spirit stones. Especially the flowing light that lingered around it, it contained an extremely majestic heaven and earth attribute and profound mysteries, making people want to take a bite out of it. From today onwards. Xianxia picked up the mother of Earth's spiritual spirit bird king and said, your surname is June, and your name is Wanggu. Outside world. Although many martial artists were forced to leave due to fear of the sect of all times, they did not go too far. Instead, they squatted in a certain area and quietly waited. There was definitely a Tao stone vein hidden underground. There were only a few of them that were unearthed, so no one wanted to miss it. Strange. Why is there still no movement? After waiting for 10 days, the flowing light dissipated. However, the mine did not appear for a long time, causing suspicion to arise in the hearts of the martial artists. Buzz. Another day passed. The space in their field of vision ruptured on a large scale and quickly recovered. The martial artists who were proficient in array Dao instantly determined that this was a situation that would only occur when the array was removed. They exclaimed in surprise, "When did they set up the array? We didn't notice it at all. Should we go take a look? Let's wait a little longer. If we anger June Patriarch, it will be troublesome." All right. Everyone suppressed their thoughts and waited for a few more days. After confirming that there were no changes in the area, they gathered their courage and flew over. The ground cracked and stretched for a long time. What a big pit. It's definitely a Dao stone vein. Strange, where are the people from the Sect of all times? Let's go in and take a look. Everyone flew into the depths of the cracked ground and stopped in front of the mine. Seeing that their surroundings were empty, they all looked at each other in shock. Where are the ores? Were they dug out by the Sect of all times? That's too fast. Although there was an isolation array and no one saw the process of the mine appearing, such a large mine, even if they had enough people, it was impossible to dig it all out. Indeed, it would take at least a few months for an ordinary small and medium-sized magnetite mine to be carefully excavated. For such a large Dao stone vein, it would take at least a few years. Sigh. Someone shook his head and said, "Let's go, let's go." They did not see the birth of the mine, nor did they see a single ore. This trip from afar was a complete waste of time. Ling Tian Immortal Sect. The leaders of the 10 great sects sat in a row. There was a difference in age, but at this moment their expressions were the same. They were all furious. Previously, the Immortal Sect had held a meeting, but those who participated were only some of the upper echelons. Now that all the leaders of the sect were here, it could be seen that there was something important to discuss. Patriarch Lin, the patriarch of the Supreme Immortal Sect, who was sitting on the left, said angrily, "This Jun Xianxia is getting more and more overboard. We, the 10 great immortal sects, must fight back." That's right. The patriarch of the Hidden Immortal Sect agreed. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, how can we rule the upper realm in the future? The other leaders nodded frequently, as if they had reached a consensus. They could tolerate bullying the realm hall, but snatching a Dao stone vein was unbearable. Sigh. Lin Haoyan said helplessly, "This Jun Chongxiao has the support of the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan. If we go against him, it's equivalent to starting a war with the two clans. If we let this kid continue to develop, I'm afraid that our right to speak in the upper realm will be taken away." The patriarch of the Hidden Immortal Sect said. "In my opinion," the Supreme Immortal Sect said coldly, "why don't we directly use our absolute strength to destroy the Sect of all times?" "You're going?" Lin Haoyan's words stunned him. "What Jun Chongxiao is threatening is our position in the upper realm. Since he wants to destroy it, everyone must participate. No one can stay out of it," the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal Sect said. "All right." The few big shots agreed. Seeing that they were all furious and filled with righteous indignation, Lin Haoyan thought for a moment and said, "This is no small matter. We need to plan carefully. Isn't that guy relying on the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan? We can imitate our ancestors and seal the ancestral lands of the two clans. When the time comes, the Sect of all times won't be able to do anything alone. We can definitely destroy it easily," the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal Sect suggested. "Good idea. Sect of all times." Jun Chongxiao stood in front of the main hall, looked up at the sky, and said, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." After returning to the Sect of all times, Jun Chongxiao arranged for the Mother of Dao Stone to be properly settled. This thing could nurture Dao stones, but like the mother of real stone, it would take a long time, so it would not be able to bring about any benefits in a short period of time. To put it bluntly, the predecessor planted the tree, and the successor enjoyed the shade. Patriarch Zhen Dejuan sent a sound transmission, "Grand Elder has a major breakthrough." "Oh?" Jun Chongxiao hurried to the array hall. As soon as he walked in, he saw the old man Taixian leaning over the table filled with array diagrams, laughing loudly. He became a father? Master, what's going on? Come here quickly, let me show you something. As the Taoist master Taixian spoke, he organized the array diagrams, then took out the first page and began to introduce. This is an array that was copied from the inside of the Star Spirit World's battleship. After my unremitting efforts, I finally found the law of operation. Didn't you already find it? Xianxia said. The old man Taixian shook his head and said, previously, my understanding of their array system was only the tip of the iceberg. Now, I can't say that I have completely grasped it, but I understand at least 60 to 70%. Amazing. Xianxia gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of a 10,000-year-old single technical geek. It was fine to say that he was a technical geek, but why did he have to add 10,000 years of being single? Master. Xianxia said, is there any benefit in mastering the Star Spirit World's array system? You finally asked the right question. The old man Taixian flipped open another blueprint and said, this is the battleship array formation that I recently copied. There were many strange lines on the blueprint, and the notes were densely packed. This made Xianxia feel as if he was reading a heavenly book. Shua. The old man Taixian flipped open the third and fourth sheets one after another, and said excitedly, as long as I can find high-grade ores and combine them with these arrays, I am confident that I can build a battleship. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes gradually widened. Building a battleship, this thought and idea had never appeared in his mind before. Really? Really? The old man from Taixian then added, however, the quality of the ore must be high, or it will be difficult to withstand space travel. The advantage of the battleships of the Star Spiritual Realm was that they could soar in the upper universe, so he wanted to create a battleship of this standard, not a battleship like Shinrin Tonggu that could fly around the plane. Continue your research. Xianxia said, I'll deal with the high-grade ores. If the old man Taixian could build a battleship, it would mean that he could have a huge fleet in the future, and then travel to the vast upper universe, and even attack the astral spirit world. Scientific research was beneficial to both the sect and oneself. They had to support him regardless of cost and effort. Besides, the old man Taixian continued, the formation system of the astral soul realm has inspired me. I can completely modify Diablo and make it stronger. How strong can he be? At the very least, 5th or 6th refinement quest shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia's eyes lit up again. Although the current Diablo had been upgraded many times, due to the restrictions of the formation, its berserk mode was only comparable to the 2nd stage. If its overall strength was increased to the 5th or 6th stage, its overall strength would definitely increase by a lot. Then don't build a battleship for now. Xianxia said, hurry up and study how to improve the mech's combat power. Forming a huge fleet for interstellar travel, there was still a main mission that had yet to be completed. It was destined to be a matter of the future, so there was no need to rush. Upgrading the Diablo was different. After all, they had snatched the Dao Stone Mine of the 10 great immortal sects, so they might make some moves. If the strength of the sect's mech increased, it would undoubtedly be better to deal with them. All right. The old man from Taixian said, I'll study the mech first. However, although the astral soul realm's formation is strong, everything is built on energy. When the time comes, don't be reluctant to use the Dao Stone. As long as I can research it, I'm willing to use the immortal stones. Done. After getting his guarantee, the old man from Taixian summoned Shen Dejuan, Shangguan Xinyao, and the other core members of the Array Hall to temporarily set up a new generation mech research group. Phew. Returning to his residence, Xianxia put his feet on the table and opened the epic mission. Seeing that there were still 3 months left before the settlement date, he thought to himself, there should be more than enough. As expected. In the next month, the upper echelons and disciples entered the simulation battlefield to cultivate, and their realms could be said to be rising steadily. Ding. Upper echelon, middle realm, 105. Ding. Core disciple, lower realm, 3210. Hearing that all the values were steadily exceeding, a bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face. According to his experience over the years, as long as the epic mission value exceeded the limit, he would be given higher experience and items. There might be a big breakthrough after this settlement. Not enough. Continue to cultivate. In order to reach the limit, Jun Changxiao temporarily stopped letting the inner and outer disciples enter. Instead, he let the upper echelons and core disciples enter first to strive for the final sprint and complete the epic mission. Li Luoqiu, Elder Wei, and the other hall masters also belonged to the upper echelons, so they naturally had to be arranged to enter. There were even more core disciples. For example, Mu Honglian, Chu Shonan, and Hualing Ding. Upper echelon, middle realm, 145. Ding. Core disciple, lower realm, 4010. As time passed, the levels of the upper echelons and disciples continued to increase, and the mission limit also broke new highs again and again. Goxing was a little embarrassed. His current realm was only the lower realm. Looking at the entire sect, the number of upper echelons and disciples who were stronger than him had already broken double. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed helplessly. If this epic mission can't help me skip a level, how can I face them who are higher level than me in the future? The host has no face. The system said, don't worry about that. Jun Changxiao ignored this crazy complaining demon and came to the courtyard opposite. Seeing that the woman who was trimming the roses was different from before, he said rather sadly, "You've broken through to the middle realm?" "Yes." Rose of Flowers turned around, flicked the black hair on her forehead, and said with a smile, "Thanks to the simulation battlefield prepared by my husband, I successfully broke through to the middle realm yesterday." "Oh, right. Are you still in the lower realm?" Ding. Dealt critical damage to target Goxing X 99,999. Hee. Jun Changxiao laughed dryly, then clutched his aching chest and left. Boom. Boom. On the field outside the War Cavalry Hall, Zhong Yi, who was piloting mech number 1, was fighting with Jing Ji, who was piloting mech number 66. The two of them had mastered the operation of Diablo, and the process of fighting could be described as brilliant and colorful. Not bad. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in front of the stage, had a satisfied smile on his face. These two mechs had been specially modified. The internal formation system was taken from the Star Spirit world, and the energy source was changed from real stones to Dao stones. The combat power that erupted was not inferior to the 5th or 6th transformation of the core realm. The technology is mature. The Taishan old man said, it can be popularized to other mechs. Finish the modification as soon as possible. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the chair, looked at the distant sky with his hands behind his back, and said, I have a feeling that something is going to happen soon. Patriarch. At this time, Li Luoqiu hurried over and said, according to the informants, the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects have appeared in the East Sea one after another. Oh? Jun Changxiao became vigilant. In fact, after robbing the mineral veins of the 10 major celestial sects, he had a hunch that the other party would not let it go. Now that they suddenly made a move, perhaps they were coming for him. Except for the entrance of the stone statue race and the dragon race, there doesn't seem to be anything in the East Sea, right? Damn. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said in shock, the 10 major celestial sects can't be thinking of sealing off the 2 ancestral lands and then directly attacking the sect of all times. There were many teleportation arrays in the East Sea, and the Drizzle Hall would send members to check every once in a while to see if there was any unintentional or intentional sabotage. The people of the 10 great immortal sects would be easily discovered if they appeared here. After receiving the information, Jun Changxiao guessed that they were planning to seal the ancestral lands of the dragon and stone statue races. In fact, Goxing knew better than anyone that they could challenge the 10 great immortal sects because they had the support of the 2 races. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely get rid of the other party's helpers first if he wanted to destroy a threatening opponent. Moreover, the immortal sects had sealed the demonic territory 100,000 years ago, so it was normal for them to do the same thing again. What a pity. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands together and said coldly, not only do I control the 3 races, but I also control the 4th race. The Vermilion Bird King that he had just subdued was not weaker than Gong's son Ruoli after 100,000 years of nirvana. Even if he sealed the 2 races, he would not be afraid. I hope you are going to the East Sea to play. Xianxia was not willing to fall out with the 10 great immortal sects now, because he wanted to keep a low profile and then crush them with his strength. Patriarch. The next day, Xianxia reported, the 10 great immortal sects have divided into 2 groups and stopped at the entrance of the stone statue territory and the dragon race. It's obvious. Rose of Flowers said, they want to seal the 2 races. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, it seems that I have no choice. They are clearly targeting you, so no matter how unwilling you are, you can only fight. Inform Qingyang and Sinner. Yes. Not long after, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples came to the main hall. Under the patriarch's arrangement, they entered the teleportation array and walked to the entrance of the ancestral land where their contracted beasts were. The 10 great immortal sects want to seal the 2 races. Fine, I don't expect them to be my helpers, but I can count on the thousands of races. Seal them all if you can, Thunder Chestnut region. Li Qingyang walked over with his life-bonded contract beast. His thoughts immediately returned to the 2 years of bitter cultivation, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Brat. One of the Thunder Rhombus race's higher echelon flew over and scolded, what are you doing here? Their clan's treasure had been stolen. Although they had reconciled with each other later on, and although they had gone to the Eternal Sect to help when they encountered a calamity in the upper realm, deep down, they were still quite annoyed and did not like the Eternal Sect. Senior. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, Little Lei is homesick, so I brought him here to take a look. Humph, the higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race snorted coldly, but when their eyes locked onto the little guy surrounded by lightning arcs, their eyes suddenly widened. No, did he see wrongly? He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and observed Li Qingyang's contract beast again. After confirming it, he could no longer suppress his shock and said, the lower level of the truth-seeking realm? That's right. Lower truth-seeking stage, this was the benefit of a life contract. As long as either side improved, it would promote the other's cultivation. Li Qingyang cultivated in the simulated battlefield and advanced to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm, and the little Thunder Rhombus naturally benefited from it. It had only been a few years since it hatched. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In the clan hall of the Thunder Rhombus city, the patriarch and the higher-ups were all shocked after examining the little Thunder Rhombus beast. Li Qingyang said, I know you hate me because I'm not worthy of signing a life contract with Little Lei, and I'll even hinder its future. The higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race were speechless. Indeed. At first, they were not optimistic about Li Qingyang. Signing a life contract was a burden. But now, they were slapped in the face because this little guy had broken through to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm in just a few years. Even if the clan gave him the best martial arts resources, it was impossible to do so. In fact, Li Qingyang said proudly, Little Lei will only achieve more if it follows me. He was considered normal in the sect of all times, but at this moment, it was as if he had been possessed by Gou Sheng. Whether it was his body movements or words, they were all very arrogant. There was no other way. One would be stained by the company one kept. No matter how normal a person was, after being with Xianxia for a long time, they would be subtly influenced. Kid. The patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race suppressed his shock and said, Did you come to my ancestral land to show off? No. Li Qingyang said, I'm here to ask for a favor. What is it? Help the sect of all times fight against the celestial sects. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the higher-ups in the clan hall changed. For the sake of the little Thunder Rhombus beast's rapid improvement, it was not impossible to help the sect of all times, but fighting against the 10 celestial sects was extremely serious. I'm sorry. The patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race shook his head and said, The Thunder Rhombus race can't help. Of course, you can also think that the Thunder Rhombus race can't afford to offend the celestial sects. I'm a coward. I'll be honest. The 10 celestial sects had absolute authority in the upper world. Moreover, the Thunder Rhombus race was destroyed 100,000 years ago. Although the Thunder Rhombus race was strong, there was still a big gap between them and the 3 major races. Li Qingyang said, because of the rules set by the celestial sects, the thousands of races rarely leave the ancestral land. If this restriction is removed, you will be more free. the patriarch and the higher-ups of the Thunder Rhombus race widened their eyes. They could tell that the Sect of all times was not asking them to fight against the 10 celestial sects, but to overthrow them. My sect just received news that the celestial sect's powerhouses went to the East Sea and are preparing to seal the ancestral land of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race, Xianxia said. There is such a thing? The patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race was shocked. Xianxia said, the 10 celestial sects are the hegemons of the world. They can destroy and seal whoever they want. If they target the Thunder Rhombus race in the future, won't you be sitting ducks? The patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus race fell silent. Senior. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, my patriarch asked me to pass on a message to you. Although the strength of one person is weak, the will of the people is as strong as a fortress. These 2 sentences resounded throughout the race hall. Ice Phoenix Domain. Xianxia, who was dressed in white like a fairy, stood in the race hall. Her life contract beast stood beside her, its ice-like feathers shining brightly. A moment later, the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said, your patriarch is a courageous person. He dares to fight against the 10 celestial sects. Not so. Xianxia said, he won't bring our sect to ascend. Okay. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said, go back and tell June Patriarch that our Ice Phoenix race is willing to help. Goodbye. Xianxia left with her contract beast. It could be said that she was a woman of few words. After watching her leave, a senior member of the race said, Patriarch, this matter concerns the future of our race. Isn't it too hasty to agree? Help Jun Xianxia. The patriarch of the Ice Phoenix race said solemnly, this is the future of our race. In such a short time, the successor of the race had broken through to the lower truth-seeking realm. She was willing to use the power of the race to help the Sect of all times fight against the 10 celestial sects. Only by winning could they have a better future. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also entered the ancestral land where the contract beasts were. Their purpose was to persuade them to help the Sect. I won't describe the process, in case it's too lame. However, there was one person who had to be mentioned. That was the second male lead of the book, Yi Xingchen. At this moment, he was in the Panhu race hall, holding a sword to the neck of his husk-like contract beast and roaring, if you don't go, it will die. Don't be rash. Don't be rash. The patriarch and senior members of the Panhu race panicked. In the Sect of all times, Jun Xianxia sat in the main hall. The 10 great celestial sects were preparing to seal the 2 races. It was obvious that they were about to make a move. He definitely could not compromise and had to fight them head-on. Patriarch. Li Luochia reported, they've already started to set up the seal. Gong Sun Ho said anxiously, hurry up and inform the races to stop them. No need. Jun Xianxia said, I'll let them seal it. Gong Sun Ho was dumbfounded. Jun Xianxia jumped down and said proudly with his hands behind his back, the 10 great celestial sects think that the Sect of all times has the support of the 2 races. That's why they sealed the ancestral land. I want them to understand that without the help of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race, they can't do anything to me. Domineering, arrogant. Alright, Gong Sun Ho did not say anything else, but he muttered in his heart, if they're sealed, how will the races come out in the future? Some people would say that they had to rely on teleportation formations. Actually, this was wrong because teleportation formations only existed on some islands in the East Sea and did not extend to small worlds. The reason was that technology was not enough to support it. Husband. Rose of Flowers said seriously, don't be careless. She hoped to stop the 10 great celestial sects from sealing the ancestral land of the 2 races and then gather the forces of the various races to fight against them. Everyone thinks that the Sect of all times is a pushover, but they don't know. Jun Xianxia waved his hand, and a simple sword appeared out of thin air. He said with a cold gaze, we still have many trump cards. Not to mention the celestial sects, even the celestial sects have nothing to fear. This is? Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho said. The sword was simple and unadorned, but the aura it emitted made them think that it was extraordinary. Jun Xianxia put one hand on the sword hilt and said proudly, this is the Sect's treasure left behind by our ancestors, the Supreme Celestial Sword. Bah! The system could not hold back. Clang, the sound of the sword being unsheathed was incomparably crisp. Everyone hurriedly widened their eyes and looked over. They saw that it was an ordinary sword. The body of the sword was as plain as the scabbard, but there were small lines on it, as if they contained some kind of meaning. As for the blade, it was not opened. You didn't sharpen it? Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho murmured to themselves. Only a sharpened sword could be considered a real sword. How could an unsharpened sword be so lethal? Since the patriarch had taken it out and called it the Sect's treasure, it definitely couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps it possessed heaven-shaking might, on a mountain peak somewhere. Zhou Hong entered a meditative state like an old monk. As one of the few disciples in the sect who specialized in swordsmanship, he had almost no camera time in the upper realm. There was no other way. There was a different path to the sword Dao, and every day was a dry and dull process of comprehension. Naturally, there wouldn't be much time to describe it, unless it was time to level up. Just as Jun Changshao pulled out the supreme celestial sword, Zhou Hong felt some kind of power. He suddenly opened his eyes, and joy appeared on his weathered face. He said, I've comprehended it, I've comprehended it. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Sword chi filled the air, piercing through heaven and earth. On this day, sword light suddenly appeared in the sect of all times and merged with the sky. It could be clearly seen from tens of thousands of miles away. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and saw the sword light soaring into the sky. A gratified smile appeared on his face. In the situation where the sect was generally cheating, only Zhou Hong persevered and focused on comprehending swordsmanship. He finally succeeded in entering the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Tsk Ma Yongning, who was leaning against the kitchen door, looked disdainful. As a swordsman, he rarely used the sect's resources. At this moment, although he hadn't reached the truth-seeking realm, he was already very close. What he lacked was the key comprehension and opportunity. Husband. Rose of Flowers walked over and said, even the sword nerd has caught up. When will you break through to the middle level of the truth-seeking realm? Jun Changshao, who was immersed in joy, suddenly felt as if thousands of arrows had pierced through his heart. He immediately clutched his chest and returned to the study, leaning on the table and almost crying out loud. With the appearance of the simulated battlefield, the strength of the sect had improved by leaps and bounds. Only he, the patriarch, had remained in the same place for almost 2 years. Epic level mission. Give me the reward now. A few days later. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others returned to the sect of all times with the news that the clans of their contracted beasts were willing to help them fight against the 10 celestial sects. In fact, this result was inevitable. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma asked in surprise, why is there a sword mark on your neck? Don't ask. Yi Xingchen said, I don't want to say. At the Panhu ancestral land, he had placed the sword on his contracted beast's neck. But after reading the comments of the readers in this chapter, he immediately placed the sword on his own neck. After all, if he died, the husky would die too. This method was simple and crude, but it was also effective. The Panhu patriarch immediately agreed. Everything is ready. Jun Changshao put his leg on the table and said calmly, just wait for the 10 celestial sects to come to the sect of all times. Above the East Sea. The 10 celestial sects had sent a large number of array masters to set up a complicated sealing array. Their every move was under Jun Changxia's control, but they didn't send anyone to stop or sabotage it. This was a missed opportunity. Sealing a domain is not a small task. The Taishan old man analyzed, it will take at least a few months. A few months? Jun Changxiao thought to himself, the mission has been completed long ago. The real reason why he didn't stop the celestial sects from sealing the 2 clans' ancestral lands was the completion of the epic mission. Maybe he could improve by leaps and bounds. The mission completion standards were 1, 5, and 10. Now, not only did he meet all the standards, he even exceeded them. According to past experience, the completion rate was at least 500%. Even if he couldn't break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he could at least reach the upper level. Also, the author's father gave him the ability to skip levels. Wouldn't it be easy to beat them then? You can beat 10 of them? The system asked. Jun Changxiao fell silent. If he was at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, he might be able to beat 1 peak, but not 10. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, ding. The epic mission has been completed. After waiting for a long time, Jun Changxiao finally heard the beautiful notification sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully increasing the strength of the sect within 2 years, meeting the requirements. The epic mission has been completed. Completion rate, 1000%. The host has received 20,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 31,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm Epic Mission 6. The host has received Seal Opening Talisman X1, Supreme Item Purchase Right X1, Heavenly Spirit Quenching or X 100 tons. That's it? After hearing the reward, Jun Changxiao was speechless. A completion rate of 1000% only gave him 20,000 reputation points, a supreme item, and 100 tons of some ore. It was simply not proportional to the previous 500% reward. Be content. The system said, just the supreme item alone is enough to kill all of them. That's true. Thinking of the sure kill and simulated battlefield, the value of the supreme item was indeed very high. Perhaps he could get another item that could help the sect improve. Swish. Jun Changxiao walked out of the study, jumped onto the roof, and put on a coquettish posture. The 3 points and item rewards given by the epic mission were just appetizers. The real deal was still the improvement of the realm. Now that the completion rate was 1000%, it would be a bit unreasonable if he did not break through from the lower level to the upper level. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the middle level of the truth-seeking realm. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. As the frequent notifications sounded in his ears, Jun Changxiao's young body changed again and again until his cultivation stabilized at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He also returned to his adult appearance before he sacrificed his lifespan. Even his bald head grew out black and elegant hair. That hot man was back. After 2 years, not only did he successfully complete the Epic Mission 6, but his completion rate also reached 1000%, setting a new record. Not to mention the reward, just breaking through to the peak from the lower position was already so terrifying. Not to mention that he was a cheater, he was letting down all the martial artists in the upper realm. As expected, Jun Changxiao floated on the roof and clasped his hands together. A breeze blew over, blowing away his black hair that seemed to have been dyed black after his rebirth. His chiseled face appeared. He said, "The process of becoming strong is so simple and boring." The system promptly complained, "For a person like the host, it's a miracle that he can break through to the martial king level in the lower realm without relying on missions." Am I arrogant? It was true that Guo Xing had grown up to this point, and most of his realm improvement came from the epic missions and experience talismans. However, he also had his difficulties. He was in charge of the entire sect, and he was both the father and the mother. If he followed the traditional way to level up, how could he complete the main mission? Swish. Jun Changxiao landed in front of the sect hall and said with a majestic voice, 10 immortal sects, I'll be waiting for you." After breaking through to the peak, his tone changed. This. Very Guo Xing. However, after opening the store skillfully, he saw that the new supreme item was priced at 22,000 reputation points. He couldn't help but curse, F*CK, I'll have to pay another 2,000. Ding. The host has spent 22,000 reputation points and obtained supreme item X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect reputation points, 9,000. No matter how expensive this thing was, Jun Changxiao had to buy it. He didn't touch it immediately because it was like a lottery, it depended on luck and timing. He had to take a bath and burn incense before opening it when he was free tomorrow. The reward of 100 tons of ore should be useful. Jun Changxiao thought about it and got up to go to the array hall. Eh? The patriarch has returned to his original appearance. On the way, the disciples stopped and discussed. Sigh. Rose of Flowers also saw it and shook her head. He still looks like a child. He looks cute. Xianxia heard that and the corner of his mouth twitched. In fact, he didn't expect that the continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation would lead to the recovery of his body. Master. After entering the Hall of Arrays, Xianxia took out a shiny piece of ore and said, "Come and take a look at the quality of this." The Taishan old man put down the drawing in his hand and looked at it carefully. He was quite surprised and asked, "What is this? Heavenly Spirit Quenching Oregon Sky Spirit Quenching Ore?" The Taishan elder had some understanding of the various ores in the upper realm, but he had never heard of this name before. Xianxia asked, "Can it be used to build warships?" The epic mission reward was 100 tons of ores. The first thing that came to his mind was a battleship. After all, his master had mentioned that he needed high-grade ores. "Go ask Hall Master Fan." The Taishan old man said, "It depends on the quality." He was engrossed in the study of array formations and was not very proficient in the field of ores. All right. Xianxia went to the foundry hall again. The reason why he had to go in person was that Fan Yezi would be busy making the second-generation warframes until late at night. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, he had no time at all. Forging hall. The smell of metal filled the air. Xianxia walked in from outside. Fan Yezi was studying the mold wholeheartedly. The moldy steamed bun on the table had already dried. Gosheng, who was standing in front of the door, gradually smiled. He liked to see his employees busy because it allowed him to see himself working hard for the sect and worrying for the sect. Pfft. Fan Yezi spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in charge of the mech battle armor and studied it day and night. It could be said that he was truly working his heart out. Seeing this, Xianxia felt deeply guilty. He silently called Sun Bukong over and was responsible for a full-body examination while reminding him to work harder and strive to complete the year-end mission target. Under the boss's encouragement, Fan Yezi worked even harder until he fainted again and was rescued in front of the table. If a sect wanted to succeed, it could not do without the simple and boring work of its employees. Patriarch. This ore of yours is good stuff. Fan Yezi held a piece of heavenly spirit quenching ore, his eyes shining with excitement. As an expert in forging, he could feel the quality of this ore just by touching it. There was no problem in refining weapons and protective equipment. Can you make a warship? What do you want to make? A warship. The kind like Eternal? That's right. Fan Yezi rolled his eyes and said, "It's already not easy to make a complete set of armor with a piece of ore that weighs 2 to 3 caddies. Patriarch can forget about making a warship. I have the materials." How much? 100 tons. 100 tons? Fan Yezi's eyes widened. He had a very high understanding of the upper realms ores. Although he had never heard of the one in his hand, it was at least not inferior to immortal grade. Patriarch had 100 tons, stop joking. Boom. In the large warehouse used to store ores on Forging Peak, Xianxia waved his hand and 100 tons of heavenly spirit quenching ore appeared out of thin air. Its scale was comparable to a small mountain. Oh my god, Fan Yezi's eyes almost popped out. Xianxia asked, "I want to use this ore to make a warship." Do you think it will work? Yes. With so many high-quality ores, as long as the technique was superb, in Fan Yezi's opinion, not to mention one warship, even 10 warships would not be a problem. However, he said with a solemn expression, the 10 immortal sects will attack at any time. Why not make the ores into weapons and equipment? That works too. Xianxia was not in a hurry to make a warship. If it could be turned into equipment, it would naturally be excellent to increase the sect's strength. Fan Yezi said, "The sect has ready-made battle armor machines and a complete battle armor system. As long as the plan is set, we can make the 3rd-generation battle armor in a short time." How strong is it? It will definitely be better than the 2nd generation. He was very confident because of the high grade of the ores. Okay. Xianxia said, "I will give you 50 tons of ores. Make the 3rd-generation battle armor in the shortest time possible." What about the other 50 tons? Of course, to make the mecha. That works. The The raw materials of the Diablo were not very high quality. Its super strong defense was due to the internal array system. If it was made with the sky spirit quenching ores, its level would definitely increase by several levels. Jun Xianxia went to ask the Taishan elder, and he naturally did not have any objections. Therefore, the forging hall was busier than usual. Many members of the array formation hall were sent to participate in the research of the battle armor and mecha. Even Mao Xiaodao, who cleaned the toilet, was no exception. They wanted to make substantial progress in the shortest time possible. Pft. Pft. The sound of people working hard could be heard in the workshop. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the door and watched the disciples working hard with drips. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was life. The sect of all times was busy, but the 10 immortal sects were not idle either. According to preliminary estimates, it would take about 1 or 2 months to seal the stone statue race and the dragon race. The patriarch of the Lingtian immortal sect sat in the main hall and sneered. Jun Changxiao, can you still fly if I cut off your wings? Dragon territory. Jun Changxiao sat in the dragon palace and said, the 10 immortal sects have their eyes on the sect of all times. You don't need to care about this. I will take care of them beautifully. Damn, how did this guy get in? Of course, he relied on the main battleship of the astral spirit world. Such technological products could be forcefully flown to the lower realm, so it was naturally easy for them to silently integrate into the small world. In that case, the 10 immortal sects outside were extremely busy, but they still could not stop Jun Changxiao from maintaining contact with the two races. In the end, it was nothing more than drawing water with a sieve. The Dragon Clan and the Stone Statue Clan were almost isolated from the upper realm. They would not open the whirlpool passage except for normal matters, so they had no idea that someone had set up a seal outside. Of course. Since the 10 immortal sects came to seal, if they knew that everyone was standing on the sea looking at each other, the scene would be awkward. Moreover, this was not the first time they had done this. They had done it when dealing with the demonic clan. Even someone as strong as the demon ancestor had fallen for it. In fact, even if the seal was successful, it would not last for long, because the immortal sect's current ability was not enough to replicate the glory of their predecessors. This involved the problem of improvement only when there was competition. Back then, the demon ancestor's existence threatened the entire upper realm. Their predecessors did not care about the cost and the price to study the sealing technique. After he was destroyed, the younger generation no longer had a threat and began to gradually become tired. It did not matter. The original intention was not to completely seal off the two clans. As long as they delayed for a while, it would be enough to destroy the sect of all times. However, the miserable 10 immortal sects would never have thought that Jun Changxiao would actually sneak in on the Eternal without knowing. The most ridiculous thing was that he even told the Dragon Clan not to participate and that he could solve it himself. How arrogant was that? Okay. Long Outyin said, I'll listen to the patriarch. Go ahead. Jun Changxiao got up and said, I still have to go to the stone statue domain. This time, he did not use the Eternal's ability to travel through the void. After all, it would cost a lot of resources to activate it, so he chose to set off from the Stone Dragon Highway. Stone Statue Domain, Clan Hall. Jun Changxiao sat on the clan leader's seat. The 3 ministers and the civil and military officials bowed and shouted, Welcome back, clan leader. Everyone, please rise. Being the clan leader and being the patriarch were 2 completely different experiences. This made Jun Changxiao feel a little smug. Of course. He did not come here to enjoy the worship. He immediately told them about the immortal sect's sealing. What? After hearing the news, the Grand Tutor was furious. How dare they seal the Stone Statue Clan? This is intolerable. Let's go. Let's go out and fight them. The officials were furious. They were only waiting for the clan leader's order to fight with the 10 immortal sects, ancestral land. This was a very serious matter. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, if they want to confer ancestral lands, then let them do so. Ah? The 3 dukes and 9 ministers were dumbfounded. The 10 great immortal sects want to cut off the connection between us. I'll do as they wish. Completing the epic quest and breaking through the peak of the truth-seeking realm gave Xianxia greater confidence. The best way to defeat the enemy was to let them think that victory was in their grasp. In the end, they would come looking for trouble and lose miserably, losing so badly that they wouldn't even have their underwear left. Kikik. Every time Xianxia thought of the 10 great immortal sects coming to him for trouble and being tortured by him at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but cover his face and laugh sinisterly. Come on, come on. I can't help but want to slap your faces, Ling Tian Celestial Sect. The 10 big shots sat in the hall. During this period of time, they had a small meeting every 3 days and a large meeting every 5 days to discuss how to deal with the sect of all times. The dog exterminating operation this time was led by the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. Just the meeting alone cost at least 1 million magnetite. In my opinion, the easiest way is to send the elites and powerhouses of the sect to attack the sect of all times directly after sealing off the 2 clans and not give them any chance to recover, the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said. We have to have a proper reason. Yes, we can't let the world gossip about us. In the past, the reason for exterminating the demonic clan was that it was a disaster to the common people. The sect of all times came to the upper realm and killed them directly without doing anything bad. What would the world think of the immortal sect? It was alright. At least they followed the rules. If it was the evil sect, they would definitely not follow the procedures. Xianxia is extremely arrogant. It seems like it's very easy for him to have a conflict with the other sects, the patriarch of the supreme immortal sect said as he winked. Everyone immediately understood his intention. Magnificent Heaven Sect. The patriarch Lin Xianxia paced back and forth in the study. The elders beside him had serious expressions. Everyone. After a while, he stopped and said in a serious tone, what should we do? Since the immortal sect has given the order, we can't refuse. We can only obey. Sigh. Lin Xianxia shook his head and said, why would such a difficult task fall on our magnificent Heaven Sect? Just now, the 10 major immortal sects sent an encrypted letter. The content was to find a way to have a conflict with the sect of all times. The bigger the matter, the better. Naturally, the magnificent Heaven Sect had heard of Xianxia and knew that his master was Senior Tonggu. If it was in the past, they would definitely not dare to offend him. Now that there was an order from above, they could only obey. The true sect had appeared before. The true sect had not appeared before. Today, not only did they appear, but they were also ordered to cause trouble. As expected, if they did not appear, they would not appear. Once they appeared, they would cause trouble for the main character. The trick was too obvious. Sect of all times. Ka ka. Ka. Bang bang bang. On the assembly line, the disciples were operating skillfully. Pieces of parts were produced and piled up in a fixed area. They were sorted and assembled by professionals. The camera gradually moved to the workshop. A few lines of words were written on the wall, excellence, quality casting. Pfft. Mao Xiaodao vomited blood and fainted on the ground. Quick, quick. Sun Bukong waved his hand and said, pull him out for emergency treatment. Swoosh. A few medical hall members hurried over and quickly carried the patient onto a stretcher. A medical staff followed to perform CPR and faintly heard Mao Xiaodao say weakly, I can still work, senior brother. An outer sect disciple called White Noodles walked forward and pulled his hand. He said sternly, leave the rest to me. After saying that, he put on his work uniform and stood resolutely in front of the machine. Similar scenes appeared frequently in the workshop. When a disciple fell, thousands of disciples would take his place. The spirit of the sect of all times. Xianxia, who was standing in the workshop office, raised his hand and clenched his fist. He said passionately, forever. 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 The disciples in front of the machine seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They worked even harder and harder. The forging hall was busy, but the array hall was not idle either. After a large number of mecha parts were sent over, the members not only had to assemble them but also set up the internal array. Efficient work in exchange for efficient production. In just half a month, hundreds of Diablo 3 were successfully delivered to the War Cavalry Hall. Phew. Sitting in the third-generation mecha, Xianxia took a deep breath and then put her hands on the activation array. Suddenly, various data appeared on the screen in front of her. Power unit normal. Defense unit normal. Combat unit normal. Zhongyi, who was sitting in the monitoring room, ordered, "Start." Yes. Swoosh. 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 Xianxia quickly used her fingers to move the array suspended under her palm. The internal power system operated until the rod was pushed up. The third-generation Diablo 3 flew out close to the runway and then quickly spread its wings and sprinted into the sky. We did it. We did it. Outside the array hall, the members of the mecha research team cheered excitedly. After countless days and nights of research, countless days and nights of hard work, they finally got their reward today. The Taishan old man lowered his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He whispered, "The wind is a bit strong." The third-generation Diablo made from heavenly spirit-quenching ores had its overall defense greatly increased. Coupled with the newly researched formation system and Dao stones, after many tests, its combat power was comparable to an 8-revolution core realm cultivator. Putting down the evaluation sheet, June Patriarch smiled. Although this level was not enough to face the 10 great celestial sects, if it could be mass-produced in the future and formed into an army, it would be invincible. What a pity. The system poured cold water on him. Not enough ores. There were only 100 tons of heavenly spirit-quenching ores, and half of it was used to make armor. The third-generation Diablo was destined to have limited production. Jun Xianxia said, "When I travel the upper universe in the future, do you think I won't be able to find ores?" The items rewarded by the mission were mostly stolen from other places, so he firmly believed that there was nothing too strange in the boundless universe. The only thing missing was for him to discover and mine. Good. The system said, "Host, are you going to change your profession to interstellar robber?" No way. Jun Xianxia said proudly, "I have my own bottom line. I can take things that have no owner, and I can exchange for things that have an owner." In the vast universe, there were many planes that did not have the ability to leave their homes. He could use Eternal to travel through them and become a reselling merchant. For example, he could use the pills in the pill pavilion to exchange for various martial arts resources. Don't say. This was a way to make money. Moreover, every plane had its own unique heaven and earth system that nurtured different martial arts resources. There might be a large number of heavenly spirit quenching ores somewhere. Of course, the ultimate goal was to let himself and his sect have absolute strength, until the day when they could invade the star spirit world. Jun Xianxia hated this plane not because it had invaded the upper world, but because it had invaded the falling star continent. If not for Eternal arriving in time to resolve the disaster, the world he lived in would have ceased to exist. The blood feud was irreconcilable. Gosheng was a narrow-minded person. The star spirit world had tried to harm his family in the falling star continent. Sooner or later, he would leave the upper world and attack. Don't worry. It would come soon. Because he, who was in the upper world, already had the capital to contend with the 10 great celestial sects. As long as the matter here was perfectly solved and the main mission was completed, the wandering sect would officially open. The array formation hall and the forging hall were dog-tired, but the disciples of the sect were not idle. Apart from cultivating, they did not forget to complete the sect's missions, constantly providing Jun Xianxia with a 3-value income. However, on the most ordinary day, something bad happened. A few outer sect disciples who were out on a mission got into a quarrel with a group of martial artists in a forbidden area, which then escalated into an all-out brawl. Xingqian. After Jun Xianxia received the news, he ordered, "Go and take a look." Yes. Yi Xingqian accepted the order and quickly set off. It was inevitable to have conflicts in the martial world. Sending a random disciple to deal with it was a bit too much. Boom, outside a forbidden land, a powerful energy fluctuation swept up a cloud of dust. Plop. A martial artist in embroidered robes slumped to the ground like mud, his face almost swollen like a pig's head. Ta. Yi Xingqian raised his foot and stepped on his head, saying coldly, "A piece of trash like you dares to cause trouble for my sect of all times?" After this guy arrived at the scene, he did not ask for the reason or right or wrong. He directly grabbed the martial artist who was arguing with his fellow sect members and gave him a series of attacks. One word, simple and violent. Damn it. In the distance, the companions of the people who were stepped on were furious. One of them took a few steps back and raised a prop that looked like a fire starter. Immediately, with a bang, a stream of light flew into the sky and turned into a bright firework. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops came to meet him? Tsk Xianxia sneered and kicked the person under his foot away. He hugged his hands together, planning to wait for the other party's reinforcements to come. After obtaining the body of the demon ancestor and increasing his realm, he was even more arrogant than before. This was the Night Emperor. The tragic man who had been around for thousands of years in his previous life and almost offended all the 9 emperors. In the end, he died at the hands of his fiancée. Kid. A martial artist said angrily, "You're in big trouble." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia appeared in front of him and slapped him, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. He said calmly, "Noisy. Powerful. Too arrogant. This person's aura is not weak. He should be a high-ranking member of the sect of all times, right?" The itinerant cultivators gathered outside the forbidden area discussed in private. Xianxia frowned. These itinerant cultivators who were not strong knew which sect they were from. The martial artists who were looking for trouble were obviously from a faction based on their attire. Had they not heard of the sect of all times, forcefully lowering one's intelligence, or did they have a strong background? Swish. Swish. While he was deep in thought, streams of light shot over from afar. When they hovered in the sky above the mountain forest, the light scattered, revealing 4 sage-like old men. All of them wore khaki-colored long robes with special tokens hanging from their waists. Their auras were extraordinary. "This is," one of the itinerant cultivators exclaimed, "Tianhua Dao Sect." Xianxia suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the people who were beaten up were so stubborn. It turned out that their background was a Tao-ranked sect. Elder Huang. The Tianhua Dao Sect disciple pointed angrily and said, "These people snatched our earth-responsive stone and even injured 2 of our senior brothers. Bull*****. The outer sect disciple named Lu Baiwan roared. "We dug out the earth-responsive stone in the forbidden area first. You guys are shameless enough to say that you found it first." So that was the case. Xianxia understood the cause of the matter. As a member of the sect of all times, there was no reason for him to trust his fellow sect members. Thus, he said calmly, "So what if we really snatched it?" In the cruel martial arts world, one did not have the ability to protect their own things. To sum it up, being a noob was the original sin. Xianxia's words provoked the 4 experts from the Tianhua Dao sect. They looked angry on the surface, but they were secretly delighted. The sect of all times was indeed arrogant. Wasn't it easy to find a reason to incur their hatred? Brat. The leading elder said coldly, "Since you snatched something from our sect, you naturally have to hand it over. Since you beat up our disciples, you naturally have to be punished." Swish, with a casual flick of his finger, a true spirit stream shot out. The best way to find trouble was to escalate the conflict. Injuring this brat should be able to alert Jun Changxiao. The other sects were all avoiding the sect of all times, afraid that they would accidentally provoke them. Only the Tianhua Dao sect had to do their best to offend them because of their orders. Thus, the situation would develop to an uncontrollable stage. Otherwise, how would the top 10 immortal sects appear? Boom, a palm print appeared, and a stream of light exploded. Xianxia retracted his palm and said disdainfully, "The person who will punish me has not been born yet." The experts from the Tianhua Dao sect had a slight change in expression. This brat's aura was only at the core transformation realm. How could he easily break Elder Huang's Tianhua finger? This was because Xianxia and the outer sect disciples of the sect of all times had all cultivated the hidden cultivation technique. They liked to circulate it all the time, making it impossible for others to see their true cultivation realm. Heh. Elder Huang sneered and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have some ability." Whoosh. Whoosh, as he spoke, his long robe fluttered without any wind. The power of his true spirit burst forth, revealing his lower truth-seeking realm. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, the four of you better come at me together. Brat, don't be arrogant. Elder Huang pushed his palms into the void and the power of his true spirit surged out, as if it had turned into a sky full of roaring demon beasts. The powerful aura was crazy and wanton, causing the surrounding rocks and trees to crumble instantly. Swoosh, Yi Xingchen placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand gently. Ripples spread out like water and instantly, dozens of heaven-crossing palm prints were released. The usage of this move could be said to be done in one go, boom. 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 Boom, in an instant, the power that seemed like a beast horde was broken. Yi Xingchen stood proudly on the spot and looked at the other three people in the air lazily. If you guys don't attack, this old man will be in trouble. Night Emperor easily broke the move. At the same time, the itinerant cultivators watching from afar were stunned. Swish, at this moment, Elder Huang emerged from the shockwave that had yet to dissipate. His true spirit erupted, causing his white beard to fly wildly. Song Mountain cover. Boom. Boom. Boom, he struck out 3 consecutive palms in the air with both hands. Dense energy surged out and rapidly compressed the space, forming a palm print that covered more than half of the entire space. Whoosh. Whoosh, violent shockwaves howled as space rapidly distorted and collapsed. The itinerant cultivators watching from afar were dumbfounded. A small matter had suddenly evolved into a battle at the level of a truth-seeking realm cultivator. The change in tempo was so fast that they did not expect it at all. Trash. Yi Xingchen raised his palm, and the 7 special powers hidden in heaven and earth instantly swarmed into his 5 fingers. 7 mystic sunglow break, buzz, buzz, 5 rays of light rapidly converged, exuding an extremely powerful aura. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xingchen, who had broken through to the truth-seeking realm, once again executed the 7 mystic sunglow break. Its power was far greater than that of a core transformation realm cultivator. This was a martial technique created by the 7 mystics sacred venerate. The higher the user's cultivation realm, the more powerful it would be. Swish. 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 Swish, swish. 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 5 rays of light pierced through the air like 5 sharp swords mercilessly. They brushed past Elder Huang at an extremely fast speed, causing him to stop in midair with a look of horror in his eyes. If those few types of energy had come even a little bit closer, he would have ended up dead. Swish. Swish, the pierced palm print gradually dissipated. Yi Xingchen retracted his hand and said proudly, "You've already died once." When he was breaking the move just now, he could have done it accurately, but he purposely missed by a little to let the other party experience the feeling of riding a roller coaster. Cold sweat seeped out of Elder Huang's forehead. "Elder Huang, are you all right?" His companion asked from afar. "What are you waiting for?" Elder Huang shouted. "Since this kid wants to fight 4 people at once, we naturally have to fulfill his wish." The itinerant cultivator's mouths twitched. Since they couldn't beat him, they were prepared to gang up on him. Were the experts of the Tao sect really that shameless? Elder Huang did not mind. He remembered the patriarch's order. Since he had brought people here, he had to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had the support of the 10 major celestial sects. All right. The other 3 elders flew over. Yi Xingchen shook his head, and the word attack appeared on his forehead and flashed. Ka ka ka. The lines gathered around his body, forming an unparalleled armor. Pa. Dense lines appeared in front of him. The moment he grabbed it, the sky piercer materialized. After the text effect was activated, Yi Xingchen's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Remember. He raised his head proudly and said, "My name is Yi Xingchen." Boom, the ground beneath his feet caved in and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The camera automatically followed him and saw that Yi Xingchen had already flown up into the sky. Under the sunlight, his enormous body was revealed. Senior brother Yi. Lu Baiwan and the other outer sect disciples' eyes were filled with strong admiration. Boom. 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 An earth-shattering battle was taking place in the sky. The battle was extremely tragic. In just a few moments, the surrounding mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Boom, dang dang dang. The two elders of the Tianhua Dao sect were swept by the powerful unparalleled force and staggered from the sky before falling to the ground. They only managed to stabilize their bodies after retreating hundreds of feet away. Then, they couldn't help but spit out blood. Die. Seeing this, the other two companions attacked from the left and right. Boom boom. Xianxia couldn't stop in time and was attacked from the front and back. His entire body flew out and caved into the mountain. Senior brother Yi. Lu Baiwan and the others exclaimed. Ta. Xianxia walked out of the mountain that was filled with rubble. He casually retrieved the sky piercer that was scattered in the distance. Then, he clasped his hands together and pressed hard on his joints, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Since you dared to harm my sect's disciples, I'll cripple your martial arts first. The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were pursued and attacked with the majestic force of the true spirit. Xianxia stood on the spot and didn't move until the two forces pressed down on him. Then, he casually took a step back. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a violent aura suddenly erupted from the mountains far away. A gigantic demonic beast dashed over with earth-shattering steps. Oh no! The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were shocked. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demonic beast rushed in front of them and used its huge body and violent force to send them flying. Boom 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 boom, the demonic beast's force was extremely terrifying. The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect were caught off guard and were sent flying thousands of feet away. They caved into the mountain in the shape of a swastika. The sudden change stunned the itinerant cultivators. When they regained their senses, they saw a gigantic, husky, squatting in front of Xianxia. It wasn't a husky, it was a Panhu beast. Someone recognized the demonic beast and was even more shocked. The Panhu clan was one of the thousands of clans in the upper world. They usually lived in their ancestral land. Why would they suddenly appear? From the moment it squatted beside Xianxia and stuck out its tongue, everyone guessed that the two of them had signed a contract. The two experts of the Tianhua Dao sect walked out of the mountain with difficulty. Their faces were extremely ugly. The Panhu beast that suddenly appeared was obviously not weaker than them. Now that it was on the side of the sect of all times, the situation was not good. Go! Xianxia ordered expressionlessly. Whoosh whoosh. The Panhu beast stood up and took a step forward. It got into an attacking position and roared, woof. Woof woof woof. Plop. The itinerant cultivators fell to the ground. Ah! Xianxia held his head and roared, I told you not to open your mouth. Why didn't you listen? Oh woo, the contract beast lowered its head. It looked even more adorable. This natal contract beast was huge and had a strong demonic aura. It could bring immense pressure to people. However, when it roared, it turned from majestic to comical. Elder Huang and his three companions gathered again. They sneered, it's still in the form of a dog. We don't have to be afraid. Dog, the Panhu beast's hair stood on end. Its eyes were about to pop out. Roar. It roared again. The sound was deafening. Then, it stomped on the ground and its huge body flew out like an arrow. Stop it. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The Panhu beast took the colorful energy bombs head-on and charged to the front of the four experts. It then used both its front and back limbs to attack like a mad dog. The situation was too tragic. There was no need to describe it. Of course, Xianxia wasn't idle either. He brandished his Fengtian halberd and charged in. The master and servant instantly formed a 2-against-4 situation, and the magnificent Heaven Dao Sect's experts were beaten until they retreated in defeat. They were beaten until they lay on the ground covered in wounds. Too powerful. The itinerant cultivators were terrified. The cooperation between the man and the dog was impeccable. The Tianhua sect experts' defeat was not undeserved. Whoosh! The Panhu beast held Elder Huang in its mouth and placed him in front of its master. The latter's head was bleeding profusely. Xianxia really wanted to throw a punch over and smash this old man into smithereens. However, he suppressed that thought and turned to look at the panicking magnificent Sky Dao sect disciples. He said coldly, if you want them to live, bring the money to the Aeon sect to ransom them. Although Xianxia had changed his body, his soul had been subtly influenced by Xianxia, and he had learned to extort money from others. Sigh. It would be difficult to turn back if he continued down this path. However, from this battle, it could be seen that Xianxia had the strength of a truth-seeking realm cultivator. He would not be at a disadvantage if he fought against 4 people of the same level. With a little help, he would immediately crush them. What a joke. The cultivation and hard work he had put in during this period was not a joke. Swish, swish, Xianxia left the forbidden area with the 4 severely injured elders of the magnificent Sky Dao sect. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped in midair and looked at the mountains in the distance. His expression gradually darkened. "Senior brother Yi, what's wrong?" Lu Baiwan asked. "Nothing." Xianxia retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go." Just as he left with his fellow sect members and captives, clouds appeared in the forest in the distance and gradually formed a graceful figure. She said in a low voice, "He actually broke through to the truth-seeking realm and has a contract beast of equal strength." Who? Empress Ling Yao. This woman who wholeheartedly wanted to overthrow the World Hall had rarely made an appearance after the invasion of the Star Spirit world. The reason for this was that there were some plots where even Xianxia could only play a supporting role, much less someone at the peak of the revolving core realm. Disciple. Perfected Qing Wei gradually appeared and said, "Don't waste your time on scheming. Follow Master to cultivate. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to defeat the patriarch of the sect of all times in the promise of 10 years. Empress Ling Yao shook her head and said, "My opponent is not Xianxia, but this Xianxia." Perfected Qing Wei's face was filled with shock. She had forced her disciple to participate in the battle between Jinren Tonggu and Gu Hongzhenren. However, she did not know that Xianxia intended to let Xianxia fight. She could guess that it was because there was a grudge between the two that had to be settled. If she guessed correctly, the entire sect of all times was probably hoping that she would die in his hands. That was right. That was what Go Sheng and his disciples thought. You can't blame them. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame Go Bai. Ever since Xianxia joined the sect, Go Bai had always shown his monstrous anger. The enmity between the two of them was so deep that it was necessary to determine who would die and who would live. Sect of all times. After Xianxia returned, he sat alone on the mountain peak. Even though he did not manage to catch sight of Empress Ling Yao in the forest earlier, he was still able to sense her aura. When I was fighting with the experts of the Tianhua Dao sect, this woman should have been watching in the dark. Would she have thought that I, who was once like an ant, would now have the cultivation of the truth-seeking realm? Xianxia said expressionlessly. He wasn't showing off. Instead, the hatred in his heart was once again ignited, and he couldn't wait to take his revenge. This matter is over. Xianxia clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. His gaze was cold as he said, "There must be an end to our enmity." The endless grassland. Empress Ling Yao was standing in an area filled with strange rocks. Disciple. Perfected Qing Wei said seriously, "Once you enter the grotto, life and death will be unpredictable. Are you sure you want to enter?" Empress Ling Yao fell into a short silence before murmuring, "You probably don't want me to be killed by you so easily, so I won't let him down." After saying that, she entered the grotto without looking back. Buzz. Streams of light flickered, forming a cage. Perfected Qing Wei shook her head and said, "As her master, I can't guess what my disciple is thinking at all." The 4 injured experts were locked up in the sect of all times. Because they were waiting for the Tianhua Dao sect to pay the ransom, Xianxia did not send them to the Tianyuan prison pagoda out of humanitarian considerations to receive Aria's careful care. Of course. In regards to Xianxia's actions, Goshen gave a high degree of approval. He also taught his disciples that when they went out and had conflicts with other martial artists, they should be lenient where possible. If they really couldn't handle it, they should just capture them. However, he probably didn't know. When the Tianhua Dao sect found out that the elders were detained, they almost couldn't help but cheer on the spot. The 10 major immortal sects ordered them to find trouble with the sect of all times, and the bigger the better. Now that they were detained and had to pay the ransom, wasn't the problem very serious? Quick! Lin Shangyi said, "Inform the immortal sects." In just half a day, the news was sent to the Lingtian immortal sect. After Lin Haoyan found out, he replied, "Send someone to ask for the ransom." Resolutely refused to pay the ransom. Currently, the conflict between the two sects hadn't escalated to the point of the 10 major immortal sects taking action, so the problem had to be magnified. It would be best if the whole world knew about it. After receiving the instructions, Lin Shangyi's expression became interesting. The ones being detained were the elders of the Tianhua Dao sect. If they refused to pay the ransom and angered Jun Changxiao, the loss would be huge. Sigh. Lin Shangyi sighed helplessly. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to offend the sect of all times, but now that he was directly ordered by the immortal sects to not resist, he could only obey. Let's go. Follow me to the sect of all times. Patriarch. In the study, Yi Xingchen recounted what happened yesterday in detail. Then, he said in confusion, "In my opinion, there must be something fishy about this matter." Oh? Jun Changxiao asked, "What's fishy about it?" Yi Xingchen held his chin and said, "Who in the upper realm doesn't know that the Patriarch's master is Shinran Tonggu? How could the disciples of the Tianhua Dao sect not know? How could they not recognize the words ancient carved on the clothes? Perhaps this Dao-level sect doesn't take our sect of all time seriously," Jun Changxiao said. Yi Xingchen said, "It's common for disciples of the sect to have conflicts with other factions when they go out. Why did the 4 elders of the truth-seeking realm come out as soon as they released the distress signal?" Indeed. Jun Changxiao said, "It's a little strange." According to his understanding, the forbidden area where Lu Baiwan and the others went to do the mission was extremely far away from the Tianhua Dao sect. Even if they came to help immediately, it would take at least an hour. Or rather, Yi Xingchen said, "Do the disciples of this sect have elders of the truth-seeking realm protecting them in the dark at all times when they go out to train?" Impossible. Jun Changxiao denied, "Unless they have nothing better to do." In the past, he had sent Gu Xiaoxi to protect the disciples of the sect when they were on missions, but it was only during special times. Later on, he chose to let him go. A Dao sect that was based in the upper realm must have tens of thousands of disciples. Were there enough elders to protect them 24 hours a day? Don't say it. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands together and said, "It's really strange." Goxing did not believe that there was nothing fishy about sending 4 elders of the truth-seeking realm over when the disciples had a conflict. "Ask Lu Baiwan to come over." Yes. Not long after, Lu Baiwan walked in. As an outer sect disciple, although he often saw the patriarch on the main peak, he could not remain calm now that he was in close contact with him. "Tell me about the conflict with the Tianhua Dao sect." Yes. Lu Baiwan hurriedly began to narrate. "I entered the forbidden area with a few fellow disciples and found a large number of earth-responding stones. We had just put them into our space rings when the people of the Tianhua Dao sect jumped out and said that they found it first and asked us to return it quickly. Then, we started fighting." That's it? That's it. After disciple Lu Baiwan explained what had happened, Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. In the past few years, he had also wreaked havoc in many forbidden areas and knew that there was an unwritten rule in the upper realm. Whoever went in and obtained good things would belong to them. How could the Dao sect disciples not know? Moreover, the earth response stone was not something valuable. They argued with the sect of all times over such a trivial matter and even attacked in the end. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like, Patriarch. Yi Xingchen frowned and said, "In my opinion, they are deliberately looking for trouble with the sect of all times." After this guy occupied the demon ancestor's body, he felt that his intelligence had obviously increased. "My master is Jinren Tonggu. It's impossible that the Tianhua Dao sect doesn't know. They are deliberately looking for trouble in the forbidden area. I'm afraid that someone is supporting them from behind," Jun Changxiao guessed. Previously, many forces had come when the Dao stone mine appeared, and among them, there were Tao-level forces. After he defeated the Ling Tian immortal sect elder, they all left obediently. Unless the Tianhua Dao sect was kicked in the head by a donkey, why would they take the initiative to look for trouble? Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked in and said, "I've already investigated clearly." Speak. The Tianhua Dao sect was established 50,000 years ago. After rising to Tao level, they climbed up the big tree known as the Ling Tian Immortal Sect and jumped to Tao level in a short 10,000 years. Oh? Jun Changxiao was interested. Li Luoqiu continued, the Tianhua Dao sect will send outstanding disciples to the Ling Tian Immortal Sect to cultivate every 10 years. The two seem to be allies on the surface, but many people know that they are actually superior and subordinate. Lackey? You can think of it that way. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and tapped his right hand on the table. A smile gradually appeared on his face. The truth seems to have surfaced. Xianxia said, the Tianhua Dao sect dares not to fear the sect of all times because they have the Ling Tian Immortal Sect behind them? No, no. Jun Changxiao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said, the 10 major immortal sects are sealing the ancestral lands of the two clans so that they can act at any time. But if there is no reason, how can they explain it to the world? Understood. Xianxia came to a realization. The Tianhua Dao sect was ordered to target the sect of all times so that the 10 great immortal sects would have a chance to strike. Not bad. Humph, Xianxia said coldly, only trash would play tricks. Because he had once been hurt by Empress Ling Yao, what he hated the most was playing dirty tricks. Patriarch. Li Qingyang transmitted a message, the patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect is here to visit. So fast? Jun Changxiao stroked his chin, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, I'd like to see how you're going to put on this show. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the sky, the 10 upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect, led by Lin Xianxia, stood proudly, releasing an extremely unfriendly aura. They were not here to ransom people, but to incite conflict. However, when they saw the sect of all times' door open and Elder Huang and the other 3 tied up and carried out by the disciples of the sect of all times, their violent aura weakened significantly. A lower truth-seeking realm cultivator was considered a pillar of a Dao sect. If anything happened to them, they would definitely not be able to afford it. Swish! Jun Changxiao flew out and floated outside the mountain gate. He cupped his hands at Lin Xianxia politely and said, you have an imposing appearance and extraordinary might. You must be the patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect, right? That's right. Lin Xianxia's tone was indifferent. Jun Changxiao said, I won't waste any more words. Please pay 1 billion mystic stones to ransom the 4 elders of your sect. If it was a profound sect or a true sect, the price might be lower, but since it was a Dao sect that was second only to the immortal sect, they would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. Goshen could not take the initiative to extort innocent people, but if there was a conflict between them, he would definitely not be polite. Just like the demon emperor's gate in the lower realm, he would extort money again and again. Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble first, so they were even more righteous. Jun Changxiao. Lin Xianxia reprimanded with a cold gaze, the disciples of our sects only had a small conflict. Isn't it too much to ask for 1 billion mystic stones to kidnap 4 elders of my sect? Jun Changxiao was just guessing just now. Now that he saw the other party announcing the seizure of power, he was certain that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble. He probably wanted to blow up the matter and make it known to the world so that the immortal sect would have a reason to appear. Fine. I'll cooperate with you. It's not too much. Jun Changxiao looked very annoying. Lin Xianxia suppressed his anger and softened his tone. If my sect was in the wrong first, we will naturally apologize. So, Jun Patriarch, please release the 4 elders. Acting couldn't be too much, otherwise it would be easy to reveal flaws. Big brother, even if Goshen's IQ was low, he could tell that your disciples were looking for trouble and instantly sent elders to rescue them. If there was a word to describe it, this was definitely a pig teammate. I can release them. Jun Changxiao said, you have to pay the ransom first. He was not afraid of others acting awkwardly, but he was afraid of others cooperating. Goshen guessed their intentions and naturally hoped to blow up the matter, because he also lacked a reason to act. To put it bluntly, the 10 great immortal sects wanted to mess with Jun Changxiao, but how could Jun Changxiao not want to mess with the 10 great immortal sects? Both sides hit it off. Come, everyone can act with all your might, of course. Jun Changxiao didn't even need to deliberately act, because he was very familiar with extortion and was completely acting as himself. Jun Patriarch. Lin Xianxia said coldly, your master is a respected figure in the upper realm, but as his disciple, you're doing things like extortion and blackmail. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Senior Tonggu? Sorry. Jun Changxiao said, Master has already jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer part of the 5 elements. He has long become indifferent to face. Lin Xianxia didn't know how to respond to this. My patience is limited. Jun Changxiao landed in front of the mountain gate and put a hand on Elder Huang's shoulder. You'd better cooperate, otherwise, crack. The crisp sound of bones shattering rang out. Elder Huang's expression froze. He obviously didn't expect this guy to suddenly attack him. Doesn't it hurt? Elder Huang screamed in pain. Jun Changxiao. Seeing this, Lin Xianxia was furious. Jun Changxiao walked to the other side of Elder Huang and put it on his shoulder. I don't care who's right or wrong. Anyone who dares to bully the disciples of the sect of all times must pay the price. Crack. Both of his shoulder bones were crushed. Elder Huang's face was not only hideous, but his arms also naturally drooped down. The other 4 companions tied to the side were sweating profusely on their foreheads and backs. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao walked in front of one of them and smiled. As long as your sect's patriarch doesn't pay, it'll be your turn soon. This smile. It was like a demon. The 4 elders were so shocked that their minds trembled. They looked up at Lin Xianxia with difficulty, as if begging. Patriarch, hurry up and pay, I'm afraid we won't be able to take it. The main reason was that their cultivation was temporarily sealed, so they were no different from ordinary people in terms of resisting pain. Puchi. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed into the chest of one of Elder Huang's companions. Sizzle. The dagger was quickly pulled out and blood splattered. Jun Changxiao shook the blood-stained dagger and looked at the furious Lin Xianxia. He grinned and said, if you don't pay, the next stab will stab your heart. Tianhua Dao sect wanted to blow things up. Jun Changxiao wanted to earn some money and cooperate with them, so he could only start torturing the 4 elders. Of course. This was still considered light. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he would directly throw them into Tianyuan prison pagoda and guarantee that the 4 of them would have a good new year there. Lin Xianxia was both happy and afraid now. He was happy that the patriarch of the sect of all times was so strong that he could stimulate the conflict. What he was afraid of was that he might accidentally kill the elder. In terms of value alone, for truth-seeking realm cultivators were far more than 1 billion mystic stones. After all, even if he had martial arts resources, he might not be able to pile up one. Seeing his hesitation, Jun Changxiao raised his dagger and stabbed again without hesitation. This time, he would definitely die. Jun Patriarch. Lin Xianxia finally could not hold it in and hurriedly shouted, let's talk nicely. The sharp dagger stopped when it was only 1 centimeter away from the elder's chest. The latter's widened eyes immediately recovered, and then he panted rapidly, sweat pouring down his forehead. Death. He had never been so close. Jun Changxiao turned around and smiled. I'll say it. 1 billion mystic stones, not one less. In this aspect, Gosheng rarely compromised. Lin Xianxi's expression turned uglier. The order given by the Lingtian immortal sect was not to hand over the ransom. Now that the other party was forcing them, they would definitely be killed if they did not hand it over. Jun Changxiao. At this moment, an elder of Tianhua Dao sect could not take it anymore and roared, aren't you afraid that we'll report you to the World Hall for such shameless blackmail? Right, he was only worried about the elders and forgot that he had backing. World Hall? Jun Changxiao said disapprovingly, they're not even a fart in my eyes. These words were obviously to find an opportunity for Tianhua Dao sect to lead the conflict to the World Hall, and then the World Hall to the 10 immortal sects. Lin Xianxia indeed followed into the ditch. He sneered. The World Hall was created by the 10 immortal sects. Jun Patriarch doesn't even care about the immortal sects. The immortal sect is nothing. When Jun Changxiao said these words, it gave people a feeling that he was pouting. It could be said that his acting skills were textbook. Not only did Lin Xianxia believe it, but he was also secretly delighted. Good. I'll go find the 10 great immortal sects and let them be the judge. After working hard for half a day, he finally brought the immortal sects in. The mission could be considered to be half completed. Xianxia raised his bloodstained dagger and patted the face of the elder beside him. He said, I don't care if you seek justice from the immortal sect or the divine sect. You must hand over the 1 billion profound stones. Otherwise, take the corpse with you when you go. Shua. Shua. Xiao Jun's flying knife began to tremble. Zzz. The magnificent Sky Dao sect elder, who was restrained, could not dodge. The tendons in his arms and legs were all torn, and fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered resounded throughout the timeless immortal mountain. Jun Changxiao. Lin Shangyi roared angrily. In order to make him realize how cruel he was, Jun Changxiao grabbed the elder's hair with one hand and placed the sharp dagger against his neck. He said with a cold gaze, I'll give you a count of 3 to consider. Otherwise, you can collect their corpses. Murderous intent filled the air. At this moment, if there were onlookers around, they would definitely realize that the sect of all times patriarch definitely had murderous intent. Sect. Patriarch. That elder's face was sinister as he said in a hoarse voice, Today, although I'm going to die, I'm still an elder of the magnificent Sky Dao sect. I'll grant you your wish. Jun Changxiao's fingers moved, and the dagger moved away from his neck. As it spun, it pierced into his chest. Hot blood splattered on his face, adding a bit of cruelty to it. The elder's pupils constricted. Before his thoughts disappeared, he thought, I just said something nice. Why did he really stab me? Elder Song. Lin Shangyi and the others roared angrily. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao pulled out the dagger. Ignoring the other party's head, he continued to stab another elder. His method was so cold that it was obvious he wanted to kill him in one blow. However, just as it was about to land, Lin Shangyi finally gave up his defense and said, I'll give. One elder had already died. He could not allow a second one to die. Furthermore, the one who was about to be killed was the brother of his favorite concubine. If anything happened to him, he would cry and throw a tantrum at home every day. If Elder Song, who still had some warmth left, knew that the patriarch's compromise originated from his brother-in-law, he would definitely be annoyed at himself for upholding righteousness. King courted death, and in the end, I really died. Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, Give me 1 billion mystic stones. You can take them away. You killed one of them. Why do you still want 1 billion? This is a small business. No bargaining. Lin Shangyi almost couldn't help but vomit blood. However, since he had already compromised, he definitely could not let the 3 elders suffer any more harm. Therefore, he suppressed his heartache and said, All right, 1 billion it is. These 2 days. Jun Changxiao counted with his fingers and said, The 4 elders have food and drink in my sect. I'll give you 4,600 mystic stones as food expenses. It was truly too deranged to haggle over every ounce to such an extent. All right. Lin Shangyi gritted his teeth and said, I'll give. He was willing to pay 1 billion, so he definitely wouldn't care about 4,600. Pay first, then let them go, Jun Changxiao said. This is the old rule of the sect of all times. Old rule, it seemed that this guy had extorted a lot. No wonder he was so professional. Lin Shangyi obediently paid the 1 billion mystic stones and redeemed the 3 elders and a corpse. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Jun Changxiao. Wah! On the way back, Elder Song, who had been stabbed in the chest, suddenly vomited blood and went from a dead state to a near-death state. Patriarch! Third elder exclaimed, Elder Song is still alive. Lin Shangyi hurried over and clasped the other party's wrist. He found a pulse and said in shock, How is this possible? After Jun Changxiao stabbed the dagger into his chest, he caught a glimpse of Elder Song's lifeless aura. Now that he suddenly came back to life, it was really strange, sect of all times. Jun Changxiao sat in the study. Not only was he playing with the spatial ring that contained the mystic stones, but he was also playing with the medicine bottle with the netherworld pill written on it. He thought to himself, how long can this thing last in the upper realm? It turned out that he was just acting and did not kill Elder Song. The host is merciful, the system said. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the magnificent Sky Dao sect was merely instructed by the 10 major immortal sects to cause trouble. I gave them a chance to turn over a new leaf. If they dare to do it again. At this point, he paused for a moment and said with a cold gaze, this is not something that can be resolved with money. P.S. I even sent it out. I won't keep it. I admit, I already have a stockpile because number 7 is more than 10. Boom. Boom. In the training room, Xiao Ziji, who was fully equipped, faced Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's punches and kicks. He was as still as a rock. The armor he was wearing was developed by Fan Yezi from a book he obtained from the Moang region. As the material was made from heavenly spirit quenching ore, it could be called a third-generation mecha. Huff, huff. After a while, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were panting. They bent over and stopped. One of them had a sore hand, while the other had a sore foot. The entire process felt like they were hitting metal lumps. Xiao Ziji said excitedly, Patriarch, this armor is not bad. Jun Changshao, who was sitting at the side, took a sip of tea and said, after all, it's made from heavenly spirit quenching Oregon. How can it not be fragrant? After testing, the third-generation mecha had extremely strong defense. The craftsmanship was also high. Although it looked cumbersome, it was actually light and convenient. It was a must-have for traveling and robbing. Where could he buy such a good item? Look for Goshing at the ancient celestial mountain. Sorry, not for sale. Hall Master Fan. Jun Changshao came to the forging hall and said, you must speed up the production of the third-generation mecha. Try to use up all the remaining heavenly spirit quenching ore in half a month. Okay. In the lower domain, Fan Yezi was basically in a semi-retired state. After coming to the upper domain and being given a lot of work, he regained his lost youth and the drive of his youth. Jun Changshao went to the array formation hall again and told them to speed up the production of mechas. In the workshops of the two peaks, the disciples worked hard. The words strive for perfection, forge quality shone brightly on the wall. Ka-ka. Ka-ka. Batches of Diablo and third-generation mechas were produced one after another. The elite members of the War Cavalry Hall used the new mechas. The inner sect disciples put on the new mechas. The core strength of the sect of all times grew stronger day by day. Everything is ready. Jun Changshao sat in the study room and interlocked his fingers. He said, we only lack one east wind. This east wind was the magnificent heaven sect. Ling Tian celestial sect. Lin Haoyan stood in the study, the anger in his eyes growing. Lin Xianxia was like a child who had made a mistake. He stood at the side with his head lowered and didn't say a word. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Haoyan smashed the table and roared, so, you still paid the ransom? Jun Changshao is very cruel. If we don't pay up, the 4 elders of our humble sect will be killed by him. Although Lin Xianxia looked aggrieved, he was prepared to be scolded after he chose to compromise. The 4 lower truth-seeking realm cultivators have surrendered. Trash, good for nothing. Lin Xianxi's head was sprayed with saliva, but he could only lower his head and howl in his heart, this realm is nothing to your immortal sect, but it's a treasure to our Dao sect. You don't care, but I do. Patriarch Lin, don't be angry. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect, who was sitting next to him, stroked his goatee and smiled. As the guardians of the upper realm, we, the 10 great immortal sects, cannot allow this kind of extortion and blackmail to spread, so. He gave a you-know-what-I-mean look. That's right. Lin Haoyan calmed down and sneered. Just because of a small conflict between disciples, they detained 4 elders and extorted 1 billion Xian stones. This kind of evil practice must be stopped. Patriarch Lin, did you just say that an elder of your sect was assassinated by Jun Changshao? That's right. Is he alive or dead? He's still alive. Announce his death to the public and carry the body to the sect of all times. Huh? Lin Xianxia was dumbfounded. But he soon understood what it meant, and his expression immediately became pained. Patriarch Lin. Lin Haoyan patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, our Heaven Ascension Immortal Sect will compensate your sect for any losses after this matter is over. Lin Xianxi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Understood, understood. East Sea. The 10 great immortal sects were still busy setting up the seal. Although the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan had already known, they pretended not to notice because Xianxia had warned them in advance. Elder. It'll be completed in 3 days. The formation master in charge of the seal gave an accurate time. When the news reached the Heaven Ascension Immortal Sect, Lin Haoyan gently raised his wine cup and said with a fake smile, Xianxia, you and your sect of all times can only exist for 3 days. Everyone, let's gather our men. All right. The leaders of the other 9 sects contacted their own sects one after another. From the high-ranking elders to the elite disciples, all of them were ready. In the extreme grade cave abode, Shinran Tonggu pushed the chessboard away in frustration and said, Old friend, I have an ominous feeling again. Masato Katana was speechless. Every time he was about to lose, an ominous feeling would come. It was too much of a coincidence. Boom, suddenly, there was a clap of thunder outside. The two of them stood up and walked out of the cave abode. They saw dark clouds in the distance, and a murderous aura blew with the wind. Looks like, Masato Katano said solemnly, the weather is going to change again. Sigh. Shinran Tonggu sighed and said, I hope it's not related to my disciple this time. Other than the 2 invasions of the star spirit world, as long as he was upset, it would definitely have something to do with Jun Chongxiao. Of course. Gosheng also blamed himself. Therefore, he did not inform Shinran Tonggu to help when the 10 great immortal sects targeted the sect of all times. Master. Sitting in the main hall under the dark clouds, Jun Chongxiao raised a jar of drunken dreams and said, I already have the strength to face everything. I won't cause you any more trouble. 3 days were very short. It was just a short conversation. Buzz, buzz, in the East Sea, the 2 sealing formations were finally built. Phew. The person in charge heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the dragon race and the stone statue race would come out and cause trouble. Fortunately, they were not discovered, and everything went very smoothly. Thank the heavens, thank the earth. Actually, he should thank Gosheng more because he was the one who stopped the 2 races. Ling Tian Immortal Sect. Lin Haoyan, who was anxiously waiting, immediately flew up and shouted, Let's go. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, nearly 10,000 upper echelons and elite disciples turned into streams of light and flew out of the sect, interweaving in the sky like a rainbow. What's going on? Seeing this, the passers-by were stunned. The 10 great immortal sects were extraordinary existences in the upper realm. It was already good enough to see a few people, but now so many of them flew out. Could it be that they were going to fight? Similar situations were also playing out in the other 9 sections. Under the lead of the patriarch, the upper echelons and elites flew towards the ancient immortal mountain as quickly as possible. How many? 10,000 in one sect, 100,000 in 10 sects. This number was exactly the same as the sect of all times, but they were all elites, so their combat strength was very strong. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, vast waves of air spread out, deeply shocking the cultivators of the upper realm. Something big has happened. This scene is very similar to the scene recorded in the ancient books when the various immortal sects joined forces to fight against the demonic race 100,000 years ago. The 10 great immortal sects sent out their elites together, instantly shocking the entire upper realm, causing all the cultivators to wonder who was going to be unlucky. Sect of all times. They're heading towards the sect of all times. Someone guessed the general direction of the Lingtian immortal sect's powerhouses. After all, in terms of enmity, Jun Chongxiao had previously snatched a Dao stone mine from them. As expected, this day still came. In the sect of all times, Jun Chongxiao stood in front of the bronze mirror, tidying his collar and combing his bangs. He had already received news from the East Sea that the 2 clans had been sealed. The 10 immortal sects would probably come soon. Thud. He walked out with a valiant posture. The black and white Rakshasa, Old Ding, and the other upper echelons lined up neatly outside the main hall. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples stood proudly in the martial arts arena, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. The 10 immortal sects would come sooner or later, and they had long been prepared for battle. It's been nearly 10 years since I ascended to the upper realm. Jun Changxiao said loudly, "It's time to tell everyone that those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Those who offend the sect of all times will be killed." The loud shouts of the sect resounded through the sky. Swish, swish, on the drill ground below the war cavalry peak, dozens of mountain gates slowly opened. Brand new mechas took off from the runway and then hovered in the sky above the sect. The Million Devil Army hovered outside the Immortal Mountain, forming 3 layers of defense. At this moment, the sect of all times was under martial law. Not even a strand of hair could float in, let alone a fly. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to activate the sect's protective array because he needed such a tool to protect himself. Now that the upper echelon disciples had broken through to the truth-seeking realm, he had the confidence to face everything. A murderous aura enveloped the entire sect, indicating that a bloody battle was about to begin. Swish, swish, at this moment, hundreds of Tianhua Dao sect powerhouses flew over, and a few of them were carrying coffins. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses and found a corpse lying inside. He's dead? That's impossible. A few days ago, he stabbed him and did not injure his vitals. He only quietly consumed a yellow spring pill. He should have been alive long ago. How could he still die in the end? Understood. Jun Changxiao suddenly laughed. The conflict had developed to an irreconcilable stage, and naturally, someone had to die. Therefore, this elder Song had to die to give the immortal sects an opportunity. Jun Changxiao. Lin Shangyi hovered outside the mountain and said angrily, "You killed my sect's elder. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable." "TSK TSK. Jun Changxiao said, "In order to find an excuse for immortal sect, you sacrificed a truth-seeking elder. Your Tianhua Dao sect is truly magnanimous." Now that the seal of the East Sea had been set up, the 10 immortal sects should be on their way here, so he didn't plan to put on an act anymore. Furthermore, there was no point in acting with amateurs. Lin Shangyi's expression froze, and some pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and said in a deep voice, "I have invited the 10 great immortal sects. They will uphold justice for me." Oh. Jun Changxiao leaped from the main hall to the outside of the mountain gate and sat down elegantly. He interlocked his fingers and placed them on his thighs, saying, "Bringing a coffin here so early in the morning is really a bit inauspicious. Whether it's auspicious or not doesn't mean anything to you, because..." Lin Shangyi's tone gradually turned cold and severe, "A life for a life." "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Lin Shangyi's gaze instantly froze because the voice did not come from the mountain gate but from beside his ear. Hence, he tried his best to turn his head and saw that fellow appearing in front of him at some point in time. He said in a gloomy voice, "A life for a life." With that, he raised his hand. Lin Shangyi displayed the reaction that a patriarch of the Dao sect should have. He dodged at an extremely fast speed and with an extremely pathetic movement technique. However, when he stabilized his body and looked again, he saw that the other party was only scratching his head and did not attack. His face instantly turned red from anger. No, he was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm after all. Although he was not as good as the experts of the immortal sect, he shouldn't have let that guy get close to him so easily without noticing, right? Boom, while he was thinking, a powerful fist landed on his right face. In slow motion, Lin Shangyi's eyes widened and his mouth was crooked as he flew out gorgeously. Then, he fell outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain like a cannonball, stirring up clouds of dust. Patriarch! The upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect exclaimed and looked at Jun Changxiao in horror. When did this guy attack? They didn't see it at all. You even killed your own people. What right do you have to be the master of a sect? Swish! Jun Changxiao flew down and merged with the dust in the sky. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sound of violent punches could be heard. Coupled with the shaking of the earth, it presented an excellent visual experience. At the same time, it also deeply shocked the upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect. A moment later, the explosion ended and the dust fell to the ground. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the huge pit. At the bottom, Lin Shangyi's face was bruised and swollen. He was foaming at the mouth and even his teeth had been knocked out. A peak truth-seeking realm cultivator was unable to resist at all. husband, Rose of Flowers was shocked. So strong? Previously, he had asked him when he would break through. Today, he had easily trampled on a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator in front of the entire sect. It was too exaggerated, he didn't want to explain. What's going on? Is there a fight in the sect of all times? Let's go and take a look. The itinerant cultivators outside the timeless immortal mountain rushed over after hearing the commotion. When they saw the soldiers and mechas gathering in the sky above the sect of all times, they realized that something big was going to happen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a majestic aura swarmed over from afar. The itinerant cultivators hurriedly turned around, and then, their eyes widened. In their field of vision, the experts of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect flew over at top speed. Although there were only 100,000 of them, they were all elites. The weakest of them was at least rank 7 or rank 8, and there were countless reincarnation core cultivators. Exterminate the dogs. They were serious. The experts of the 10 major immortal sects who flew over did not hold back at all. The power that erupted was visible to the naked eye, as if it had turned into a surging wave that pressed down from the sky. The itinerant cultivators were so scared that their legs trembled. With this kind of formation and aura, if it was targeted at them, they would probably be annihilated instantly. Fortunately, the 10 major immortal sects did not come here to kill ordinary people. Their gazes were fixed on the sect of all times, and their flying speed was much faster than before. The army was pressing down on them, and the killing intent was even stronger. However, facing such a vast aura, the sect of all times' expression did not change even if MT Tai collapsed in front of them. They came quite quickly. Xianxia casually grabbed the half-dead Lin Xianxia and flew to the front of the sect gate. He casually threw him on the ground and sat on a chair suavely. In the blink of an eye, the 10 major immortal sects patriarch led by Lin Haoyan flew to the sect gate. When they saw the Tianhua Dao sect's patriarch being abused to the point where it was unbearable to look at, they were unable to restrain their anger. Xianxia. The hidden immortal sect's patriarch shouted, kidnapping 4 Tianhua Dao sect's elders and extorting 1 billion mystic stones. This is truly, stop talking nonsense. Xianxia impatiently interrupted, if I don't do this, how can I give the 10 major immortal sects an excuse to attack? At this point, a fight was inevitable. He did not like to beat around the bush, so he directly laid his cards on the table. Good. Lin Haoyan shouted loudly, the sect of all times detained another sect's elders without permission. This is the first crime. Extorting 1 billion mystic stones from the Lin Patriarch is the second crime. Killing Elder Song is the third crime. Clang, sword light appeared, and a head rolled. Xianxia stood up with his sword and stepped on Lin Xianxi's rolling head with one foot. He said coldly, no one in this world can convict me, Xianxia. If there is, then kill them. The originally slightly silly aura instantly turned serious under the influence of the 6 words. Kill. Kill. Inside the sect, the furious roars of the disciples shook the sky. Xianxia gave Lin Xianxia a chance and didn't kill the 4 elders. However, he didn't seem to realize Gou Xing's kindness and brought a coffin to cause trouble early in the morning. The most intolerable thing was, Elder Song clearly didn't kill him, but he still dared to deliberately frame him. Again. No more. Therefore, Xianxia drew his sword and killed him. His technique was nimble and decisive, not giving Lin Haoyan and the others any time to stop him. Lin Xianxia, who died with his eyes wide open, obviously didn't expect that Xianxia would kill him so brazenly even though the people of the 10 major immortal sects were here. In order to obtain greater benefits, he killed Elder Song. Now, he died tragically under Xianxia's sword. It could be considered as fulfilling the sentence he said when he first arrived. A life for a life. Xianxia. The hidden immortal sect said angrily, you're lawless. Xianxia wiped the blood off the sword with a handkerchief and said indifferently, you should have a reason to attack the sect of all times now, right? Yes. And it was very sufficient. Of course, Xianxia didn't kill Lin Xianxia to anger the 10 major immortal sects. He just couldn't stand this guy who even dared to kill his own people. Kill. Kill. The hundreds of powerhouses of the magnificent Heaven Dao sect finally came back to their senses. They unleashed their cultivation realms and drew their weapons, charging over with fierce eyes. The patriarch was killed. Any sect member with guts would not tolerate it. Clang, Xianxia inserted the sword under his feet, put his hands on the hilt, and said expressionlessly, "Kill them all." Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white rakshas flew out in a spiral. The majestic power of true spirit erupted and instantly condensed into dense heaven-crossing palm prints. When he first met Xianxia, the two of them were only at the 6th transformation core realm. Now that they had entered the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, their speed of improvement was extremely fast. Boom, boom, the palm prints continued to explode, causing the space to rapidly collapse. Although the Tianhua Dao sect had more than 500 people and many of them were at the truth-seeking realm, they were only at the middle and lower level. They could only passively take a beating when facing the stronger upper level. Plop! Plop! One by one, the higher-ups fell outside the mountain gate. There was a palm print on their chests. Their auras were gone, and their souls had returned to the 9 heavens. The patriarch had given the order to kill all of them. Therefore, when the black and white rakshasas attacked, they showed no mercy at all. They went straight for the kill. After losing a large number of their fellow disciples, the upper echelons of the Tianhua Dao sect finally calmed down from their anger. An elder turned around and begged for help. "Patriarch Lin, please uphold justice for our patriarch." Xianxia said indifferently, "There is no justice in this world where the strong prey on the weak, and no one can uphold justice." "Zhou Hong. Disciple is here. Annihilate all the invaders." "Yes." Zhou Hong flew out of the sect and landed steadily at the mountain gate. Although he was wearing the Sect of All Times' disciple uniform, it had faded in many places because he had not changed it for a long time. His black hair was messy, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. He held a simple and unadorned sword in his hand, looking like a swordsman who had wandered the world. Why did they have to describe his appearance and expression? That was because this guy stood on the spot like a block of wood after he appeared. There was no way to break in at all. They could only rely on this word count to barely survive. Lin Haoyan and the others frowned. This guy who had just walked out did not release any martial arts aura. He looked like an ordinary person. No. This kid is definitely not simple. The intuition of a top expert made the immortal sect elders realize that this Sect of All Times disciple should be extremely dangerous. Huff. Zhou Hong took a deep breath. Perhaps it was because he had not fought in front of a camera for a long time. The moment his right hand touched the hilt of the sword, one could clearly see that his fingers were trembling slightly. The patriarch had given him a chance. He had to seize it. Clang, while thinking, he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh whoosh. A majestic sword chi emerged from his body. His entire person instantly became extremely sharp. The person was like the sword, and the sword was like the person. This was an extremely profound level of sword Dao. What a pure and flawless sword chi. Lin Haoyan frowned. This person should be a pure sword cultivator. There were very few pure sword cultivators in the upper realm. That was because many people could not bear the loneliness and chose to cultivate other things in the long years. Zhou Hong was different. Whether it was in the lower realm or the upper realm, he had always insisted on comprehending the sword. He had reached a state of intoxication. Even the most insignificant action of unsheathing his sword would be repeated countless times. He was born for the sword. He was a sword fanatic. As for why he did not give the camera time, it was because he had been unsheathing his sword in the courtyard every day. It was too boring. Go Xing, who had cheated all the way, could not be compared to Zhou Hong, who cultivated steadily. No, he was not even fit to carry his shoes. Was the reader feeling comfortable? Retreat. The higher-ups of the magnificent Sky Sect smelled danger and hurriedly ordered their disciples to retreat. It was too late. Just as they turned around, Zhou Hong took a step away. His body was half bent, and his messy black hair fluttered without wind. He said, "Sword technique, 8,000 fleeting graces." Swoosh, the sword chi shot out like a ray of light. Buzz. Buzz, space instantly folded, revealing a strange scene. No, a strong aura of death rose in the hearts of the higher-ups of the magnificent Sky Sect. As they cried out in fear, the sword chi swept past them, and their bodies were directly split into two. Even the nearby space was left with eye-catching sword marks. Lin Xianxia came to cause trouble and brought nearly 500 people. He was killed by Jun Changxiao, dozens of higher-ups were killed by the black and white Rakshasa, and the rest, whether it was the lower-level truth-seeking realm or the core transformation realm, all died under Zhou Hong's 8,000 fleeting graces. They were all elites. Now that they died in front of the sect of all times, the magnificent Sky Sect could declare bankruptcy. How is this possible? Lin Haoyan did not care that the magnificent Sky Sect's elites were all wiped out. After all, they were just a dog raised by his family. What he cared about was that the sect of all times disciples seemed to have only attacked once, but in fact, they had attacked thousands of times in an instant. 8,000 times. Jun Changxiao was shocked. The system exclaimed, "This person's attainments in the Sword Dao have already surpassed the host's." That's right. Jun Changxiao had to admit, his obsession with the Sword Dao can be said to be perverted. Gosheng relied on the Sword Dao aptitude liquid to advance all the way up in the lower realm. On the other hand, after ascending to the upper realm, he did not have a suitable weapon and almost abandoned his Sword Dao. This guy, Yi Xingchen said solemnly, could it be that he has the strength of a middle-level truth-seeking realm? He and Zhou Hong had entered the sect not long after each other and had long realized that he was different. However, he did not expect that after coming to the upper realm, he would break through to the truth-seeking realm with his own comprehension and even display stronger combat strength than him. No. He Wudi said, it's already difficult to measure his realm because true sword cultivators don't care if they're in the core transformation realm or the truth-seeking realm. They only care if they can comprehend a higher Sword Dao. That's right. Martial Dao realm was superfluous to Zhou Hong. He had been comprehending the Sword Dao from the beginning to the end, so even if he cleared his realm now, as long as he had the sword intent in his heart, he could still kill 300 people instantly. Clang, Zhou Hong sheathed his sword. Under his messy black hair, a face full of stories and vicissitudes was revealed. In terms of age, he was only a dozen years older than Jun Changxiao. Zhou Hong killed hundreds of powerhouses with one strike, which deeply shocked Lin Haoyan and the rest. It would be difficult to find a second person in the entire upper realm who could comprehend the Sword Dao to the point where he could slash 8,000 times in an instant. If he continued to cultivate, his achievements would only be more terrifying. The more stunning Zhou Hong's performance was, the more the 10 major immortal sects sensed danger. After all, he was a disciple of the sect of all times. If they did not stop him in time, wouldn't he soar to the heavens when he was fully grown? Everyone. Lin Haoyan transmitted his voice. This sect cannot be left alive. When the star spirit world invaded earlier, they had seen the strength of many disciples. Now that a Sword Dao genius like Zhou Hong had appeared, they were even more worried than before. That's right. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said, since we are all here, we must destroy the sect of all times. Jun Changxiao. Lin Haoyan said coldly, you killed the patriarch of the Tianhua Dao sect in public. Your crime is extremely heinous. Today, according to the rules of the upper realm, we will remove your sect of all times. His voice resounded in the sky and entered the ears of the itinerant cultivators. It's over. The sect of all times is finished. When Lin Haoyan said this, numbers appeared on the signs of all the medium-sized cities in the upper realm. The content was, since the sect of all times ascended, they have repeatedly destroyed the forbidden grounds, detained the Tianhua Dao sect's elders, and extorted 1 billion magnetite. Their actions are extremely vile and infuriating. After discussion among the 10 major immortal sects, they have issued a removal order. F***ck. A removal order. Martial artists from various cities quickly gathered around. A removal order could be understood simply as removing a force or clan from the pugilistic world. Ever since the 10 major immortal sects came to power, it had only appeared once, and that was 100,000 years ago against the demonic territory. Now, a sect that had just ascended was receiving the same treatment. No wonder so many immortal sect powerhouses flew over just now. They are going to wipe out the sect of all times. It's a rare sight. Let's go and watch the show. Watch what? The 10 great immortal sects have sent people. By the time we get there, the eternal sect will already be gone. Xianxia's master is Tongu. He definitely won't sit idly by and do nothing. Perhaps he's already clashed with the immortal sect. If we go over, we'll be able to see a battle between peak powerhouses. Let's go. In the end, there were still quite a few cultivators who went to the timeless immortal mountain with the mentality of watching a good show. There were quite a number of people, at least 1 million. In the extreme cave abode, Tongu placed a black piece on the chessboard and raised his head with a smile. I won. AI. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, you're one step behind. According to the bet that you and I made a few thousand years ago, the loser must promise the winner one thing. Speak. Tongu stood up and said with his back to him, stay here. With that, he waved his hand and put on a brand new robe that was hanging on the clothes rack. An aura of death surged from his body. I can agree to anything, but this is the only thing I can't agree to. Masato Kitano also put on a robe and tied up his scattered hair. Because I said that no matter what happens in the future, I'll support you unconditionally. Why bother? Tongu said bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. Masato Kitano walked out of the cave abode first and said, if you're late, your disciples' sect will probably be removed. No wonder the two of them felt like they were going to be separated by life and death. It turned out that they already knew that the 10 immortal sects had issued a removal order. Okay. Tongu knew this old friend very well and said, you owe me one thing first. Bullshit. Masato Kitano roared, your disciple is in trouble. I'll go and help. We don't owe each other anything. Okay. While the two of them were talking, the ethereal 7 sages and the others flew over. They did not have a master-disciple relationship with Xianxia, but they had personally trained him for 2 years. Now that he was in trouble, they naturally did not hesitate to help. Disciple. Tongu thought to himself, I was wrong. He had once said that he would rather die with his friends than die with him. Now that they had come to help him without caring about their lives, it showed what chivalry was. This was especially precious in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, with Tongu as the representative, the itinerant cultivators turned into streams of light and flew towards the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They knew that they would fall out with the 10 immortal sects, but in order to place their hopes on the new generation, they did not mind losing their arms or even their lives. At this point in the plot, they became hot-blooded for no reason. This would probably make many readers who were used to the relaxed style of writing shout, F***ck, this is so awkward. Don't worry. The camera turned to the sect of all times, where the atmosphere was solemn. Xianxia sat in front of the mountain gate, one hand skillfully scratching his foot. The disciples were speechless. The immortal sect's 100,000 people were waiting outside the sect, but the patriarch was still leisurely scratching his foot. Moreover, he even put his finger in front of his nose and sniffed it. A relaxed expression appeared on his face. Ugh. Su Xiaoma could not take it anymore and vomited. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were trying their best to focus their attention on the immortal sect. Goxing's indecent behavior made the nearby rows of flowers think to herself, husband's calm appearance is so charming. Remove them? Xianxia put down his foot and said, such arrogance. Lin Haoyan did not intend to waste words with him. He raised his hand and said coldly, disciples, listen to my order, quickly eliminate the sect of all times. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, close to 100,000 martial artists with cultivation not weaker than rank 7 or 8 erupted with their full strength. Their roars and auras could be said to be world-shaking. It was quite ironic, when Star Spirit World's first fleet invaded, although they participated in the battle, their numbers were far less than the sect of all times. They were probably thinking of sending the other forces and lone cultivators to their deaths, thus reducing their losses as much as possible. If a battle is decided by the loudest voice, my sect of all times would be invincible. Xianxia lazily placed his hand on the chair and said, babies, let them hear you. Swoosh. Swoosh. 100,000 disciples uniformly took out loudspeakers from their spatial rings and shouted, those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Those who offend the sect of all times will be killed. Buzz, the sky shook, it was deafening. If a battle was decided by the loudest voice, the sect of all times would undoubtedly win. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the 10 great immortal sects charged over. At the front were several hundred higher-ups, their strength ranged from low, middle, and upper truth-seeking realm. The 10 immortal sects could casually send out a few dozen experts, but the combined battle strength was immense, not to mention the tens of thousands of peak transformation core experts. Although Xianxia had 1,000,000 devil army, most of them were at rank 1, if the two sides really fought, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Whoosh whoosh. The people of the 10 great immortal sects came crashing over like monstrous waves. Their auras, which were condensed under their full cultivation, deeply shook the sky and the earth. Too terrifying. The lone cultivators who were hiding far away saw the dazzling light on myriad ancient immortal mountain, their minds trembled. Let's see who dares to act rashly. Suddenly, an old and furious voice resounded, forming a sound wave that spread out crazily, causing everyone's blood and chi to roil. The 10 great immortal sects' army stopped abruptly. Shinran Tonggu brought his friends and family to the entrance of the sect of all times, saying coldly, "Those who touch my disciple and the sect will not rest until they die." Master, Xianxia turned his head and handed over some eye drops. When he turned back, his face was already covered in tears. Shinran Tonggu brought his group of friends and family over. He stood in front of the mountain gate, his back view looking extremely majestic. Xianxia was greatly touched. He must have saved the entire universe in his previous life too. Have met such a good master in this life. Wait a minute, could it be that this was the reason why he transmigrated to another world and activated the system? You're thinking too much. The system broke the ice in time. With the host's shameless personality, it's already fortunate that he didn't harm the universe in his previous life. If not for the fact that they were facing a powerful enemy, Xianxia would definitely strangle him. Shinran Tonggu. Lin Haoyan said with a cold face, Xianxia killed the patriarch of the Tianhua sect and committed an unforgivable crime. As his master, are you going to protect him? He had already expected this situation, but he did not take it to heart. As long as he sealed the dragon race and the stone statue race, a group of itinerant cultivators would not be a threat. Indeed. In terms of strength, the patriarch of the 10 immortal sects was stronger than Shinran Tonggu and the rest. If they really fought, the outcome would be decided very quickly. You said it yourself. Shinran Tonggu said, since I'm the master, how can I watch my disciple be bullied? Since he had brought people here today, he had to protect Xianxia no matter what. Humph, the patriarch of Hidden Immortal said coldly, those who protect the sect of all times will be considered accomplices. You still have the face to say that after losing to me? Masato Kitano said calmly. This sentence immediately angered the patriarch of Hidden Immortal sect. 10,000 years ago, he had lost to Masato Kitano. At that time, he had just entered the core transformation realm and had not succeeded the position of patriarch. Come. The patriarch of Hidden Immortal sect said in a low voice, let's fight again. After becoming the next successor of the sect, he had obtained many resources, and his strength and realm were no longer the same as before. Naturally, he wanted to avenge his defeat. Okay. Masato Kitano agreed. Shinran Tonggu asked worriedly, are you confident? No. Masato Kitano knew that the strength of the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect had increased rapidly. Although he had also broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, there was definitely a gap between him and the patriarch who had been cultivated by the sect. Senior Qi. Xianxia said, this is a grudge between the sect of all times and the 10 great immortal sects. Please watch from the side. Masato Kitano's expression was wonderful. Did he not realize what was going on in his sect? He actually wanted him to watch the battle. Smelly brat. Shinran Tonggu scolded, don't show off. Goshing smiled and flew out of the mountain gate. He hovered in midair and looked at the patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect with an arrogant attitude. He said lightly, I will fight with you. You? The patriarch of the Hidden Immortal sect sneered. Xianxia. Lin Haoyan said lightly, without the support of the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan, what qualifications do you have to challenge the 10 great immortal sects? The other patriarch also looked disdainful. In their opinion, sealing off the ancestral lands of the two clans was equivalent to cutting off Jun Xianxia's wings. But then again, sending 100,000 elites to kill their way to the sect seemed to be giving too much face to dog leftover. The main purpose was to eliminate the root of the problem. The sect of all times had to be destroyed. The upper echelons and disciples could not be spared. In order to ensure the absolute rule of the 10 great immortal sects in the upper realm, as long as there was a threat, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. One could imagine how angry the demon ancestor was when he was jointly destroyed back then. No wonder he had the idea of destroying the world and was even willing to become an immortal. Jun Xianxiao said in a mocking tone, "You don't dare to accept the challenge? Brat." The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect said coldly, "Are you deliberately provoking me?" Swoosh. Jun Xianxiao took out a loudspeaker and said, "Today, I, as the patriarch of the sect of all times, challenge the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect," but he avoided the topic. He's obviously afraid. The rogue cultivators in the distance were speechless. "Brother, we can hear you even if you don't speak so loudly." The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was instantly furious. His gaze was cold as he said, "Since you're so overconfident, I'll fight you." He agreed. "I've sinned." Jun Xianxiao said, "Make a cup of hot tea." After saying that, he flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain and hovered above a mountain field. He said lightly, "Hurry up and come out. I'm still waiting to go back and drink tea." Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. They finally understood why Jun Xianxiao asked his disciples to make tea. It turned out that he wanted to finish the battle quickly so that he could drink it while it was hot. No, he's too arrogant. Even his own people could not stand it anymore, let alone the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. At this moment, his eyes were flashing with extreme anger. He wanted to tear Jun Xianxiao apart with his eyes. "Patriarch Jin." Lin Haoyan said telepathically, "No need to show mercy. Kill if you can." At first, he thought that Jun Xianxiao might hide in the sect and not come out. If he wanted to destroy him, he would have to use absolute power. That was why he sent 100,000 people. He did not expect that Jun Xianxiao would dare to take the initiative to challenge the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. Opportunity, excellent opportunity, as the saying goes, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. After destroying Jun Xianxiao, wouldn't the sect of all times be a piece of meat on the chopping block? Okay. An undetectable killing intent rose in the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect's angry eyes. Shinran Tonggu caught it and hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Jun Xianxiao, "Come back quickly. Don't be rash." The patriarch of the 10 major immortal sects was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Even he himself might not be able to win, let alone his disciple. "Master." Jun Xianxiao hovered above the mountains and said with a solemn expression, "Ever since we established a master-disciple relationship, I've caused you a lot of trouble. I'm ashamed." Sigh. Shinran Tonggu sighed, "I'm used to it." This time, since the 10 major immortal sects have come to target the sect of all times, please watch the battle from afar. "Leave the rest to me," Jun Xianxiao said. Shinran Tonggu fell silent. He was definitely worried about letting Jun Xianxiao face the 10 major immortal sects alone. However, looking at his super serious back, he was a little expectant that his disciple could compete with the strongest forces in the upper realm. "Okay." Shinran Tonggu said, "I'll watch the battle." "Old friend. Let's retreat first." Turning around, he found that Masato Kitano, the 7 sages of the ethereal sect, and the others were already hovering far away from the ancient immortal mountain. They almost took out a watermelon and said, "This watermelon is so sweet." F***ck, you guys ran away too quickly. Shinran Tonggu and his friends and family chose not to participate in the matter between the sect of all times and the 10 major immortal sects. They hung outside the mountain gate as bystanders. Of course. It was also because of their trust in Jun Xianxiao. After 2 years of contact, they did not think that this kid was a fool. Since he did not plan to let them participate and dared to fight the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect alone, he should be competent or have some trump card. Old friend, your disciple is not simple. Maybe he will create a miracle. I hope so. Come on. Xianxia raised his hand and made a provocative gesture. Let's get this over with. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect suppressed his anger and flew over. His extraordinary long robe fluttered without wind. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. He said, arrogance comes with a price. Whoosh, suddenly, Xianxia rushed in front of him. His right hand was buffed with heaven and earth attributes and various special effects. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Hundreds of feet of space collapsed, forming a dense spider web. Boom. The ground caved in and dust flew. Xianxia made a move. He was so fast that the itinerant cultivators in the distance couldn't see him clearly. The big shots of the 10 major immortal sects, Shenren, and the other itinerant cultivators were powerful, so they could naturally see him. So when the dust flew, all of them widened their eyes without exception. What did they see that made them so shocked? They saw Xianxia approach the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect in an instant and then punch him in the face, knocking him to the ground. This seemingly ordinary attack actually contained the explosive profound truths of heaven and earth. The peak. Masato Kitano exclaimed, the truth-seeking realm. Shinran, who had been worried about his disciple, was stunned for a while and then said ecstatically, did he comprehend something again? That's why he suddenly broke through to this level. Because Xianxia had found a reason to improve in advance, now that he burst out with the strength of the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he instantly thought of the enlightenment. How is that possible? Lin Haoyan and the other 9 patriarchs were stunned. They could accept that that guy had the peak strength, but they couldn't accept that he had punched the patriarch of Jin away. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, blowing away the dust. A huge pit appeared, and the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was sunken at the bottom. There was a fist mark on his chest, and his whole face was twisted to the extreme. Ouch! Xianxia, who was suspended in the air, was a little surprised. Not bad. He approached like lightning and attacked like lightning. He had used this trick on Lin Xianxia before. The latter was directly punched, while the patriarch of Jin was only injured. It was obvious that he was stronger. Of course. After all, he was the patriarch of an immortal sect. Damn it. He tried to stand up from the bottom of the pit, suppressing the pain in his chest, and said angrily, I was careless, boom. Boom. At this moment, heaven-crossing palm prints fell from the sky and hit the deep pit with great precision. The ground trembled frequently, and the cracks extended infinitely. The martial arts technique that he had taken from Gu Tianxing was performed by Xianxia, who was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Not only was it more powerful, but it also consumed very little energy, so he could perform it hundreds of times in a short time. Shinran mouth twitched. He hoped that his disciple would be able to reverse the situation and create a miracle. But, he never imagined that his disciple would obtain absolute suppression from the very start of the battle and even crazily bully an immortal sect patriarch. Excitement and exhilaration, Shinran could not help but raise his hand. Slap. Masato Kitano beat him to it and said, if you can feel pain, then you're not dreaming. Ha ha ha. Shinran covered his painful face and laughed. It's true, it's true. My disciple is beating up the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. A moment later. Xianxia was tired and stopped. Throughout the entire process, he was not out of breath and his waist did not hurt. He was even a little spirited. The patriarch of the hidden immortal sect was in a miserable state. Originally, he had been injured by a punch, and now, he was being crazily bombarded by the heaven-crossing palm. He had sunk into the ground, and his entire body was twitching violently. He seemed to be half dead. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that Gosheng was too strong. Lin Haoyan and the other 8 patriarchs' expressions were extremely ugly. They had thought that the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect could easily kill this kid, but in the end, he was killed in an instant. Whoosh! Xianxia flew back to the mountain gate and took a sip of tea. He narrowed his eyes and said, this tea should be drunk while it's hot. In ancient times, the second master of the hidden immortal sect killed Hua Xiong with warm wine. Today, Gosheng has hot tea. damn it. The anger in Lin Haoyan and the others' eyes was enough to start a prairie fire. Jun Changxiao stood up, shook his head and arms, and said proudly, that wasn't even a warm-up. If you want to fight, I'll be there anytime. The 10 great immortal sects wanted to capture the leader first, and he also wanted to get rid of the patriarch. The rest of the troops were nothing to be afraid of. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, I don't bully the weak. If you think you can't beat me, you can come together. What was? Arrogance? This was arrogance. Even a pitiful villain like the demon ancestor didn't dare to challenge the top forces of the 10 great immortal sects alone. This guy. Shinran Tonggu wanted to curse. Dealing with the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect in such a short time had indeed shocked him greatly. He also realized that his disciples' cultivation was unfathomable. However, there was still the patriarch of the 9 great immortal sects present. If he asked them to attack together, he would be looking for trouble. Listen to Jun Patriarch's words. The patriarch of the supreme immortal sect said coldly, you plan to fight the 9 of us alone? That's right. Jun Changxiao hoped to deal with the enemies as soon as possible, and then, bring people to attack their home. After all, they must have plenty of wealth and resources. The patriarch of the supreme immortal sect said, what do you all think? Since Jun Patriarch is so confident, an immortal sect leader said lightly, we naturally have to cooperate. The patriarch of the Jin family's strength was on par with theirs, but that guy was instantly killed. They definitely didn't have the confidence to fight alone, but if it was a group fight, then, come on, who's not afraid of who, face was really important. If it were individual cultivators like Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano, because they abided by the rules of the martial world, they wouldn't fight with numbers. On the other hand, the 10 great immortal sects, who boasted of being high and mighty, didn't care at all. Of course. It wasn't an open fight, so it was normal for them to gang up on him. When the matter was over, they would fabricate some unforgivable crimes for Jun Changxiao and the sect of all times. The world would only praise them and not care about anything else. The demon ancestor was an example. Back then, he was jointly killed by the ancestors of the 10 great immortal sects. Today, the people of the upper realm only remembered to get rid of evil for the people. Who would care about bullying with numbers, as long as it was defined as evil, as long as it could be eradicated, the process and means were not important. Jun Changxiao once again stood in the area where he shattered the space with a punch. Unlike before when he only had one opponent, this time there was Lin Haoyan and the other 8 patriarch of the immortal sect. Their cultivation base was fully unleashed, and the aura they formed madly disturbed the space, causing it to gradually distort and fold. Martial artists rushed to the scene one after another. When they saw the patriarch of the sect of all times and the patriarch of the immortal sect standing in the air above the mountains, they were all dumbfounded. What? Jun Patriarch wants to fight the 9 great immortal sects alone? After hearing the news, the individual cultivators from all walks of life widened their eyes. Is he crazy? Fighting the patriarch of the 9 great immortal sects alone, Jun Patriarch is courting death. From a rational point of view, the individual cultivators who came to watch the show didn't think highly of Jun Changxiao. After all, this kind of behavior was like throwing an egg against a rock. Of course. There were also people who admired him. Facing 9 peak truth-seeking realm cultivators alone, he could still act calmly. His mentality and courage were praiseworthy. No wonder he dared to barge into the realm hall and snatch the mineral veins of the 10 great immortal sects not long ago. Jun Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said indifferently, can we begin? It was a little wrong to fight with numbers. Moreover, there were more and more spectators, so he had to show his poise. Wait. Jun Changxiao took out a comb and tidied his bangs. My head can be broken, blood can flow, but my hairstyle can't be messed up. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The 10 great immortal sects had invaded on a large scale. It was obvious that they wanted to destroy the sect of all times, but this guy was still in the mood to comb his hair. Did he not know the seriousness of the matter? Jun Changxiao knew the seriousness of the matter, which was why he combed his hair in front of others to maintain the image and demeanor of a sect master. Disciple. Shinran Tonggu said telepathically, it's not too late to retreat. If they dare to attack, I will protect you with my life. Jun Changxiao put the comb into his space ring and said. With a smile, Master, I have a surprise for you today. Oh, no. After a pause, he said, a surprise for the upper world. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You haven't brought us any surprises yet. Instead, you've scared us. Fighting the masters of the 9 immortal sects alone. Whoosh. At this moment, Xianxia's body surged with the power of the stone statues, and his fists quickly turned into stone. The strength of 9 peak truth-seeking realm cultivators could not be underestimated. In order to show his respect, Goxing activated the bloodline of the stone statue clan. Damn. Gong Sunho said in surprise, when did the patriarch comprehend the second form? There was no need to explain. Jun Changxiao turned to look at the mountain gate and said impatiently, why aren't you coming over to help? Rose of Flowers was stunned. She had helped Goxing many times. It was rare to see him take the initiative. Swish. While thinking, she had already flown over and stuck her face to her husband's back, turning into a green light and merging into his body. Under the accompaniment of the prelude of the Dagger Society, Jun Changxiao's black hair gradually turned green, and his grassland-colored eyes gradually became extremely sharp. The bloodline of the Stone Statue clan was activated, and the Rose of Flowers fused with him. This was Gongsun Jun Rose. Humph. Seeing that the guy's hair and eyebrows had turned green, Lin Haoyan sneered. What a showy trick. Bang, there was an explosion, and the space suddenly shook. Lin Haoyan's expression changed, and he subconsciously stepped back. Jun Changxiao came in front of him like a cannonball, and a green dragon crescent blade in his hand suddenly slashed down, close to his neck. Rip. Wherever the blade passed, space crumbled. Jun Changxiao assumed a sweeping posture with his saber. A huge crack gradually appeared in the area in front of him, as if it was a natural chasm that had existed since ancient times. His hair was green. He also wielded the green dragon crescent blade. At this moment, if Goxing were to stick a few strands of his beard, he would definitely have the strength to cosplay as Guan Yu. So fast. Shinran Tonggu exclaimed, I almost missed it. Your disciple's wife seems to have gained quite a bit of strength after fusing with that blind man's body, Masato Kitano said solemnly. Not bad. Shinran Tonggu said, she is indeed my disciple's virtuous wife. The camera panned to the battlefield, and Lin Haoyan staggered back a few steps. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. Although Jun Changxiao's saber attack looked ordinary and mediocre, it actually contained the supreme profound meaning of heaven and earth. If he had not retreated in time, his head would have been separated from his body. Go. The other 8 patriarchs were all top powerhouses. Naturally, they would not be shocked by how fast the other party's saber attack was. They hurriedly took the opportunity to press forward. In a battle between masters, there was no room for any flaws to be exposed. Jun Changxiao attacked openly, and there were simply too many flaws to count. Whoosh! The 8 peak stage truth-seeking realm cultivators all used their full strength, forming a monstrous air wave that instantly squeezed the space, causing it to quickly distort and crack. A battle of this level really could not be described with words. It could only be described with pen and ink after the comic was published. At that time, it would be known that this special effect was worth at most 50 cents. Blue Wave Dark Art. Blazing Fire 8 Desolation. Flying Rainbow in the Sky. Whoosh. Ka ka ka. The patriarch of the 8 major immortal sects aimed to kill Jun Changxiao instantly. As soon as he attacked, he used the immortal martial arts that he had immersed himself in for many years. The entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was instantly rendered magnificent. At that moment, all the itinerant cultivators who were watching the battle from afar held their breaths. There was only horror in their eyes. Swish, in the face of all kinds of attacks, Jun Changxiao was calm and composed. He immediately spun the green dragon crescent blade, and the blade was instantly enveloped by the power of the fire. Soul. He suddenly waved it and shouted, Red Heaven Raging Flame Slash. Whoosh, the scorching hot giant chop seal erupted and rushed towards the various martial skills with a momentum that could sweep away 1,000 armies. Red Heaven Raging Flame Slash. What a nostalgic martial arts technique. Today, not only did Jun Changxiao use the green dragon crescent blade, but he also unleashed a power that far exceeded the upper limit, boom, boom, the scorching flames collided with all kinds of martial arts in midair, and the impact crazily spread through the space. A powerful pressure erupted from above, destroying the rocks and trees, and the ground caved in by several feet. Whoosh! The billowing flames spread even further. Retreat! The itinerant cultivators who thought they were hiding far away panicked when they saw the menacing flames. The Sect of all times was very safe because Ryu Sinan used the power of space to form layers of protection outside the mountain gate. As long as the battle did not happen close by, it was not a problem to resist the aftershocks. Boom, boom, in the sky above the sunken ground, Xianxia swung his blade. The scorching flames and evil power erupted, not only shaking heaven and earth, but also the hearts of people. Lin Haoyan and the others collapsed as they fought. Because the battle had begun, not only did they not gain the upper hand, but they were also in a passive position. This guy's aura was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. No matter how strong he was, they should not be suppressed, unless he was already at the insight realm. In fact, Xianxia had just entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He could temporarily suppress them because of the halo and invincibility of the same level. Of course. It was also because of his bloodline and support. Press. At this moment, Lin Haoyan let out a loud roar. Both of his hands were raised to the sky, and a wave of energy with a different attribute erupted. Immediately, it condensed into a huge mountain that seemed real and illusory, and pressed down on Xianxia. From the audience's point of view, the mountain covered half of the sky, and its momentum was huge. Swish, Xianxia went up with his blade and used the blade to resist the mountain, but because the force was too heavy, his body couldn't bear it and sank a lot. Let's put pressure on him together. Lin Haoyan roared. Swish, swish, the other 8 patriarch of the immortal sect immediately gathered the pure power of the true spirit, which seemed to turn into a raging wave and pressed over, and merged with the huge mountain, causing the gravity to suddenly increase. Seeing this, Xianxia knew that he couldn't resist, so he simply gave up resisting, turned into a stream of light, and flew down at an extremely fast speed, finally landing on the cracked and collapsed ground with a loud bang. You can't run. Lin Haoyan roared and controlled the mountain to smash over. However, after Xianxia landed, he stood proudly with his blade horizontally, obviously not intending to dodge. This momentum. It made people respect him. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the mountain that contained the power of 9 people was close to materialization, and it pressed down with terrifying power and momentum. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu's expression was ferocious. At this moment, the situation was extremely dangerous. He wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Masato Kitano. It's too late. The technique that Lin Haoyan used was called the Ling Tian Desolation Suppression Mantra. It was an extremely powerful martial art of the sect. Its advantage was that it could combine external forces to form multiple layers of power. With the power provided by the 8 patriarchs, the huge mountain that seemed real and fake completely materialized. Under the explosion, the mountains and rivers shattered. Although Jinren Tonggu wanted to share the burden with his disciple, he could not make it in time. Moreover, the aura of the huge mountain seemed to have formed a barrier around it. Even if he rushed over, he would be blocked. No one could help Xianxia. He could only rely on himself. It's over. An elder of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect concluded. This sentence was approved by his fellow sect members because they knew how powerful the Ling Tian Desolation Suppression Mantra was. They also knew that with the support of the 8 patriarchs, the explosive power was enough to destroy the world. Whoosh. Whoosh, crack. Crack, the huge mountain that occupied everyone's field of vision sank rapidly. A powerful force crazily squeezed the area covered by the barrier. The space folded layer by layer, and a blade-like gale swept up. Patriarch, the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times were worried. However, when they saw Xianxia standing on the ground, his green hair and body affected by the gale, his face was calm and composed, they were all relieved. After all these years of interaction, they believed that the Patriarch was confident. Lin Haoyan shouted angrily, "The Patriarch of the Sect of all times has committed treason. Today, he will be killed here as a warning to others." Committed treason? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Whoosh, suddenly, his body was enveloped by some kind of energy. His chest and limbs gradually materialized into armor and boots. When the phoenix feather purple gold crown was placed on his head, the complete three-piece Great Sage set was completely activated. Great Sage. Jun Changshao asked in his heart, "Are you willing to be suppressed again?" Whoosh. Whoosh, a special force suddenly surged out of his body and instantly merged with his consciousness. His eyes flashed red, and his whole face twisted. He bared his teeth and said, "No." Stomp, he spread his legs and clenched his fists. Whoosh. Whoosh, a terrifying force of wildness erupted from behind him, rapidly converging into a giant ape with a ferocious face. It stomped its feet, pounded its chest, and roared. The Great Sage had transformed into his true form. In that moment, it was as if the palm of Tathagata was pressing down, but also as if it were a five-fingered mountain. The raging ape roared madly, as if it was resisting the unfairness of fate, as if it was fighting against the heavens. Boom! At this moment, the entire upper realm suddenly shook violently. Shinran Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other cultivators focused their attention on the battlefield. They saw the ferocious ape beast standing in the shattered space, holding the mountain firmly with both hands, preventing it from sinking even an inch. Although the barrier had isolated their auras, they could still tell from their behavior that they were rebellious, defying heaven and earth. Reverse Yin Yang. Defying the gods and Buddhas. Roar. The giant ape roared angrily, and the primordial power in its body burst out crazily, directly lifting up the mountain with prejudice. How is this possible? The faces of Lin Haoyan and the others changed. Even with the 9 of them working together, they were unable to suppress a single macaque. Who? At this moment, the mountain was slowly lifted into the air. Lin Haoyan and the others frantically exerted pressure, but they could not stop it from rising. Unbelievable. The itinerant cultivators were shocked. They thought that Jun Changshao would be smashed to pieces when the 9 patriarch worked together to strengthen the mountain, but in the end, the ape beast alone blocked it. Roar. The Great Sage roared again, and the primordial power in his arms burst out. Whoosh, the mountain was directly thrown out. Boom. The mountain fell to the ground, and it was earth-shattering. Swoosh. 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 Lin Haoyan and the others all suffered from the backlash and flew in all directions. When they stabilized their bodies, their faces were pale, and the blood in their bodies was restless, and they almost vomited blood. The giant ape beast gradually collapsed after neutralizing the Ling Tian desolation suppression art. Jun Changshao, who seemed to have transformed into a macaque, also returned to his human form. He quickly took out a simple sword and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already close to the Supreme Patriarch. Broken macaques, they were all broken macaques. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed, and light flashed. Not good. The Patriarch's expression changed in shock. He dodged to the side regardless of his status. However, no matter how fast his reaction was, it couldn't compare to the speed of the immortal sword. Pucci. Half of his body had just moved away, and his right arm, which didn't keep up with the rhythm, flew out. Ah! An intense burning sensation came from the wound, causing the sect master of the Supreme Immortal Sect to scream in pain. Shinran Tongu, Masato Kitano, and the other experts were dumbfounded. The mountain pressed down. The situation was originally very unfavorable for Jun Changshao, but it was easily broken by him. He even cut off the arm of an immortal sect master at an extremely fast speed. The change in the rhythm was really unexpected. Die. Huff huff, a sound that seemed to come from hell sounded in his ears. The Patriarch, who was screaming in pain, felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He wanted to avoid it. However, he suddenly felt his body become incomparably light. Before the sect master of the Supreme Immortal Sect lost his consciousness, he discovered his corpse in his field of vision and, gradually moved away from it. Me, was he killed? There was no time for him to think about it, because his soul had already returned to the 9 heavens. Shua. Jun Changshao waved the immortal sword and caught the head of the Patriarch with the sword. He looked at Lin Haoyan and the others with killing intent and said, "All of you will die." Silence, complete silence. The hidden Patriarch of the Immortal Sect had been beaten into a deep pit. The martial artists from all sides were already shocked. Now that they saw the patriarch of the Supreme Immortal Sect being beheaded, the shock it brought would only be even more terrifying. Patriarch. The eyes of the upper echelons of the Supreme Immortal Sect were about to split open. Lin Haoyan and the others were suspended in the air with expressions of disbelief. They would never have thought that someone would die under that fellow's sword in the blink of an eye. And the one who died was not the patriarch of the Tao Sect, but the one who died was the patriarch of the Immortal Sect. Since the 10 great immortal sects ruled the upper realm, when had such a great figure died in battle, he had never died. It did not mean that he would not die. Today, Xianxia used his actions to tell the upper realm that those who offended the sect of all times must be killed. Sword. There's a problem. Lin Haoyan and the others quickly calmed down and locked onto the simple sword in Xianxia's hand. They instantly defined it in their hearts. Immortal level. After reaching the peak of the truth-seeking realm, one had already comprehended the profound meaning of heaven and earth. It was very difficult to take their head with conventional weapons. Now that the patriarch of the Supreme Immortal Sect had been beheaded so easily, it was definitely a divine weapon. Shua. Xianxia waved his sword, and the head flew to the front of the mountain gate. He locked onto an Immortal Sect master and said coldly, "You're next." At this moment, his killing intent surged. It was impossible for him to extort money. Since the 10 great immortal sects had invaded, he could forget about leaving alive. The Immortal Sect master, who was locked onto, trembled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Haoyan shouted, "Although this child's sword is extraordinary, it's definitely difficult to control. We don't have to be afraid." That's right. The higher the quality of the sword, the higher the requirements to use it. Xianxia seemed to have taken the head of the Supreme Immortal Sect patriarch in an ordinary manner, but in fact, he had consumed a lot of energy in an instant. Otherwise, how could he have killed him in an instant? Many people might not realize the seriousness of the war between the 10 major celestial sects and the sect of all times. Only after witnessing the death of the Supreme Celestial Sect Patriarch did they realize that the war between the two sides would affect the structure of the upper realm. What did that mean? Everyone knew that the 10 major celestial sects were the leaders of the upper realm. Xianxia's killing was equivalent to subverting their authority. What could they do to him today? Tomorrow, the sect of all times would be more prestigious than the celestial sects, indeed. This matter involved not only life and death, but also whether the sect of all times could break the balance and become an existence on par with the 10 major celestial sects. Tongu. Masato Kitano said in a daze, "Your disciple killed a patriarch of a celestial sect." Shinran Tongu's expression was even more sluggish than his. Obviously, he did not expect Xianxia to turn the situation around and kill the Supreme Celestial Sect Patriarch. What was this? That's right, it was a surprise. Haha. Shinran Tongu looked up and laughed, "Good kill." After the 10 major celestial sects destroyed the demonic tribe, they had always been high and mighty and set many unreasonable laws. As a rogue cultivator, he could not stand it, but he could not defeat them, so he could only keep it in his heart. Now that one of the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects died in the hands of his disciple, it was too damn satisfying. Many rogue cultivators were also secretly happy, but they certainly did not dare to show it like Shinran Tongu. After all, even if one of the patriarchs died, the foundation of the sect was still there. It was still an insurmountable mountain. Go! Lin Haoyan shouted. He also realized that if he did not get rid of Xianxia today, the celestial sect's prestige would plummet. However, even though he wanted to kill him, the other patriarch did not respond. Instead, they looked at Xianxia with fear, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the Supreme Celestial Sect Patriarch. Lin Haoyan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xianxia held his sword in front of him and said coldly, "I'll go." Hoo-hoo. In an instant, an incomparably sharp sword momentum surged out from his body and surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Everyone understood Zhou Hong's sword Dao. "Today, I'll show you my sword Dao." Who? The speed at which the sword aura spread out increased, and it instantly covered the entire sect of all times. The disciples immediately understood and took out their swords from their spatial rings in unison. Then, they raised their swords up high with the hilts facing upwards. Buzz. Buzz. Under the guidance of the sword chi, the sword trembled violently. What's going on? The spectators with swords in the distance saw that their weapons were shaking uncontrollably, and they were all stunned. Clang, clang, suddenly, the sword flew out of its sheath and turned into a stream of light. Swish. Swish. From the Sect of All Times' position and the area where the rogue cultivators gathered, sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew over at an extremely fast speed, like dazzling satin. At the same time, Xianxia's entire body was enveloped by sword light, and his originally cold eyes became even sharper. Swordsmanship. He was not as good as Zhou Hong. However, now that he was holding the supreme immortal sword, the sword chi that he emitted had a different flavor. Who? Thousands of sword chi gathered and strengthened his body. Xianxia flew out with his sword and shouted, 10,000 swords in one. Swish. The gathered swords suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, as if they had turned into a giant sword that pierced through the void and rushed over at a speed that could pierce through the void. The pupils of the targeted patriarch of the immortal sect contracted, and a strong sense of death surged in his heart, causing him to scream uncontrollably, "Save me, save him!" Lin Haoyan exclaimed. However, before he could do anything, he heard a splashing sound, and hot blood bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Crack, Lin Haoyan and the other 7 people froze in midair, and their eyes gradually filled with horror. The camera turned to Xianxia standing behind the Euphoria Immortal Sect's patriarch, whose chest had been pierced through. The thousands of swords that had gathered together gradually dispersed, and the blades flashed with a dazzling light. Plop! The corpse fell, and blood flowed out. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into silence again, and everyone's eyes widened. The second patriarch of the 10 immortal sects had died. The other patriarch of the immortal sects, who were already a little afraid, were even more shocked when they saw that another one of their companions had died under the sword. They had sealed the 2 clans and led everyone here, thinking that they could easily eliminate the Sect of All Times, but in the end they had lost 2 patriarchs in a row. They had never thought that such a plot would happen. Swish. Xianxia turned around and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Lin Haoyan's expression was extremely ugly. The death of the Euphoria Immortal Sect's patriarch made him realize how powerful Xianxia was. At this moment, he began to hesitate whether to retreat or not. "Before you die," Xianxia said, "I want you to understand how ridiculous your previous actions were." Swish. He raised his left hand and said, "Come out, my contract beast." Buzz. The space outside the mountain gate suddenly disappeared. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a huge creature shrouded in flames flapped its wings and hovered in the sky like a burning sun. The Vermilion Bird King. Shinran Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators were stunned. Why would the king of an ancient clan that had disappeared 100,000 years ago suddenly appear in the Sect of All Times and be defeated by Xianxia? F***ck. Masato Kitano said in disbelief, "This is his contract beast?" If Xianxia killing 2 immortal sect masters in a row wasn't shocking enough, the appearance of the Vermilion Bird King would definitely make it look cool, and special effects instantly. Whoosh! Scorching heat waves spread everywhere, forming a terrifying pressure. The martial artists were far enough away, but when they felt the heat waves, they could only circulate their energy to resist and retreat far away in fear. "Everyone," Xianxia said calmly, "do you think that you can destroy the Sect of All Times just because you sealed the ancestral lands of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race?" With the contract beast in the sky, the pretentious aura was extremely strong. On this day, he had waited for a long time. Finally, he could act happily to his heart's content. Gosheng's pretentiousness had reached a new height, but Lin Haoyan and the others were very uncomfortable. It was undeniable that they had always thought that sealing the 2 clans was equivalent to cutting off Xianxia's wings. It was only today that they realized that this kid was not only terrifyingly strong, but also had invisible wings. Awesome. So June Patriarch still has the Vermilion Bird race as a trump card. This race is not classified as one of the 4 major clans because they often disappear. The Vermilion Bird King fought with the Dragon Emperor back then, and both sides were evenly matched. Everyone discussed quietly, and the shock in their eyes was even stronger. Patriarch Lin. A patriarch of an immortal sect said telepathically, "Let's retreat." Jun Changxiao had killed 2 peak-stage truth-seeking realm cultivators in a row, which had already made them wary. Now that he had summoned the Vermilion Bird King, they had no intention to fight at all. Damn it! Even though Lin Haoyan was unwilling, he could only turn it into one sentence. Let's go. They were scared. Go? Jun Changxiao raised his sword and pointed at the patriarch. He said coldly, "The Sect of all times is not a brothel where you can come and go as you wish." Swish, swish, millions of devil army flew out from both sides and enveloped the people of the 10 major immortal sects in a large net. The brand new Diablo entered performance mode under the control of the pilots. Black and White Rakshasa, Ding Xingwang, Li Qingyang, and the others fully unleashed their cultivation and entered combat mode. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Patriarch's order. They would destroy the invading enemies and show the power of the Sect of all times to the world. The 10 great immortal sects had been looking for an opportunity to eradicate the Sect of all times. With the help of the magnificent Sky Dao sect, they finally got what they wanted. However, Jun Changxiao's display of strength and the existence of his invisible wings had caught them off guard. What should they do now? 2 immortal sect patriarch had died, so they had to retreat. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they continued fighting. They were afraid of the Vermilion Bird King that suddenly flew out of the sect. After all, the aura of this beast was clearly above the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Retreat? They had to see if Jun Changxiao and the Sect of all times would agree or not, from the millions of devil army soldiers and a large number of mechas, and from the fact that the upper echelons were fully armed, it was clear that this was not a brothel. It was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. Disciples, listen to my orders. Clean up all these invading trash for me. Jun Changxiao's voice resounded throughout the ancient Immortal Mountain. In response, the disciples shouted in unison and charged over, dragging all kinds of lights behind them. Roar! Roar! Most of the members of the Spirit Beast Hall flew out from the mountain peak. The school uniforms they wore were instantly torn apart, and the huge demon beast's body was quickly revealed. F***CK. The Purple King roared, "Why didn't you take off your clothes in advance?" After saying that, he looked at Yuan Gongzi with a pained expression. The latter shrugged and took out a small book. He silently wrote on it, "Spirit Beast Hall, who destroyed the school uniform. How many beast cores will be fined?" Z felt wronged, but he could only turn it into endless fighting spirit. Then, he obediently took off his school uniform and rushed out wearing only a pair of red underpants. In the sea of people, he had a different style. The Sect of all times had been using the hidden cultivation technique. Now that the Patriarch had given the order to wipe them out, they naturally would not suppress it. Therefore, when they completely released their realm, the aura formed instantly suppressed the 100,000 troops of the immortal sect. They are all, at the core transformation realm. After feeling the oppressive aura, the itinerant cultivator's eyes almost popped out. The strength of the people gathered by the 10 great immortal sects was also very terrifying, but they were not particularly shocked. After all, the elites of the 10 great sects were gathered. However, now that the disciples of the Sect of all times had appeared, and any one of them was at the revolving core realm, it felt like a dream. Lin Haoyan and the other patriarch were dumbfounded. An entire sect was filled with revolving core cultivators. Not to mention the 2 truth sects, even his own immortal sect would find it extremely difficult to accomplish this. "Master!" Jun Changxiao shouted, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" After a moment of silence, Shenren Tonggu replied, "What af** King surprise, what af** King surprise." His disciple was strong enough to kill a peak-seeking truth realm cultivator, and she also had the Vermilion Bird King as her contract beast. Now, the sect disciples were all at the revolving core realm, and there were even many at the upper and middle seeking truth realm. This was simply beyond imagination. No wonder he didn't want us to take action. It turns out that he didn't need us at all. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the Sect of all times shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. after coming to the upper realm for nearly 10 years, they had followed the patriarch all the way until now. Now, they were finally going to show their beautiful wings to the world. Retreat, retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lin Haoyan roared. They had already lost their will to fight, and seeing the disciples of the sect of all times pouncing on them like mad dogs, they had to leave quickly to avoid causing too many casualties and shaking the foundation of the sect. Foundation, sorry. From the moment they decided on the plan to seal the ancestral land and target the sect of all times, they were destined to pay a painful price for their actions. I have always adhered to the principle of staying out of each other's business. Since the 10 great immortal sects came to bully the sect of all times today, then don't blame the sect of all times for retaliating. Xianxia was very cowardly when he was afraid, but he was also very tough when he was tough. Today, not only did he want to destroy the invaders, but he also wanted to go to the territory of the 10 great immortal sects. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was also waiting for an opportunity. Today, he finally had enough reason to destroy these rule setters. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The new generation of battle armor number 66 flew in the sky, and streams of light gathered by various arrays blasted into the enemy like cannonballs, instantly injuring many disciples. Swoosh, swoosh. On the other side, dozens of mechas led by Xianxia launched a high-altitude bombardment, and the light instantly lit up the sky. When the 10 great immortal sects heard the order to retreat, they naturally did not want to continue fighting, so they retreated one after another. However, they were quickly blocked by a large number of devil soldiers and were forced to launch a breakout attack. The overall strength of these people was not bad. All kinds of energy burst out, shaking the heavens and earth and destroying space. However, although their cultivation was only at the first transformation core realm, the devil soldiers were wearing the new battle armor made of heavenly spirit-quenched stone, so they were not hurt at all in the rain of bullets. How is this possible? After the crazy bombardment, seeing that they were safe and sound, the disciples of the immortal sects were all dumbfounded. Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia controlled the mecha to rush over from the side. A sharp saber appeared in her hand out of thin air, and she directly stabbed it into the depths of space, tearing sparks and lightning along the way. Oh no! Bang! 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 Wherever the blade passed, corpses flew everywhere. Too strong. Feeling the super combat power brought by the new mecha, Xianxia's eyes flickered with excitement in the cockpit. Some people might ask if this disciple had given the author some benefits. She had appeared too often recently, of course not. The more non-core disciples appeared, the more it meant that they were about to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several high-level truth-seeking realm cultivators of the 10 great immortal sects flew over. They gathered energy in their palms and directly blasted various parts of the mecha. Powerful true spirit force seeped into the mecha, destroying the structure of the array like a tornado. Beep. Beep, the alarm sounded in their ears. Sigh. Xianxia took off her helmet, revealing a sad face. It's time to say goodbye to the mecha again. With that, she pressed the self-destruct button. Boom. Scorching light flashed, and then a mushroom cloud was formed. Swoosh. Swoosh, several high-level immortal sects flew out of the airwave. Their hair was charred black, and they looked extremely miserable. Boom, boom, boom. In other areas, the high-level black and white Rakshasa had already started fighting with the immortal sects. Because of their strength and equipment, they gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, it was almost impossible to stop the 100,000 enemies who were determined to retreat with the current strength of the sect of all times. Therefore, they had to rely on the Vermilion Bird King. Whoosh! It flapped its flaming wings and instantly appeared above the crowd. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! Fireballs containing extremely powerful power fell from the sky like rain. Whether it was the high-level members or disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, as long as they were hit, they would turn into ashes on the spot. Shimmerin Tongu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. In fact, after the Vermilion Bird King appeared, they realized that if Xianxia was willing to use this power, the 100,000 immortal sect martial artists would all die here. Run, no way. In the face of absolute power, life was like grass. Seeing so many disciples die under the scorching flames, although Lin Haoyan and the others were furious, they could only suppress their grief and anger. At this moment, they had to escape as soon as possible, or else, swoosh, sword chi flew over, extremely powerful. Lin Haoyan and the others hurriedly staggered back. After stabilizing their bodies, they saw Jun Changxiao standing behind them with his sword. He said coldly, "I'll send you on your way." Pooh. Suddenly, the sound of blood splattering could be heard. The few patriarch hurriedly turned their heads and saw a sword mark on the neck of the patriarch of the Golden Feather Immortal Sect. His horrified eyes gradually lost their luster and vitality. 3 of the leaders of the 10 great immortal sects were dead. Clang, the vermilion bird king chirped in the sky, and scorching flames fell like cannonballs. The itinerant cultivators in the distance were all dumbfounded, because they could clearly see that any martial artist of the 10 immortal sects who came into contact with the power of the flames would turn into nothingness. How terrifying. This is a one-sided massacre. I'm afraid the 10 immortal sects are finished this time. With so many elites dying in the Aeon Immortal Mountain, the foundation of the sect would definitely be shaken. If it was serious, they would probably never be able to recover from this setback. Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion. The itinerant cultivators looked over and saw that the ground in the distance had caved in. An immortal sect master was lying in the depths with an eye-catching sword mark on his chest. He had completely lost his life. This was the 4th person to die. Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw Jun Changxiao standing proudly in the sky. His entire body was enveloped by a dark aura, as if he was a demon that had walked out of hell. Lin Haoyan and the other 4 patriarchs' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They looked calm on the surface, but they were actually panicking inside. Killing a peak-stage truth-seeking realm cultivator was as easy as pie. Who would be able to stand it? If it were anyone else, they would have begged for mercy long ago. However, they were the patriarch of the 10 immortal sects that ruled the upper world. Even if the situation was very unfavorable to them, they would not lower themselves to beg Jun Changxiao for forgiveness. Of course. Even if they knelt down and kowtowed, it would be useless. Jun Changxiao had already made up his mind to kill all the enemies who came to attack him. He would use his actions to tell the upper world that those who offended the sect of all times would be killed. Speaking of which, the main mission was to raise the sect to the level of an immortal sect within 100 years. Now that he had trampled on such a force, wouldn't it be equivalent to completing the mission in disguise? Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao's killing intent became even stronger. A general's success is built on thousands of bones. Today, I will use the corpses of the 10 immortal sects to build the throne of the sect of all times. 10,000 swords in one. Puchi. All things as swords. Puchi. With the support of the divine weapon and the first and second forms of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, Jun Changxiao instantly reaped the lives of 2 immortal sect patriarch, not giving them any chance to escape. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, perhaps only powerhouses like Gong Sun Ruoli could do anything to him in the upper realm. 2 more dead. When the cultivators watching the battle from afar saw that only Lin Haoyan and the other 2 were standing in the sky, their expressions became more and more interesting. He was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, the top powerhouse in the upper realm. But now, 6 of them had been killed by Jun Changxiao in such a short period of time. How terrifying was this? Someone would ask. Aren't there 10 patriarch? How come there were only 9 of them? That was because Jun Changxiao had defeated the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect first. At this moment, this guy was lying in the deep pit, pretending to be dead. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to cover his face with the soil, secretly praying, "Don't find me, don't find me, Puchi." The sword light flew over and pierced through his chest. Puchi. The force of the spurting blood sent the soil flying, revealing the hideous face of the patriarch of the hidden immortal sect. Before he died, he roared in his heart, "Who was the one who asked? You caused my tragic death." At this point, 7 of the 10 immortal sect masters were dead. Powerhouses of this level were previously considered to be extremely powerful, but now they were lying in the forest as corpses. It was really a pity. Next. Jun Chongxiao raised the ultimate immortal sword and pointed it at Lin Haoyan, saying in a cold voice, "It's your turn." From the moment he appeared until now, he had been the most talkative. This made Goshen guess that the invasion of the Sect of all times was planned by him. That was right. Lin Haoyan was indeed in charge of the dog extermination operation. He did not kill them immediately because he wanted to let them witness the deaths of several patriarchs, so that they would realize how ridiculous it was to invade the Sect of all times. He. Jun Chongxiao laughed strangely. "Let me ask you, do you regret it?" The system was speechless. Suddenly laughing strangely at this juncture, it was easy for the reader to suspect that the host was the villain. Actually, the 10 immortal sects and the Sect of all times did not have a good or bad side, because one was defending authority, and the other was challenging authority. No matter who lived or died, they would not talk about righteousness. "I regret it. I regret it so much." Lin Haoyan clenched his fists, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "If I knew that you would grow to this extent in such a short period of time, I would have killed you in the void when my sect ascended." "You are not regretting it," Jun Chongxiao poured power into the sword and said coldly, "this is called not repenting even in death." Whoosh, the sharp sword cut through the void and mercilessly slashed at Lin Haoyan. Based on the previous patriarch's death, he basically had no chance of dodging. Even if he used all kinds of treasures, they would all be crushed together. However, when the sword energy tore through the patriarch's body, it disappeared instantly like an afterimage. Jun Chongxiao frowned and said, "Did he use a divine ability to escape?" Bam! Bam! At the same time, the remaining 2 patriarchs also used some kind of divine ability and disappeared into thin air, leaving only smoke that resembled the exhaust of a car. A monk can run away, but can the temple run away? Jun Chongxiao put the sword into the space and said coldly, "After the battlefield is cleaned up, I will personally visit." Pfft. After saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh whoosh. A breeze blew, and his green hair fell off, and his head became shiny again. "Ha ha ha." The system said, "Overuse, relapse." Jun Chongxiao took out the magically modified hair growth agent, squeezed out a ball of it, and rubbed his head carelessly. He ordered, "Kill the rest, don't let a single one escape." "Yes." Whoosh. 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 The disciples' killing intent rose, and they immediately rushed over to fight. With the Vermilion Bird King restraining them from the sky, the immortal sect martial artists who had lost their general were destined to be wiped out. "They're finally here. Strange, why is the Sect of all times still here?" After an hour, more and more non-affiliated martial artists arrived at the scene. Many of them were puzzled when they saw that the strongest Sect of all times plaque was still intact. "You're too late." The one who came first gradually recovered from the shock and said, "The Sect of all times has already wiped out all the people from the 10 great immortal sects." "I see, what? The 10 great immortal sects were wiped out by the Sect of all times?" This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. This day was destined to be an eternal day. However, the disciples of the Sect of all times who had wiped out all the martial artists from the 10 great immortal sects were now collecting the scattered space rings on the immortal mountain. Patriarch. In the main hall of the sect, Xianxia walked over and said, "According to the statistics, we lost more than 600 new fighter jets, 10,000 Moang soldiers, and 1 disciple was injured." "Who was injured?" "Jingji." Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, "It's too embarrassing for him to be the only one injured. After he recovers, follow Mao Xiaodao and clean the toilets for 10 days. "Yes." Xianxia left and went to the medical hall. Jingji, who was full of energy, noticed that her senior brother was coming. She quickly lay on the bed and pretended to be weak. "Although I'm dead, I'm still a disciple of the Sect of all times, junior brother Jing." Xianxia said, "The patriarch ordered you to follow junior brother Mao and clean the toilets for 10 days after you've recovered." "Huh?" Jingji immediately stood up and howled, "Why? Are you okay?" I can't." Jingji clutched her chest and said in pain, "My head hurts." "Maybe my soul was hurt after the mech exploded," Xianxia roared, "What does your chest have to do with your head hurting?" It suddenly changed. In my opinion, Junior brother is deliberately lying about his injury. If we send him to the discipline hall, he will face the wall for at least a month. Swoosh, Xianxia jumped up from the bed and performed a set of military boxing. She said, "It suddenly doesn't hurt anymore." What happened in the sect of all time swept through the upper realm like a storm the next day. Many cities set up projection screens, playing the scene of the battle between the sect of all times and the 10 immortal sects. For a moment, all the martial artists were dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird King. When the huge bird beast covered in flames appeared on the screen, it immediately set off another round of exclamations. Speaking of which, from the perspective of the camera, it should be in the sect of all times. Who recorded it? Hee. In the study, Li Tian placed a photo on the table and grinned. Not only did I use a formation to capture the entire process of the battle, but I also took the opportunity to take a picture of the patriarch killing the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Needless to say, this guy was very professional. In the photo, Goxing was holding the immortal sword of perfection with all kinds of special effects. He looked very imposing at first glance. Not bad. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xianxia, that kid deliberately faked his injury. When the new number 66 battle armor is made, you'll be in charge of operating it." Li Tian was overjoyed and immediately declared loudly, "I won't let the patriarch down." He had been thinking about the mech for a long time, and today, he finally got his wish. However, when the news reached Xianxia's ears, she immediately collapsed on the bed like mud, wailing in her heart, "Someone must be jealous of my high appearance rate, so they said something bad in front of the patriarch." The battle scene was repeatedly played in the major cities of the upper realm. If one had to use a word to describe the current world, it would be exploding. As the authority of the upper realm, the 10 immortal sects sent out 100,000 elites, but they did not return. This was definitely shocking. 7 out of the 10 patriarch died. This is too terrifying. Something that I didn't even dare to dream of actually happened yesterday. It's a pity that I couldn't witness it with my own eyes. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life. I'm afraid the sect of all times is going to go to heaven in this battle. Please remove the word terrifying because it's already going to heaven. What were the 10 immortal sects, the bosses of the upper realm, the supreme existences who meant what they said? The elites they sent out were all defeated by the myriad ancient immortal mountains. In the current world, what other powers could fight against them? If a poll was held right now to determine who was the strongest sect in the upper realm, the martial artists who had seen the video would definitely vote for the sect of all times without hesitation. No one questioned him. There was nothing wrong with it. Ding. The host has repelled the invading 10 major immortal sects and caused a stir in the upper realm. The host is rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. As the news spread, Jun Changxiao, who was in the sect of all times, heard a notification. No way. I'm about to destroy the 10 great immortal sects, and I'm only rewarded with 10,000? From a gaming point of view, the immortal sect was the final boss level in the upper realm. Goxing had killed 7 patriarchs and 100,000 elites. It was unreasonable to give him such a small amount of reputation points. How much do you want? At least 100 million, and there's no discount. Go to sleep. It can be realized in your dreams. Although Jun Changxiao was depressed, he could only accept this reality. Then, he went to the main hall, gathered all the higher-ups, and said, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." The black and white Rakshasas and the others said in unison. "Okay." Jun Changxiao slapped the armrest and said, 3 days later, follow me to the High Heaven Immortal Sect. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. You came to invade the sect of all times, so I will definitely go to your house as a guest and taste your tea to see if it's delicious. Do you want to taste the tea? The system said, you're just greedy for their magnetite. It was strange. With the 10 major immortal sects' current losses, they should be chasing after the victory. Why did Jun Changxiao have to wait 3 days? There were 2 reasons. First, he needed to give the martial artists in the upper realm time to go to the High Heaven Immortal Sect as soon as possible to watch the show. In fact, it was Jun Changxiao who ordered the battle videos to be spread to all the cities. The purpose was to make the sect famous. From the reputation points reward, it was obvious that the effect was good. This time, they were going to the 10 major immortal sects as a guest. At least they could be witnesses when the time came. Perhaps it would help to complete the main mission. The second reason was more serious. Although no disciples were killed in the battle with the 10 major immortal sects, thousands of Moang tribe soldiers were injured and killed. Therefore, they had to be given a grand funeral to comfort their souls in heaven. The next day, in the mountain forest under a drizzle, Xianxia, dressed in black, stood in an open space. There were tombstones in front of him, where the Moang tribe soldiers who died in the battle for the Sect of all times were buried. The higher-ups and disciples of the Sect of all times were lined up neatly behind him, their faces solemn. Salute! Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone in the Sect of all times gave a high-level military salute. Xianxia squatted down and put one hand on the tombstone. He looked solemn and said, "Although you are nameless, you died because of the Sect of all times. I will remember this and repay you with the blood of the 10 major immortal sects." The last few words were full of killing intent. The Moang tribe soldiers did not join the sect, but that did not stop Xianxia from treating them as family. Therefore, the immortal sects must be responsible for those who died in the previous battle, on this day. The rain only stopped late at night. The entire sect was shrouded in a faint sadness. "Husband, are you sure you want to cause trouble for the 10 major immortal sects?" In the study, Rose of Flowers asked as she poured tea. Xianxia clasped his hands together and said with a cold look, "I want to destroy these sections." When the first fleet of the astral spirit realm invaded, the 10 major immortal sects sent out a lot of elders, and their strength seemed to be no weaker than your father. "If we go to them, we will definitely alarm them," Rose of Flowers said. Although 100,000 elites were destroyed and 7 patriarchs were killed, the threat was not completely removed, because the 10 major immortal sects still had old antiques in seclusion. "I know," Xianxia said, "that's why we have to take the initiative to attack. At least we don't have to worry about them attacking us first." "I understand," Rose of Flowers said in realization. "Husband, you want to drag the battlefield to their doorstep." "That's right." Xianxia touched his shiny head and said, "It's a little suffocating to be on the defensive all the time. We have to take the initiative." Indeed. The other party attacking and the other party attacking were two completely different things. "Why did you take off your hair again? Were you wearing a wig before? I think it looks good like this. There's no need to deliberately hide it." "That's not right." Xianxia finally came to his senses and roared, "It's already the middle of the night. Why are you still in my room? P.S. I can't take it anymore. My brain is about to explode. Tomorrow I may, give me some monthly votes." While Xianxia was paying respects to the dead Moang clan soldiers, the Drizzle Hall was busy distributing flyers. In just a day, the news of the Sect of all times visit to the Ling Tian celestial sect had spread throughout the upper realm. It had undoubtedly become a hot topic. The 10 major celestial sects have lost so many elites. It's obvious that June Patriarch is planning to trample them under his feet. Many martial artists knew that the so-called visit was just a facade. The real intention was to destroy the sect. Without yesterday's incident, many people would have thought that Xianxia was out of his mind. However, they thought it was normal now. After all, he had absolute strength. It was only natural for him to return the favor. However, someone said worriedly, the Ling Tian celestial sect has a senior powerhouse who's in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid June Patriarch won't be able to gain anything by visiting them. The 10 major celestial sects had their own supreme elders. Although they were usually in closed-door cultivation, they would definitely not stand by and watch if the sect's safety was at stake. Based on the light screen, June Patriarch killed the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects easily. He might not be weaker than an old monster who's in closed-door cultivation all year round. These are not for us to worry about. The most important thing now is to go and watch the show. I'm afraid there won't be any seats left if we're late. Yes, yes. Martial artists from various cities made their way to the Ling Tian celestial sect one after another. They did not witness the battle yesterday. Now that the Sect of all times had taken the initiative to visit the Ling Tian celestial sect, they could not miss it no matter what. Naturally, many martial artists supported Jun Changxiao from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this man had the courage to challenge authority and was about to break it. He deserved everyone's respect. Sect of all times. Li Luoqiu reported, the news has been spread. Many forces and sectless cultivators are heading to the Lingtian celestial sect now. All right. Jun Changxiao nodded and asked, have you informed Master and Senior Qi? Yes. Li Luoqiu said, they should set off now. Jun Changxiao thought about it for a moment before he said, inform the major clans to go and join in the fun. Yes. Li Luoqiu hurriedly retreated. Jun Changxiao lazily leaned against the back of the chair and said, I want to rub your high and mighty immortal sex on the ground in front of everyone. East Sea. The island that carried the teleportation array. Buzz, buzz, the members of the array formation hall, led by the old Taishan, flew out and stopped at the area where the ancestral land of the stone statue clan was sealed. They began to penetrate the internal structure and conduct a comprehensive analysis and decryption. Reality proved that without the help of the two great clans, Jun Changxiao still had the strength to fight against the 10 great immortal sects. Therefore, he naturally had to unseal it now. Buzz, the invisible sealing formation gradually appeared. Xianxia retrieved her soul and said with a smile, Grand Elder, I've found a flaw. She had been studying mechas with the old man from Taishan recently, especially after coming into contact with the more complicated formation system of the astral spirit world. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had even surpassed Zhendijuan in some aspects. If nothing went wrong, she would be the next hall master of the array formation hall. Speaking of which, it had to be mentioned that the current hall masters of the sect of all times were older, such as Elder Wei of the Medicine Hall, Zhendijuan of the Array Formation Hall, and Fan Yezi of the Smithing Hall. They would definitely retire in the future and let the younger generation take over their positions. If a sect wanted to prosper, it could not do without the injection of new blood. It was normal for there to be some changes in the sect of all times in the future. This was especially true for Elder Wei. He had expressed to Jun Changxiao many times that he wanted to retire. Over the years, the cultivation of herbs had provided logistical support for the sect of all times, allowing them to slowly rise from insignificance. Elder Wei had also done his best in cultivating talents. Sun Bukong and the other young disciples were not only proficient in herbs, but also in medicine. It would not be a problem for them to take over the medicine hall. Jun Changxiao was actually quite concerned about this problem. He knew that the future of the sect depended on the young people. It was not a bad thing to let them take up the responsibility early. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao replied, there's no rush. Take it slow. He already had the idea of letting the younger generation take over the position of hall master, but it was not the right time yet. Therefore, he needed some time to completely forget about it. Only when the readers reminded him would he implement it. A few hours later, the sealing formation of the stone statue tribe was penetrated until it was full of holes. In the end, it could not hold on any longer and was destroyed. Girl. The Taishan elder asked, have you memorized it? Yes. The 10 great celestial sects had gathered so much manpower and resources to set up the sealing formation in a few months. Not only was it easily broken by the sect of all times, even the complete layout was engraved in Xianxia's heart. This fully explained that one could fight against the heavens and the earth, but not against cheats. Let's go. The Taishan elder ordered, go and remove the seal of the dragon tribe. With the previous experience, it only took a short 4 hours to break the second sealing formation. The 10 great celestial sects had worked so hard to create it over the past few months, but it was broken so easily in a few hours, outside. Because the sect of all times had spread the news in advance, martial artists from all over the world were heading to the Lingtian celestial sect as soon as possible. The number of people was hard to estimate. Cluck cluck cluck. The next day. Early in the morning, a rooster with the bloodline of the vermilion bird raised its head and crowed, waking the entire sect from their sleep. Swoosh! Swoosh! Disciples in brand new school uniforms walked out of their rooms and gathered at the training field on the main peak. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the other higher-ups were already in place. Their expressions were unusually serious, and the idiotic atmosphere of the sect was gone. Thud. Xianxia walked out of the main hall. He was dressed in white today, and his black hair danced in the wind. He looked majestic and extraordinary. "Husband, why are you wearing a wig again?" Rows of Flowers muttered in her heart. Xianxia stood in front of the main hall with his hands on his hips. He looked at the high-ranking disciples and said loudly, "Disciples, listen up. Follow me. Heaven. Celestial. Sect. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh." On this day, tens of thousands of disciples of the Sect of all times flew out of the Sect of all times with their colorful wings. Many Diablo mechas and tall Moang soldiers followed closely behind. "Senior brother, everyone is leaving." Mao Xiaodao looked envious at the entrance of the outhouse. "Don't just stand there." Jingji said impatiently, "Hurry up and clean the place." Because he had faked his injury, he had been stripped of his mecha pilot status and could only follow his junior in cleaning up the house. However, he had always kept the mecha operations manual that he had written in his arms. He firmly believed that one day, he would be able to operate a mecha again and bring glory to the sect. At the Lingtian Celestial Sect, Lin Haoyan sat at the head of the table. His eyes were burning with anger. The outside world was spreading the news that the Sect of all times was coming to visit, and he had naturally heard about it. "Patriarch." An elder said worriedly, "What should we do?" "What else can we do?" asked the Grand Elder. Lin Haoyan used a secret escape technique to escape. He looked normal now, but his internal body had suffered a backlash, and his strength was not as strong as before. Therefore, if Xianxia came to find trouble, they could only rely on the remaining elders of the sect. "Patriarch." At this time a disciple rushed in and said, "The Sect of all times is here." Lin Haoyan. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside, "Get your ass out here." Whether a sect was strong or not, one could tell by looking at its territory. For example, as one of the absolute rulers of the upper realm, the mountain where the Lingtian immortal sect was located was majestic like a fairyland. Even the air was filled with extremely strong heaven and earth attributes. To be honest, Xianxia was jealous. With such good feng shui, even if he did not cultivate, he would definitely become stronger just by breathing every day. "No. I have to modify the Aeon Immortal Mountain when I go back." Although the Lingtian Immortal Sect's mountain was good, it was only suitable for visiting and not for taking over. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to build his own territory with his own hands. In fact, throughout the rise of the Sect of all times, although they had bullied many sects and occupied many resources, their territory was still the Ironbone Mountain. They did not change it because of a better feng shui. This was homesickness. This was passion. Li Qingyang was also shocked by the Lingtian Immortal Sect's mountain. He thought to himself, the sect still needs to be improved in many ways. In an instant, non-repetitive building blueprints appeared in his mind. Is this June Patriarch? Isn't he bald? Why does he have hair? He has an imposing appearance and looks handsome. Outside the Lingtian Immortal Sect's territory, millions of onlookers gathered to watch the show. They whispered about Xianxia's appearance. Of course, they also admired him for asking the Patriarch of the Immortal Sect to come out as soon as he flew over on the warship. Too arrogant, too awesome, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from the distant sky. "Disciple. I'm here." Jimren Tongu flew over with Masato Kitano and the other relatives and friends. Then, they hovered on the right side of the warship with smiles on their faces. The 10 great immortal sects were targeting the Sect of all times. They went to support them with the determination to fall out with them and even die on the battlefield, so their expressions were very serious. Now that they knew about Xianxia's strength, they were naturally calm. Whoosh, whoosh, another gust of wind blew from the sky. The experts of the stone statue race, led by the 3 ministers and 9 ministers, arrived soon after. They hovered on the left side of the warship and saluted Xianxia in unison. "Greetings, Patriarch." "Patriarch? June Patriarch is the patriarch of the stone statue tribe?" All the martial artists were dumbfounded. When the star spirit world invaded for the second time, although many ordinary warriors saw the stone statue clan, they did not know what relationship they had with Jun Changxiao. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano had heard about it in advance, but when they saw the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, who were stronger than them, standing respectfully at the side, they couldn't remain calm. Disciple. You are giving me too much face. At this moment, Shinran Tonggu held his head high and puffed out his chest. His eyes were filled with pride. He did not look like someone who had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements as described by Jun Changxiao. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky, startling everyone to raise their heads. They saw dozens of extraordinarily mighty giant dragon beasts flying over as if they were riding on clouds and mist. Dragon tribe. Everyone was even more shocked. Wait a minute, could the young man standing on the dragon beast in gorgeous clothes and a crown be the Dragon Emperor? Disciple Long Out Yin. Little Long Long led everyone to hover in front of the warship. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." The dozens of upper echelons of the dragon tribe, who had transformed into their true forms, lowered their heads with great respect in their eyes. The upper echelons of the 2 clans had arrived one after another. One called him Patriarch, and the other called himself Disciple. This made the onlookers even more shocked. There was more. Swish, swish. At this moment, streams of light flew over from all over the world. From the aura they emitted, it was obvious that they were not humans. Greetings, Jun Patriarch, Patriarch of the Thunder Rhombus tribe. Greetings, Jun Patriarch, Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix tribe. Patriarch of the Divine Walker tribe. When the patriarchs of the various clans flew over with their upper echelons and bowed to Jun Changxiao on the ancient warship, the millions of martial artists were dumbfounded. What was the meaning of style? This was it, smack. Li Tian, who was piloting Mecha number 66, took the opportunity to take out his camera. He used the wide-angle lens to capture the scene of the various clans bowing to the patriarch. Swish! Swish! At this moment, a few streams of light flew out from the Lingtian immortal sect. The person in the lead was Lin Haoyan. When he saw Jun Changxiao standing on the warship, he was instantly enraged. F***CK. Why are all the clans here? If he had a rage value on his head, it would have risen to the top when he came out but quickly fell back to the bottom when he saw the experts of the various clans. Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, as the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since the Lingtian immortal sect has visited the sect of all times, I naturally have to return the favor. Lin Haoyan's expression was extremely ugly. Almost all the clans were gathered here. This return visit was too big, it had to be. The 10 major celestial sects sent 100,000 elites to the sect of all times. If I don't return the favor with a bigger scene, I'll definitely be criticized by the readers. Jun Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said in a low voice, do you have to make things irreversible? Haha. Jun Go Leftover smiled politely and awkwardly. Shinran Tonggu was more straightforward. He looked at Lin Haoyan with a look of disdain. If it were not for his status, he would have spat on the spot. When the 10 major celestial sects came to attack my disciples' sect, why didn't you consider making things irreversible? Patriarch Lin. Jun Changxiao flipped his hair and said with a smile, after all, we're all sections. We'll see each other often in the upper realm. I don't want to make things too ugly. How about this? Hand over all the martial arts resources of your sect and I'll leave immediately. Bah. The system said, you're still greedy for other people's resources. At this point, the Lingtian celestial sect could no longer compete with the sect of all times. The best outcome was to pay and admit their mistake. However, Lin Haoyan was unhappy when he heard that they had to hand over all their resources. Resources were very important to a sect. Handing them all over was equivalent to destroying their own martial arts. Jun Patriarch. Lin Haoyan said, the Lingtian celestial sect is willing to compensate, but we can't hand over all our resources. There were millions of martial artists present. If they said that they were willing to compensate, they were really admitting defeat. However, since they were going to admit defeat, they had to show some backbone. At the very least, they had to bargain and not be taken advantage of. Using all our resources to guarantee that the Lingtian celestial sect will not be removed from the upper realm. This deal is worth it, right? Xianxia said. Everyone present understood. Jun Patriarch's meaning was simple. If they handed over all their resources, the sect could continue to exist. If they did not, they would be removed from the upper realm. How domineering! All the martial artists thought to themselves. The celestial sect, which had a long history in the upper realm, was like a supreme god. Now that someone had threatened them so blatantly, it was definitely something that they could not even dream of. Is there no room for negotiation? Lin Haoyan said with difficulty. It was very painful to beg for mercy in front of everyone. However, he had to say it because he could not allow the celestial sect's foundation to be destroyed in his own hands. No. Jun Changxiao's answer was also very decisive. In fact, he had already given them a way out. Previously, he had sent 100,000 elites to annihilate the Lingtian celestial sect. Lin Haoyan's expression changed unpredictably. There was struggle, pain, and anger in his eyes. In the end, he only said one word, fine, my ass. Suddenly, a deep and old voice resonated from the celestial sect. With me here, no one can extort the Lingtian celestial sect. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, waves of air surged toward them. The heaven and earth attribute in the surroundings seemed to be forcefully gathered by some unquestionable force. Then, it quickly formed a huge palm print that carried a vast might above the ancient warship. Oh, no! Zhenren Tonggu's expression changed drastically. Protect the Patriarch. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers reacted quickly. They immediately flew up and unleashed the power of the stone statues to form layers of defense. Stand down. Jun Changxiao's voice resonated from the warship. I'll meet him. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from outside the Lingtian immortal sect. Violent shockwaves roared as the space gradually distorted and collapsed. The ancient warship at the edge of the storm was unaffected because the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers had gathered the power of the stone statues to form an impenetrable wall that covered a wide area. Bam! 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 The shockwaves crazily attacked the barrier. Zhenren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators hid behind the barrier. Their expressions changed again and again. If there were no stone statue tribe powerhouses, they would be affected by this power. At best, they would vomit blood and be injured. At worst, they would die. The millions of martial artists who were watching the show were unlucky. They did not expect someone to suddenly fly out of the Lingtian immortal sect and gather a terrifying palm print at lightning speed. Therefore, when the shockwave spread out, they did not have time to retreat at all. They were all affected. Spurt, spurt, blood sprayed wildly on the ground. When the shockwaves gradually weakened, the martial artists who were standing outside the Lingtian immortal sect's territory were all sent flying for more than 10 miles. There were many corpses lying on the ground. This was the result of watching the show. Of course, the strength of the attack was too high. If it were an ordinary truth-seeking stage cultivator, the shockwaves would not spread so far even if they were badly injured. This is too terrifying. What kind of power is this? The martial artists who were sent flying suppressed the boiling blood in their bodies and tried to look at the crack in the sky. Although the shockwaves killed many low-level martial artists, it was still difficult to suppress the curiosity of most people. Therefore, they had to continue watching the show. Moreover, they were already thousands of miles away from the battlefield. If they were affected again, then, they could only accept their fate. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, in the area where the space collapsed, the wind whistled like blades. A majestic old man about 70 years old gradually appeared. His eyes were deep and sharp, and his skinny palms were surrounded by extremely pure heaven and earth profundity. He was the Grand Elder of the Lingtian immortal sect, Bo Yazi. This person stood proudly in the shattered space. His every move revealed the demeanor of a powerhouse. He was not someone the patriarch of the 10 major celestial sects could compare to. Half step? No, he's still not as strong as the old patriarch. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers quickly made this judgment based on the aura released by the old man. That wasn't the main point. The main point was the patriarch alright? Everyone released their spiritual senses and soon found Xianxia in the sunken area on the ground. He slowly flew out of the deep pit. The armor on his body was shining, and the corner of his mouth raised into a charming smile. Boyazi frowned slightly. The move he used just now was the top martial art of the sect, the Ling Tian crushing seal technique. Furthermore, he had already comprehended it to the extreme, so it was truly inconceivable for him to come out unscathed after a palm strike. No wonder. Boyazi thought to himself, to be able to kill 7 patriarch. Although his strength was not as strong as Gongsun Ruoli's, he was very close to the half-step level. Peak-seeking realm cultivators like Shinran Tonggu and Masato Katana were no match for him. Although Jun Changxiao didn't manage to resist the palm strike just now and was sent flying out of the warship, he was still unscathed. Judging from the fact that he was almost at the peak of the half-step level, everyone's success couldn't be separated from hard work and effort, just like Go Xing's success couldn't be separated from the modification of his level. In fact, when the first fleet of the Star Spirit Realm invaded, Boyazi had participated in the battle. At that time, Jun Changxiao wasn't qualified to participate in a battle of this level, so from afar, he only felt that the other party was surrounded by unfathomable heaven and earth attributes, making it difficult to see his true appearance. But now, not only could he see clearly, but he could also count the number of nose hairs that were exposed. People who were in seclusion all year round would definitely neglect to wash up. Their hands and feet were too long, and their beard was unshaven. It was normal for their hair to be messy. Slowly flying up and stopping in the sky, Jun Changxiao gently patted the dust off his shoulder and said, "I've given the Ling Tian Immortal Sect a way out. Since you don't want to cooperate, then." The ultimate immortal sword appeared out of thin air, and its eyes flashed with strong killing intent, "Disappear from the upper realm." "Kid," Boyazi said coldly, "the Ling Tian Immortal Sect has been in the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years. How can a newly risen sect like you destroy us?" Grand Elder Lin Haoyan wanted to say something but stopped. If the remaining powerhouse of the older generation did not come out, he would definitely choose to pay the compensation. After all, he was injured from using his divine ability, and the sect's elites had suffered heavy casualties. They could not afford to suffer anymore. "Haoyan." Boyazi stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Since the establishment of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect until now, we're above all living things, we've relied on our strength. If you use resources in exchange for an ignoble existence today, how can you face your ancestors in the underworld?" This sentence contained majesty and penetrated Lin Haoyan's mind, causing his originally painful and conflicted gaze to instantly become resolute. "Grand Elder, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor." Boyazi said, "This is the person of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. This is the spirit of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. Damn it." Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart. This guy made it sound so beautiful, as if he was the villain. It was still the same sentence. There was no right or wrong between the two sections. They had different goals. As long as it did not affect the innocent, it did not matter who died or who died. This was because in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong preyed on the weak. "All right." Jun Changxiao raised his sword and said calmly, "I'll send you all to meet your ancestors in the underworld." Whoosh, the scorching fire soul energy enveloped the sword, and the space was quickly distorted by the heat. Boyazi understood that this person's strength could not be underestimated since he did not injure him in the slightest. Therefore, the true spirit energy and heaven and earth profundity in his body erupted wildly, and his gaze became even more serious. "Come." Jun Changxiao shouted, "Let's fight." Boyazi said, "If I'm lucky enough to win, the grudge between our sects will be written off." "How about that?" "I'm sorry." Jun Changxiao stood up with his sword and said, "You can't win. It was here. The patriarch of the sect of all times vs the supreme elder of the high heaven celestial sect. As of now, the battle between the two should be considered the top martial arts competition in the upper realm." Whoosh, the monstrous flaming sword chi cut through the void and rushed over like a roaring fire dragon. Boyazi's expression turned serious. His skinny hands waved in the void, and layers of heaven and earth attributes stirred up the layers of space, forming an extremely powerful energy wave. He shouted, "Destruction of all things." Ka ka ka, ka 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 ka. It was used by a top expert who was about to reach the half-step stage. The energy wave that gathered the destructive energy wave rushed over quickly and finally collided with the flaming sword chi, producing a dazzling light and a deafening explosion. Fortunately, the ancient warship retreated far away in time, and the violent aftershocks did not disturb them. Boom, however, in the area where the space was distorted and the flames spread, a muffled sound was suddenly heard. Boyazi was blasted out like a cannonball, and then he landed at a low altitude in an extremely sorry state. When they saw his face clearly, there was an obvious fist mark on the right side of his face. He was beaten up? Shinran Tonggu and Masato Katana were stunned. Whoosh, at this moment, a red stream of light rushed out from the energy explosion area and approached Boyazi. It instantly launched a dazzling attack. Every time it attacked, it would spew out scorching flames and bring about the sound of fists hitting flesh. Tonggu, Masato Katano said in disbelief, your disciple's speed is so fast. I can't see him clearly at all. Shinran Tonggu was stunned. The speed of his attacks and the strength of his aura were even stronger than when he was supported by the rows of flowers and his bloodline. Could it be that he had comprehended something and his strength had greatly increased? Good tea. Suddenly, there was a sound of praise from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Jun Changxiao standing in the sky, holding a cup of tea in his hand and sipping it carefully. Why was he here, who was fighting with the supreme elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect? Boom, on the other side, there was a shocking sound. Boyazi staggered and fell to the ground, and he only managed to stabilize himself after taking dozens of steps back. The supreme elder of the Ling Tian celestial sect? In the sky, a red-haired man in his 20s gradually walked out of the scorching flames. He said with disdain, compared to the Dragon Emperor of the past, he's still a far cry. Who, the Vermilion Bird King, Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the sky, took another sip of tea and said calmly, with a powerful bodyguard, why would I need to fight personally? F***CK. The system roared. The content is seriously inconsistent with the chapter title. Boom. Boom. Outside the Ling Tian immortal sect, explosions and surging air waves filled the air. All kinds of special effects were so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes. The supreme elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect was in for a tragedy. In a short time, he was beaten by the Vermilion Bird King until he fell to the ground in a sorry state. His arm was in pain and his fingers were trembling non-stop. I thought it was very powerful. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it turns out that it's so weak. The corner of Shinran Tonggu's mouth twitched slightly. My disciple, it's not that that guy is weak, it's that your contract beast is too strong, this was undeniable. After all, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Vermilion Bird King was already on par with the previous Dragon Emperor of the dragon race. After the Nirvana rebirth, it was even more insightful. As of now, other than the mysterious storyteller, the only one who could fight it was Gong Sun Ruoli, who had just left not long ago. What a joke. If Goxing was not competent, why would he dare to fight in other people's territory? Damn it. Boyazi's eyes flashed with anger. That guy said that he would fight with him, but in the end, he found someone else to fight for him. If he had more contact with Jun Changxiao, he would realize that this kind of shameless behavior was very normal. Of course. Goxing had his reasons too. The main responsibility of a sect's leader was to focus on developing the sect. If he had to fight personally, wouldn't his high-level disciples and contract beasts be useless, to put it bluntly? He was just a boss who only needed to count the money and leave the rest to his employees. Ah! Boyazi roared, and his combat strength seemed to have increased instantly. He then opened his skinny hands, and streams of light flew out from his palms like cannonballs, blasting toward the Vermilion Bird King. Behind the Vermilion Bird King, beautiful flaming wings appeared out of thin air and quickly covered its entire body, forming an absolute defense. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The streams of light bombarded mercilessly, and the energy waves were even stronger. However, after a series of attacks, the Vermilion Bird King spread its wings and did not suffer any damage at all. Boyazi felt powerless. As soon as the Vermilion Bird King appeared, he realized that the opponent's strength was far above his own. Unless a miracle happened, it would be impossible to fight it. Swoosh! While he was thinking, the Vermilion Bird King closed in on him. He lightly raised 2 fingers, and pure and scorching energy quickly condensed. He said indifferently, "It's over." Boom, the flickering energy suddenly exploded, producing an extremely strong impact. Although Boyazi had already made defensive preparations, he was still sent flying. He slid on the ground for several thousand feet before he could stop with great difficulty. Everywhere he passed, deep and long trenches were torn open. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. The outcome has been decided. Shinran Tonggu and the other rogue cultivators came to a conclusion. The Vermilion Bird King's figure flashed and squatted in front of Boyazi. Flames gathered in its fists as it unleashed a barrage of attacks. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. An unbearable scene of brutality appeared. Even the camera couldn't see it. They could only quietly move to the area of the collapsed space. Boom, the Vermilion Bird King unleashed another heavy punch before standing up. Under its feet, Boyazi had already been beaten into a mosaic. At this point, the battle between the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times and the Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect had ended. The winner was Xianxia. Some people might not agree, but in fact, he had a contract with the Vermilion Bird King. Winning naturally represented the master. Not convinced? Fine, if you're so capable, capture a powerful demon beast to fight. Supreme Elder, Lin Haoyan stood there in a daze. Boyazi was the strongest person in the Ling Tian Celestial Sect. Now that he was beaten so badly, it was equivalent to the sky collapsing and his mental support collapsing. Sigh. Jun Chongxiao floated down, shook his head, and said, "If we paid the compensation in the beginning, would we have ended up like this?" Although Boyazi was severely injured, he could still think. He tried to gather his strength and said weakly, "I. Ling Tian. Celestial Sect, never." Boom. Jun Chongxiao directly lifted his foot and stepped on his face. Jun Chongxiao. Boyazi's eyes were spitting fire. He clenched his fists tightly, but he still forced himself to change his tone. "Pay the compensation. We'll pay the compensation." At this point, there was no other way. Jun Chongxiao's foot was still on Boyazi's face. He was trampling on the dignity of an Celestial Sect's Supreme Elder in public. "I'm sorry. I gave you a chance. Since you didn't grasp it, there won't be a second chance. Disciples, listen up." Jun Chongxiao stepped on Boyazi and said coldly, "Flatten the Ling Tian Celestial Sect." "Yes." Whoosh. 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 The upper echelons and core disciples on the ancient warship flew out. Behind them, the Diablo fighters were activated and charged toward the Ling Tian Celestial Sect. Jun Chongxiao. Lin Haoyan shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Puchi. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword light slashed across his neck. His pupils shrank rapidly. When his mind was disconnected from his body, a cold voice rang in his ears. "There's nothing in this world that I, Jun Chongxiao, don't dare to do." Lin Haoyan wanted to speak, but he could not muster the strength to do so. In the end, he could only fall to the ground with anger and unwillingness. 8 of the 10 great celestial sects patriarch were dead. Patriarch. The upper echelons and disciples of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect shouted in grief. Boom. At this moment, a loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. The sect's protective array outside the sect was directly blasted open. The space was distorted and shattered. Everyone looked up in shock. In the sky, the huge Eternal slowly appeared. The hatch on its abdomen opened, and a cannon that was a combination of array and technology extended very long. Faint white smoke was left behind at the cannon's muzzle. It was obvious that this was the thing that had just blasted the sect's protective array. Patriarch Shangguan Xinyao, who was in the cockpit, sent a voice transmission. "The array has been broken." Jun Chongxiao felt the pinch. Although the cannon blasted open the Ling Tian Celestial Sect's protective array, the price of such a high explosion was hundreds of thousands of Dao stones. The system said, "Take down this sect, and everything inside will be at your fingertips." What's there to feel the pinch for? That's right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The array was blasted open, and the disciples of the sect of all times surged in like a wave. Although the Ling Tian celestial sect wanted to resist and demonstrate what the spirit of a sect was, most of their elites had died in the Aeon Celestial Mountain. The remaining disciples could not resist at all. Those who resist, die. Those who disarm, live. The black and white Rakshasa led a large group of disciples into the main peak. However, they did not kill anyone in sight. Instead, they gave them a chance to live. 2 hours later, the main hall that stood at the peak of the mountain collapsed before everyone's eyes. It's over. The celestial sect has been destroyed. The main hall that represented glory and the celestial sect had been reduced to ashes. The cultivators who witnessed this were shocked to an indescribable extent. Immediately, Xianxia, who was hovering above the Ling Tian celestial sect, announced like a god, the Ling Tian celestial sect will be removed from the upper realm. One of the 10 great celestial sects had been destroyed. The patriarch was killed, and the sect was destroyed. The Ling Tian celestial sect that ruled the upper realm 100,000 years ago was finally removed from the upper realm. Nearly 50,000 disciples were still alive. They squatted on the ground and hugged their heads. Although their eyes were filled with grief and anger, they could only obediently become captives. Ding Xinguang suggested to kill them all to prevent future trouble, but Xianxia decided to let them live because the heavens cared for all living things. In fact, the higher-ups and elites of the Ling Tian celestial sect were all killed, and the remaining small fries were no longer a threat. Letting them live would earn them a good reputation, but killing them would only increase their reputation. Jin Patriarch is righteous. If this was the 10 major celestial sects, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so merciful. Seeing the disciples of the Ling Tian celestial sect walk down the mountain dejectedly, the cultivators immediately felt respect in their hearts. However, they would never have thought that Jun Xianxia was standing in the underground treasury at this moment. He squatted on the ground and covered his face with one hand, laughing like a villain. Oh my god! Su Xiaoma walked in and saw the mountains of gold and silver in the huge basement, as well as various martial arts resources. His expression gradually stiffened, and he even felt a little dizzy. The Ling Tian celestial sect. One of the leaders of the upper realm. One could see how deep their foundation was just by looking at the treasury. Take them all. Yes. The disciples began to get busy and quickly put all the gold, silver, treasures, and martial arts resources into their interspatial rings. After that, Yuan Gongzi counted them. Excluding ores and herbs, there were billions of mystical stones, hundreds of millions of Dao stones, and tens of thousands of celestial stones. Only 1 million? Jun Changxiao could not hide the disappointment on his face as he picked up a celestial stone that was 10 times purer than a Dao stone. The Black Rakshasa said, celestial stones are the highest level of martial arts resources in the upper realm. Since ancient times, they have never been circulated in the market in the form of currency. The reason is that they are too rare. According to records, the earliest celestial stone mine appeared was 100,000 years ago. Jun Changxiao heard this and looked at the Taishan elder. He clearly remembered that when he first came to the upper realm, he borrowed 5 kinds of treasures from this guy in order to go back. In the end, he was forced to write an IOU to repay 10 million celestial stones. Damn it, he only got 1 million after destroying a sect, and he actually asked for 10 million. Bah! The system said, you never even thought of returning it. I swore that if I don't pay it back within 10 years, I'll be struck by lightning. Come on, the host's skin is thicker than the universe. Not to mention 5 lightning bolts, even 500 lightning bolts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The so-called oath is just a fart. In this world, the person who understood Jun Changxiao the most was not Rose of Flowers, nor was it a core disciple of the sect of all times. It was the system that accompanied him every day. Slow down. Don't break it. On the patriarch peak of Ling Tian Xian, Li Qingyang instructed his fellow disciples to carefully demolish many buildings. This was an ancient sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Many of the building materials were extremely precious. Rather than leaving them here to suffer the erosion of time, it was better to bring them back to the sect to shine. Of course. As a professional architect, Xianxia would not disassemble the materials and then reassemble them as they were. He needed to modify them to match the style of the sect. The High Heaven Celestial Sect was located on a huge mountain with many buildings. Therefore, it took them an entire day to demolish everything. Patriarch Xianxia said, "It's all done. Let's go." Xianxia stood up and said, "Let's go to the next one." Swoosh, swoosh, the sect of all times flew up and down, leaving behind a bare mountain. Buzz, however, as soon as they left, a light stream array appeared and covered the entire mountain. Xianxia's voice could be heard. The High Heaven Celestial Sect is sealed from now on. No one is allowed to enter without permission. If this place was compared to the ancestral land of the various clans, then the High Heaven Celestial Sect would not only be destroyed but also completely sealed. 100,000 years ago, they had participated in sealing the territory of the demonic tribe. 100,000 years later, they had participated in sealing the territory of the stone statue tribe and the dragon tribe. Now, karma had come to an end. Extra, extra. One of the top 10 celestial sects, the High Heaven Celestial Sect, has been destroyed by the Sect of all times. The land of the sect has been sealed. That day, under the deliberate efforts of the Drizzle Hall, the news quickly spread to all the major cities and caused an earthquake. Extra, extra. One of the top 10 celestial sects, the Hidden Celestial Sect, has been destroyed by the Sect of all times. The land of the sect has been sealed. A few days later, another explosive news came. The world is going to change. The world is really going to change. The top 10 celestial sects had ruled the upper realm for 100,000 years. Now that 2 of them had been destroyed, it was enough to show that not only did the Sect of all times have the ability to replace them, but they could even surpass the celestial sects. Smack, in a small city, a storyteller put down the gavel and finished his last sentence. Seeing that there was no one below the stage, he said helplessly, "Who would come to listen to something that everyone knows?" "Me." Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ear. The storyteller turned to look at a man holding a sword who had appeared under the tree. He shook his head and said, "You still came. I don't understand." The man under the tree said, "With your cultivation base, why are you living in seclusion in this remote village? Do you want to know the reason?" "I do." "Come, sit down and listen to me." The man under the tree frowned slightly and said, "I don't like to listen to nonsense." "Ha ha ha." The storyteller laughed loudly and said with a serious expression, "I'm living in seclusion here because I predicted that someone who will change the order of the universe will appear soon." "Who?" the man under the tree asked. The storyteller took a sip of tea and said, "I can't reveal the secrets of heaven, because those who do will have their entire family killed." The man under the tree understood him and did not continue to ask. He changed the topic. "How long do you plan to stay here? Let's go now." The storyteller stood up and put away the gavel, paper fan, table, and chair. "Where are you going?" "To wander the world." On this day, 2 streams of light silently cut through the spatial barrier of the upper realm and disappeared into the vast universe. Before the storyteller left, he looked at Xianxia, who was being extorted by the Supreme Celestial Sect, and thought to himself, could this kid be the person who will change the order of the universe? The patriarch of the Supreme Celestial Sect died in the Aeon Immortal Mountain, and the entire sect was without a leader. The higher-ups did not consider whether the Sect of all times would take revenge. Instead, they were divided into several factions to fight for the position of patriarch. After learning about this, Xianxia was speechless. This kind of ancient sect that had existed for a long time was really rotten to the core. Forget it. Today, he would destroy it and rearrange the structure of the upper realm, so that the younger generation would have an environment to grow and not be suppressed and ostracized. The system said, "You're just greedy for other people's resources. Don't make yourself sound great. Get lost." The other 9 celestial sects all had grand elders overseeing them. If the sect encountered a life and death crisis, they would definitely come out of seclusion to fight. However, facing the powerful Vermilion Bird King, the final result was a complete defeat and they were imprisoned in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. As the prisoners moved in one after another, Zhao Daodu became arrogant again. After all, his strength was not outstanding in the sect, but at least he was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He did not even dare to fight back when he hit them in the face. Everyone had a goal. For example, Xianxia pursued continuous breakthroughs. Zhao Daoda's goal was very simple. With his ordinary identity and cultivation, he could bully all kinds of big shots in the palm of his hand. Boom! Half a month later, when the last celestial sect that did not even deserve a name collapsed, the martial arts resources were swept away, and the mountain was ruthlessly sealed. The 10 great celestial sects that ruled the upper realm for 100,000 years were officially removed from the upper realm and became a passing cloud. How much wealth did they obtain? It was indescribable. As a result, Xianxia returned to the sect with a strange smile on his face. Was this the end of the matter? No. The Jiatang had not been dealt with. This organization supported by the 10 great celestial sects had survived to the end. It was really unexpected. P.S. A reader said that destroying the Ling Tian celestial sect would take a few chapters, and destroying 10 of them would take at least dozens of chapters? F***ck, who are you looking down on? The 10 great celestial sects were destroyed and the mountains were sealed. The commotion caused was epic. Everyone knew that the upper realm had changed. Whoever destroyed these top sects would replace them, right? The upper realm no longer had the 10 great celestial sects, only the strongest sects of all time. However, with the destruction of the authoritative sects, it also brought about many problems, the most serious of which was the problem of public security. Those powerhouses who were labeled as traitors did not dare to appear in the open because of the 10 great celestial sects, but now they were unscrupulous. Of course. They did not do anything outrageous and only pointed the spearhead at the Jia Hall. As an authoritative organization on the surface, they had made countless enemies over the years. Now that their backing had collapsed, they would definitely incur crazy revenge. Patriarch Li Luochia reported, in just a few days, at least thousands of martial artists went to the Jia mountain to cause trouble. The Jia Hall is now surrounded by danger and may be destroyed at any time. Oh? Xianxia was a little surprised. He forgot that many martial artists' hatred for the Jia Hall was no less than his own. If that's the case, Xianxia said, I don't need to do it myself. This so-called authoritative organization will be overthrown by the world. The 10 great celestial sects had been destroyed, the Jia Hall was nothing in his eyes. If he let the upper realm martial artists destroy it and did not participate in the whole process, at least he could gain a good reputation. Sigh. Goshen was also a layman. The stronger he was, the more he cared about his reputation. Bah. Seeing the author's narration, the system could not help but spit. If the Jia Hall had 1,000,000 immortal stones, he would run faster than a rabbit. The news of the 10 great celestial sects' destruction continued to ferment, destined to spread in the upper realm for a long time. Xianxia calmed down and began to think about his next move. There was nothing to think about. It was nothing more than finding a way to get the recognition of the world, promote the sect to an immortal sect, complete the main mission, and then use the sect of all times to travel the universe and destroy the astral world. However, how could he get recognition? Did he have to play the game of the lower realm and invite the powerhouses and major forces over, then ask who agreed and who disagreed? Simple and crude. The system said, I think so. Xianxia muttered in his heart, he thinks it's possible, but I keep feeling that it's not possible. I haven't poisoned you during this period of time. The system was quite shameless. Didn't it know if it had healed you recently? There's still 10 years left. Xianxia thought to himself, there's less than 2 years left. We still have to fight the child of the existential plane. To be honest, if Shizhuan hadn't made the decision to challenge Fu Hongzhenren on his own, he wouldn't have bothered to compete to determine the winner or loser, because there was no benefit to it. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, he was even more reluctant to fight. Wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying a Taoist master's disciple since he was only a half-step Taoist master, child of the dimension? I'm sorry. In front of me, the king of cheats, you are not even worth mentioning. Right. Xianxia slapped his forehead and said, there's also Empress Lingyao. She also wants to participate in the battle. At this time, Goshen realized that the point of the 10-year promise was not him, but whether Yi Xingqian could take revenge and get rid of his inner demons. Inner demons were very appropriate. Ever since his rebirth, the Night Garch had never forgotten his grudges. He had been cultivating diligently all the time. Not to mention his inner demons, he was almost possessed by them. On a mountain peak, Gu Hongzhenren stood there, his eyes full of vicissitudes. He and Jinren Tonggu had fought for most of their lives, but it was always difficult to determine the winner. Later, he took in a child of the existential plane with extraordinary talent and decided to fight for glory on behalf of his master. In the end, his disciple destroyed the 10 major immortal sects. He felt terrible and wanted to cry. Gu Hongzhenren clutched his chest, his expression becoming more and more pained. At this moment, he didn't have any hope for the promise of 10 years. After all, Jun Chongzhao's strength was enough to kill 7 immortal sects sect leaders. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to win, let alone his disciple. Sigh. Gu Hongzhenren sighed and said, I can only stand you up. This guy was really shameless. He knew that Jun Chongzhao was very strong and decided not to fight. Master. At this time, the black-robed man walked over and said, I will go. Gu Hongzhenren said, you are hitting a rock with an egg. Master once said that only by fighting with a true expert can one realize one's own shortcomings, the black-robed man said. Gu Hongzhenren fell silent and praised, I am very pleased that you can think this way. Good. I will go. Recently, the Jia Hall had not been doing well because there was an endless stream of martial practitioners coming to find trouble every day. What they could not accept the most was that some of the Dao and true sects that had once submitted to the immortal sects were starting to take advantage of them. Patriarch Sun. On the World Mountain, the elder temporarily in charge of all the internal affairs of the Jia Hall rebuked angrily, when did our Jia Hall owe your Stone K Dao sect any magnetite? Deacon Lin is really forgetful. The Stone K Dao sect patriarch said indifferently, didn't your Jia Hall borrow 10 million magnetite from my sect 100 years ago when you renovated the inner and outer courts? Deacon Lin immediately exploded and roared, those 10 million magnetite were clearly given by your sect. That's right. It was a gift. The reason was because of the 10 great immortal sects. Now that their backer was gone, the Stone K Dao sect felt uncomfortable thinking about the money they had given in the past, so they had to quickly come and ask for it. Are you giving it or not? Patriarch Sun said indifferently. Deacon Lin suppressed his anger and said in a pleading tone, Patriarch Sun, our Jia Hall really cannot take out so many magnetite. You're not giving it? Fine, repay the debt with items. Patriarch Sun was not a wishy-washy person. He immediately ordered his disciples to start tearing down the Jia Hall's buildings. After all, these things were bought with his own money. A moment later, the various buildings in the outer court were mostly torn down. Deacon Lin sat weakly on the ground and said a very realistic sentence, everyone kicks a falling wall, and 10,000 people beat a drum when it breaks. When the 10 great immortal sects were still around, the Stone K Dao sect would not dare to ask for it even if they had 10 guts. Now that their backer was gone, they dared to jump out and stab a knife in the heart. However, a few days later, when Jun Chongzhao learned from Li Luoqiu that the Jia Hall had offended too many people and owed too many debts, their headquarters had been completely torn down, he commented, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The 10 great immortal sects and the Jia Hall had indeed helped the upper realm resolve many crises, but it could not cover up the various mistakes they had made. Therefore, they could only blame themselves for their current situation. If the sect of all times falls from glory to rock bottom one day, we'll definitely receive help from all sides. Jun Chongzhao said confidently. Bulsh *T, the system said, it should be from all sides. Jun Chongzhao rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, then the sect of all times will exist for eternity, never decline, and not be laughed at by the world. The system sighed. There's no such thing as eternity in this world. Host, don't be too idealistic. Eh? Jun Chongzhao was a little surprised. When the system said this, it was full of human feelings, as if it had experienced it deeply before, so it said secretly, there's a story. Story my ass. The system said, I'm just a virtual assistant that was created. Who created it? Jun Chongzhao asked suspiciously. Sigh. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. The system paused for a moment and said, to be honest, the host used to be the creator. Because being invincible was too lonely, you created the system and integrated it into your soul to break the cycle of reincarnation. You chose to start all over again and experience the various forms of life. F***ck. Jun Changxiao roared, aren't all these things that I've thought about before? Goxing was no longer limited to his parents being the heavenly emperor and empress. He began to imagine that the system's origin might have been because he was too awesome in his previous life and created it for his own entertainment. Of course. It was nothing more than a random thought and had never been publicly expressed. Today, the system mercilessly exposed it, F***ck, annoying. A month after the annihilation of the 10 great celestial sects, the upper realm gradually returned to peace. As for the Jia Hall, it existed only in name and could almost be regarded as invisible. Another half a month passed. The martial artists who worked there could no longer bear the wanton harassment of forces and rebels, so they all chose to leave. The Jia Mountain suddenly became empty. With the disappearance of the Jia Hall, the era of the 10 great celestial sects controlling the upper realm was completely over. There were pros and cons. The pros were that without all kinds of rules and restrictions, the sects could develop without scruples. The cons were that without supervisors, the various forces were destined to fight for benefits, which would affect innocent people. This was not. Many sects and clans were fighting with each other. Usually, everyone had accumulated a lot of conflicts, but because of the existence of the 10 great celestial sects, there were all kinds of strict rules, so they could only endure for a while and calm down. Now that there were no restrictions, they naturally did not care. Patriarch Li Luoqiu reported, many sects are fighting each other for territory and benefits, and the situation in the major cities is not optimistic. It was not only the sects that were fighting, but also the families. It could be said that without the restrictions of the 10 great celestial sects, the upper realm was in chaos. Pass down the order. Jun Changxiao said, the sect of all times has been annihilated and replaced by the 10 great celestial sects. Naturally, we have to bear the responsibility of maintaining world peace. Any individual, family, or force that dares to break the law will be severely punished. Yes. That day, the notice boards in the major cities were stamped with the seal of the sect of all times. As expected. After reading the content, someone said, the sect of all times has made their move. In fact, after the 10 great celestial sects were annihilated, many martial artists were discussing whether this sect would replace them, and now it was confirmed. Who was not convinced? Everyone was convinced. The various forces that were fighting in the wilderness and the cities immediately calmed down after hearing the news. They almost shook hands and drank with each other on the spot. The 10 great celestial sects were like heaven to the martial artists of the upper realm. The annihilation of their sect of all times was like the heavens above. Now that the order had just been issued, if they did not follow it, they would definitely die miserably. It had to be said. Jun Changxiao's extermination of the immortal sect had filled the sect with deterrence. One had to know that since ancient times, it was common for sects to have grudges against each other. However, it was extremely rare for it to develop to the point of exterminating a sect, let alone 10 top sections. His sect of all times was ruthless and even dared to destroy the celestial sect. Wouldn't a small sect like his die just like that? Well done. Know your place. Jun Changxiao himself did not expect that the entire upper realm would calm down when he merely issued an order not to commit crimes. There were even forces that sent their disciples down the mountain to help the old grannies cross the road. Pooh. In the forging hall, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Many readers subconsciously guessed that it must be the result of being exploited by the black-hearted boss. In reality, that was not the case. The reason why Hall Master Fan vomited blood was not because of his daily work, but because the patriarch had suddenly rushed over. The first thing he said was, melted the 3rd-generation armor and used it to build a battleship. They had to wake up early and work late at night to produce equipment, and they even had to reforge it after using it. This was 2F** ket up, the Taishan elders saw the mechs as their own children. How could Fan Yezi not see the forged equipment as his own flesh and blood? Elder Fan. Jun Changxiao passed him a tissue and comforted him. I understand your pain, but our sect of all times still has to conquer the Sea of Stars, so the battleship used to cross the universe must be built as soon as possible. After destroying the 10 celestial sects, the situation had stabilized, so the era of space exploration was about to begin. He hoped to build a fleet to travel the vast universe. Okay, Fan Yezi's lips were trembling as he said this. On that day, the new armor worn by the disciples and the wavy devil soldiers were all thrown into the smelting furnace. The formation hall was also in pain, because the mechs made from the heavenly spirit quenching or could not escape the fate of being melted down. It's gone. Seeing the new number 66 mech being sent into the furnace, Jing Ji shed tears. Why are you crying? Li Tian roared, that's mine. They did not have the mechs, but they could build a battleship. Hall Master Fan. The next day, the old man from Taishan placed the blueprints on the table and said, the internal parts of the battleship still need to be completed by the casting hall. Fan Yezi, who looked half dead, immediately straightened his body and grinned, no problem. Jun Changxiao, who was standing outside the door, quietly watched the two old men seriously discussing the battleship construction plan. The corner of his mouth gradually rose, and a smile appeared on his face, like a kind boss. With such conscientious employees, the sect of all times would not have to worry about not being able to grow stronger. Building a battleship used to cross the universe was not only a big project, but also a test of one's skills. Therefore, the old man from Taishan led the formation hall and the casting hall to set up a research team to solve all the problems in the shortest time possible. How long? Jun Changxiao asked. 2 to 3 years if it's fast, 30 to 50 years if it's slow. The old man from Taishan did not dare to guarantee an accurate completion time. After all, a huge battleship had an extremely complicated process, and it had to be done slowly without the slightest carelessness. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave it to you. After leaving the formation hall, Goxing went to the back of the mountain and sat in front of Gu Zhaoxi's grave. He took out a jar of drunken dreams and said, Brother, I'm here to see you again. Although he knew from the storytellers that Gu Tianqing's son had a reincarnation spirit, and that Gu Zhaoxi might have been reincarnated, in this life, he sacrificed for the sect and for the upper realm, and naturally could not forget. This matter is settled. Jun Changxiao drank a mouthful of wine and said, I'll come and find you. The mountain and sea realm. Gu Zhaoxi sat on a mountain peak and rested her face on her hands. What memories did I lose? Gua. His father shouted, You're slacking off again. Father. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. The martial arts you taught me were not difficult at all. Now that I've learned them all, I have nothing to do. That's fine. Gu Tianqing walked over and said, Come with me to visit the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm, and also to see your future wife. Huh? Gu Zhaoxi was about to cry. With the realm lord and his wife's appearance, their daughter will definitely be neither human nor ghost. If I go and see her, will my eyes be able to take it? Father. He said weakly, Can I break off the engagement? Bang, Gu Zhaoxi rose from the ground and flew out of the mountain peak, hanging upside down on a cliff tree. Then, he heard Gu Tianqing roar, The wife I found for you is both talented and beautiful. If you dare break off the engagement, I'll immediately cut off all ties with you. 2 years. It passed quickly. After the sect of all times made the announcement, the upper realm was unusually quiet and peaceful. Although people would occasionally talk about the 10 great celestial sects, because they had become history, it was nothing more than a topic of conversation. The sect of all times was as peaceful as ever. The upper echelons and disciples were either cultivating or doing missions. Their days were simple and low-key. The busiest were the formation hall and the forging hall. Because they had been focusing on the warship for 2 years, they finally succeeded in forging one yesterday. Very good. Standing in front of a warship similar to the Eternal, Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, Very good. This warship was modeled after the Taishan Old Man. The internal formation system was all from the star spirit world, so it could travel through the universe without any problems. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan suggested, Do you want to give it a name? Yes. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, Master spent 2 years to forge this warship, so it's called Changxiao. The Taishan old man's expression stiffened. He thought that he would name it Taishan, but he used his own name, human. How could he be so shameless? Creak. In the courtyard, Xianxia pushed open the door and walked out. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Empress Lingyao, are you ready to die? In the barren land. Daoist Qingwei sat cross-legged on a strange rock. After a while, she opened her eyes and saw a graceful figure coming out of the exit. She breathed a sigh of relief. Master. Empress Lingyao stopped and said, where is the location of the battle? Burial Night Mountain. Where is it? In the Sect of All Time's main hall. Xianxia's eyes widened. Jun Changshao looked at the letter sent by his master and said, the place where the stars fell, Burial Night Mountain. Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. The stars fell. Burial Night. The patriarch's master chose the location of the battle. Was he hinting that he was going to die? The name is not good for you. Jun Changshao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. But I believe that you have the strength to defeat any opponent. When do we leave? Now. A long, long time ago, a huge meteorite passed through the space barrier, dragging a dazzling stream of light and falling in the upper world, causing the ground to sink for tens of thousands of miles. Therefore, it was described as the land of the fallen stars. Because of the violent impact and the meteorite's collapse, it formed a high mountain mainly made of black iron, so it was also called the Xianxia Mountain. This place, this name. It arranged Xianxia clearly. The land of the fallen stars was barren, and the heaven and earth attributes were not particularly strong. Few martial artists came here on weekdays. However, it was very strange these days. Individual cultivators from all over the world had rushed here, and it was as lively as the new year. I didn't expect that Gu Hongzhenren and Zhenren Tonggu actually made a duel 10 years ago and let each other's disciples fight it out. Jun Patriarch destroyed the 10 major immortal sects, and his strength is above the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Is there any suspense in this battle? No one knew who spread the news and location of the 10-year agreement. The martial artists in the upper world had nothing to do, so when they heard about it, they immediately came to watch the fun. To be exact, they came to see Gu Hongzhenren make a fool of himself. The scene of Jun Changshao leading his people to destroy the 10 major immortal sects 2 years ago was still vivid in their minds. That guy sent his disciple to challenge him, which was a bit overconfident. The martial artists in the upper world were all on Goxing's side. Before they went anywhere, they were mocked and ridiculed by passers-by. Who is Gu Hongzhenren's disciple? Why haven't I heard of him? He should be young, or he wouldn't dare to challenge Jun Patriarch. From everyone's words and actions, they really didn't think highly of Gu Hongzhenren's disciple at all. It was easy to have the illusion that Goxing was the villain and the other party was the protagonist. We're here. Someone shouted. The martial artists who were on their way looked up and saw a mountain range that looked like a sleeping giant demon beast. Eh? An expert with a decent cultivation base saw 2 people hanging above the Xianxia mountain from afar. He released his spiritual senses and said in surprise, Immortal Qingwei? Empress Lingyao? Why are they here? I heard that the 2 of them are master and disciple. Reverend Qingwei, Zhenren Tonggu, and Reverend Gu Hun are martial artists of the same generation. Rumor has it that in their early years, there were extremely complicated emotional disputes. There were often many stories about top experts that were known to the public. Some of them had actually happened, while others were fabricated. For example, the emotional dispute that had just been mentioned was just a groundless accusation that was made up out of nothing. Of course, no one would verify whether it was true or false, because only then would it be worth discussing. Take Jun Changshao as an example. Over the past 2 years, news about him had spread in the upper realm. Some of it was true, while some were false. The most outrageous one was that the reason for the destruction of the 10 great celestial sects was because of a female confidant. The moment he opened his mouth, the contents were all made up. Gradually, the patriarch of the sect of all times became an infatuated man in the eyes of some people. After Jun Changshao learned about this, he did not stop the rumors from spreading. Legends needed to be shaped with a wonderful story to become real. Disciple. Reverend Qingwei, who was hovering above Xianxia mountain, said, Are you confident that you can defeat that disciple called Xianxia? The promise of 10 years had nothing to do with her, but she insisted on interfering. Now that she knew how strong the sect of all times was, she was very worried that her disciple would not be able to win. No. Empress Lingyao said. Reverend Qing Wei fell silent. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 streams of light flew over from afar and hovered 100 feet away. The newcomers were Gu Hongzhenren and his disciple. Both of them wore black robes that were extremely similar to the color of Xianxia mountain below. Qing Wei. It's just a battle, why did you call so many martial artists to watch? Gu Hongzhenren's eyes were filled with anger. Reverend Qing Wei said lightly, it wasn't me. It wasn't you? Gu Hongzhenren turned his head and said through gritted teeth, it must be that old man Tong Gu. That's right. A large number of martial artists appearing in the land of the fallen stars was not the rule of this book's protagonist fighting with others, but Jinren Tonggu had spread the news in advance. Why was the promise of 10 years, to determine victory and defeat, to save face, with such a strong disciple, he naturally had to show off in front of others. From this, it could be seen that the so-called jumping out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements was completely nonsense from Jun Changxiao. Everyone, please do not believe it. The system roared, as if anyone believes it. This is your disciple? Reverend Qing Wei carefully sized up the black-robed person whose appearance could not be seen clearly and whose gender could not be determined. She muttered in her heart, I can't see his realm, looks like his aura is blocked by a treasure. That's right. Old man Gu Hong's expression was a little proud. Reverend Qing Wei said, you should have heard of the strength of Tong Guer's disciple, yet you still dare to fight. Aren't you afraid of losing face in public? Likewise. Old man Gu Hong smiled faintly. At this moment, he still did not know that Empress Lingyao's opponent was not Jun Changxiao, but his disciple Yi Xingqian. Reverend Qing Wei did not explain, silently waiting for Jinren Tonggu's arrival in midair. Haha. After a while, wild waves of laughter were heard. Whoosh. Jinren Tonggu dragged a stream of light and hung in midair of Mount Xianxia. He smiled and said, both of you are early. In this battle, his disciple was bound to win, so he was very relaxed and even wanted to laugh out loud. Tisk, Gu Hongzhenren snorted coldly. Old man. Reverend Qing Wei said faintly, where's your disciple? As soon as her voice fell, a moving rhythm suddenly came from afar, instantly enveloping the land of the fallen stars. All the martial cultivators turned to look and saw the disciples of the sect of all times somersaulting and stopping at the foot of the mountain, forming a line, and then holding up the sky with both hands. Jun Patriarch, with his literary and martial virtues, will benefit the common people for thousands of years, and will live as long as the heavens. Under the super loud background music and the extremely awkward shouts of the disciples, Jun Changxiao landed on Mount Xianxia with a gorgeous light, and then elegantly made a slim and graceful, standing posture with one hand behind his back. This style of appearance was partly inspired by the sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. To be honest, at this moment, they really wanted to run over and drown this guy, who was forcing himself to show off, with their saliva. Swish. After the pose was done, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands politely and said, Greetings, master. Greetings. Seniors. In terms of strength, Goxing had long surpassed the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but considering that they were of the same generation as his master, he was very polite, so no one could find fault with him. Humph. Gu Hongzhenren and Reverend Qing Wei responded with cold snorts and gave this boy a comment in their hearts, fancy and fake. Since you're all here. Masato Kitano appeared on Mount Xianxia at some point and said as the referee, then let's hurry up and fight to determine the winner. Please. Jun Changxiao showed the demeanor of a top powerhouse. Gu Hongzhenren said, disciple, let's fight. Yes. The black-robed man landed lightly on Mount Xianxia. The 3 rogue cultivators had made a 10-year appointment, which was not an extremely formal battle, so they didn't pay much attention to it. As long as they said to start, they would definitely go straight to the point. Jun Changxiao had been using his spiritual senses to lock on the black-robed man hundreds of feet away, and he thought to himself, I still can't detect the strength of this person. The system said, don't underestimate the enemy. Jun Changxiao had fought with the black-robed man once in the holy city, but because of his poor acting skills, he lost very quickly. Today was different. With so many martial artists watching, he had to take it seriously. Jun Patriarch. The black-robed man said, "You may begin." "Are you not going to take off your black robe?" Jun Changxiao wanted to see this guy's true face, but because of the black robe and the obstruction of the isolation treasure, he could not pry. The black-robed man said, "Wearing these clothes gives me a sense of security." Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, "Could it be that it's afraid to see the light?" The system said, "There are thousands of races in the upper realm, maybe there are special existences that are allergic to sunlight." "All right." Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "Since you're willing to wear this kind of loose clothing that's not good for fighting, then let's begin." Thud, he took a step back with his right foot and made Huang Feihong's signature move, saying, "Please enlighten me." "Disciple." Shinran Tonggu said telepathically, "With so many people watching, I'll have to rely on you to defend my face. Don't go easy on me anymore." "Don't worry." Jun Changxia's face showed a rare seriousness, saying, "I'll do my best." This expression did not appear even when he challenged the 10 great immortal sects. It was enough to show that he was serious to save face for his master. Many people thought that the shameless Guoxing was the most dangerous. But in reality, Guoxing was the most dangerous when he was serious. "Please." Whoosh, after the black-robed man greeted them, he rushed over with his hands behind his back. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Energy different from the power of true spirit erupted from his body, quickly fluctuating the space, creating layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. Shinran Tonggu and Qing Wei were stunned. This body technique, this attribute, it did not belong to the upper realm martial arts system at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the black-robed man leaped up. His body instantly split into thousands of clones that were extremely similar to his original body in midair. Then, all of them put their hands together and gathered a dazzling light. Stars gather as one. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless clones blasted out light from their hands, and as they shot out, they gathered together to form an extremely huge shock wave. The truth-seeking realm? Shinran Tonggu and Reverend Qing Wei roughly judged the black-robed man's current strength based on the intensity of his energy. However, they didn't dare to give a definite answer because he had just made a move. Perhaps he was just testing the waters. Swish, the powerful impact seemed to have pierced through the void and directly locked onto Jun Changxiao. He shook his head. Too weak. He wasn't trying to act cool, but rather, boom, suddenly, Jun Changxiao threw a punch and shattered the incoming energy wave. The whole process could be said to be effortless. Even his hair was not messed up by the wind. Swish. Swish. The black-robed man seemed to have expected this. Taking advantage of his opponent's counterattack, thousands of clones appeared in the air above him, striking out complicated hand seals from various angles. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the dazzling energy landed in the area where Jun Changxiao was like a bomb, and the seemingly hard black iron ground gradually collapsed and caved in. Gu Hongzhenren's disciple is really something. All the warriors were amazed. In their opinion, it wasn't shameful even if he lost by approaching Jun Patriarch in an instant and launching a barrage of attacks. Whoosh, at this moment, Jun Changxiao flew out of the energy explosion area. His right hand was like a large pincer, directly strangling the black-robed man's throat. Bang! 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 The original body was captured, and thousands of clones collapsed. Child of the dimension? Jun Changxiao said, "That's all you got." Boom, the black-robed man was directly thrown to the ground, and the black iron ground hundreds of feet around him instantly caved in. Good! Shinran Tonggu shouted excitedly. Although he firmly believed that Jun Changxiao could defeat the black-robed man, he was still quite worried when the battle started. He was worried that the kid was deliberately acting as him. Now that he was serious and even merciless, he was very gratified. He looked at Gu Hongzhenren proudly and said, "You'll lose for sure." Gu Hongzhenren was silent. If not for his disciple's repeated pleas, he definitely wouldn't have come. Whoosh, the black-robed man jumped up from the ground, and his hands were clearly trembling. Being thrown from a high altitude by Jun Changxiao like a chicken had damaged his meridians in many places. Fortunately, his face was covered by the black robe, so no one could see his painful expression. Admit defeat. Jun Changxiao said, "You're no match for me." He appeared to be very serious, but he always held back. Otherwise, if he went all out, his opponent would have been dead. His master and Gu Hongzhenren didn't get along, but there was no deep hatred. Moreover, it was just a spar, so there was no need to take his life. "Sorry," the black-robed man said, "I never take the initiative to admit defeat." Whoosh, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him and directly grabbed him by the collar, saying, "Then I'll make you admit defeat." Thousand Mountains Path Clear Explosion. Boom, the battle area suddenly exploded, rolling up white smoke. Cough, cough, Jun Changxiao walked out from inside, choked to tears. As for the black-robed man who was previously bound, he had disappeared. Where is he? Everyone was stunned. Whoosh, suddenly, Jun Changxiao rushed over, his big hand directly piercing through the void, and pulled out the black-robed man hiding in it. Then, with a bang, he pressed him to the ground and said, "Don't play these fancy tricks. It's useless. Do you admit defeat?" "No." Boom. Boom. Boom, Jun Changxiao directly pulled the black-robed man up and threw him from left to right, and from right to left, making the martial artists unable to bear to look at him. Gu Hongzhenren's face was ugly, and his heart was pierced by a sharp pain. Of course, he brought this child of the dimension to the upper realm in hopes of winning against Shinran Tonggu on his behalf. However, after 10 years of being together, they naturally developed a close relationship. "My disciple doesn't know how to control his strength," Shinran Tonggu said. "If you don't want your disciple to suffer, you'd better persuade him to admit defeat quickly." Gu Hongzhenren said in a low voice, "This is his own initiative to come to the appointment. It's up to him to decide whether he wins or loses. I can't make the decision." Boom, boom, Jun Changxiao threw back and forth a few more times. Seeing that the man's black robe was still airtight, and it was difficult to see his face, he reached out and said, "Today, I'd like to see whether this child of the dimension is a man or a woman, a human or a demon." Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the black robe flew out. Shinran Tonggu and Gu Hongzhenren both released their spiritual senses to look. Without the disguise of the clothes, the black-robed man's appearance finally surfaced. He was in his early 20s, with messy black hair and skin as fair and smooth as pearls. A woman? Shinran Tonggu's eyes widened. Jun Changxiao's expression was even more exaggerated. He was riding on the man's body. After seeing the man's face clearly, he was stunned and could not believe his eyes. He said with his mouth agape, "Shi Jingxian." That was right. Judging from her appearance, the disciple of Gu Hongzhenren, who was brutally beaten up, was indeed the palace master of Miaohua Palace. Jun Patriarch. When she heard Jun Changxiao call her name, her pale face forced a smile and said, "So, you still remember my name?" Gosheng immediately panicked. He put his hands on her shoulders and shook her vigorously. "Hold on. You must hold on." Puff. Jun Changxiao did not expect Gu Hongzhenren's disciple to be Shi Jingxian. Otherwise, he would not have hit her so hard. Ignorance was blameless, so he could not be blamed. However, since he knew her identity, he did not immediately lay her flat on the ground for immediate treatment. Instead, he shook her violently. Was he trying to kill her? Pfft. Shi Jingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler, but a smile remained on her face. Counting the time, from the time when Jun Changxiao went into seclusion to study the fortune-seizing formation of heaven and earth to the time when he ascended to the upper realm, the two of them hadn't seen each other for at least 20 years. Now that they had met each other in such a way and he still remembered her name, she was very satisfied. What's going on? All the martial artists were confused. They were not surprised that Gu Hongzhenren's disciple turned out to be a girl. Instead, they were surprised that Jun Changxiao looked very nervous after beating her up. Of course. When Jun Changxiao was developing in the lower realm, Shi Jingxian and her Miaohua Palace were allies of the sect of all times. Now that she was beaten up by him, she must be blaming herself and feeling bad. Old friend. Masato Kitano asked telepathically, "Does your disciple know this girl?" Shinran Tonggu shook his head to show that he did not know. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, his bad feeling was about to come true. Jun Changxiao carried Shi Jingxian, who was on the verge of fainting, and said, "Master, I admit defeat." Pfft. Shinran Tonggu spat out blood. "This brat, he's tricking me again." Jun Patriarch admitted defeat? All the martial artists' expressions changed when they heard Jun Changxiao's words. Judging from the situation just now, Taoist Master Gu Hong's disciple was bound to lose without a doubt. However, after she revealed her outstanding beauty, sect leader Jun instantly admitted defeat. Could it be that there was a secret between the two of them? I understand now. Someone guessed, this girl might be Jun Patriarch's confidant. The crowd's imagination ran wild. They thought of many things in a short period of time. Among them, the most agreed-upon conclusion was that there must have been some sort of misunderstanding between the two, which led to today's battle. Wow! How romantic! Many female martial artists were envious. At this moment, the most confused person was Gu Hongzhenren. If that guy admitted defeat, wouldn't he win? Ha ha ha! Gu Hongzhenren laughed with his hands on his hips. Although Jun Changxiao purposely went easy on him, this was a battle that was set in advance. Moreover, there were various martial artists watching the battle. A win was a win, there was no doubt about it. In fact, ever since Jun Changxiao destroyed the 10 major celestial sects 2 years ago, Gu Hongzhenren had been very depressed. This was because he did not think that his disciple could win. In fact, he even thought that he would lose just now. On the contrary, Shinran Tonggu thought that he would win, provided that he did not pretend to be himself. At first, when he saw that Go Xing was serious and decisive, he was overjoyed. He even tried to show off in front of Gu Hongzhenren. In the end, if one were to use an idiom to describe it, it would be extreme joy begets sorrow. Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head helplessly and announced, "The winner of this battle is Gu Hongzhenren's disciple." Wah! Shinran Tonggu spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he fainted on the ground. Patriarch! Sun Bukong, who had just walked up with a medicine box on his back, exclaimed, "Senior Tonggu fainted. Save Palace Master Shi first." Yes. After Shi Jingxian revealed her identity and Jun Changxiao admitted defeat, the battle between the two older generation experts ended. The battle wasn't very exciting, but the story behind it was quite thought-provoking. It was not hard to imagine that when the news spread in the upper realm and spread by word of mouth, it would evolve into many versions. Would it add some love to Go Xing? It's not a big problem. At the foot of Xianxia mountain, after taking his pulse, Sun Bukong said, "He just needs to recuperate for a while and he will recover." Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior brother?" Sun Muching asked, "Who is this person?" "Patriarch's old lover in the lower realm." Bang! Ah, Su Xiaoma was sent flying on the spot, dragging a beautiful arc as he fell thousands of feet away. His eyelids rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. Sun Muching shuddered and hurriedly retreated far away. Under the care of the healing pills developed by Sun Bukong, Shi Jingxuan's injuries were suppressed, and her face gradually became rosy. Then, she smiled with difficulty. "I didn't expect to meet you in this way one day." "I didn't expect it either." Jun Changxiao said, "Palace Master Shi is the child of the realm that Master mentioned." Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "A child of the realm without parents, relatives, or friends." Jun Changxiao did not ask too much because she was still injured, but he could roughly guess that since she was the child of the realm, it should be related to the special attribute in her body. "Actually, after Master and Senior Tonggu made the 10-year promise, I knew that my opponent would be you, so I waited and looked forward to it for 10 years. I only hoped that I wouldn't lose too badly when I stood in front of you, but in the end." Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "The gap is bigger than in the lower realm." "Palace Master Shi, you've done very well." This was not deliberately comforting, but Jun Changxiao's heartfelt words. To be able to withstand his attacks with the strength of a lower truth-seeking realm cultivator and only be injured, it was enough to show that her resistance was very strong. "Patriarch, do you want to save Senior Tonggu? What are you waiting for? Go." "Yes." Sun Bukong quickly ran over. He was not really going to treat Shinran Tonggu. After all, this kind of top expert had a lot of HP, and spitting a few mouthfuls would not hurt him. It was just that standing on the side and being a third wheel was a bit awkward. Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others were very perceptive. From beginning to end, they kept an absolute distance from the patriarch, so as not to disturb their private time together. They even secretly speculated that no wonder he did not bring his wife this time, so, there was something fishy. Impossible. Su Xiaoma stood up holding his waist and said, Patriarch is not such a person, I swear to the heavens in the name of Elder Wei. What kind of person Goxing was, Su Goxing knew best. If he had feelings for Palace Master Shi, or if they were still together, it was absolutely impossible, he was right. Jun Changxiao's current state of mind was nothing more than meeting an old friend after a long separation. As for other aspects, there was nothing at all. Jun Patriarch, your injuries are not light, don't talk first. Oh. Although the two rarely got to be alone together, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Jinren Tonggu woke up after Sun Bukong pinched his philtrum, but when he thought that he was being played by his disciple again, he almost fainted again. Old Tonggu. Daoist Qingwei said lightly, don't forget the battle between us. Senior, please rest assured. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, this junior is already prepared. When Jinren Tonggu heard him, he almost jumped up and scolded, unfilial disciple, don't try to act as your master again. Master. Jun Changxiao said, for the battle with Senior Qingwei's disciple, I will send out the core disciples of the sect of all times. It is absolutely guaranteed. Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, who was already prepared, turned into a stream of light and landed on Xianxia mountain. His cold gaze locked onto Empress Ling Yao, who was surrounded by clouds, and he shouted, come down and die. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Violent waves of energy erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. After being disturbed, all the martial artists were shocked and said, what a strong killing intent. In fact, from the beginning, Jun Changxiao didn't take the promise of 10 years seriously. After all, he had broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm and defeated the patriarch of the immortal sect. Fighting with Gu Hongzhenren's disciple was obviously bullying, so winning or losing was not important. But this battle was very important to Yi Xingchen. Because since his rebirth, hatred had always been urging him to keep moving forward and breaking through realms. Today, he could finally wash away his shame, perhaps it was because he had been suppressing it for too long, but when he landed on Xianxia mountain, his monstrous anger and killing intent were unreservedly released, causing all the martial artists to shudder. Perfected Qingwei frowned. The killing intent of this sect of all times disciple was too strong. Obviously, he wanted to kill her disciple, she regretted it. She regretted interfering back then. In fact, even if perfected Qingwei didn't participate in the promise of 10 years, Yi Xingchen and Empress Ling Yao would still come to this point today. Because the grudges between the two had to be settled before the upper world chapter could be declared complete. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu said in surprise, your disciple has such a strong killing intent. Does he have a grudge against Qingwei's disciple? Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded seriously. In his opinion, the hatred between Yi Xingchen and Empress Ling Yao was no less than the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. So, although it seemed like a battle today, it was actually a life and death battle, unless there was a reversal halfway. Tonggu. Perfected Qingwei said, the battle between you and me is cancelled. Yi Xingchen's aura was very strong and his killing intent was too strong. She naturally didn't want her disciple to take risks. Cancelling it is equivalent to admitting defeat, Jinren Tonggu said. He didn't care about the process of the battle, only about winning or losing. Because he had just been played by Jun Changxiao, he was eager to regain some face. It doesn't matter. At this point, for her disciple's safety, perfected Qingwei would rather admit defeat in front of the world. Master. Empress Ling Yao said, I want to fight with him. Then, without waiting for Daoist Master Qingwei to speak, she took the initiative to land on Xianxia mountain. The clouds and mist that gathered around her dissipated, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. I'll go. Su Xiaoma exclaimed, so beautiful. As expected of the number one empress of the Starfall continent, Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji thought to themselves. Before they had joined the sect of all times, Empress Lingyao had been a high and mighty deity to them. Now, other than being amazed by her beauty, they had no respect for her. In fact, they were filled with hostility. Under normal circumstances, when a top beauty appeared, it was inevitable that the main character's reaction would be emphasized. In fact, Gosheng didn't even have a scene because he didn't have any thoughts at all. He even turned his head to ask about Shi Jingxuan's injuries after a glance. Amazing, Jun Patriarch. Seeing this, an expert gave him a thumbs up. He's not bewitched by beauty and only cares about his lover. Such a man is extremely rare. Forcing one's imagination to fill in the gaps was the most fatal. The camera turned to Yi Xingchen, who was clenching his fists. His eyes were bloodshot as he raged, "It's been thousands of years and your appearance hasn't changed." "I haven't changed." Empress Lingyao said, "You've changed. This is all thanks to you. You allowed me to start all over again." Yi Xingchen was losing control of his emotions. He wanted nothing more than to punch this femme fatale into pieces. Empress Lingyao shook her head. "I don't mean that your body has changed, but your personality. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people supporting you in today's battle." Yi Xingchen fell into a short silence. He turned to look at the patriarch, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other sect brothers, and a proud expression appeared on his face. "That's right. I've changed. I used to have no relatives, no friends. Today, I have a group of sect brothers who care for me in life and death." The most precious thing Yi Xingchen had gained since his rebirth was not his return to the peak, nor was it his entry into the truth-seeking realm. Instead, it was the drastic change in his personality and mentality. He had also become a member of the sect of all times. He had experienced family and friendship that he had never experienced before. "I'm not alone." She was not scolding him, but a true portrayal of him. Empress Lingyao said, "If you could have changed like this thousands of years ago, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to make you start all over again." "Spent so much effort?" Yi Xingchen sneered. "So you're saying that I have to thank you for my achievements today? What else? Don't flatter yourself." Yi Xingchen stepped to the side, his powerful qi of true spirit bursting forth. He clasped his hands together and squatted down. "Today, I'll send you to the afterlife. I'm the emperor. I haven't used this title in a long time." Whoosh! Rainbow light gathered between his palms, stirring the surrounding space. "Junior brother Yi is serious." The first move was the 7 profound dawn break. This made Li Qingyang and the others believe that the battle between the two would not last long. Xiao, right at this time, Yi Xingchen pushed his palms out, the explosive energy gathered in his palms dragging along the dazzling charge break, blasting towards Empress Lingyao at a speed that could tear space apart. This move contained thousands of years of anger, its power was explosive, even He Wudi found it hard to believe. Wang! Wang! Empress Lingyao was not going to sit still and wait for death. She waved her hands lightly, and layers of defensive enchantments formed in front of her. Boom! The 7 profound dawn break, enhanced by killing intent and anger, smashed through the enchantments like a flood breaking through a dam. All the martial artists were shocked speechless. The battle between Jun Chongxiao and Shi Jingxian just now was at most a normal sparring session, but Yi Xingchen's move was a death sentence. How much hatred, how much hatred, how much hatred, how much hatred. Xiao, Empress Lingyao's figure flashed, dodging the 7 profound dawn break's bombardment. Then, she crossed her hands, and the surrounding space trembled, forming a cage that locked Yi Xingchen in. Ryu Sinan was surprised. A space-type martial art? Perfected Qingwei was also stunned, obviously not expecting her disciple to use such an extremely rare martial art. Tisk, tisk. Jun Chongxiao said, "This woman has indeed broken through to the truth-seeking realm." Boom. Boom. Yi Xingchen, who was trapped in a cage-like barrier, madly attacked one side and quickly opened up an opening, causing it to completely collapse. He then took out his halberd and poured his true spirit force into it, forming a scorching light that pierced forward. Every time he attacked, his killing intent was bursting. Puchi! Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through a body was heard. Everyone, including Jun Chongxiao, stared with wide eyes, because they saw Yi Xingchen holding the halberd from top to bottom, piercing the defenseless Empress Ling Yao's chest. "My disciple!" Perfected Qing Wei exclaimed. Yi Xingchen also stared blankly at Empress Ling Yao, whose chest had been pierced so easily. Although her face was pained, she forced a smile and said, "This should be where I stabbed you back then." "That's right. The same place where death was inevitable. I wanted to have a good fight with you. But you've grown too fast. I really can't catch up. So I can only die in your hands in this way to end the grudge between us." Yi Xingchen's eyes were spitting fire. He was not pitying this woman because she was about to die, but because he was angry that she had died too easily. "Night Emperor." Empress Ling Yao took out the secret manual with the words Taishan Sutra engraved on it and said, "I have kept it safe for you for thousands of years. Today I return it to its rightful owner. I also hope you can forgive me for the mistakes I've made in the past." "Puchi." She took a step forward, and her body was completely pierced by the halberd. She smiled and raised her other hand, wanting to touch Yi Xingchen's face, but her mind could not support it. She slowly lowered her hand, half of her face buried in the arms of her former fiancé, and slowly closed her eyes until her soul left the 9 heavens. "It's over," Jun Changxiao said, the grudge between the two of them. The system roared, "That's too simple, too casual, at least explain the reason, like whether or not that woman betrayed Yi Xingchen. Is that still important? If you don't explain it clearly, then you're a dog author." Ah. A mysterious power from the east shook the system until it held, and it also made the hearts of the readers who were about to write this chapter go cold. They hurriedly retracted their thoughts and left comments. "I love the author." The battle had barely begun when Empress Ling Yao had chosen to forfeit, dying to Yi Xingchen's halberd. The cultivators were all depressed. In the first round, Jun Changxiao had surrendered. In the second round, Empress Ling Yao had given up her life. How could they watch the battle in peace? Fake matches. Refund tickets. "It's over." Jinren Tonggu's heart leapt to his throat. His disciple had been killed. Perfected Qing Wei must be furious, but when he looked over, he saw her calm expression. She sighed and turned to leave with tears in her eyes. "She left just like that?" Jinren Tonggu said incredulously. Her master, Perfected Qing Wei, would be furious at Empress Ling Yao's death. But as a witness, she had seen clearly that her disciple had wanted to die. How could she blame an outsider? Being killed and dying were two different concepts. "Master." Far away from Xianxia Mountain, the stooped elder looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. "You're finally free." Empress Ling Yao's death did not sadden Jun Changxiao or the sect of all times. Because she had killed Yi Xingchen, it was only natural that she would be killed today. Debts must be repaid. A life for a life. That was an unchanging principle. However, Yi Xingchen held the halberd in his hand and looked at the lifeless corpse. His expression was blank and dazed. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't regretting it. He hadn't expected to kill this woman so easily. Since his rebirth, Yi Xingchen had been cultivating and growing stronger, all for the sake of killing Empress Ling Yao. He had even imagined a fierce battle with her, but in the end, he had given up on resisting, and had even gone so far as to throw his life away. This wasn't what he wanted, because it was too simple. It was too boring. "Puchi." Yi Xingchen pulled out his halberd. Empress Ling Yao floated down like a withered flower, her beautiful face showing a sense of relief. Whoosh! A ball of flame flew over and enveloped the corpse. Yi Xingchen was afraid that this woman would use some method to fake her death, so he had to burn her bones and scatter her ashes to cut off any chance of clearing her name in the future. It was only after Empress Ling Yao's body had been incinerated that he put away his weapon and landed on Xianxia Mountain. The hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time had completely dissipated. He felt more refreshed than before and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Night Emperor." He actually smiled. "The knot in his heart has been untied, and the demon in his heart has been removed," Jun Changxiao said in a gratified manner. "Xingchen will have greater achievements in the future." If these words came out of other people's mouths, they would probably need to think about it carefully. But if these words came out of the mouth of a cheat, they definitely had a bright future ahead of them. The grudge between Xianxia and Empress Lingyao had come to a perfect end today. As for whether there were any hidden secrets in the matter, since Xianxia was determined to die, there was no way to find out. However, the woman was right about one thing. She had once gone to the grotto to cultivate in seclusion just to fight with Xianxia, but in the end, she had barely broken through to the truth-seeking realm. In 2 years, Xianxia had already entered the upper truth-seeking realm. The difference between their realms was huge. Perhaps it was because of this that Empress Lingyao had decisively chosen to end it with her death after a short fight. In the place where Xianxia fell, Xianxia did not fall. On Xianxia Mountain, Xianxia did not die. All the grudges, all the ill-fated relationships, were gone today. Phew. After walking down from the mountain, Xianxia took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, now I am no longer obsessed with hatred. I only want to pursue higher martial arts realms and protect my fellow disciples and sect from being bullied. Empress Lingyao's death did not make him lose his motivation, because there were more precious things in this world that were far above hatred, such as kinship and friendship among fellow disciples. The only thing missing was love between a man and a woman. Master. Xianxia lowered her head and said with a red face, I have something to say to June Patriarch. With the help of the healing pill, her injuries had recovered significantly. Go. Gu Hongzhenren said kindly. He could tell that there was a story between his disciple and Jun Changxiao, so he naturally would not urge her to leave with him. Humph. Zhenren Tonggu, who was standing aside, said grumpily, if my disciple didn't give in to your disciple, you wouldn't have one. Gu Hongzhenren said indifferently, a loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. Bullshit. Zhenren Tonggu said, this is not a loss. She gave in. It seems that you are not convinced. Come on, why don't the two of us fight? Afraid of you? The 2 old men who did not see eye to eye at all became angry after a few words. Then, they drew a path and fought on Xianxia Mountain. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful energy exploded, and the scene was magnificent. However, no matter how exciting the fight was, the camera was still locked on Jun Changxiao and Shi Jingxian, sadly reduced to the background. Palace Master Shi. Goxing asked curiously, how are you the child of the dimension? Shi Jingxian sat down and kept her head down. It was obvious that she was a little nervous and shy. She said, Master said that I have the power of origin in my body. The power of origin? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, the attribute that made you lose your mind? Yes. Shi Jingxian said, this power comes from the origin of the dimension. The possessor is the child of the dimension. I didn't expect Palace Master Shi to be the child of the dimension of the falling star continent. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said with a smile, sorry. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, I am not the child of the falling star continent. I heard from Master that the power of origin in my body is unusual and may come from the upper universe. Oh? Jun Changxiao was stunned. The system said, it seems that this woman has a story that no one knows. Palace Master Shi, do you know what kind of dimension it is? Jun Changxiao asked. I don't know. Shi Jingxian said with a sad expression, the power of origin is the essence of a dimension. If it is integrated into a martial artist's body, it means that the dimension will no longer exist. Jun Changxiao understood. Since there was the power of origin in her body, her previous dimension might have been destroyed. No wonder she said that she had no parents and no relatives. However, Shi Jingxian looked up and said with a smile, Master said that if I can see into the 3rd step, I can travel through the upper universe at will. Maybe I can find my homeland and use the power of origin to awaken the dimension. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The 3rd step, how far away was that? It was undeniable that Shi Jingxian could break through to the truth-seeking realm in a short time. Her improvement speed was very fast, but it would definitely take a long time to see into the divine secret realm. Besides, looking for a dimension without any clues in the upper universe was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Right, Jun Changxiao thought of something and said, I have the warship that the star spirit world invaded earlier. It can cross the upper universe regardless of the realm. Palace Master, she can go with me. If you're lucky, you might be able to find it. Okay, Xianxia said. Seeing her agree so readily, Jun Changxiao was a little stunned. Xianxia lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. Back then, I refused your invitation and didn't ascend to the upper world with you. In the future, I will never refuse again. Damn. Su Xiaoma, who was eavesdropping, exclaimed, this is equivalent to confessing to the patriarch. Okay then. Jun Changxiao said, I will inform you when we set off. Just come to the Sect of all times to meet me then. Okay. Xianxia nodded with a smile on her face. Jun Changxiao raised his hand, looked at Lao Li too, and cupped his hands. It's getting late. I'll take my disciples back to the Sect first. Goodbye, Palace Master Shi. Puff. Su Xiaoma spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia left with Gu Hongzhenren. Although she was a little reluctant, she was mostly happy. Happy that Jun Changxiao could call out her name immediately after seeing her face. Master. Along the way, Shi Jingxuan's face lit up with joy. It's been a few decades and he still remembers me. Gu Hongzhenren was speechless. The stronger a martial artist was, the stronger their memory. Unless they lost their memory in a car accident, it was almost impossible for them to forget. Moreover, it had only been a few decades. I really don't know what my silly disciple is so happy about. Sigh. Gu Hongzhenren shook his head and thought to himself, the most difficult thing to understand in this world is the love between a man and a woman. Master. Xianxia said, why do I feel like the heaven and earth attributes in the upper realm are stronger than before? That's because your state of mind has changed. Gu Hongzhenren said. Oh. Jun Changxiao led his disciples back to the Sect of all times on the ancient warship. However, he stood at the bow of the ship and pondered seriously. The scheming Empress Lingyao died just like that? She turned into ashes. The system said, she must be dead. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, this woman stole the Taishan Sutra and tricked the 9 great emperors into helping her ascend. This means that she values her realm and power very much. Why would she want to die so easily? The system said, the way I see it, Empress Lingyao knew that she couldn't beat Yi Xingchen, so she could only accept her fate. No. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, after Yi Xingchen was killed, his soul was reborn. Since that woman also cultivated the Taishan Sutra, even if her body was destroyed, she could still be reborn, right? The system was speechless. Master. Jun Changxiao hurriedly called for the Taishan elder and asked about the Taishan Sutra. After all, he was the one who created it. In the end, the answer he got was, it's true that I created the Taishan Sutra, but it doesn't have the ability to rebirth souls. No, Gosheng frowned. The old man from Taishan said, even in the upper realm, there is no martial art that can regenerate a martial artist's soul. How can I, a person who focuses on the study of formations, create such a heaven-defying technique? No. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, since Shizhuan's Heart Sutra doesn't have the effect of reviving a soul, how did Yi Xingchen manage to possess a body several thousand years later? Unless. System, what do you think? There must be something fishy about this. Inside the cabin. After a difficult decision, Yi Xingchen still took out the Taishan Sutra that still had his body fragrance. This secret manual meant a lot to him. If he hadn't obtained it, he wouldn't have died at the hands of Empress Lingyao, and he wouldn't have been reborn into the Sect of all times, and he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Now that I've broken through to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, what's the point of keeping it? Flames gradually rose in Yi Xingchen's hands, obviously intending to burn it to bid farewell to the past. However, just as he raised the Taishan true scripture, a letter slipped out from within and slowly floated to the ground. Yi Xingchen frowned. But his body took it honestly and locked onto the lines of beautiful words. Night Emperor. When you read this letter, I should be dead, so congratulations, you've gotten your revenge. Yi Xingchen's eyes flickered with anger. This woman left behind a suicide note before she died. Why did it feel like she was mocking him? In your past life, you were obsessed with martial arts and didn't understand the ways of the world, nor did you understand human relationships. I'm happy for you that you have so many fellow disciples in this life. This also proves that it was right to kill you back then. Seeing this line of words, Xianxia almost burned the letter. It was right to kill me? Is it even human? Actually, there's one thing I really want to tell you in person, but I know how much you hate me, so I can only tell you in a letter after I die. The Taishan Sutra created by the Taishan old man doesn't have the ability to let a martial artist's soul be reborn. Some of the incantations written in it were actually deliberately modified. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression froze. You may be very curious. Since you can't be reborn, why did you possess someone else's body? This is because you have a shocking identity that can shock the upper universe and even change the order of heaven and earth. Humph. Xianxia thought to himself, who are you trying to fool? In the past, although Knight Emperor was strong, his IQ obviously couldn't keep up. Now, under Xianxia's guidance, he seemed to be a fool, but his IQ had basically reached the passing line. You may suspect that I'm lying to you, but it doesn't matter. Because when the day comes, you'll understand that everything I do is for you. Finally. I hope that you can become even stronger, until you have the power to shake the universe, so that you can fulfill those words I once said, all the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Xianxia's face was blank. Had he ever said this before? The only signature on the letter was Ling Yao, and there was a hint of reluctance and longing in the tip of the pen. This woman's whitewashing skills are too bad. Xianxia crumpled the letter into a ball. He had planned to burn it, but after a moment's hesitation, he put it away into his spatial ring. Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia's voice rang out in his ear. Are you asleep? No. Come to the cockpit. No. No. In the cockpit, the Taishan elder carefully read the Taishan Sutra he had created. He said in surprise, the chants on the last 2 pages were not written by me. This martial art technique was above the divine tier on the Starfall continent. He had created it on a whim when he was studying the fortune-seizing array. He had personally written every word and every image on it, so he naturally remembered it clearly. Someone modified it? Xianxia asked. That's right. Who modified it? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Xianxia looked at the silent Xianxia. After a long moment of hesitation, the latter took out the will left by Empress Ling Yao. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects? Tsk tisk. After reading it, Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, how arrogant and domineering. I didn't say anything about it, Xianxia said. You didn't say anything about it in your past life. Maybe you did in your previous life, Xianxia said. Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, if what Empress Ling Yao said in the letter is true, you might really have an earth-shattering identity. That woman is very scheming. She knew she was going to die, so she purposely left a letter to disturb me. That's possible. Patriarch. Xianxia said seriously, I just want to focus on martial arts and protect the sect of all times with my life. Xianxia said, I'm very pleased. Go back and rest. This letter, stay here with me for now. Yes. After Xianxia left, Xianxia picked up the will and thought, the handwriting is quite beautiful. Doesn't the host find it familiar? A little, but I can't remember. Do I need to remind you? If you have something to say it quickly. The system didn't keep him in suspense and said, the host can take out a fragment of the 7 mysterious rays shard to take a look. This sentence was like a wake-up call. Xianxia immediately slapped his forehead and said in surprise, no wonder it looked so familiar. It's very similar to the handwriting on the fragment. In the study, Xianxia took out the 7 original volumes and compared them with the handwriting on the suicide note. He concluded that although they were not written by the same person, the writing style was very similar. Every world had a relatively independent civilization system, and the words and prophecies they created were all different. For example, the fallen star continent. For example, the upper realm. Their writing and language were completely different. In order to prevent the readers from deliberately learning the fallen star language or the upper realm language, they were considerate enough to translate it into Xianxia. System, what do you think? The writing style of the volumes and the suicide note are similar, which means that they should have lived in the same world and been influenced by the same civilization. I think so too. Xianxia's expression became serious. The volumes were created by the Seven Profound Sage, who was also known as a martial arts legend. Empress Ling Yao came from the same plane as him, so her identity was not simple. That was not the main point. The main point was Xianxia. From the contents of the suicide note, he had a shocking identity. Now that the woman's handwriting was similar to the Seven Profound Sages, could there really be a past life? Or perhaps, he had some sort of connection with such a super mighty being? Maybe. The system said seriously, Xianxia might be the reincarnation of the Seven Profound Sage. Fine. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "You're so talkative. You can say whatever you want and the story is wrong." The system roared in exasperation, "Have I done anything wrong during this period of time? If you work hard every day, you won't be able to live." Of course. Xianxia was also puzzled. The handwriting on the last few pages of the Taishan Sutra was very different from the suicide note. Who changed it without permission? In my opinion. The system said, if we find the person who deliberately added the incantation, we might be able to uncover Xianxia's shocking identity. After comparing the suicide note and the volumes, Xianxia came to a conclusion. Empress Ling Yao and the Seven Profound Sage must have been influenced by the same civilization, which was why their handwriting was similar. It was hard to confirm whether Xianxia was the reincarnation of a powerful being, but at least it meant that the woman was not simple. Senior Gu's strength is already very terrifying. When he talks about the Seven Profound Saint, his face is filled with admiration. He even calls him a martial arts legend. If Empress Ling Yao is living in the same plane as him, her cultivation level should be quite high. He was still killed by Xianxia in the end. Therefore, there must be something fishy about this. Perhaps it's just as the will said. Xianxia's shocking identity will really shake the upper universe and change the order of the world. Xianxia leaned against the chair and rubbed his temples. There's suddenly pressure. In the past, Xianxia was nothing more than a reincarnated martial emperor. Now, from the looks of the will, there seemed to be a deeper pit. When the truth was revealed, would he and his sect be able to withstand the perilous waves? I'm fine. The system said, if you can't take it, then use a cheat. It's not like you haven't used it before. At night, Xianxia sat in the main hall and looked up at the sky. Although I have reached the peak of martial arts in the upper realm, in the vast universe, I am but an insignificant star. Rows of flowers walked over and sat beside him. She flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said, to others, my husband is an insignificant star. But to everyone in the sect of all times, you can guide the way forward when you are lost. Xianxia said bitterly, the more it is like this, the more pressure there is. If he was alone, he would not care about life or death, but he had the sect behind him and a group of disciples. Walking on the path to becoming a powerful being was always like walking on thin ice, and also like carrying 100,000 mountains on his back. I will always be by your side, my husband. Rows of Flowers wanted to tilt her head and lean over, but she was afraid that he would push her away, so she could only sit quietly where she was. The two of them did not speak. They looked at the stars the whole night. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, felt uneasy. It was as if someone was constantly whispering in his ear, all lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all lands by the king's shores belong to the king. Ah! He hugged his head and roared, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The next day, Xianxia walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes. Normally, after taking revenge, he should be in a good mood. However, after reading the will, he was confused and did not practice martial arts systematically for a few days. F***ck. After Xianxia learned about it, he was furious. Could this be a trick that woman deliberately played before she died to trick Xianxia into abandoning his martial arts? Abandoning his martial arts, he underestimated Night Emperor's determination. Another day passed. He quickly adjusted his mentality and began to practice martial arts more diligently. As for the previous troubles, they were long gone. June. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He personally supervised the warship construction process and thought about how to complete the main mission, break free from the restrictions, and start the era of space exploration. The mission requirement is to reach the immortal sect level. Without the recognition of the world, it will be difficult to complete. The system said. You gave me a reminder. Jun Changxiao said, it's time to think of a way to increase the level of the sect. Because there was no certification organization, the sect of all times gave the readers the impression that it was still at the mysterious sect level. However, in reality, it was already an extraordinary existence that destroyed the 10 great immortal sects. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, change the sign on the gate to the 10,000 ancient immortal sect, and then spread the news to all the major cities. Yes. Li Qingyang entered his interspatial ring and began to choose different signs. Why did he choose? Because there were signs with the words 10,000 ancient true sect, 10,000 ancient Dao sect, and 10,000 ancient divine sect. It was clear that they had already prepared and could replace them at any time. A moment later, a brand new sign was hung at the gate. The words 10,000 ancient immortal sect carved on it were powerful and had the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. At the same time, a new announcement appeared on the signboards of the major cities in the higher world. The content was, from today onwards, the sect of all times will be promoted to the celestial level. If anyone is not satisfied, they can come to the 10,000 ancient immortal mountain to talk. It was obvious that this was what Jun Changxiao had said because it was too meaningful. As expected, they are calling themselves Immortal Sect. The various cultivators were not too surprised after seeing the announcement. After all, to be able to destroy the 10 great immortal sects, the sect of all times was worthy of the celestial level. It was reasonable for them to add another level above the immortal sects. Even if there was a higher level, Goxing would not use it. This was because the main storyline quest said that it had to be a celestial sect. If he decided to call himself a divine sect or heaven sect, it would be useless if he did not receive recognition. Upper World Calendar. Who knew how many years had passed? The 10 great immortal sects had become history, and the 10,000 ancient immortal sect was the strongest. Ding. Main storyline quest completed. Calculating. Jun Changxiao, who was in charge of supervising the construction of the battleship, was stunned when he heard the crisp sound. He ordered the disciples to put up the sign 10,000 ancient immortal sect and announced it to the public. The main storyline quest was suddenly calculated? That was way too simple, wasn't it? If he had known, he would have changed it at the start. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jun Changxiao put his hands on his waist and laughed without restraint. Zhen Dejuan and the others looked over and then calmly continued to study the battleship. After all, they were used to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest. You have received a generous amount of martial arts experience points. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the half-step divine secret realm. Whoosh whoosh. On this day, the sky above the sect of all times was suddenly covered by a vast and majestic attribute. It continued to extend outwards and covered more than half of the plain. The history books of the future recorded that the patriarch of the sect of all times peeked into the divine secret realm and created an eternal legend in the higher world. Would the main mission be completed just by hanging up the 10,000 ancient immortal sect plaque? Sorry. Jun Changxiao was overthinking. The reason why he suddenly entered the settlement was because he had previously destroyed the 10 major immortal sects and used his actions to prove his strength. Therefore, he was able to trigger the completion of the mission after declaring himself a top sect. Whoosh whoosh. Vast and majestic special attributes appeared from the sect of all times and gradually enveloped half of the upper realm. Jun Changxia's soul was mixed in it, and he could deeply feel the breathing of every blade of grass and tree. It was as if his entire person had been sublimated. Was this the divine secret state? Jun Changxiao enjoyed that feeling very much, and a happy expression gradually appeared on his face. Come out and take a look. Su Xiaoma shouted, Patriarch has advanced again. This guy's tone was not excited at all. It could be seen that Gosheng's breakthroughs were too frequent and too sudden, causing him and many disciples to gradually lose the novelty. They even thought that there was a problem if they did not see Patriarch's progress for a period of time. However, the outside world could not remain calm. The momentum of the advancement affected half of the upper realm. Any martial artist who was disturbed could feel an extremely strong pressure. In the extreme cave abode, Masato Kitano said in surprise, your disciple has peeked into the third step. Shinran Tongu was so shocked that he was speechless. When he first met his disciple, he had barely entered the revolving core realm, and even cultivated for 2 years without any progress. Now, he had touched the realm that almost no one in the upper realm had reached. It was like a dream, surprise, a huge surprise. After a brief shock, Shinran Tongu and Masato Kitano sat down in unison. The advancement aura released by Jun Changxiao contained the supreme mystery. It was a very good opportunity for them, who were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, to learn from it and find the opportunity to enter the third step. Master. In a beautiful place, Shi Jingxian pulled away the black robe that covered her face, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Jun Patriarch is about to break through. Gu Hongzhenren's mouth twitched violently. He had won the promise of 10 years. However, he understood that Shinran Tongu's disciple was truly outstanding. No, he was truly a monster. Why was old man Tongu's life so good that he actually took in such a disciple? However, if Gu Hongzhenren knew that being Jun Changxiao's master meant that he had to be prepared to take the blame at any time, he probably wouldn't have the mentality he had now. The advancement lasted for a whole day. Those who had reached the peak of the truth-seeking realm all benefited from it. As for whether they could take half a step forward, it depended on their own luck. Creak. The door opened. Jun Changxiao walked out glowing. His appearance didn't change much from before. He was still handsome, but his temperament had changed completely. Every move he made seemed to contain the profound meaning of heaven and earth. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, it's fine if you don't give me any rewards after putting in so much effort to complete the main mission, but you only took a small step forward. Be content. The system said, for most people at the peak of the truth-seeking state, I'm afraid they won't be able to take this step until they die. That's true. Jun Changxiao was relieved. Looking at his growth, he had relied on cheating to advance. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Ding. As the host has successfully completed the upper realm's main mission, the soul bomb will be removed immediately. The system notification sounded again. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. It really didn't matter if his realm increased. As long as he could remove this bomb that would deduct time even if he squatted in the toilet for a while, that was what he would be satisfied with. Congratulations, host, you've completed another, shut up. Jun Changxiao would never forget that he had successfully ascended to the upper realm and passed through the 10,000 Thunder Formation. Before he could celebrate, a mouthful of poison milk triggered a new version of the upper realm's main mission, so this time, he had to stop it. It was very successful. A few days had passed, but the main mission still hadn't been triggered. Awesome. Jun Changxiao walked out of the room in high spirits. He saw that the sky was bluer, and the water was clearer. The system said, without the restriction of the main mission, the host has lost his goal. In the future, he won't focus on developing the sect. T. Jun Changxiao sat in the stone pavilion and picked up a chess piece on the table. With a serious look, he said, the astral world hasn't been dealt with yet. How can I lose my goal? He almost destroyed the falling star. Continent. He had to make this distant plane pay a painful price. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan transmitted his voice, another battleship has been completed. Please come and inspect it. Jun Changxiao got up and went to the shipyard of the formation hall. He saw that the second battleship had been completed. Because it was built with high-grade ores, it looked indestructible and even emitted a kind of power. Master. Let's name this battleship Taixian. Hearing this, the Taixian old man's eyes were filled with gratified tears. The first battleship should have been named after him, but he shamelessly changed it to Changxiao. How many more battleships can we build with the remaining wars? 8. There are only 10 in total? There's no choice. There's too little heavenly spirit quenching stone. Xianxia was speechless. The first fleet of the astral spirit realm had invaded, and there were 50 battleships alone. Not to this extent, at least half of them. In the end, there were only 10 battleships. It was not spectacular enough. It's okay. The system said, you can buy them from the store. Scram. It was impossible to buy them from the store. After all, completing the main mission did not give him any reputation points. He did not have much left, so he had to be frugal. You can go to the major plains to buy ores. While heading to the astral spirit realm, you can build more battleships until you reach there and form a huge fleet of battleships. It's more appropriate to change buying to robbing. You're a thief, and you still have the nerve to talk about me? How can it be considered stealing when you buy something with 3 values? F***ck, you're even more shameless than me. The construction of the battleships was still in full swing. However, with the previous 2 production experiences and the fixed template furnace, the efficiency was greatly improved. In just a year, all 8 battleships were completed. In terms of volume and tonnage, the battleships developed by the Sect of all times were larger and heavier than those in the astral spirit realm. The material was from heavenly spirit quenching stone, and the defensive performance was even better. Testing of 5 extremes completed. Testing of cool breeze completed. Testing of drizzle completed. Testing of spirit beast completed. Testing of war knight completed. Outside the array formation peak, Xianxia led the team to carefully check the formation system of each battleship to ensure that it could be activated successfully. It was not difficult to tell from the names that some of the battleships were named after the higher-ups of the sect. For example, 5 extremes corresponded to evil Saint Ding Xingwang, while cool breeze corresponded to love expert Wei Qingfeng. As for drizzle, spirit beast, and war knight, they corresponded to drizzle hall, spirit beast hall, and war knight hall respectively. Of course. There were also king of hell and Rakshasa, which corresponded to Xianxia and the black and white Rakshasa. Xianxia did not pay much attention to the names of the battleships. The names of the higher-ups were mostly based on rhymes. For example, the Ning brothers joined the sect early, so they did not name them because it did not match. Testing of rows completed. After receiving the report from Team 10, Xianxia sent a telepathic message. Patriarch, all 10 battleships have been tested. They can be activated and leave the upper realm at any time. Xianxia, who was sitting outside the hall, clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. He grinned. The era of spaceflight is about to begin. The upper universe, the thousands of dimensions, prepare for the arrival of my ancient fleet. Kikik. Kikikik. If the various dimensions heard this sinister laughter, they would definitely cry out in sorrow. Boss, please let us go. After testing the warship, Xianxia was not in a hurry to leave the upper realm with his disciples. Instead, he decided to stay for a while and settle his affairs. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, the teleportation portals in the major cities have been set up and can be officially operated. During this time, the members of the Formation Hall had set up teleportation portals in many famous cities to make it convenient for martial artists to reach their destinations as quickly as possible. Xianxia had developed in the upper realm for less than 10 years. In terms of feelings, he could not compare to those of the falling star continent. But after all, he had witnessed the strength of the sect, so he had done something before leaving. Or perhaps it was to make up for the forbidden area that he had once destroyed. Of course. Setting up the portals would consume a lot of magnetite, and it would require funds to maintain them. Using the portals would definitely require a corresponding fee. He could benefit the people and earn some money at the same time. Why not? Master. Xianxia said seriously, don't you want to think about it? After completing the main mission, he had visited the Extreme Doctrine Cave many times in order to rope Shinrin Tonggu and Masato Kitano into the sect. I've been indifferent to fame and fortune all my life. I treat money like dirt, so, smack. Without waiting for him to finish, Xianxia placed the secret book of the Boundless Thousand Shadows spell on the table and said, This is a kind of martial art that can condense doppelgangers and help increase one's realm. As long as Master and Senior Qi join the sect, you can practice it at will. Brat. Shinran Tonggu said with a straight face, are you insulting your master's firm Taoist heart? Ding. Sect members, 100042. Ding. Sect members, 100043. Jun Changxiao walked out of the Extreme Doctrine cave with the 2 entry forms. Looking at the blue sky, a serious smile gradually appeared on his face. Actually, with the Sect of All Times' current strength, there was no need to forcefully recruit Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano. However, they had been under their protection all these years, so before they left, they would definitely give them some benefits to express their gratitude. Both of them were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Obviously, mystic stones and Taoist stones could not help them, so they could only give them martial arts. However, due to the limitation of the system, they could not practice martial arts unless they joined the sect. Old friend. Masato Kitano carefully read the Grand Kiliakosm Shadow Clone Art. His eyes flickered with excitement as he said, this martial art is incredible. Perhaps we can touch the 3rd step in our lifetime. Shinran Tonggu stared blankly for a while before he said, why didn't he show us such a good martial art technique earlier? Goshen could not be blamed. Back then, he had invited the 2 of them to join the Sect of All Times, but they had repeatedly rejected him on the grounds that he was indifferent to fame and fortune. After leaving the Extreme Cavern, Jun Changxiao made a trip to the Misty Immortal Mountain and gave the 7 sages of the Misty Immortal Mountain many Dao stones and immortal stones. Stone Statue Domain. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and said, I will be leaving the upper realm in a while. I will leave the clan to you all. The expressions on the faces of the 3 ministers and 9 ministers were a little interesting. The former patriarch had just left, and the new patriarch was also leaving. What was going on, however, he understood. The patriarch was very young and strong. Staying in the upper realm would only limit him. Only by traveling the universe could he become stronger. After making arrangements for the Stone Statue clan, Jun Changxiao came to the Dragon clan and asked if Little Dragon was willing to follow him to conquer the Sea of Stars. This disciple is willing. Long Outyen summoned the 3 Dragon Kings that day and ordered them to be in charge of the internal affairs of the Dragon clan. Then, without looking back, he followed Jun Changxiao to the Sect of All Times. He did not miss the Dragon Emperor and only hoped to follow the Patriarch to conquer the world. A few days later, Shi Jingxian, who was dressed in a black robe, arrived at the Sect of All Times. Looking at the familiar buildings and familiar disciples, her emotions seemed to have drifted to the past. Palace Master Shi. Rose of Flowers smiled and said, long time no see. Shi Jingxian hurriedly lowered her head, as if she did not dare to look at this woman. My husband has a strong personality. I'm afraid only Palace Master Shi can make him admit defeat. Rose of Flowers said. Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao came to the main hall. After hearing this, he cursed in his heart, it must be little Mo who leaked it out. It's not like it's something that can't be seen. The system said, why is the host suddenly nervous? Who's nervous? Just now, the heartbeat rate was once per second. Now, the heartbeat rate is 3 times per second. You still say you're not nervous? Jun Changxiao said, only a bored guy like you would deliberately check the heartbeat rate of others. Hee hee. The system had a face of disdain, although it had no face. The atmosphere in the main hall was very awkward. Rose of Flowers and Shi Jingxian did not communicate anymore. Jun Changxiao could not stand it anymore. He walked in from outside and cupped his hands. Palace Master Shi, we're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. I have internal affairs to deal with. I'll have to trouble my husband to entertain Palace Master Shi. Rose of Flowers tactfully found an excuse to leave. The awkward atmosphere was eased. Phew. Shi Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Her palms were sweating. In terms of cultivation, she was not much weaker than Rose of Flowers. However, she was particularly nervous when they met. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, have you arranged everything? Yes. Shi Jingxian nodded and said, we're just waiting for Jun Patriarch to set off. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. This was the auspicious day that Xianxia specially picked. Oh, right. He asked, have your eyes healed? When they were at Xianxia Mountain, Goxing found that this woman was not wearing glasses. Master found a lot of heavenly treasures and helped me recover my normal vision, Xianxia said. I see. Xianxia said, the accommodation has been arranged. It's still the same place. Thank you. We're old friends. Don't be so polite. 2 days later. 100,000 disciples gathered at the main peak's martial arts practice field. Ta. Xianxia walked out of the main hall and said loudly, are you ready? Ready. Everyone shouted in unison. Get on the ship. Yes. The disciples entered 10 warships made of heavenly spirit-quenching ore and then slowly flew towards the sky. Buzz. At the same time, the Sect of all times was shrouded in flowing light. It was impossible to bring the Iron Bone Mountain with them on this trip to the universe, so they could only seal it temporarily. As for the various internal martial arts facilities, they were naturally all moved into the warships. The disciples could still use them to cultivate during interstellar travel. Let's go. Xianxia, who was sitting in Eternal, ordered. The 11 warships carrying the 100,000 disciples spewed out energy light from their tails and then disappeared into the deep space. Your disciple has left. Masato Kitano said outside the extreme cave abode. Shinran Tongu sighed and said, to him, the upper realm is probably just an inconspicuous resting place in the long journey of life. Although the two of them had joined the Sect of all times, they did not leave together. The reason was that they were old. The matters of exploring the universe should be left to the younger generation. In the vast upper universe, the 11 warships led by Eternal were moving rapidly. Patriarch, where are we going? The Mountain Sea Realm. Although the Upper Realm and the Mountain and Sea Realm both belonged to the Azure Sea system, they were separated by a great distance. Without special tools, it would take at least a few decades for a half-step celestial realm cultivator to get there. Fortunately, Xianxia had an advanced battleship. Based on the speed and distance, he estimated that they would reach their destination in 2 months. Of course. The faster they went, the more fuel they used. They had only flown for 2 or 3 days, but the 11 battleships had used up millions of Dao stones. Sitting in the main cabin, Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, I hope the Mountain and Sea Realm has similar resources. Otherwise, even the Azure Sea system won't be able to fly out. As expected. The system said, they're going to be robbers. Robbers my ass. Xianxia said, I'll trade with them. Although Goxing was a bit shameless, he definitely wouldn't do something like robbing. So, he planned to be a plain merchant for now and trade things of similar value for energy. Bah. The system said, he's definitely a profiteer. How so? To be used as a battleship's energy source, it had to be at least Dao stones. This kind of thing was extremely precious in any plane. What could he take out to trade? You don't have to worry about it. Xianxia said, I have my ways. The 11 battleships sailed in an orderly manner in the vast universe. The disciples entered various martial arts facilities to cultivate as usual. They didn't slack off because of the interstellar travel. Second senior brother. Are you going to the life and death secret realm? Let's go. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma entered the cabin that contained the life and death secret realm. The interior design of the battleship was very user-friendly. Not only were there cabins for living, there were also cultivation rooms, cafeterias, and karaoke rooms for singing. Ah! Xianxia held the microphone and sang loudly. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and Bailey Qianzhou all lay on the ground, either bleeding from their orifices or foaming at the mouth. At first, when the patriarch called them over, the 3 of them were quite puzzled. Why did the disciples purposely avoid them? Now, they finally knew the reason. This guy's singing was deadly. After a series of cries and screams, the 3 demon exterminators were sent to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Xianxia then returned to his residence. His consciousness entered his interspatial ring as he retrieved the supreme-grade goods that he had received as a reward for completing the mission. You finally remembered, the system said. Buzz, Jun Changxiao raised his palm and gently placed it on the supreme merchandise. After a golden light rippled out, a notification sounded in his ears, ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the main mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul bomb. Goshing's expression froze instantly. Ha ha ha. The system laughed out loud without any restraint. During this period of time, Jun Changxiao had not allowed him to speak at all. He was worried that the poison milk would take effect. In the end, he had obtained a supreme item. Not only had he obtained a main mission, but he had also obtained a soul bomb. It could be said that he had arranged for himself. You can't play like this. Go Leftover hugged his head, his face filled with despair. Sigh. The system comforted him, this might be the host's fate, ha 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 ha, he did not disappoint. The main quest came again. The content was to dominate the upper universe. It's over? Seeing that there were only 6 simple words on the mission board, Jun Changxia's expression froze. The previous 3 main quests had a time limit. If he could not complete them, he would activate the soul bomb. This time, there was no time limit. That's not right. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. If there's no time limit, why did you bind the soul bomb to me? As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a soul bomb that looked like a brick. When he saw the words Upper World Edition written on it, he suddenly realized. This is the soul bomb that I dispelled earlier. The system could no longer laugh. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Jun Changxiao's turn to laugh heartily. The main quest had no time limit, and it even gave him a soul bomb. Wouldn't he be able to do the old trick and directly blow up the astral spirit world? I understand now. The system said, no wonder you wanted to go to the mountain and sea realm to find Gu Xiaoxi. You were missing someone to carry the bomb. Jun Changxiao retracted his smile and said seriously, I won't let my brother repeat the same mistake. Previously, Gu Xiaoxi sacrificed himself and blew up the 9 battleships that he prepared, which made him suffer for a long time. Therefore, such a tragedy where someone had to be sacrificed must not happen again. I hope so. Dominate the upper universe. Jun Changxiao looked at the words on the mission board again and touched his chin. Does the main quest want me to dominate the universe? It's difficult. The system said, no chance. Jun Changxiao agreed. Although he was invincible in the upper universe, there were thousands of planes in the vast universe. If he gathered all of them together, there would definitely be divine arcanum. With his current strength, he would definitely be beaten like a dog if he dominated the upper universe. Fortunately, Jun Changxiao said with relief, there's no time limit. I can slowly develop. Patriarch. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. The star map has found a plane nearby. Jun Changxiao rushed to the main control room and found a light spot flashing on the screen. It was not too far away from the fleet. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. Whoosh. 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 The 11 battleships accelerated at the same time and flew toward the first plane they found during their interstellar travel. They could vaguely see that the world floating in the universe seemed to be trembling. The Scarlet Hell world. It was a world close to the upper realm. The weather here was hot, and the earth and rocks were all red. It looked like hell, so it was named the Scarlet Hell. The martial artists living in the Scarlet Hell world mainly cultivated the fire element, but due to the nature of the world, the strongest realm was only at the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Therefore, in terms of the level of the world, there was obviously a big gap between it and the upper realm. In fact, the upper realm was not weak. When the third fleet of the Star Spirit world invaded, it was described as a quasi-second class, which meant that there were third class, fourth class, and even lower. Whoosh, one day, a stream of light quietly passed through the spatial barrier and landed between the mountains and rivers that seemed to be burning. It was none other than Jun Changxiao. He did not fly in with 11 battleships. After all, it was easy for the locals to misunderstand and define him as an invader. Whoosh, he released his spiritual sense and spread it for thousands of miles. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changxiao said, the fire element here is particularly strong. The system said, the other elements are relatively weak. It should be related to the hot environment. I'm afraid it will be difficult to contain martial arts resources such as mystical stones. Xianxia's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Not necessarily. The system said, a world with a single element will often produce extreme ores or resources. Makes sense. Xianxia put on a face-changing mask and a set of grey robes. Very soon, he transformed into an old faker who was roaming the Jianghu. Then, he went straight to a city 1,000 miles away. What he needed to do now was to understand this world and whether there were resources that could be used as fuel for power. He chose to disguise himself because he was afraid that his peerless beauty would cause a huge commotion. Haha. The system laughed dryly. Kill. Kill. After traveling for hundreds of miles, he heard angry roars. Xianxia released his spiritual sense and found that hundreds of thousands of soldiers were divided into two teams in the distance. They were fighting bravely on the battlefield. The blood made the ground even redder, and the smell of blood floated in the air. The soldiers participating in the battle did not have high realms. Judging from their aura, they seemed to be comparable to Wu Xing's level. Good. Xianxia said, this plane's level is definitely not high. An army of hundreds of thousands of Wu Xing's size was indeed terrifying in the lower realm, but in the upper realm, it appeared to be very insignificant. Even a random disciple from a sect could easily deal with it. Xianxia had no interest in watching the newbies pecking at each other. He continued to head towards the city he had locked onto. However, after traveling for a while, they discovered that two armies were facing each other. Does this plane like to fight? Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise. He released his spiritual thoughts and covered half of the Scarlet Hell sector. In the end, he captured hundreds of battlefields of different sizes. The environment was already a little bad, and the locals were fighting all over the map. Could such a chaotic world nurture powerful martial arts resources? AI. Goxing shook his head and said, I'm afraid we've made a wasted trip. Not long after, he stopped in front of the city gate that he had locked in advance. Because the entire city was made of red ore, the towering city wall looked like it was burning crazily. At yen. *% yen*. The warriors coming in and out were talking. Because of the different language systems, Xianxia did not understand a word. Do you need an interpreter? What do you think? Whoosh, suddenly, a light flashed in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. All kinds of symbols, gestures, and numbers flooded in crazily. When everything was restored, he heard the passers-by talking in Huaxia. The Iron Might army of the Great Heavenly Kingdom has taken down a few more cities. In my opinion, the Changyuan Kingdom is probably going to be destroyed. Sigh, the kingdom that was once powerful enough to sweep across the world is finally going to decline. Decline after the peak, it will never change. Kingdom? Xianxia touched his chin and said, this world is dominated by countries? When he took an identity token from a passerby and successfully sneaked into the city called Zanhua City and heard the passersby talking about the war, he was even more certain of his guess. That's right. The Scarlet Hell sector was a plane dominated by countries. There were families, nobles, royals, and royalty here, but there were no sections. The analysis is out. The system said, this place is called the Scarlet Hell sector. It has a population of 60 billion. 10,000 years ago, a peerless hero appeared and rose from nothing. In the end, he unified the entire world and established the Blue Waves Empire. And then? The Blue Waves Empire ruled the Scarlet Hell sector for nearly 10,000 years. Later, there were internal conflicts, and kingdoms broke away one after another. They each did their own thing and fought against each other. The Blue Waves Empire has long existed in name only. Are there any martial arts resources? Xianxia was not interested in the rise and fall of an empire. Yes. The system said, this world is rich in martial arts resources called Fire Stone, which is also the most common currency at present. It contains an extremely majestic fire attribute. Perhaps it can be used as an energy source. In fact, even if it did not explain, Xianxia had already guessed it. Because along the way from the main street, he found that many shops were named XX Scarlet Stone Shop. Yushang Scarlet Stone Shop. It was the largest shop in Zanhua City. As soon as Jun Changxiao walked in, he felt that the fire attribute inside was stronger than outside, so he was even more curious about the majestic fire attribute of the fire stone. Dear customer. A beautiful woman was in charge of welcoming him. She smiled and said, "Do you want to buy some fire stones?" "Yes. Please come in." The woman was very polite and did not deliberately ignore Guoxing because of his ordinary clothes. It could be seen that this shop really treated customers as gods. Dear customer. My shop mainly sells first class, second class, and third class fire stones. Which one do you want? There are also different classes? When Jun Changxiao said this, the woman looked at him with surprise. Everyone knew that fire stones were divided into different classes. How could there be people in the world who did not know? Jun Changxiao also realized the problem and explained awkwardly, Jun grew up in the mountains and knows little about the outside world. The woman understood and patiently explained, fire stones are divided into 3 classes. First class is the best and third class is the worst. Definitely first class. How many do you need? Can you take out one for Jun to see first? Alright, please wait a moment. The woman stood up and left. After a while, she came back with a box and placed it on the table. She gently opened it, revealing a red crystal the size of an apple. Jun Changxiao quietly released his spiritual sense and fused it with the crystal. Feeling the extremely pure fire attribute, he thought to himself, this fire attribute is extremely violent. If it's used as a source of energy, it should be able to replace the Dao stone. On the whole, the fire stone could not be compared to the Dao stone. After all, it had a single attribute. However, the driving device inside the warship preferred violent energy. Only then would it be able to bring about a stronger impact. Dear customer. The woman smiled and said, how many do you need? Jun Changxiao stood up, patted his butt and said, I'm just looking around, goodbye. With that, he left. The woman was stunned for a long time before she thought to herself, is this person sick? The first-class fire stone of the Scarlet Hell World was very suitable for energy, but Jun Changxiao did not buy it because he had no money. Of course, Dao stones were more comprehensive than fire stones, but this world focused on fire-type martial arts. If he took it out for exchange, they would definitely not want it, so he could only think of ways to earn it. In fact, with Jun Changxiao's strength, no one in the entire Scarlet Hell World could stop him, let alone the honorable Martial City. However, what was the difference between this and a bandit? Along the way, Jun Changxiao had indeed robbed a lot of things, but he could honestly say that he had never done anything like robbing for no reason. If there were, please give me an example. If you say it, I'll seal the book and not write anymore. Some might use the Forbidden Land as an example. However, it was an ownerless thing that was nurtured by heaven and earth, not a public facility paid for by official organizations. What's wrong with me taking it with my own ability? If the Forbidden Land was public property, then what about the various mineral veins? If the major sects could not rob it, how could they develop? Moreover, the Forbidden Land was dangerous. 6 or 7 out of 10 people who entered died. Although Jun Changxiao had destroyed it and caused the majority of people to lose their cultivation environment, he had also unknowingly saved many lives from becoming moths. Was it right to ask him to destroy the Forbidden Land to save lives in a world where the strong preyed on the weak? Of course. Jun Changxiao's original intention was to strengthen the sect, not to save lives. However, what he did indeed prevent many martial artists from dying in the Forbidden Land in the future. This was undeniable and unquestionable. Guoxing never thought of himself as a good person. For example, in the plain battlefield, he crazily extorted the martial artists of the mainland. His behavior seemed excessive, but in fact, he allowed them to exchange money for safety and smoothly return home to reunite with their families. Good. Wasn't it a happy ending? Did he have to mold Jun Changxiao into a hero who did everything for the country and the people without asking for anything in return? Yes. When the first fleet of the astral spirit world invaded without a mission, did he not step forward bravely? Because of the dragon clan's use of the system's power, Gu Tianxing and his wife were lured to the upper realm, thus avoiding a world catastrophe. Throughout Jun Changxiao's development from the Starfall continent to the upper realm, he and the sect of all times were the ones who turned the tide every time there was a crisis. Otherwise, the demon lord would still be fighting against the 10 major immortal sects, or perhaps he would have been destroyed by the astral spirit realm and become cosmic dust. Don't say that Gosheng's values are wrong. Other than having a cheap mouth and a strange laugh, when had he ever done anything that offended the heavens and reason? I also hope that some of the readers can maintain a pure heart of ridicule, and not ridicule too much and be unable to extricate themselves from their own imaginations, and see Xianxia as a complete villain. That would be unfair to him. A certain reader, he is a scumbag. Author, +1. Very good. There's motivation. Xianxia was completely unaware of the problem with his values. He had actually explained so many words, and at this moment, his eyes were shining. From the upper realm to the astral spirit realm, he had to cross many galaxies. The energy problem had to be solved. Otherwise, he would run out of fuel while flying, and it would be awkward to be stranded in the endless universe. However, how could he earn money? Xianxia walked aimlessly on the street and began to think about how to obtain first-class firestones. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the sound of fighting came from afar, and rolling heat waves roared. Isn't fighting prohibited in the city? Xianxia released his spiritual senses and found a disheveled martial artist gathering fire attributes at the end of the street. He was crazily beating up passers-by, his eyes were red, as if he had fallen into madness. Sigh. The middle-aged man next to him shook his head and said, "Another one has gone crazy." Again, Xianxia asked curiously, "Friend, is this person sick?" "No. If he's not sick, why is he crazy?" The middle-aged man glanced at him and found that the decoration was simple, so he said in a bad mood, "Any martial artist who takes firestones can fall into madness, don't you know?" Xianxia was silent. Die. Die. At the end of the street, the martial artist with red eyes was like a mad bull, rampaging on the street. Although the passers-by avoided him, they still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. "If you don't want to die, quickly get out of the way." The middle-aged man reminded him indifferently, and he was already far away. In a short period of time, all the martial artists on the street avoided him. Although there was panic on their faces, it was not too obvious. It was mainly because they had experienced a lot and were used to it. Moreover, they knew that soon, the Imperial Guards would appear and kill the crazy person on the spot. Wait, why didn't the guy in the gray coat hide? The passers-by who had hidden in advance looked at Xianxia, who was standing still. Some people wanted to kindly remind him, but they were afraid of alarming the crazy martial artist, so they could only swallow their words. Die. Die. The crazy person could not find a target on the street, so he directly rushed toward Xianxia. Wang. Wang. On the light screen of Eternal, the real-time scene on the street of honored Martial City was displayed. Sun Bukong. Xianxia's voice rang out, "Is this person sick?" Sun Bukong hurried over to check, and purposely enlarged the image, so that he could see the nose hair of the crazy martial artist clearly. However, before he could make a judgment, Miao Saifeng, who was drinking tea beside him, said, "This person has been poisoned by fire poison, and will die in 15 minutes. Fire poison? Xianxia asked, "Is there a way to save him?" This kind of poison is not scary, and it can only be formed after a long period of time. Moreover, it will not kill in small amounts, but if it accumulates to a certain extent and explodes, even the gods will not be able to save him. Xianxia was speechless. However, Miao Saifeng said again, "Patriarch has the fire spirit, so he should be able to forcibly resolve it." Understood. Xianxia took off the special sunglasses that were connected to the warship and looked at the crazy martial artist who was rushing toward him. "Consider yourself lucky to have met me." Shua. He moved. Pa. He caught the crazy martial artist. Boom. With a slow movement of his left hand, he pressed the other party to the ground, and with a slow movement of his right hand, he opened the other party's mouth and threw the pill inside. Ah! The crazy martial artist screamed miserably. The middle-aged man from before said in surprise, "This guy is quite capable." The passers-by also began to talk about it. Obviously, they did not expect that this seemingly weak guy could easily subdue a crazy martial artist. Sure enough, the master is among the people. However, what shocked them even more was that the crazy martial artist who was pressed on the ground gradually recovered, and the violent fire force dissipated. He said with a dull face, "Am I not cultivating? Why am I on the street? He's awake. He's awake." The passers-by on the street exclaimed. Xianxia helped the recovered martial artist up, put on a sanctimonious appearance, and said, "You've just been poisoned. First, you'll lose your mind, and then you'll die on the spot. June is a virtuous person, so I used a special pill to completely cure you. It's coming." The system said, "Great conman June." The mad martial artist regained consciousness not because of the pill, but because Xianxia had integrated a wisp of fire soul power into the pill in advance. After taking it, he successfully purified the fire poison that affected his mind and nerves. It was just a very ordinary pill, not a mud ball made from his clothes. Gosheng was not that dirty. Of course. He had to praise Miao Saifeng. Her diagnosis and treatment of poison symptoms were even better than Sun Wukong's. People who focused on poison were naturally good at detoxification. After saving the mad martial artist, Xianxia instantly realized that this was definitely a big business opportunity. He learned from the middle-aged man that this fire poison had a high incidence rate in the Scarlet Hell realm. Since he could easily detoxify it, he could help treat them and earn fire stones. Sure enough. He stood on the street and fooled the passers-by, and they all believed him. The mad martial artist had recovered. This was something that really happened in front of them, and they could not doubt it. What's more, the person who was saved was a local in the city. His neighbors who knew him knew that he had shown signs of being infected before, and there was no deliberate act. Divine doctor. He's a divine doctor. For a time, the news that the mad martial artist did not die suddenly and was cured spread in the honorable martial city. It even alarmed the city lord, who personally came to the inn to visit Xianxia that night. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Readers who studied the history of the Scarlet Hell realm all year round should know that this fire poison disease existed for a long time. As long as one contracted it, it would be considered a terminal illness. Unless one broke through to a very high realm, there was no cure. The city lord of the honorable martial city was surnamed Wang. He was about 50 or 60 years old, and his sideburns were white. After he walked into the room of the inn, he lowered his posture and cupped his hands. "Mr. June, my son has also contracted a terminal illness. Thank you for your help. It's my responsibility to save the dying and heal the injured." Xianxia needed to make a name for himself as soon as possible so that he could treat more patients. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. So, he went to the city lord's mansion that night and saw the city lord's son locked in a dark room. This person sometimes grinned and sometimes talked to himself like a mental patient. Patriarch Miao Saifeng, who was on Eternal, looked at the image sent to her through a pair of special glasses. She said, "This person should be in the early stage of being poisoned. He's in a mental state. If he doesn't receive treatment, he'll go crazy and die." Sun Wukong shed tears. Treating illnesses should have been his forte, but Hall Master Miao had stolen his limelight. Lord Wang. Xianxia looked like a godly doctor. After carefully observing the situation, he said, "Your son's illness can be cured with just one pill." City Lord Wang was overjoyed. However, Xianxia said, "The medicinal ingredients needed for the pill are extremely expensive, so, City Lord Wang was, after all, a veteran of the Jianghu who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He didn't wait for Jun Moxia to finish his words and said straightforwardly, "Mr. Jun, I will buy the pills. You can name your price." 10 first-class firestones. Xianxia wasn't the type to beat around the bush. He was greedy for the energy of the Scarlet Hell realm, so he was despicable. City Lord Wang was stunned. What, did he think it was too much? City Lord Wang's expression changed, and he said unhappily, "If Mr. Jun's pill can cure my son's terminal illness, 10 first-class firestones would be blasphemy to a divine doctor like you, so at least 1,000. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. The difference between 10 and 1,000 firestones was huge. The system couldn't help but complain, "Why do I feel like the author is deliberately whitewashing the host's reputation?" City Lord Wang was very generous and promised 1,000 first-class firestones. However, the prerequisite was that he could cure his son's terminal illness. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a scammer and be locked up in prison. It wasn't that he was heartless, but since ancient times, many people had used the name of curing fire poison to swindle people in the Scarlet Hell realm. Of course, Xianxia was truly capable. He took out a pill that had been infused with the power of the fire soul in advance and threw it into the mouth of the city lord's son. After a while, the other party gradually recovered from his demented state and said, "Father, what happened to me?" "My son, you're awake." City Lord Wang immediately burst into tears. Although he had many wives and concubines, he only had one precious son. Now that he saw his son's clear eyes and normal behavior, he definitely couldn't control his emotions. "Mr. Jun." He hurriedly bowed to Xianxia and said, "You really are a divine doctor." Xianxia said, "Your son has just recovered from a serious illness and is very weak. He needs to be carefully nursed back to health for a few months." "Understood." "Understood." As City Lord Wang spoke, he winked at several accompanying doctors. The latter hurriedly supported the young master and took the opportunity to diagnose his internal body. He transmitted his voice, "City Lord, the violent force in the young master's body has been completely removed." Young Master Wang's terminal illness was cured, and the city lord's residence suddenly became lively. Xianxia, who was known as the divine doctor, naturally had to be treated. At the banquet, City Lord Wang held up 1,000 first-class firestones and raised his cup. "This terminal illness has troubled the Scarlet Hell realm for many years. Since you were able to cure it, it will definitely benefit the present generation and the future generations." "You flatter me, City Lord Wang." Xianxia said modestly, "Jun is just a rural doctor. I only hope to save more patients with my own meager strength. I don't care about the so-called fame and fortune." City Lord Wang almost believed him if he didn't see how fast he collected the money. Jun Patriarch. The incidence of this terminal illness is extremely high, especially in high officials and nobles. You have the ability to cure it, and you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Xianxia didn't seem to care, but he was very happy in his heart. The more patients he had, the more money he could earn. Xianxia temporarily stayed in the city lord's residence. In the dead of night, he forced out the alcohol and took out a first-class firestone from his space ring. "Let's see how it works." Whoosh, he sat cross-legged on the ground and released his spiritual thoughts. Strictly speaking, Xianxia was also a fire cultivator. After all, he had the body of holy flame and the spirit of fire soul. This kind of extremely high fire attribute martial arts resource could be completely absorbed. Whoosh, whoosh, wisps of fire attribute energy floated into his dantian and gradually merged with his energy core. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned. Although the energy from the firestone was extremely pure, it was mixed with a trace of irritable force. Could it be, Goshen guessed, the reason why the Scarlet Hell realm martial artists suffer from the incurable disease is because of the long-term intake of firestones, which caused the disease to accumulate? The incidence of this terminal illness is extremely high, especially in high officials and nobles. The words that City Master Wang had said at the banquet earlier rang in his ears, allowing him to be certain, it should be close to the mark. It was definitely easy for high officials and nobles to obtain firestones, and their intake was far higher than ordinary people, so it was easy to understand why they were the main group of people suffering from the disease. TSK. Xianxia sighed. This is the disease of the rich. Whoosh, with a thought, the power of fire soul spread out and purified the irritable force in his dantian. The cause of the illness has been found. Xianxia touched his chin and said, "If I can develop a preventive medicine to suppress the irritable force, won't I become rich overnight?" Hall Master Miao. Xianxia asked through telepathy, "Can this fire poison be prevented?" "Yes." Miao Saifeng said, "But it needs the power of fire soul from the patriarch, and it will take some time." "How long?" 3 to 5 months if it's fast, 3 to 5 years if it's slow. This fire poison incurable disease can only be solved by attacking the root cause, so I'll leave it to you. You must develop a preventive medicine as soon as possible. Xianxia stayed in the city lord's mansion for several days. When the news of the city lord's son's recovery spread, more and more famous families brought patients to treat, and they all prepared thousands of first-class firestones. To be honest, fire poison incurable disease was really the disease of the rich. Xianxia had treated so many patients, but he had never met an ordinary one. It was obvious that it was difficult to ingest firestones, so it was almost impossible to get sick. Mr. Jun one day, when he returned from shopping outside, City Lord Wang came over in a panic and whispered, "A noble has come to visit you." "How expensive?" "The royal family of the Blue Waves Empire." The inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, with a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Jun Changxiao followed a tall and sturdy general in. Looking at the well-trained soldiers, he muttered in his heart, as expected of the imperial family. Their battle formation is really big. He was a little surprised when the city lord informed him that the royal family of the empire had come. After all, he had only treated patients for a few days in the Scarlet Hell world. How did the news spread to the distant imperial capital? Could it be that there were also patients, thinking of this kind of disease that made it easier to get infected with the more firestones one absorbed? Jun Changxiao immediately understood. Mr. Jun, as the general walked, he reminded him, "Please don't spread the news of our visit." Understood. Jun Changxiao could see that the warriors in the city were living as usual, which meant that the royal family of the empire had secretly come. Ta. The general stopped outside the room and cupped his hands. "Young master, Mr. Jun is here. Please." A slightly weak voice sounded. Although Jun Changxiao didn't understand medicine, he could tell that the person who spoke was definitely sick. "Please." The general waved his hand. Jun Changxiao bluntly pushed the door open and entered, only to see a gentle and beautiful woman inside. She was sitting in an armchair, her face pale and her eyes dull. She squeezed out a smile with difficulty, looking very pitiful. "This is the royal family of the Blue Waves Empire?" Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart. "A sudden visit." The woman said, "Please forgive me, Mr. Jun." Although her voice was weak, there was nobility in her speech. It could be seen that not only did she have a high status, but she also had a very high education. Jun Changxiao sat on the chair that was obviously prepared for him and cupped his hands. "How should I address you?" "Xianxia." The woman seemed to be a little strenuous to speak. She simplified the red tape and introduced herself very straightforwardly. "Eldest princess of the Blue Waves Empire." "Princess?" This identity was a little big. Jun Changxiao got up and pretended to be respectful. "This commoner Jun Chaoshui greets your highness." In other people's territory, he naturally had to follow the procedures. What's more, whether or not he could make a lot of money depended on this royal customer. It was no problem to be humble. "Then be humble." The system roared. "Why are you called Jun Chaoshui?" "Of course." Xianxia said with a bitter face, "My Blue Waves Empire is already at dusk. It is not worthy for Mr. Jun, this kind of eccentric person, to salute." Jun Changxiao was stunned. Although Blue Waves Empire only existed in name, but when all was said and done, it was still the ruler on the surface. Now that even the eldest princess looked down on him, the royal family was truly a coward. "Your Highness," Jun Changxiao asked, "are you here for treatment?" "Not bad." Xianxia found it more and more strenuous to speak, so she paused for a moment after saying those 2 words before continuing. "I heard that Mr. Jun can eradicate the fire poison incurable disease, so I specially came to seek medical treatment." Jun Changxiao said, "The princess doesn't seem to have contracted the fire poison. That's because I used some kind of special medicinal pill to suppress it. Although it stopped the spread of the poison, the consequence was that my body was weak all year round," Xianxia said. "I see." Jun Changxiao understood and immediately took out a pill. "Saving people is like putting out a fire. Princess, please quickly take this and completely get rid of the fire poison." Xianxia had already heard about this kind of magical medicinal pill. Since she came from the imperial capital to seek medical treatment, she naturally wouldn't doubt it. She immediately took it and threw it into her mouth. The pill merged into her body, and the fire spirit power it emitted cleared the fire poison as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Xianxia's spirit gradually improved, and her lifeless eyes also became clear. As the princess of the empire, there was nothing to say about her appearance, but because she was plagued by illness all year round, she looked very pale and weak. Now that the fire poison was dispelled, she immediately recovered some beauty. As for how beautiful she was, there was no need to describe it, because in Xianxia's eyes, women were only tall, short, fat, and thin, and then there was no difference. As expected, Xianxia stood up and said excitedly, Mr. Jun's medicinal pill can eradicate the fire poison incurable disease. The medicinal pill that your highness took was refined by Jun with more medicinal herbs, so you need to pay 2,000 first-class fire stones, Xianxia said. Seeing that she has a noble status, you immediately raise the price. The system said, profiteer. Xianxia defended himself in his heart, if it was a commoner, I would definitely give it to her for free, but this is the princess of the empire. Her life is so precious. Is it a loss to give her 2,000? Xianxia said, I didn't bring so many first-class fire stones, how about? She paused and smiled, follow me to the imperial capital, and I will double the compensation. F***ck, if you don't have money, why do you have to treat your illness? This? Xianxia said, this is a small business. He wanted to say that he didn't accept credit, but he felt that it was wrong and immediately said sanctimoniously, the medicinal pill that your highness took used too many medicinal herbs. If there are no fire stones, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to continue refining and treating others. The meaning was very simple. He had to pay. From this, it could be seen that Gosheng was sometimes very stingy. There are many medicinal herbs in the palace's medicinal herb warehouse. After Mr. Jun goes, you can choose whatever you want, Xianxia said. This, General Che. Xianxia clapped her hands. Creak. The burly general walked in and said, I'm here. Xianxia said, take Mr. Jun to the imperial capital immediately. Take good care of him on the way and don't let any accidents happen. Yes. General Che accepted the order and looked at Xianxia. He cupped his hands and said, Mr. Jun, please. Xianxia's expression became interesting. He had already seen that this woman didn't want to go back on her word, but deliberately took him back to the imperial capital. Could it be that she liked him? Bah. The system really couldn't help it. Xianxia roared, what I'm thinking is, did she take a fancy to my medicinal pills and plan to lock me up in the forbidden area of the imperial palace and then become a tool for refining pills? He guessed right. This kind of fire poison terminal disease had been rampant in the Scarlet Hell world for a long time and had become a problem that the medical world had never been able to solve. Suddenly, someone could cure it, so it must be controlled immediately. For example, Gosheng returned to Earth as a powerhouse. As long as he revealed a little bit of his cultivation, he would immediately be locked up in a research institute and undergo a comprehensive scientific dissection. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the city lord's mansion, a few carriages left. City Lord Wang stood at the door and watched them gradually disappear. He thought to himself, Mr. Jun is going to have a meteoric rise. However, the person involved was sitting in a cage-like carriage at the moment. He broke down and said, Your Highness, Jun has no objection to going to the imperial capital, but you don't have to lock me up. I'm afraid you'll run away, no. Xianxia hurriedly changed her words. Mr. Jun, don't misunderstand. This is my personal carriage. There are high-level formations around it to prevent assassination. Xianxia was speechless. This woman was still polite and reasonable just now, but after recovering from her illness, she was simply unreasonable. In fact, with Gosheng's strength, he could break the carriage with a raise of his hand. The reason why he sat in it obediently was because he wanted to go to the imperial capital. After all, there were more royal families there, and it was definitely a heaven for making money. A few days later, Xianxia jumped down from the prison carriage and looked at the city walls that protected the imperial capital. The ground leading to the city was extremely muddy. The corner of his mouth twitched. This is the center of an empire? In the eyes of many kingdoms, the fact that the Blue Waves Empire still has an imperial capital is already a great gift from them, Xianxia said. Xianxia noticed that when this woman spoke, her hands were tightly clenched. There was anger and unwillingness in her bright eyes, so he secretly said, This woman is not simple. She has her own ideas. The system said, in my opinion, the host is not simple. The people he meets are not simple. In Xianxia's imagination, the center of an empire must be magnificent and majestic, but in the end, it was broken bricks and tiles, and even the roads were full of potholes. It was completely in disrepair for a long time. The most speechless thing was that after walking into the imperial city, there were almost no pedestrians on the main street. It looked empty. Mr. Jun should be very disappointed, right? Xianxia said. Yes. Xianxia said frankly, very disappointed. This was not an imperial city at all, it was like a slum. Xianxia said, the major kingdoms have left one after another. My Kanglan Empire can only control this city now. Because there is no financial income, it has not been repaired for hundreds of years. No subjects? Only tens of thousands of people, many have left. Xianxia was silent. He knew that the Kanglan Empire already existed in name, but he did not expect it to be so miserable. There was only a dilapidated imperial city. Wait a minute, the imperial city was already so poor, and the imperial palace's medicinal warehouse still had medicinal herbs. Princess. Xianxia said weakly, can you take out 2,000 first-grade firestones? First-grade firestones were equivalent to Dao stones in the upper realm. For such a destitute imperial family to take it out, it felt unreliable. Is second grade enough? No. Xianxia had already done tests during this period of time. Only the energy contained within a first-grade firestone could drive a warship. I'm sorry. Xianxia said with shame, I only have second-grade and third-grade firestones, can I use them to replace first-grade firestones? Xianxia wanted to say no, but seeing that she was the princess of an empire but lived in a poor imperial city, he took pity and said, yes. Thank you. Xianxia forced a smile on her face, but her heart was incomparably bitter. Born in the imperial family, she should have lived a life of luxury, but in the end, she could not even take out the money to see a doctor. How miserable was this? Princess. Xianxia said seriously, bringing me to the imperial city, I'm afraid there is another purpose? Gosheng's eyes were not sharp, and he did not release any martial arts aura around him. However, he inexplicably made Xianxia absent-minded and even made her feel an enormous pressure. She lowered her head and said, I hope to obtain Mister's help to make Blue Wave's empire rise again. Xianxia's mouth twitched. I'm just a medicine seller. What ability do I have to help the empire rise? It was undeniable that with Gosheng's strength, it would be no problem for him to sweep through the Scarlet Hell realm. He didn't even need to do anything. He could just send the 11 warships docked outside, and his disciples alone would be enough to beat the major kingdoms. However, how could he interfere with other people's internal affairs? To put it bluntly, Xianxia treated himself as an outsider. He drifted away from Jianghu and did not care about Jianghu matters. This was Jianghu. Moreover, even if they had sufficient energy, it would take at least a few years to reach the astral spirit world. Who knew how many planes they would pass by on the way? Did they have to help the weak all the time? I'm sorry. Xianxia said tactfully, I'm just a commoner, and I only know how to refine pills. It's difficult for me to provide help to the princess. Xianxia said, Mister's pill can eradicate the fire poison incurable disease. Many families, forces, and even the nobles and ministers have suffered greatly. If you can cure them, it will definitely help my Blue Wave's empire rise. Xianxia understood. This woman wanted to use his pill to rope in the major forces. The idea was not bad. However, she was too naive. Xianxia had not been in the Scarlet Hell realm for long, but he already had enough understanding of the situation. Just the kingdoms that had separated were no less than dozens. Even if this woman had the idea of turning the tide, it would definitely be extremely difficult to implement. Moreover, how could the various vassals watch the imperial family of the Blue Wave's empire rise? Your Highness, Xianxia said. This kind of thing should not be done by a woman. It should be done by the emperor and the prince of the Blue Wave's empire. Father is imprisoned, and both of my brothers were killed. Speaking of this, Xianxia could no longer control her tears. Where are the other members of the imperial family? The major kingdoms do not allow healthy people to exist in the imperial family. Because I am a woman and have been infected with diseases all year round, I was lucky to survive, Xianxia said. Xianxia was silent. Was there any difference between the imperial family and the nobles being destroyed? The major kingdoms were fighting each other to the death. When someone completely unified the plain, the Blue Waves Empire could officially withdraw from the stage of history. The imperial palace was very big, but because of the overgrown weeds, it looked quite lonely. Occasionally, a few soldiers could be seen patrolling, but they were completely listless. Xianxia walked all the way and said with emotion, "Your Highness, to put it bluntly, with the current state of the Blue Waves Empire, it is completely impossible for you to turn the tide." That's right. Xianxia stopped and said, "It was impossible before, but now that Mr. is here, it is possible." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I can only cure diseases, but I can't cure people's hearts." Of course, the pill could help the nobles recover, but why would they help the Blue Waves Empire rise for this reason? "Mr. Xianxia said, "Please follow me." The two walked to the forbidden area of the imperial palace and stopped in front of a sealed hall. The words Future Pavilion were written on it. Future Pavilion? Xianxia was puzzled, what do you mean? The ancestor of my Blue Waves Empire was able to unify the Scarlet Prison world because of the help of an expert. Before he left behind 20 maps to deduce. Among them, 23 have come true, and only one map has not been solved until now. Oh? Xianxia was quite surprised, is it so magical? "Mister, please." Creak. As if it had been closed for too long, when the door was pushed open, a burst of dust and a rotten smell floated in. Xianxia walked in, and the special array inside was activated, illuminating the dark environment. The scale of this hall was not small, and the walls were outlined with ink paintings with small annotations. The general idea was that something would happen in a certain era. Blue Waves calendar year 1021, strange beasts will appear in the east. Blue Waves calendar year 2451, Cloud Sky Kingdom will have civil strife. Blue Waves calendar year 3425. Xianxia looked as he walked until he stopped in front of the 24th map. His expression gradually stiffened because the content was written, Blue Waves calendar year 12020, Zunwu City will have a great expert who can cure the fire poison terminal disease, help the empire collapse, and save the royal family. Mr. Xianxia walked over and said, "This is the only map that did not come true. I believe you now understand why I brought you to the imperial capital." Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully examined the inkwash painting. The shock in his heart was even more intense. This was because the painting depicted a warship floating in the sky, and it depicted tens of thousands of people kneeling outside the imperial capital. 1, 2, 3, Goshen counted one by one, and the expression on his face stiffened again because the warships in the painting just happened to correspond to his 11 warships. First, it predicted the cure of the fire poison terminal disease. Then, it predicted 11 warships floating above the imperial capital. It was definitely not a coincidence. Putong. At this time, Xianxia knelt on the ground and begged with tears streaming down her face, "Mr. June must be the Almighty mentioned in the deduction diagram. Please save my Blue Waves Empire and save the millions of common people in the flames of war." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, blowing away Xianxia's gray coat, revealing his imposing figure. The mask on his face was blown away, revealing his extraordinary heroic face. "Princess," Xianxia said with his back facing her, "June, if you help the empire collapse and save the royal family, can you give me a first-class fire stone as a reward?" "Mr. You can have as many as you want." Whoosh! Xianxia was helped up by Xianxia. Xianxia's voice rang out from the main hall, echoing throughout the imperial capital. "I will help you with this matter." The wind definitely couldn't blow off the gray coat, let alone the face-changing mask. The reason why it fell was obvious that Xianxia did it on purpose. In fact, when he saw the imperial palace in such dire straits, Goshen was moved by compassion. He was helpless. There was no good excuse. After all, his character was a money grubber. If he suddenly helped a woman, he would definitely be labeled as someone who forgets his friends for love. It was difficult to be a man. It was even more difficult to be the protagonist of this book. Just when Xianxia was in a dilemma, he saw the deduction map and immediately realized that he was destined to come to the Scarlet Prison world. Since that was the case, he might as well be the savior. Anyway, he was already familiar with this matter. He could help. He couldn't lose his character. After the matter was done, he had to get benefits. Indeed. The Blue Waves Empire was now very poor. Xianxia said that he could have as much as she wanted, or it was a stopgap measure. But if he helped her integrate the major kingdoms, would they still lack money and resources? The system gave a more reasonable explanation from its own point of view. The host is sticking to the bottom line and doesn't dare to rob. Now that the princess is kneeling down and begging, it just gives you an excuse to accumulate wealth. Get lost. Xianxia cursed. The system returned to the topic. List all the major events that will happen 10,000 years later. Could it be that the person who left the deduction map can predict the future? Indeed. Xianxia said, "That's incredible." From the words written above, it was clear that it was talking about him. The time and place were calculated accurately without any mistake. The expert who assisted the ancestor of Blue Waves Empire to establish outstanding meritorious service, either his strength was incomparably valiant, or he came from the future. Mr. June. After receiving the reply, Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "The two nearby kingdoms still have respect for the Blue Waves Empire. Mr. June can go and treat them, persuade them to help, and then destroy them one by one." Xianxia was speechless. Did this woman really think that she could save the country by treating illnesses, young and naive? "Princess," Xianxia turned around and said, "since I have decided to help you, there is no need to go through so much trouble." Mr. June, seeing his appearance become younger, Xianxia's expression gradually became sluggish. Sigh. As expected, he couldn't show his handsome appearance. At this moment, Xianxia said, "My hair is crooked." Previously, when he fought against the patriarch of the 10 great immortal sects in the Sect of all times, his hair loss relapsed. Therefore, after leaving the upper realm, Xianxia always wore a magically modified wig. Just now, when he shook off his coat and mask, he used too much force, causing his hair to be a little messy. "Princess." General Che hurriedly walked in, not caring about Xianxia's presence. His eyes flashed with anger as he reported, "The various kingdoms have sent people again." "Why are you here again?" Xianxia frowned. These kingdoms had always been keeping an eye on the royal family and would come to harass them every now and then. She was already used to it. Xianxia said, "They should be here to look for June, how so?" "It's quite simple." Even with the princess's current situation, she was able to learn that June could cure the fire-poison terminal illness. "Don't the other kingdoms have spies in the honorable martial city?" "You have a point, sir." In fact, Xianxia was able to rush over from the imperial capital as soon as possible because she completely believed in the deduction map's prophecy. Therefore, she had always been paying attention to the honorable martial city. As for the city lord, he was also one of the few who was loyal to the royal family. In the palace hall. To describe it in an idiom, it was a house with 4 bare walls. The ambassadors of the various kingdoms stood on both sides proudly with their heads held high and chests puffed out. They could not wait to raise their heads to the sky. Over the years, the Scarlet Hell realm had been in constant wars, and the various kingdoms were at loggerheads with each other. Therefore, these representatives naturally did not like each other. Everyone. Xianxia walked out from the side door and sat on the emperor's throne that only her father could sit on. This action immediately stunned the envoys from all over the world. "Princess," one of them said indifferently, "since ancient times, only the highest ruler of the empire is qualified to sit on the throne. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to sit on it." This was considered tactful. Another ambassador next to him sneered and said, "Could it be that the princess wants to usurp the throne and replace the emperor? The emperor has been imprisoned outside by you traitors. As the saying goes, a kingdom cannot be without a ruler for a day. How can the princess, who has the emperor's blood, not be qualified to sit on the throne? Who is it?" Everyone turned around and saw a man in white about 20 years old walking in from outside the hall. He leaned against the door with a smile on his face that deserved a beating. Xianxia, who was still a little flustered, immediately calmed down when she saw Mr. It was Xianxia's suggestion to sit on her father's throne. Because the easiest way to help the empire and the royal family was about to fall was to appoint a new emperor, invite the leaders of the various kingdoms, and ask them if they were willing to submit. To win over the nobles with treatment, not to mention whether it would succeed, at least it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Gosheng did not have time to play. Now, he would do it as simply and roughly as possible. All those who were not willing to submit would be made obedient. Boy! An ambassador coldly shouted, "Who are you?" Ta. Xianxia walked straight to the throne, pulled out a chair, and sat next to Xianxia. He crossed his legs, clasped his fingers, and said, "Blue Waves Empire's great general, Xianxia." Great general? An ambassador sneered. "My Blue Waves Empire has been established for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a great general." "There wasn't before." Xianxia said, "There is now." After that, she took out the imperial jade seal her father gave her from her space ring and solemnly announced, "In the name of the Blue Waves Empire's great general, I announce that Xianxia will be the great general of the Blue Waves Empire." Shua. Xianxia hurriedly walked down and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty?" This woman dared to secretly ascend the throne? Ha ha ha. An ambassador of a certain country laughed. A woman without soldiers and generals actually dared to try to usurp the throne. It seems that the fire poison attacked her heart and burned her brain. Great. Great. Lord. At this moment, a few soldiers staggered in and said in a frightened tone, There are monsters in the sky, monsters?" Everyone was at a loss, so they walked out of the hall one after another. When they raised their heads, their expressions gradually became sluggish until it reached the level of hardening. What did they see? They saw the sky gradually distort as if it was being torn apart by some kind of terrifying force. Then, more than 10 huge warships slowly appeared. The momentum was so great that it shook the sky and the mountains and rivers. Ka! Ka! The bottom of the cabin opened, and streams of light flew out and landed neatly in the inner courtyard of the palace. Astonishingly, 200,000 well-equipped and tall soldiers appeared. All the ambassadors were completely dumbfounded. Even Xianxia who walked out was dumbfounded. Shua, 200,000 Moang soldiers performed the highest standard military salute and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty!" "Greetings, Great General!" Their voices were so loud that it seemed to pierce through the void and deeply shocked Xianxia and the other ambassadors. Shua. Xianxia flew out and stood in front of the army. He had already put on his armor and cupped his hands. This General Xianxia is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Blue Waves Empire. He was not pretending. He was helping Xianxia to pretend. Xianxia decided to help Xianxia, but she was an outsider after all. Thus, he thought of a way to help her become the emperor and appoint himself as the general. This way, he would have an excuse to beat up the various kingdoms. Of course, Gosheng was already very low-key. He only sent out 200,000 devil soldiers and left the rest in the warships. Otherwise, the entire plain would be bathed in blood. Speaking of which, why did Xianxia want to build so many warships? It was because he wanted to bring his army with him at all times. When they were outside, they might encounter trouble. So, having more people would definitely give them an advantage. There was no such thing as a one-on-one battle. Either you fight us alone or we fight you alone. The envoys of the various kingdoms were deeply shocked by the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Especially when they felt the extremely powerful demonic chi, they were so frightened that their hair stood on end. They had seen millions of soldiers before, but they had never seen 200,000 transformation core realm warriors. Furthermore, they were men who were riding horses. They were mighty and majestic. Naturally, Xianxia was the most shocked. After all, 11 warships were floating above the imperial city. It was exactly the same as the 24 diagrams. The only difference was that it lacked the worshipping of thousands of people. Imperial Father. This is true. Mr. June can help our Blue Waves Empire rise. She became more and more emotional. In the end, she covered her mouth and tried hard not to cry. Sitting on the throne and appointing Jun Changxiao as the general, everything was arranged. Xianxia was nothing more than going through the formalities. She even suspected that her actions would be used against the royal family by the various kingdoms. However, when the battleships appeared, when the elite soldiers appeared, all the doubts vanished into thin air. He could xiao. At this moment, the disciples of the sect of all times led by Xianxia flew out of the warships. They were wearing battle armor and had cold gazes. They seemed to have transformed into veteran generals. Capture all these traitors who bring disaster to the country and the people. Jun Changxiao shouted angrily. The aura of the general immediately soared. If one was not in position, one should not meddle in politics. If one was in position, one had to meddle in politics. Yes. Upon receiving the order, all the disciples rushed over. Let's see who dares. One of the ambassadors stepped forward and clenched his fists tightly. Violent fire elemental energy burst forth and tore his shirt apart, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs. Tsk tisk. Envoy Yang's use of the fire cloud body has reached the pinnacle. Some people exclaimed in surprise. Humph. Envoy Yang coldly said, when has there ever been a woman ascending the throne in my Blue Waves Empire? Today, if Princess wants to go against the laws of our ancestors, I, Yangji, will absolutely not agree. Boom. The ground caved in and dust flew everywhere. Xianxia walked out with an arrogant look on his face. He dragged Envoy Yang's leg with one hand as if he was dragging a dead dog. He said, trash should go back to the garbage dump. I, Night Emperor, am still a man of few words. Silence, ye see. All the envoys knew of Yangji's strength. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a young man who looked cold and arrogant but was not very strong? Xianxia was suppressing his aura. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would be one of the top experts in the entire Scarlet Hell realm. Sitting on the chair prepared by Xiao Ziji, Jun Changxiao crossed his legs and faintly said, if you guys cooperate, you can avoid physical pain. Brat. An envoy said angrily, you must have used some method to control the princess. As subjects of the Blue Waves Empire, how can we let you do whatever you want? Jun Changxiao said, you actually have the face to call yourself a subject of the Blue Waves Empire. How laughable. Whoosh. Whoosh. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others had already flown over. Each of them stared at an envoy, waiting for their final statement. Everyone. An envoy shouted, since the princess is going against the flow, we must stop her. As soon as this was said, everyone responded. Then, when they gave their statement, Li Qingyang and the others began the next step of the plan, which was to directly capture them. The various envoys would definitely not be captured without a fight. They all erupted with their cultivation, forming a rather vast and mighty aura. Li Qingyang and the others looked at each other. They had a look of I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in exchange. Whoosh. Whoosh. The core disciples did not pretend anymore. They fully released their cultivation of the truth-seeking realm, directly suppressing the martial aura of the various envoys. The envoys' expressions changed drastically, and they even vomited blood on the spot. These people's strength was not bad, but in front of the disciples of the sect of all times, they were weak chickens. Plop. Plop. Under the terrifying pressure, the various envoys knelt on the ground, feeling extremely painful. Your Majesty. Jun Changxiao said, the best way to deal with such people is not to persuade them, but to directly make them kneel. Xianxia was silent. In the past, she wanted to rely on the power of pills to rope in talents to revive the royal family. Now, she understood that to this was simply a waste of time. Whoosh. Whoosh. Li Qingyang and the others led a large number of soldiers from the imperial city and flew in all directions. The envoys were just assistants. It was useless to make them kneel. They had to make all the heads of the kingdom kneel. Your Majesty. Jun Changxiao poured a cup of tea and said with a smile, please wait quietly for 2 hours. The might of the empire will resound throughout the Scarlet Prison realm again. In the main hall of the Dayuan kingdom, King Jin Yuanshu sat on the throne with a complicated expression on his face as he held the secret report he had just received. The content of the letter was that Princess Royal Euphia had ascended the throne without permission and appointed Xianxia as the great general. Everyone. He threw the letter to his advisors and asked, "What do you think of this?" Everyone read it one by one with disapproval on their faces. Who is Xianxia? This person is no longer important. An advisor with a goatee cupped his hands and said, "Since the establishment of the Blue Waves Empire, it has always been passed down to males and not females. The princess's ascension to the throne is against the laws of the ancestors. Our Dayuan kingdom can take this opportunity to eliminate her to prevent future troubles." That's right. This is a great opportunity. Everyone agreed. Jin Yuanshu, on the other hand, had a troubled look on his face, but he was actually quite happy. As one of the more powerful kingdoms in the Scarlet Hell world, he naturally wanted to replace the Blue Waves Empire and build his own dynasty. However, the royal family still existed, so he couldn't act too recklessly to avoid being labeled as a traitor. The other powerful kingdoms also thought so. When it was difficult to unify the Scarlet Hell world, abolishing the royal family without permission would only bring trouble. But now, it was different. The Blue Waves Empire's emperor was still alive, and the Princess Royal had ascended the throne as a woman. They could take the opportunity to eliminate her. At least the world wouldn't gossip. "King," the advisor said, "time waits for no one. Strike first and gain the upper hand." "Makes sense." Jin Yuanshu immediately stood up and said, "Immediately send troops to take control of the imperial city and announce to the public that the Princess Royal wants to go against the tide and usurp the throne." "Yes." Boom. However, just as the advisors received the order, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from outside, and the entire hall trembled. Jin Yuanshu frowned and immediately led everyone out. He saw that the great array guarding the main city had appeared, and there were pits in the city gate area as if it had been hit by some force. "King." A general hurriedly ran over and said with a panicked expression, 10,000 well-equipped soldiers suddenly appeared outside the city and are trying to break the great array of the main city. Jin Yuanshu was instantly enraged. Dayuan City was the capital city that he had painstakingly managed, and it would also be the imperial capital of the future empress. It was surrounded by various troops and horses, and could be said to be impregnable. How could it be attacked for no reason? Reporting. At this moment, a guard ran over. "Flying. Eagle City has been breached." "What?" Jin Yuanshu stood there in a daze. Soaring Eagle City was an important military base of the Dayuan kingdom. Elite soldiers were stationed there all year round, and they had never heard of the front lines being in a dire situation. How could it be gone just like that? Reporting. Huguan City was breached. Reporting. Lion Might City has been breached. Reporting. In a short time, the spies who were responsible for getting in touch with the major cities sent in information one after another. The atmosphere outside the hall instantly became extremely quiet. Pooh. A moment later, Jin Yuanshu spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, clutching his chest as he staggered backward. With so many cities falling at the same time, who would be able to take it? Boom. At this moment, another deafening noise rang out. The strategists present saw a beam of energy that dragged a stream of light fiercely smashing into the great city protection array, creating a massive ripple. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. The formation quickly collapsed, forming a dense cluster of cracks. Oh no! The great city protection array is about to be broken. Boom. At this moment, another stream of light flew over and mercilessly smashed into the crumbling barrier. Unable to bear the load, it instantly shattered into countless specks of light and quickly disappeared into the void. Whoosh, whoosh, tens of thousands of Devil Army soldiers flew over rapidly. They floated above the city, and a monstrous demonic aura spread wildly, forming an extremely terrifying oppressive force. The Grand General has given the order. Xiao Ziji stood at the front of the army and said, Dayuan King Jin Yuanshu must immediately go to the capital to meet His Majesty. If he disobeys, kill him without mercy. The camera panned to the outside of the city, and field cannons were placed horizontally on the hills. The continuous bombardment of the Great City Protection Array came from firearms that had not been used for a long time. The system's products were definitely of high quality. Whether or not they could be used depended on the strength of the source. Without high-quality resources as a substitute, it would be difficult to even kill mosquitoes in the upper realm. With high-quality resources as a substitute, it would not be a problem to blast through the entire upper realm. Of course. It was just an exaggeration. After all, there was a limit to the power of a modified field cannon. It was difficult to use it in the upper realm, but in the lower Scarlet Hell world, it could still be effective by incorporating high-quality resources. The Dayuan Kingdom's main city was heavily protected by various major cities. How did Xiao Ziji come here? It was very simple. All those who blocked his way were eliminated. In other words, the fall of all the major cities was due to him. Because they came too quickly and were destroyed too quickly, the news only slowly reached Jin Yuanshu's ears when Xiao Ziji led his troops to the main city. He was just talking about how time waits for no one, and that he should strike first to gain the upper hand. In the end, the two towers at home were all flattened. What a tragedy! A similar situation was playing out in the Changyuan Kingdom's main city. The devil army led by Xianxia stood in the sky above the broken city. Their powerful demonic aura and cultivation shocked Prince Changyuan. In the face of absolute power, the defense of the Scarlet Hell world's major kingdoms was as fragile as paper. All right, Prince Changyuan's hands trembled as he said with difficulty, "I'll go to the capital to meet His Majesty right away." His own elites and his own city had been destroyed in an instant. The soldiers that had suddenly appeared were too terrifying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "Take him away," Su Xiama ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few devil army soldiers flew to the front of the main hall and grabbed Prince Changyuan's arm. This was definitely not an invitation, but a forceful one. No one stopped them? Some had already fainted on the ground. Dayuan King Jin Yuanshu obviously did not have the same awareness as Prince Changyuan. His attitude was very tough. He only realized the seriousness of the problem when he was stepped on and saw all his subordinates being defeated. "I'll go. I'll go." The basic condition for cowardice was that the opponent's strength was overwhelming. "Take him away." Prince Changyuan and Dayuan King realized that the situation was not right and immediately cowered. The other was tough at first, but later admitted defeat. However, Dingyuan King of the Dingyuan Kingdom was not so lucky. He was tough at first, but in the end, his head was separated from his body. His dull eyes seemed to say, "You're not even giving me a chance to admit defeat? Take his head away." Yes. Two devil army soldiers flew down and took Dingyuan King's head. Yi Xingchen, who was standing outside the main hall, turned around and looked at the panic-stricken advisor. He said coldly, "This is the result of resisting." Only Night Emperor would not give the other party a chance to admit defeat. Imperial City. Jun Changxiao sat on the city gate tower, drinking tea as he said, "Make your move." Yufia, who was sitting across the chessboard, was speechless. At this moment, how could she be in the mood to play chess? "Your Majesty," Jun Changxiao advised, "look at it normally. Don't treat it as a big deal." Yufia smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have teacher's extraordinary composure." "All right." Jun Changxiao threw the chess piece on the table casually. He raised his hand to look at the ground and said, "It's about time. They should be here soon." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the devil army led by Su Xiama, Xiao Ziji, and the others quickly flew over and lined up outside the city. The leaders of the kingdoms bent their knees and knelt on the ground like prisoners. "Changyuan King is here. Dayuan King is here." The loud shout shook the sky and Yufia's heart. That was because 11 warships were hovering above the imperial city, and various lords were kneeling outside the city. It was a perfect fit with the 24 paintings in the future pavilion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Scarlet Hell world. Ding! Completed the main mission, progress 1%. 11 warships floated above the floating imperial city. All the nobles were invited to kneel outside the city. This scene perfectly reproduced the 24th deduction diagram drawn in the future pavilion. Unbelievable! Jun Changxiao was also shocked. Who was the expert who assisted the ancestors of the Blue Waves Empire 10,000 years ago? He actually drew this scene without any deviation, as if he was on the scene. On the scene, Xianxia hurriedly released his spiritual sense and shrouded the imperial city. When the disciples of the sect of all times moved out together, the warriors of other cities arrived one after another after seeing the warships, so there were a lot of people gathered outside the city at this moment, which just happened to match the deduction diagram. What are you looking for? Transmigrator. If it was just a text prophecy, Xianxia could still express his understanding, but even the scene that happened today could be drawn accurately. Perhaps, the original body was on the scene and then transmigrated to draw everything. The system was speechless. The host's imagination is really big. Xianxia's current strength was extremely powerful. In an instant, it covered thousands of miles around the imperial city, carefully screening every warrior, not even letting go of the flowers and trees. Because of the hot environment in the Scarlet Hell world, the skin of the women was mostly wheat-colored, which looked very charming. Unfortunately, Xianxia's mind was not here, and he kept looking for suspicious people. Yes. Suddenly, he saw a black-robed man whose face could not be seen clearly on a hill 100 miles away from the city. With Xianxia's strength, he was absolutely invincible in the Scarlet Hell world, but he couldn't see his true appearance with his spiritual sense. There must be a big problem, appeared? Was there a monster on the scene? Is it him? Just as he was about to get up and fly over, he found that the hill was empty. Where is he? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had locked onto the black-robed man from all directions and would never let his guard down, but he just couldn't see him. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Scarlet Hell world. Ding! It is within the scope of the main mission, progress 1%. Suddenly, a crisp prompt sounded in his ear. F***CK. Xianxia was dumbfounded again. Many people guessed that Goxing was helping Xianxia on a mission. No, there was no mission at all. He simply wanted to help a weak girl regain the authority and dignity that belonged to the royal family and earn some extra money while he was at it. However, today, he had captured all the marquises in a thunderous manner and dominated the Scarlet Hell sector. It was too sudden, he was caught off guard. Conquering the Scarlet Hell is in line with the main quest. Progress, 1%. Did this mean that he still had to conquer other planes? Did it mean that there were still 99 other planes waiting for him? F***CK, Goxing hugged the dog's head, despair written all over his face. If it was really as he had guessed, conquering existential planes one by one and completing the main mission would definitely be more difficult and time-consuming than developing a sect. Moreover, this was taking 100% as an example. What if it was 1000%, or even 10,000%? I knew it. Xianxia held in his heart, a brand new main storyline mission will definitely not be as simple as the introduction says. The host should be happy. The system said, at least I know how to complete the main quest. Happy your grandma's leg. Xianxia roared, conquering a plane only gives me 1%? How many planes do I have to conquer to complete this? In fact, the system was right. At least he knew how to complete the main quest. However, what made Goxing break down was that who could guarantee that the next plane he conquered would be within the scope of the mission and meet the requirements? That's true. The system said, I sympathize. Conquering the Scarlet Hell sector gave him an example and provided him with an idea. However, there were countless existential planes in the vast universe. Who was within the scope of the mission and who was not? Sigh. Xianxia looked up at the sky and sighed. It was not easy to get rid of the main quest of developing a sect, and now he was given another mission to conquer all the major existential planes. If he had a choice, he would rather continue to develop the sect, at least in a fixed area and a fixed development, unlike now where he still had to wander around. I think it's normal. The system said, the first 2 missions are aimed at developing the sect. After the host completes them, it is inevitable that you will lead your disciples to conquer the universe. Xianxia was silent. Mr. Jun, at this moment, Xianxia asked in a low voice, what are you thinking about? Xianxia came back to his senses and said, these rebels have been captured. His Majesty will decide whether to kill them or punish them. Next, this humble one will integrate all the kingdoms and make them completely submit to the Blue Wave's empire. Gosheng was very efficient in handling matters. On the same day, he ordered his disciples to go to the leaderless kingdoms and force them to hand over all their rights and obey the orders of the Blue Waves Empire. Those who resisted would be killed without mercy. Xianxia's cold side was completely revealed, and it gave some readers a chance to dig up dirt on him. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands. Standing on the top floor of the imperial capital, Gosheng looked at the distant sky and said with emotion, "My actions today will be judged by future generations." With absolute means, Xianxia quickly obtained the power and military strength of the various kingdoms. Later, she listened to her teacher's suggestion and removed the enfeoffment system that had existed for tens of thousands of years and changed it to a county system, thus strengthening the centralization of power. Wasn't the plot very familiar? Yes, Xianxia adopted the political system of the Qin dynasty after the unification of the six kingdoms. After all the feudal lords were killed and imprisoned, the chaotic era of feudal lords that had lasted for nearly 1,000 years came to an end. Under the support of Xianxia, the precarious Blue Waves Empire rose again. As for how long it could last, it was no longer a matter of concern. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, it would unite, and after being united for a long time, it would divide. He could be the savior, but he couldn't be the eternal savior. "Sir." Xianxia saluted and said, "Many thanks for your help. My Blue Waves Empire can continue." "No need to thank me." Xianxia said, "If you want to thank someone, you should thank the expert who assisted your ancestor." Honestly speaking, the reason why Gosheng helped Xianxia was partly because of the resources and partly because of the deduction map. He was very curious. Was there really a great god in this world who could predict the future? See the future? I have already obtained the finances of the various kingdoms. How many first-class firestones does Sir need? This, give me as you see fit. A few days later, all the creatures in the Scarlet Hell world looked up at the sky and made a gesture of worship. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 11 warships lowered their anchors and slowly merged into the depths of space. The Scarlet Hell world was just a very ordinary station in the starry sky for the Sect of all times. When everything was done, it was inevitable to leave. As for Xianxia, she was just a very ordinary passerby on Xianxia's life. When she appeared, there were actually readers who thought that he wanted to start a harem. Weren't they thinking too highly of Gosheng, or were they reading too many novels? As long as a female character appeared, even if the supporting roles and extras were not confirmed, they would think that there would be some love and hate between them? Could it be that there was no pure friendship between men and women, between people? Are they leaving? When the 11 warships disappeared into the sky, the black-robed man appeared again and whispered, "I was almost discovered by him." No. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "You have been discovered." The black-robed man hurriedly turned around and saw Xianxia standing behind him with a very cheap smile on his face. "Leave a hole." He shrugged and said, "It's not my character." The 11 battleships left, but Xianxia didn't, because he was still thinking about the mysterious man in black. He released his spiritual senses to cover most of the Scarlet Hell world. At first, he didn't have much hope, but when he was about to leave, he accidentally discovered something. This was a trap. He had to get rid of it before leaving. Sigh. The black-robed man sighed and then turned around. Although he was facing Xianxia, he kept his head down, making it difficult to see his face. "Who are you?" "I'm from Jianghu." This answer was a bit too general. Strictly speaking, Xianxia was also from Jianghu. Anyone who knew martial arts was considered a Jianghu person. "Jun Patriarch." The black-robed man said, "It's fate that we can meet in the Scarlet Hell world. It seems that you know me." Xianxia had never told Xianxia that he was the master of a sect, but this person called him Jun Patriarch. Things were probably not as simple as he thought. The black-robed man shook his head and said, "I know you in the future, but I don't know you now." "In the future, now?" Xianxia seemed to have understood something and said, "You came from the future?" "Ha ha ha." The black-robed man laughed and said, "As expected of Jun Patriarch, you hit the nail on the head." Whoosh. At this moment, a big hand with a strong force pressed down. The black-robed man didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly attack. He was caught off guard and was directly pressed to the ground, the side of his face intimately touching the ground. Pretending to be mysterious, Goshen grabbed with one hand and tore off the other's black robe, revealing an ordinary and unfamiliar male face. He had never seen it before. He didn't know it. Jun Changxiao instantly came to a conclusion. Of course, he wouldn't give up just like that. He put his 5 fingers on his face and scratched it hard. Jun Patriarch. You're being rude. The black-robed man who was pressed to the ground did not resist. Bright red scratch marks gradually appeared on his face. After confirming that this fellow wasn't wearing a human skin mask, Jun Changxiao lifted him up and said, I don't like to listen to nonsense, so I hope you can be honest and lenient. Confess what? Who are you? Xianxia. Boom, Jun Changxiao pressed him to the ground again and said coldly, why don't you call yourself Li Si? Li Si is my friend. Goshen thought that the other party was not cooperating and was even deliberately playing with him. So, he immediately used the method of torturing Xianxia and smashed her up and down, left and right. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After a while, the black-robed man lay in the pit with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He said, don't think that I can't beat you. I've just been letting you win. F***CKU. Boom. 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 In the end, the black-robed man couldn't resist and fainted gloriously. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao picked him up and then said goodbye to Xianxia in the imperial city. Then, he broke through the void and flew away from the Scarlet Hell world. Although Sir has left, we should remember his great kindness. Come, cast bronze statues in the major cities for future generations to worship. Yes. Blue Waves Calendar, Year 1, Year 2020, January 23. The Eternal Pirates led by Jun Changxiao sailed away from the Scarlet Hell world. Statues of him were soon erected in the major cities. His deeds of turning the tide would also be recorded in history. Whoosh, whoosh, 11 warships traversed the universe at an extremely fast speed. The disciples in charge of the drag device placed first-class fire stones in the array to replace the Dao stones. In order to thank Jun Changxiao for helping the rise of the royal family, Xianxia generously gave him 200 million. Of course. Goshen really didn't take any advantage this time. Because at this moment, in the military drill ground outside the imperial capital, thousands of Diablo were neatly arranged. The soldiers were carrying out daily checks and adjustments. Although the major vassals had been dealt with, there might be accidents, so Jun Changxiao left these mechas behind, hoping that they could help Xianxia suppress everything at any time. Was it a loss to exchange 200 million first-class fire stones for 1,000 Diablo, putting aside the level of saving the Blue Waves Empire and thousands of lives? Did Jun Changxiao consider exchanging something of equal value for it? Right or wrong, the public would judge, and the readers would judge. Come. In the large cafeteria of the Eternal, Jun Changxiao raised his bowl and said, for obtaining a large amount of energy this time, cheers. The disciples who had participated in the integration of the major vassals raised their wine glasses one after another, and the warm atmosphere in the warship became more intense. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma said, come, let's drink. Yi Xingqian's expression was very interesting. Before occupying the body of the demon ancestor, he would definitely not refuse, but now, scared? No way. Come. Come. Yi Xingqian raised his bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then, he collapsed on the ground in a flash. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting at the side, saw this and shook his head. After changing bodies, he can't hold his liquor anymore. He didn't drink much, as he still had to interrogate the black-robed man who called himself Xianxia. Patriarch. That guy escaped from prison. In the cabin used to temporarily hold prisoners, Jun Changxiao looked at the scattered ropes on the ground and said with a broken expression, there are all kinds of array systems in the warship, how did he escape? Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, there are words on the wall. Jun Changxiao turned around and saw words written on the side of the cabin. The content was, the upper universe is in an era of great change, and people like Jun Patriarch are needed to lead the charge. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the underworld. F***CK. Goshen cursed, meet again in the underworld, my ass. It took him a lot of effort to catch that guy, but he escaped without getting anything out of him. Of course he was unhappy. Host, haven't you noticed? What did you notice? The words left on the wall are similar to the words on the deduction diagram. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly took out the photo he took in the future pavilion. After careful comparison, he was sure that it was not similar, but exactly the same. This meant that it was done by the same person. He is the expert who helped the ancestor of the Blue Waves Empire unify the Scarlet Prison world? The black-robed man suddenly disappeared, and Xianxia couldn't get any useful information. However, from the words left and the deduction diagram, he concluded that it was the same person. What did this mean? It meant that the previous guess of a transmigrator was most likely true. The upper universe is in an era of great change. Xianxia looked at the words on the wall again and then rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me? Why should I lead the charge? How the universe changed had nothing to do with him. Now, the invited task was to meet up with his life and death brothers, and then fight their way to the star spirit world together, a month later. On the starry sky map, a never-before-seen plane appeared again. Just from the light spots, it was obviously bigger than the Scarlet Prison world. Patriarch. Xianxia asked, do you want to go in? Go in. Going to the Scarlet Prison world originated from the first plane discovered after the interstellar journey. This time, after understanding the rules of the main mission, he naturally wanted to take a look. Maybe he could accidentally increase it by 99%. Of course. The system said, Host, you will definitely successfully complete the main mission this time. Whoosh. Whoosh. 11 battleships quickly arrived outside the new plane, and Xianxia took a few disciples and blended in. Everything is as expected. In the endless universe, the black-robed man who disappeared gradually appeared. A meaningful smile appeared on his ordinary face, and then he gradually disappeared, leaving behind a huge void pit. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion came from the desolate land, and the entire sky seemed to be trembling. After a while, everything stopped. 2 figures gradually appeared in the dust-filled area. They were 1,000 feet away from each other, and everything around them had turned into nothingness. The camera panned to an extremely far distance. The space and ground within tens of thousands of miles collapsed. The scene was too horrible to look at. Obviously, the two were fighting. Because of the high intensity, the plane seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. Ha ha ha. When the dust completely dissipated, the white-haired old man laughed and said, after cultivating for so many years, your strength still hasn't improved. Same to you. The black-haired old man opposite him said coldly. You've already used your trump card, and mine. The white-haired old man raised his right hand, and his turbid eyes suddenly turned cold. I haven't used it yet. The black-haired old man frowned slightly, and then said disapprovingly, I'll see what you've learned in the past few hundred years. Watch carefully. The white-haired old man looked up and raised his hands high, making a gesture similar to a sacrifice. Then, his eyes gradually widened. The black-haired old man looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little flustered, so he kept his vigilance high. In the end, the other party kept staring, and even stared straight, but did not attack. F***ck, come on, no, there was a special aura pressing down from above, the black-haired old man finally realized. He hurriedly looked up, and then widened his eyes like the white-haired old man. From their vision, they could clearly see that the space above the sky was stirred by some kind of force, gradually forming a huge vortex. The scene was magnificent. The sudden change also alarmed all the living beings in this plane. They all looked up and saw the natural phenomenon. They were deeply shocked. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? Let's go. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, the top experts of this plane flew over and gathered outside the vortex in the shortest time possible. At such a close distance, that kind of shocking aura was even stronger than before. What kind of supreme treasure is it? The various martial artists guessed in their hearts and realized that when the supreme treasure appeared, there would be a fierce battle. You all. At this moment, the 2 old men who were fighting earlier flew over and said in unison, Scram. It was just 3 words, but they contained the most profound meaning. It shook everyone to the point that their blood was roiling, and they almost couldn't resist falling from the sky. Old ancestor Tianyang. Old ancestor of Earth-Yin. The expressions of the experts present changed. If one were to ask who was the strongest in this plane, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin. With the two old monsters here, if we dare to snatch it, we'll definitely die a tragic death. He's gone, he's gone. The martial artists who were originally filled with hot-blooded blood immediately flew away. If he couldn't afford to offend them, he had to hide. The major powers were unconvinced and continued to stand outside the vortex. One of the experts with status said coldly, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are obtained by fate." The two seniors should have heard of this before, right? It seems like you don't plan to scram? The white-haired old man's eyes turned cold, and his killing intent and anger leaked out. This gaze was a bit frightening, startling that expert to the point that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought to himself, this old fellow's strength has increased again. The various forces were not willing to leave just like that, and the two top powerhouses were not willing to compromise. The atmosphere instantly became somber. Whoosh, right at this moment, a stream of light flew out from the vortex. Supreme treasure, it had appeared, everyone started to move. However, when they saw that the stream of light had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in white, they were instantly stunned. With such a huge commotion, many people guessed that it was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. In the end, a person flew out from inside. This was absolutely unexpected. So beautiful. A fairy descending to the mortal world? The martial artists who were hiding in the distance were all dumbfounded. The woman who suddenly appeared had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was delicate, her face was sparkling like jade, her skin was like ice and snow, and her figure was graceful and slender. She could be said to be extremely beautiful. Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin were also stunned. At their age, they were already immune to beauty. However, they were still amazed that there was such a stunning woman in this world. Whoosh, whoosh, right at this moment, another two streams of light flew out from the huge vortex. They were two young men. One of them had an imposing appearance, while the other was arrogant and cold. "Did you come here to welcome us knowing that we're coming?" From his tone, it was not hard to tell that he was the captain of the Eternal Pirate Group, Gongsun Di Gosheng. Standing beside him was Xianxia. As for the beautiful woman in white, she was the eldest disciple of the Sect of all times, Lu Qianxian. Jun Chongxiao and Yi Xingchen roared, "Why was she so normal when she introduced us? Why did she have to add some foreign names when she introduced us?" "You are?" an expert cautioned. There were no heavenly materials or earthly treasures in the whirlpool. Instead, two men and a woman flew in. The sense of mystery was too strong. "Your humble servant is Jun Chongxiao." Goshen cupped his hands and said, "I came uninvited today because I want to dominate this plane." After discovering the rules of the main mission, he planned to use the simplest method, which was to use his strength to intimidate the planes he passed by, thus triggering the mission conditions. Of course, he would not be an invader, nor would he snatch their resources. All he needed was recognition. "Humph." Patriarch Tianyang said coldly, "Dominate my mountain river realm? You sure talk big." The experts of the various forces were also very unhappy, but seeing that the top experts had taken the initiative to speak, they would definitely not steal the limelight. Jun Chongxiao released his spiritual sense and scanned all the warriors present. After confirming that the white-haired old man and the black-haired old man were the strongest, he grinned and said, "Do you want to fight?" Finding a top expert to fight and win, this was the so-called recognition with strength, to put it bluntly. Goshen came here for one purpose, to fight. "Come." Patriarch Tianyang said, "Fight." He had fought with Patriarch Earth-Yin for tens of thousands of years, and his blood was filled with fighting spirit. Since someone suddenly came to fight today, he would definitely fight to the end. "The two of you are quite strong. To save time, come at me together," Jun Chongxiao said. Heavenly Yang and Earth-Yin were instantly enraged. The two of them were considered top experts in the Mountain River realm. They had always fought one against many, but today they were outnumbered. Who were they looking down on? "As for you guys, Jun Changxiao looked at the warriors of the various forces and said, "Wash up and sleep." This guy was very arrogant, because only then could he stimulate the warriors of the mountain river realm and have a good fight with him. Goodbye. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, all the forces gathered near the whirlpool left. For the treasures, they dared to fight Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin. Now that they knew that was not the case, they naturally had no interest in staying here. As for fighting, sorry, their backs are waiting to be dealt with. Seeing that they all ran away without looking back, Jun Changxiao was speechless. Am I not arrogant enough? It was not that they were not arrogant enough, but as the strongest forces of the mountain river realm, Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin, the other forces naturally would not jump out. If Gosheng dared to shout in front of them that he was going to invade the mountain river realm, he would probably be surrounded by them now. Kid. Patriarch Tianyang said lightly, "Come and fight." Boom, the ground shook violently, and dust covered the sky. The camera slowly moved up, only to see Jun Changxiao standing where Patriarch Tianyang was, ready to punch. He turned to look at Patriarch Earthine and grinned. "Are you ready?" Boom. The earth shook again, and dust flew up again. When everything calmed down, Earthine lay next to Heavenly Yang. The two brothers moved in unison, foaming at the mouth and twitching the corners of their mouths. Sigh. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the air, shook his head and said, "Too weak." He was not pretending. He was really disappointed that he could not have a good fight. Yi Xingchen was speechless. It was not that the two old men were weak, but that the patriarch was too strong. When could he be so strong and run amok in the upper universe? In terms of scale, the mountain river realm was much larger than the Scarlet Hell realm, and its heaven and earth attributes were also extremely majestic. Its overall martial arts level was high, and the two strongest representatives, Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin, were even at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, they were nothing in front of Jun Changxiao, who was a half-step divine secret realm. Who said that one would be bullied if they changed the map? Jun Changxiao, who had flown away from the upper realm and started the era of space travel, broke the law with practical actions and explained what a real protagonist was. Do you admit defeat? Yes. Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin said with difficulty. Jun Changxiao did not hit them hard, but the two brothers were very uncomfortable at the moment. The reason was that they had been fighting for the title of number one in the world for a long time, but they were defeated by an outsider. They were sad and uncomfortable. Gosheng squatted by the pit and said, "The path of martial arts is like an endless sea. If you want to cross the dangers to reach the other side, you need a lighthouse to guide you." Heavenly Yang and Earthly Yin were a little confused. "And I," Jun Changxiao said seriously, "am the lighthouse that stands tall in the stormy waves." Got it, this guy wants to recruit us. The scene of the captain of the first fleet of the Star Spirit realm coming to the upper realm and summoning thousands of truth-seeking realm cultivators was still vivid in Jun Changxiao's mind, so he naturally had to bring enough people over. Although there were many martial artists in the Scarlet Hell realm, their overall martial arts strength was low and not suitable for boarding the ship. The two peak truth-seeking realm cultivators under his feet were undoubtedly the best candidates. One plane could recruit 2. 10 planes would be 20. 100 planes would be 200. 1,000 planes would be. Gosheng couldn't calculate it, but he could imagine that when the time came for him to lead his troops to the Star Spirit world, they would definitely be afraid. Alright, Heavenly Yang Earthly Hyper Technique, we are willing to treat you as our lighthouse. A wise man submits to circumstances. Jun Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. He then retracted the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Jade Dragon Ask the Heavens Sword, AWM Sniper Rifles, and the Field Artillery on their heads. After taking care of the two top powerhouses of the Mountain River realm, he did not trigger the main mission. This meant that this place might not be within the scope of the mission. F***CK. Jun Changxiao was on the verge of breaking down. The universe is so big, and the planes are so big. If you don't even give me a hint, who knows how long it'll take to complete it. I'm fine. The system comforted him, at least there's no time limit. Jun Changxiao adjusted his bad mood and took Heavenly Yang Earthly Hyper Technique for a stroll in the Mountain River realm. His goal was to collect martial arts resources. The heaven and earth attribute of this plane was not weak, so it nurtured many high-grade ores that could be used as fuel for flight. Here came the problem. How could he obtain them? Xianxia could not rob them, because it was immoral. So after thinking about it, he decided to do business with the Mountain River realm, using items of equal value to exchange for ores. What do you have? I have body-shaping pills, soul-shaping pills, frost blade, true yang set. I have what they don't have. The system was speechless. Martial arts secret manuals could not be given to others, but pills, equipment, and treasures could. For example, the most common body-shaping pill. To the disciples of the sect of all times, they had to take it the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that it was very common. However, to others, it was comparable to a divine medicine. Naturally, they would spend a lot of money to buy it. Robbing was impossible. Only by selling pills in the plain could they make a living. City Lord he spent 1 million Mountain River Spirit Stones to buy 100 body-shaping pills and 100 soul-shaping pills. Patriarch Lin spent 3 million Mountain River Spirit Stones to buy 10 high-grade cloud-piercing sabers and 5 pieces of true yang set. In the largest city of the Mountain River realm, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples were disguised as shop assistants, recording the transactions and delivering items. They were extremely busy. The products of the system were definitely of high quality. The quality of the various pills and equipment was definitely top-notch. Patriarch. A few days later, Li Qingyang did an inventory. The total number of Mountain River Spirit Stones obtained from this public sale is 360 million. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied. First, they did not rob. Second, they did not steal. They relied on pills and equipment to get what they needed. Who could find fault with that? Let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh. That day, Xianxia left the Mountain River realm with Tianyang and Dean. He came softly, just as he left softly. He only took a few 100 million spirit stones with a wave of his hand. Of course, he took away a lot of martial arts resources, but he also left behind many benefits. For example, the various pills purchased by the various sects would definitely increase the overall strength of the younger generation, which would have a far-reaching impact. Thousands of years later, historians would leave behind this in the historical records, merit in the present, benefit in the future. The vast universe was endless. In the distant star spirit realm, battleships flew out one after another. Captain. A subordinate stood on the starry sky map in the cockpit with a serious expression. The main battleship of the First Fleet was destroyed in the upper realm. Why did it suddenly activate and travel through the universe? Very simple. The silver-haired man sitting on the chair played with a wine glass and said calmly, someone repaired it and mastered the method to activate it. According to the previous news, could the mecha technology of the sect of all times in the upper realm be theirs? Most likely. The captain took a sip of wine and said, lock onto the position of the main battleship. Locked onto. How long until we meet? About a year. The captain gently put down the wine glass and smiled coldly. For the sake of Gu Tianxing, we did not go against the upper realm. Now that they have taken the initiative to come out, they can't blame the star spirit realm. Whoosh. Whoosh. Dozens of battleships cut through the void and traveled at high speed. Xianxia did not know that the Eternal he left the upper realm on and traveled through the endless universe, sending out some kind of signal at any time and place, which was captured by the star spirit realm. At this moment, he was sitting in the cockpit, considering whether to enter the third plane. Patriarch. Xianxia said, I'm willing to go down and investigate. Every plane was equivalent to a new map and a new dungeon. If he always let the Patriarch go in alone, how could he slowly become stronger through experience? Okay. Xianxia thought for a while and said, you go. Whoosh. Under the powerful cover of the Patriarch's power, Xianxia broke through the plane's spatial barrier and landed in the wilderness like a Terminator. Then, he was surrounded by a group of martial artists in different clothes. Humph. A bearded man said, Demonis, are these the reinforcements you called for? Xianxia frowned slightly. There were thousands of martial artists gathered here. They were not surrounding him, but a heavily injured purple-clothed woman. Sorry. I'm just passing by. Xianxia tidied his clothes and strode out. Hero saving the beauty? No way. Everyone felt that Xianxia was very straightforward, but in fact, Xianxia was even more straightforward. It was mainly because he spent most of his time on cultivation and didn't have the chance to show it, allowing Gosheng to steal the limelight. Today, he was sent to a foreign plane and witnessed thousands of martial artists besieging an injured woman, but he actually pretended not to see it and left. Gosheng might care about his worldview, but Xianxia definitely didn't. He was even harmed by Empress Ling Yao in his previous life, so he still had a severe prejudice against women. Thinking about it carefully, this guy might have acknowledged the sect of all times and treated himself as a member, but he rarely interacted with Lu Qianqian, Lu Wancher, and the other female disciples. Most of the time, he was with the male disciples, such as Xiao Ziji, Li Qingyang, or the Spirit Beast Hall. Xianxia wanted to leave, but he couldn't. The surrounding martial artists immediately tightened their encirclement and released their cultivation while glaring at him. Kid. A martial artist coldly said, "You dare to help the demonic woman? You will die. Go. Kill him." Dozens of martial artists standing at the front rushed over. All kinds of energy burst out, forming a scene that could be described as powerful. Trash. Xianxia's face was filled with disdain. He didn't want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, and he didn't want to be bitten by mosquitoes and flies. So, all he could do was, boom. The violent energy suddenly exploded, and under the howling wind, corpses and blood were crazily splattered. The scene was so cruel that it was forced to be pixelated. Plop. The last attacking martial artist fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. His eyes were filled with horror. It was obvious that he didn't expect this ordinary-looking man to be so powerful until his death. Xianxia stood proudly in his original position. His elegant black hair fluttered in the wind, and his stern face flashed with killing intent. He looked like a devil that walked out from hell. This was the serious style, the main character, Gosheng. Learn from him. The dozens of people that rushed over were instantly obliterated, and the remaining martial artists widened their eyes. The reinforcements that the demonic woman asked for weren't simple. Scram. Xianxia said coldly. Just a single word contained an extremely powerful pressure, causing all of the martial artists present to feel their hair stand on end. All of them fled as fast as they could. They were very lucky. After joining the sect of all times, Xianxia had changed quite a bit. If it had been his cold personality from his previous life, he would have killed anyone who provoked him. Swish, swish, spatial rings flew out from the corpses and landed in Night Emperor's hands. He was too lazy to check what was inside and was about to leave. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." The injured woman struggled to stand up. Her face was extremely pale. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Xianxia said indifferently, "I just don't want to be bothered by flies. I'm not trying to save you. Don't overthink it." Compared to this guy, Gosheng had become a warm guy. The injured woman didn't say anything else. She dragged her injured body into the depths of the forest, but after a few steps, she couldn't support herself anymore and fainted on the ground. Many martial artists had died in this area. Fresh blood floated into the forest and gradually attracted many ferocious beasts. After confirming that there was no danger, they came out one after another. Food, all of it was food. A few ferocious beasts that looked like wolves took the lead and stopped in front of the unconscious woman. Their eyes were glowing red, and their saliva was about to flow out. Martial artists liked to kill ferocious beasts because of the crystal cores in their bodies. Ferocious beasts also liked to kill martial artists because their flesh and blood had been nourished by attributes. After consuming them, their strength would increase. Roar. After a short hesitation, the few wolf beasts opened their bloody mouths and pounced over. Boom. Suddenly, a violent shockwave was generated, causing dust to roll up. Ta. Xianxia, who had already left, appeared in front of the injured woman. He released his force of true spirit and lifted her up without any mercy. Then, he disappeared into the dust. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and stars filled the sky. Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged outside the cave, circulating the Greater Thousand Shadows art. When he was not in the picture, he was usually either cultivating or on the road of cultivation. Phew, after an hour, Yi Xingqian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said to himself, why did I save a stranger? He could have left during the day, but he did not know why he returned and saved the injured woman who had fallen into the wolf's mouth. He also gave her a lot of healing pills. You have saved my life again. The purple-clothed woman walked out of the cave. Because she had taken the pill, her face had regained its color, and her injuries were under control. With the help of the night light, it could be seen that she was about 20 years old. Her appearance was delicate and refined, and she could be considered a great beauty. So, Yi Xingqian said lightly, what benefits do you want to give me? His hesitant personality towards women was definitely not influenced by Jun Changxiao, but he had to talk about rewards in return. It was definitely related to Gosheng. This was something that no one could wash away. What benefits do you want? The woman in purple asked. Night Emperor was surrounded by an arrogant aura, but she could calmly deal with it. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. Money. Resources. I want all of them. Yi Xingqian was not polite at all. The woman in purple said, the reason why I am being chased is because I obtained a treasure map that has been sealed for a long time. If you can find it, there should be what you need. You mean, you have nothing now? No. Phew, Yi Xingqian raised his hand, and his force of true spirit erupted as he grabbed the woman's neck. You want to kill me? You have no value. There is no meaning in living. This treasure map was left behind by a powerhouse who was regarded as a legend 100,000 years ago. There are all kinds of martial arts and resources hidden in it. If you and I can find it, it will be of great value. The woman in purple calmly took out an ancient sheepskin scroll. Kill you. Yi Xingqian said lightly, I can find it too. In terms of treasure hunting, he also had experience. After all, he had been to the Taishan cave and done the uncivilized act of Night Emperor. The woman in purple said, without my help, you can't find the treasure. After a moment of silence, Yi Xingqian let go of the woman. He had already taken a look at the sheepskin scroll. It was obviously very old. Perhaps there really was a great treasure hidden in it. He volunteered to come to this plane. If he could find a large amount of martial arts resources, he could report back to the patriarch when he returned. What is your name? Yi Xingqian was gloomy. He had clearly acted very ferociously, but this woman had been very calm from beginning to end. Seeing that he was silent, the woman in purple wisely didn't pursue the matter. She introduced herself. I am Jia Lingyao. You. Yi Xingqian suddenly turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, what is your name? Murderous intent surged out of his body. Although he had killed Empress Lingyao on the spot and burned her to ashes, hearing the two words Lingyao still greatly stimulated his nerves. Jia Lingyao. Clang, he unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword and placed it on the woman's neck. Yi Xingqian's murderous intent was triggered when he saw the purple-robed woman named Jia Lingyao. Clang, he unsheathed his sword and held it to his neck. At that moment, the killing intent around the night the arch was extremely powerful. He had always been suspicious. Empress Lingyao's death was too simple. Was there more to it than met the eye? Now that he had coincidentally saved a woman with a name similar to hers, could it be, what do you mean? Jia Lingyao frowned. She could feel the murderous intent, but she remained calm. It was admirable. This made Yi Xingqian even more suspicious. He said coldly, who are you? Why did you approach me? Jia Lingyao was speechless. You were the one who saved me, so how did I get close to you on purpose? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Yi Xingqian said, because you're about to die. Did anyone notice that this guy had suddenly become talkative? That was because he had been wondering whether or not Empress Lingyao was dead, and that had caused his mind to be in a mess. Why do you want to kill me? Jia Lingyao asked. Because, Yi Xingqian suddenly fell silent. The reason for killing her was because of the name Lingyao, but it seemed a bit ridiculous to say it out loud. In this universe where people used Huaxia as their surnames and Chinese characters as their names, there were too many people with the same name. Erasing her for this went against the Sect of all times' mission. Xianxia often instilled in his disciples the idea that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Naturally, Starry Night couldn't help but be influenced by it, so in the end, he withdrew the sword that was 0.01 centimeters away from his neck. Night Emperor. He was indecisive. Jia Lingyao muttered to herself, are all strong people so strange? She didn't know Xianxia, but after seeing him fight yesterday, she was sure that he was a top expert. Perhaps he could help her find the treasure on the sheepskin scroll. What's your name? You've asked. But you didn't tell me. Pei Aniu. Jia Lingyao's expression changed. Such a powerful person actually had such a down-to-earth name. Mr. Pei shouldn't be a cultivator of my heaven-spill world, right? Don't talk so much nonsense, just focus on leading the way. Xianxia's face was filled with anger. Clearly, he did not want to waste his breath on this woman. Jia Lingyao stopped and said seriously, I have the secret of the treasure. The entire plain knows about it. I will inevitably run into trouble when I look for it this time, so, shua. Suddenly, Xianxia gathered strength in his right fist and punched out. Jia Lingyao's face changed slightly. She could see his movements, but her cultivation did not allow her to dodge. Boom, in an instant, Yang Kai's right fist, which had gathered explosive power, flew past Jia Lingyao and smashed into the void. The cultivator who was hiding in the void, intending to launch a sneak attack, was immediately blasted away, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground, the hidden weapons in his hands scattering everywhere. Sneaky, Xianxia said coldly. Jia Lingyao first heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at the cultivator who had been blasted away. She frowned slightly and said, even the Wu-Tang people are tempted? Swish. Swish. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking rang out from afar. All kinds of hidden weapons flew over wildly, covering a wide range. Xianxia grabbed Jia Lingyao's shoulder and pulled her in front of him. Then, he elegantly dodged the rain of bullets. The scene was just like a movie. Ding. 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 The hidden weapons missed and nailed to the mountain rocks and trees. Their surface was reddish-black and should have been poisoned. Shua. Xianxia gracefully stabilized his body while Jia Lingyao was shaken until she was dizzy. Shua. Shua. At this moment, a group of ninja-like cultivators dressed in black flew over from afar. There were about 100 of them, and they held poisonous hidden weapons in their hands. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Demonis. The leader of the group said in a deep voice, hand over the treasure map and you will be spared from death. Jia Lingyao said, I found it. Why should I hand it over? Her tone was very angry. It was not because she wanted to hand over the treasure map, but because she had never done anything evil. Why was she labeled as a demoness when she was born? If you don't hand it over, you will die, before. The leader could finish his words, his eyes were filled with horror because Xianxia appeared in front of him with a 3-foot-long sword on his neck. This treasure map is mine. No one can touch it. Poochie. Sizzle. A head flew up and blood splattered. Boss. Seeing the leader's head being separated from his body, the subordinates were horrified. Swish. 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 Suddenly, a dense sword light burst out, not giving them a chance to react at all. In the end, all of them had their throats cut open. Clang. Xianxia sheathed his sword. Plop. Plop. 100 martial artists knelt on the ground in a daze, their heads slowly falling. Tsk tisk. In the main battleship, Xianxia watched Xianxia kill 100 people through the real-time image provided by the light screen. He said with emotion, my disciple is indeed decisive. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, it's hard to imagine that the cold junior brother Yi would be a hero saving a beauty. I knew it. Li Qingyang smiled and said, junior brother Yi is kind. Hearing everyone's words, the system finally couldn't help but roar, the plot now belongs to Xianxia. Don't jump out and steal the show. Sky Spill Realm. After Xianxia dealt with the Wu-Tang ninjas, he skillfully took out the spatial ring on his body and said lightly, let's go. Oh. Jia Lingyao hurriedly followed, feeling very shocked. The group of Wu-Tang ninjas were obviously not weak, but they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. How strong was he? According to the mark on the sheepskin scroll, the treasure was hidden in the primitive mountain range in the northernmost region, so the two of them didn't speak and spent the entire time on the road. In the meantime, various forces appeared one after another, trying to snatch it. Without Yi Xingchen, Jia Lingyao definitely wouldn't be able to protect it with her strength. But now, everyone who came died. The whole process could be considered frightening but not dangerous. Friend, spare me, boom. Before a powerhouse sent by a certain force could finish speaking, Yi Xingchen slammed him to the ground and his body was torn apart. Domineering and cruel, in fact, if they came to snatch it openly, they might have been able to survive. But they had to hide in the dark and play dirty tricks, which greatly stimulated Night Emperor's killing intent. Jia Lingyao, who was behind him, had a look of admiration. She had only known this man for about a chapter, but she had already been completely subdued by his valiant strength. Have we arrived? Jia Lingyao came back to her senses and hurriedly took out the sheepskin scroll. Based on the map and the terrain, she said, go north. You'll reach it after walking for about 1,000 miles. Stop wasting time. Yi Xingchen said, let's go quickly. The two of them walked north. Strangely, they didn't encounter any more sneak attacks, and the atmosphere became relatively calm. They might have realized that Mr. Pei is powerful, so they don't dare to come to their deaths, Jia Lingyao said to herself. The next day, the two of them walked to the edge of the primitive mountain range. However, they didn't enter because thousands of martial artists from various forces were gathered at the entrance. Jia Lingyao guessed correctly. After losing many of their companions, these people had recognized Yi Xingchen's strength. Naturally, they didn't dare to surround him, but they didn't give up. Instead, they mobilized people and gathered in advance at the only way. If 10 or 100 of them can't deal with you, what about 1,000 or 10,000? I have the numbers, so I can do whatever I want. This is troublesome. Jia Lingyao frowned when she saw so many people from various forces. Crack. 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 Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. She instinctively turned her head and saw Yi Xingchen surrounded by flowing light, gradually condensing into a battle armor. A majestic halberd was placed in front of him, and he seemed to have turned into an unparalleled warrior on the battlefield. His eyes were cold as he said, I'm going to start a massacre. Get out of my way. Tens of thousands of people from the various factions of the Sky Spill world gathered at the path of the treasure, waiting for an opportunity to appear. Someone would ask. Since they knew the location, why did they still want the sheepskin scroll? Without it, they couldn't enter at all. Whoosh, whoosh, the warriors gathered in a huge formation, and the air was filled with killing intent. To show respect, Yi Xingchen activated the special effect, donned his armor, and took out his halberd. Mr. Pei. Jia Lingyao was stunned. Then, she said weakly, why are there words on your forehead? Yi Xingchen wanted to raise his hand to cover the word attack on his forehead. To be honest, he was quite depressed. After changing to the perfect body created by the demon ancestor, he had also inherited the special effect of the words. It was fine if it came, but it was still on his forehead. On the other hand, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were all on the back of their hands. Why am I more special than them? Cut the crap. Yi Xingchen said coldly, get lost. Okay. Jia Lingyao hurriedly retreated far away. Without this obstructing woman, Yi Xingchen's gaze became even colder. He raised his halberd and said, those who want to die, come. Since the sheepskin scroll contained the treasure, he wouldn't give it to anyone. Therefore, he could only start a massacre today, one person against tens of thousands. At that moment, Night Emperor inherited the strength of the patriarch. It's not worth it to become enemies with the world for a demoness, an expert from a certain faction said. The warriors of the Sky Spill world knew more about Jia Lingyao. They had never heard of her having any strong helpers, so they guessed that this man had been bewitched recently. Of course. Everyone agreed that he had been tempted by her beauty. After all, if he really wanted the treasure, he could just snatch it. There was no need to protect her. In short, in the eyes of the Sky Spill world warriors, Yi Xingchen was nothing more than infatuated with beauty. Friend. Someone advised earnestly, lust is a knife above the character. Please turn back and be saved. Yi Xingqian's killing intent intensified. He wasn't an idiot. He could naturally guess what the other party imagined him to be. Me. Night Emperor. Would he be that kind of person? Who? Yi Xingqian did not try to defend himself, because this was not his character. Therefore, he directly brandished his Feng Tian halberd and jumped over to attack. It was easy to cut down a bunch of obstructing weeds. Swish, the halberd that was infused with energy pressed down with a momentum that could sweep away an entire army. The aura it formed could be said to be earth-shattering, frightening all the cultivators present. Retreat! Retreat! Boom 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 boom. Before he finished speaking, a violent force exploded in the crowd. All the martial artists were instantly sent flying. In slow motion, it was as if they had turned into dandelions dancing in the sky. The scene was magnificent. Jia Lingyao had seen Yi Xingqian in action before, so she had prepared herself in advance. But when she saw him killing his way through an army of tens of thousands, she was still stunned. Too strong, this man was too strong. Yi Xingqian's every move during the battle was deeply imprinted in her heart. Puchi! Puchi! Light flashed, and limbs flew everywhere. In just a few moments, thousands of Sky Spill World cultivators had fallen. Facing this man who was exuding a majestic aura and killing intent, the remaining cultivators were frightened and could only desperately retreat. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a stream of light bypassed Yi Xingqian and rushed toward Jia Lingyao. The various factions' purpose of intercepting this time was to snatch the sheepskin scroll that led to the location of the treasure. Naturally, they would not fight with the other party, so they had to capture the main target first. Who? That expert's movement technique was very fast. His energy turned into a large hand and pressed down. However, just as he was about to bind Jia Lingyao, a terrifying wave of air suddenly appeared behind him. Not good. His expression changed. Puchi, without any chance to react, his body was quickly pierced by the stream of light. He was stabbed into the ground 10 feet away from Jia Lingyao. When the light dissipated, the blood-stained halberd was revealed. Great Elder! A cultivator in the crowd roared. Everyone, this kid has lost his weapon. We must finish him off in one go, an old man shouted, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. In their opinion, Yi Xingqian was so fierce because of his equipment. Now that they threw out the halberd and swarmed him, they would definitely be able to kill him. Kill! Kill! The various factions' cultivators' morale soared. They gathered all kinds of energy and charged over, forming a dazzling light. Trash! Yi Xingqian raised his hand and said coldly, all of you must die. Boom! 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 In an instant, the Sect of all times' heaven-crossing palm print covered the entire sky and pressed down with a tremendous force. The halberd was only useful for Yi Xingqian to harvest the weeds. Without this weapon, he could still use other methods to solve the problem. On Eternal, which was docked outside the Sky Spill world, Jun Changshao and the others had been watching the scene of Yi Xingqian killing everyone. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji said worriedly, should we go and help junior brother Yi? He didn't want to steal Yi Xingqian's scene, but at this moment, facing tens of thousands of people, he would be in danger if he wasn't careful. No need. Jun Changshao said. Goxing still thought highly of Yi Xingqian. After all, he was the absolute representative of the Sect of all times. If he couldn't even deal with a group of core transformation realm enemies, it would be too disappointing. Of course. Although he thought highly of Yi Xingqian, he still had to prepare defensive measures. As long as Yi Xingqian was in danger, he would definitely rush to the scene immediately. If those cultivators who were fighting for the sheepskin scroll knew that there were 11 battleships in the universe, and that everyone inside was talented and had good words, they would definitely collapse into despair. Outside the primitive mountain range, the smell of blood was thick. Corpses were strewn everywhere, making it look like a cruel slaughterhouse. Most of the cultivators from the various factions who had come to intercept Yi Xingqian had died, and the rest had fled in fear. Time, 1 hour. Jia Lingyao stood in the distance in a daze, her clear eyes looking at the back of the figure standing proudly among the corpses. She was completely shocked. Is this a human? Swish, at this moment, the halberd stuck in the ground flew up on its own and landed beside Xianxia. He grabbed it with one hand and said indifferently, "The annoying flies have been dealt with. Let's go." Jia Lingyao calmed herself down and walked over the corpses. The two entered the primitive mountain range through the entrance, not talking at all. "Mr. Pei." After a long time, Jia Lingyao said, "These factions won't let this go. Why don't we wait for a while before looking for the treasure?" "No." Yi Xingchen said, "We'll look for it now." Jia Lingyao was silent for a moment before saying, "All right." She took out the sheepskin scroll and walked for an hour in the primitive forest according to the coordinates and the map. She stopped at an ancient ruin covered in vines and moss. "Mr. Pei." After comparing, Jia Lingyao said, "This is the location of the treasure." With that, she wandered around the ruin on her own. "Mr. Pei." Not long after, Jia Lingyao said, "I found the entrance to the treasure." Yi Xingchen heard the news and hurried over. Seeing her stop in front of a stone wall, he instinctively looked over and was instantly dumbfounded. The dilapidated stone wall looked a little old, but the carvings were clearly visible. There was a person sitting on a throne, and people were worshipping him. The words were, "Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. All the people on the land are the king's subjects. All the lands under the heavens belong to the emperor, and all the people on the shores of the land are the emperor's subjects." The words written in Empress Ling Yao's will appeared on the dilapidated stone wall, causing the atmosphere to turn eerie. Of course, there was a difference. Judging from the handwriting, it wasn't written by the empress. When Yi Xingchen heard these words, not only was he stunned on the spot, killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. It was mentioned in the suicide note. Now that the stone wall had reappeared, could it be related to her? "Mr. Pei." Jia Lingyao said weakly, "Are you okay?" Whoosh, suddenly, the power of the true spirit exploded, turning into a hand that locked her neck. Yi Xingchen said coldly, "Names can be coincidental, but words can't be. Tell me, why did you bring me here?" Jia Lingyao was restrained by the true spirit hand, and her breathing became difficult. Tell me what." She brought Knight Emperor to find the treasure because she wanted him to be strong. She didn't have any ill intentions. "You are Empress Lingyao. This is all part of your plan." Yi Xingchen seemed to be losing control of his emotions, and he used more strength. Jia Lingyao wanted to speak, but she couldn't. She could only tell him that she was in pain with tears gathering at the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, the pattern on the stone wall flashed and covered the two of them. Then, they disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh, a cold wind blew and filled the ruins as if nothing had happened. "Patriarch!" Shangguan Xinyao exclaimed in the cockpit of Eternal. "Senior brother Ye's aura is gone." Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the dark environment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light appeared out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings and presenting a scene similar to a stone tunnel. Yi Xingchen's expression was a little dull. He was just standing by the stone wall, strangling that woman. Why did the scene change? Cough, cough. Jia Lingyao's face was red as she stood at the side. There were obvious scratches on her neck. If it weren't for the sudden sound, she would have suffocated. Yi Xingchen did not pay any attention to it. He used his spiritual senses to capture everything around him and found that it was difficult to operate, as if it was restricted by some kind of power. What is this place? Looking at Jia Lingyao, his tone and gaze were exceptionally cold. At this moment, Night Emperor guessed that his sudden arrival in an unfamiliar environment had something to do with this woman. It was to the extent that everything was a trap, waiting for him to jump into it. Yi Xingchen couldn't be blamed for being too cautious. He could only blame his hatred for Empress Lingyao for being so intense that he was on the verge of becoming schizophrenic. After Jia Lingyao was relieved, she took out the sheepskin scroll and found that the original pattern on it had been replaced by a new one. After comparing it with the surrounding environment, she said, "This should be a treasure trove. Give it to me." Yi Xingchen snatched the sheepskin scroll from him. Something strange happened. When this object fell into his hand, the brand new pattern instantly became blurry, and he couldn't see its contents at all. Jia Lingyao said, "This thing is just a blank piece of paper in the hands of others. It can only be used in my hands." Yi Xingchen was displeased, but he still tossed the sheepskin scroll over. As expected, after Jia Lingyao caught it, the blurry image became clear. "Lead the way," Yi Xingchen said with a straight face. At this moment, he was completely focused on the treasure trove. As for this woman and Empress Lingyao, he would think about it after he found them. After changing the pattern on the sheepskin scroll, it happened to be similar to the surrounding environment, so Jia Lingyao followed the path through the cave and soon arrived at a rather large stone chamber. It was very empty. There was nothing inside. "Where's the treasure trove?" Yi Xingchen frowned and muttered to himself, "Is this woman trying to trick me?" "Look at the map," Jia Lingyao said, "this isn't the end." With that, she walked to the end of the stone chamber, where many stone doors of the same size appeared, exactly the same as the ones on the map. "Let's go through the middle door." Jia Lingyao carefully studied the sheepskin scroll, then got up and walked to the stone door with the word middle carved on it. Yi Xingchen followed closely behind, maintaining absolute vigilance. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly run away if he wasn't careful. Jia Lingyao seemed to see through him. "There may be traps here. You don't have to worry about me running away. If I run into trouble, I'll need your help to resolve it." Yi Xingchen gradually relaxed. Indeed. If there was danger here, with this woman's strength, she would definitely die if she dared to run away. To put it bluntly, Yi Xingchen needed Jia Lingyao's guidance to find the treasure, and Jia Lingyao needed Yi Xingchen's strength to find the treasure. The two of them were grasshoppers on the same rope. Also, "I'm not the Empress Lingyao you speak of. If you have any grudges against her, please don't blame it on me just because our names are similar." He had mentioned Empress Lingyao just now, so Jia Lingyao remembered. "Tch," Yi Xingchen snorted. The two of them walked along the middle door, and then found themselves in a maze-like environment. If it were anyone else, even if they were lucky enough to find the entrance, they would definitely be confused because every few steps they took would lead to a crossroad. Who knew if they would be trapped if they took the wrong path? There were clear directions on the sheepskin scroll. Jia Lingyao led Yi Xingchen through it and soon arrived at a stone room. This place was very different from before. The floor was paved with special stone slabs that looked as smooth as a mirror. Stomp. Yi Xingchen stepped on it, and there were ripples under his feet. Oh no! He realized that something was wrong and was about to withdraw his foot when a special energy surged into his mind. He stood there dumbfounded. Swoosh! In the exquisite room, Yi Xingchen suddenly got up from the bed. The pain from his wound made his expression slightly hideous. "You haven't recovered yet. Don't move around." A gentle voice came to his ear. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen's eyes gradually widened. Then, he turned his head stiffly and saw a graceful and beautiful woman sitting by the bed. Who, Empress Lingyao, wasn't she killed by him? How is she still alive? No, Yi Xingchen tried to calm himself down. Only then did he realize that he was in the same room that he had lived in back then, and the wound on his chest. Wasn't it caused when he fought with the other martial emperors? Knight Emperor was shocked. Back in the past? Empress Lingyao brought him a bowl of medicine and said bitterly, "Is martial arts more important than me in your heart?" Smack. Yi Xingchen knocked over the bowl of medicine and said coldly, "When I find the Taishan Sutra, I'll beat Duyin Qing and the others to the ground." Damn it. I wanted to say that this woman is vicious. Why did I repeat what I said before? Yi Xingchen was frustrated. I understand now. Empress Lingyao stood up and said sadly, "In your heart, martial arts will always be more important than me. If there's a next life, I hope you can change this personality. Martial arts is not the only thing in this world. There are many things that you need to cherish and protect." As she spoke, Empress Lingyao turned into a sharp dagger and stabbed Yi Xingchen in the chest. The process was not fast. However, Knight Emperor's body seemed to be bound and he could not dodge. He only managed to grab the dagger when he felt the excruciating pain. You. Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei? Jia Lingyao's voice pulled Yi Xingchen back to reality. It was like a dream, a nightmare from the past. You're hurting me. Yi Xingqian realized that he was not grabbing the dagger but Jia Lingyao's hand. He quickly shook it off and turned around. Where's the treasure? Yi Xingqian had just had a very realistic dream, as if he had been there. But, why did he dream of the past, of Empress Lingyao, standing in the mirror-like stone chamber? Yi Xingqian was still thinking about the scene he had just experienced. He remembered every word clearly, and his mind was in a mess. There was one thing he couldn't deny. In his previous life, he had valued martial arts too much. After his rebirth, he had become a disciple of the Sect of all times. He had slowly come to understand that there were many things in this world that needed to be cherished and protected. Yi Xingqian's expression became more and more ferocious. The more he agreed with Empress Lingyao's words in the dream, the angrier he became. Did this mean that she was trying to kill him to change her personality and mentality from her previous life? Gotcha. He clenched his fists tightly. Yi Xingqian hated Empress Lingyao to the core, so he would not accept any way to clear his name. Mr. Pei, what's wrong with you? Jia Lingyao was very worried that he had just pulled this man out of his painful state, and now he was acting so ferocious. Phew. Yi Xingqian exhaled and relaxed his fists. He still had to find the treasure, so why should he care about a dead woman? You didn't enter the dream just now? Dream? Jia Lingyao was confused. Yi Xingqian did not speak, but he was confused. Obviously, when he had stepped on the stone chamber floor, he had triggered some kind of restriction and entered the dream. Why wasn't this woman affected? Could it be that it did not work on low-level martial artists? Let's go. Yi Xingqian adjusted his state of mind and continued forward with Jia Lingyao. On the other side of the stone chamber, there was another long tunnel, and there were many traps in it. For example, poisonous arrows, fire and poison, and falling rocks. You could think of any kind of trap, but they were all here. It was obvious how low-level the designer was. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Flying daggers came flying at him, but Yi Xingqian ignored them completely. He strode forward, his eyes full of disdain. This level of mechanism was only a threat to martial artists with low cultivation. For someone in the truth-seeking realm like him, it was not even an itch. Amazing. Jia Lingyao, who was carefully following behind, had a look of worship on her face. She had completely turned into a fangirl. Surrounded by various forces, her life and death could be said to be on the line. Suddenly, a powerful martial artist appeared and saved her from danger. He even protected her and helped her search for treasures. With such a melodramatic and romantic plot, which girl could withstand it? After passing through a tunnel filled with mechanisms, another stone room appeared. Inside, there were 8 large pillars with lifelike carvings of birds and beasts. It gave off the feeling of a palace. This should be the end, Jia Lingyao said. Yi Xingqian could not use his spiritual senses to probe, so he could only rely on his naked eyes to look deeper. However, he did not find any treasure, so he frowned and said, "Are you playing with me?" Along the way, he had patiently protected this woman in order to find the treasure and contribute to the sect. But in the end, it was empty. This shouldn't be the case. Jia Lingyao carefully looked at the sheepskin scroll again and confirmed that the endpoint was here. I hate being lied to, especially by women, Yi Xingqian said coldly. If you return empty-handed, you will die without a complete corpse. Jia Lingyao said, maybe there's a secret room hidden here. We can look for it carefully. With that, she walked into the stone room first. Crack. After a few steps, the stone floor under her feet caved in. Suddenly, a boulder carrying some kind of power fell from the ceiling. The color drained from Jia Lingyao's face as she subconsciously turned to look. Boom. Yi Xingqian had already appeared in front of her, holding the boulder firmly with one hand. Thank you. Get out of my way. Jia Lingyao hurriedly moved aside. The caved-in stone floor under her feet recovered, and the power enveloping the boulder gradually dissipated. Yi Xingqian could easily shake it off, but he still put it in his space ring. The reason was that the material of the stone was extraordinary. He would bring it back to Master Fan. Mr. Pei. Jia Lingyao smiled. If you take this extraordinary stone, you won't return empty-handed, right? I'm here for treasure, not for a stone. Yi Xingqian roared. Good. This guy had been infected by Gosheng. Whenever he was agitated, whenever he couldn't control his emotions, he would immediately turn into a roaring emperor. Pfft. Jia Lingyao covered her mouth and laughed. Ever since she met this man, he had always put on a cold face, as if everyone owed him money. Now that he finally changed his expression, it was actually quite cute. Was this cute? Wouldn't it be even more adorable if she saw how the Night Emperor ran to the livestock pen or the purple craggy demon king's bed when he was drunk? Xianxia turned around and said coldly, "Follow me." Oh. Jia Lingyao hurried over and asked, "Mr. Pei, is Empress Lingyao your enemy? What does it have to do with you? When you mention her, I see a murderous look in your eyes. What does it have to do with you?" Jia Lingyao tactfully shut her mouth and began to carefully observe the stone room. There were only a few large pillars inside, so the two of them quickly circled around and came to the conclusion that there was nothing. That can't be. Jia Lingyao looked at the parchment again and said, "The treasure should be here. Soak it in water and burn it with fire." What if the pattern is ruined and the scroll is burned? It was indeed possible. Back then, Xianxia's treasure hunting experience had been burned to ashes because he had imitated the plot of a television drama. "Give it to me," Xianxia said. "I'll burn it." Jia Lingyao hesitated for a moment, then handed the sheepskin scroll over. Then, a strange scene occurred. When Xianxia took the sheepskin scroll, the pattern on it suddenly glowed and lit up the entire stone room. Buzz. 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 Lines appeared on the stone floor under his feet and quickly spread throughout the stone room, as if it was an ancient array that had existed for a long time. All under heaven is the king's land, and all in the universe are the king's subjects. A loud and clear sound rang out abruptly. The originally empty stone room was enveloped by all kinds of lines, gradually forming into a magnificent hall. Xianxia frowned. His gaze was fixed on the majestic throne in front of him because there was a man sitting on it. He wore a crown on his head and wore golden armor. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily mighty. Below, 100 people knelt down. The shouts that echoed in the stone room came from their mouths. "Mr. Pei!" Jia Lingyao exclaimed, "It's you." That's right. The mighty man's figure, facial features, and aura were exactly the same as Xianxia's. Beside the throne sat a graceful and elegant woman. From her appearance, Jia Lingyao's expression gradually became sluggish. She said in disbelief, "Me? P.S. Great-grandmother passed away at the age of 96. During this period of time, she had been busy with her affairs. Since the 12th lunar month, she had been hospitalized twice. Later, the doctor advised her to go home. After all, she was nearly 100 years old and was nearing the end of her life. Coincidentally, during the Chinese New Year, her children and grandchildren came back. Everyone took turns to take care of her, so she had no regrets. When Xianxia took the sheepskin scroll, he seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. The stone room instantly turned into a hall, and the glowing lines outlined a scene similar to a projection. The man sitting on the throne and the woman sitting beside him looked extremely similar to Xianxia and Jia Lingyao, no matter how one looked at them. It was very magical and strange. "What's going on?" Xianxia, who was in the projection, looked dazed. "Me, why am I here? Is it the same as before? Did I dream of the past? Impossible." Xianxia immediately rejected this idea in his heart. There was no other reason. This body was created by the demon ancestor. It could not have happened in the past. As for what it looked like in the past, at least there was no scene of people kneeling before him. If it's not the past, then, the future? Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. He could accept people kneeling before him in the future, but he could not accept Jia Lingyao, whom he had just met, sitting next to him. Based on their clothes and distance, it looked like, "Greetings, Night King. Greetings, Night Consort." The kneeling warriors shouted again, confirming Xianxia's guess. "Ah?" Jia Lingyao covered her mouth in shock. Mr. Pei was the Night King, and she was the Night Consort. Did this mean that they were married? She had come to look for treasures, but now she saw this scene. Even if she had been through a lot, she might not be able to adapt. Whoosh, at that moment, the projection suddenly changed. The kneeling crowd gradually disappeared, and the hall was replaced by the back garden. The throne also changed into a unique stone pavilion. The Night King sat on the bench, and the Night Consort leaned gently in his arms. They looked like a couple in love. This public display of affection came a little unexpectedly. Xianxia. After a while, the Night Consort shyly whispered, "I am pregnant." "Is it a boy or a girl?" the Night King blurted out. The Night Consort lightly punched his chest with her small fist and said, "I'm just 2 months pregnant. You can't tell the gender yet." That's true, that's true." The Night King's reaction seemed to be a little too slow. He excitedly hugged her and said, "I'm going to be a father." Xianxia, who was like a spectator, turned pale when he saw this. "I'm actually married to this woman, and we even have a child. Is this what will happen in the future?" Swish, at this moment, the projection changed again. This time, the scene was still set in the main hall, but there was only the Night King and a figure with his back to the camera. Without the Night Concubine, who was always by his side, it seemed that the novel couldn't bear to continue spreading dog food to the single readers. "Junior brother Yi, congratulations." The man with his back facing the camera cupped his hands and said. When Xianxia heard this, his expression gradually stiffened. Then, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and gradually saw the other person's face clearly. He blurted out, "Xiaoxia. Not bad." From his appearance alone, this person was extremely similar to the #1 tank in the sect of all times. The only difference was that he had a more mature temperament, and his exposed muscles seemed to contain infinite power. The patriarch, the Night King paused and said with difficulty, "Has he forgiven me?" Xiaoxia said, "Junior brother's departure was a huge blow to the patriarch. It took a few hundred years for him to recover. Today, he ordered me to come here to wish you and sister-in-law a long life together and have many children. Leaving the sect for a woman, the patriarch can still forgive me, but it will only make me feel more guilty." The Night King said sadly. "Junior brother, there's no need to feel guilty." Xiaoxia comforted, "The patriarch always said that everyone has different paths. Every time you cross a crossroad, you have to make your own choice. It's hard for others to interfere." Sigh. The Night King let out a long sigh, and the guilt and self-blame on his face became thicker. "Junior brother Yi," Xiaoxia said, "the 12th Universal Sacred War is about to begin. Are you interested in fighting with your senior brother until the world turns upside down?" Universal Sacred War? The Night King's eyes flashed with memories. He smiled and said, "It's a nostalgic competition. Junior brother wants to participate?" "Yes." "That's great. If the patriarch knows, he will be very happy." Xianxia's body heard their conversation, and his expression was very interesting. These projections could be considered to be in the future. Leaving the sect for a woman, this was nonsense. "That," Xianxia said weakly, "isn't your surname Pei? Why did he call you Junior brother Yi?" "That's none of your business." Xianxia's mind became more and more chaotic. He looked very angry. "Xiao." At this time, the projection changed again. The Night King was in front of a closed palace, anxiously pacing back and forth. From inside came the screams of a pregnant woman. Wah wah wah, not long after, the baby's cries broke the silence of the night. "It's born." The Night King was very excited. "I'm a father. P.S. Since yesterday, I've been dealing with the old man's funeral and even stayed overnight. I can't take it anymore. There aren't many words left in this chapter, so I'm going to sleep. As for this special period, the funeral will have to be simple." The Night King had become a father. But the child didn't see it because the image stopped. Buzz, after a while, the space shook and the projection gradually collapsed until it returned to its original state. "That's it?" Xianxia said blankly, her little face burning hot. The whole process didn't last long, but the image gave her too much information. Especially that she and Mr. Pei were married and had a child, women. She was shy. Xianxia fell silent. He knew that it was probably an array projection and could even happen in the future, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was fabricated. Married a woman and left the sect for her, Xianxia clenched his fists and said firmly, "Impossible, it must be fabricated. Since his rebirth, the influence of the sect of all times on him was self-evident. No matter what happened in the future, he wouldn't leave, Night Emperor. He set a flag. As for whether he would be slapped in the face, that would depend on the future. So, what was more important now was, when the projection disappeared, strange lines appeared on the floor in the center of the stone room and quickly formed a small array boundary. When it faded, a stone table appeared with a big box on it. Treasure? Xianxia's eyes shone as he hurried over. When he got closer, he saw that the box was very exquisite. There was a lifelike portrait on it and the words "All under the sky is the king's land. All in the universe are the king's subjects." These words were slightly different from the words left by Empress Lingyao, but the meaning was the same. Could it be that there was a connection? These words appeared frequently, making the Knight the Arch think more and more. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Is this a treasure? Jia Lingyao walked over and looked at the box curiously. Get lost. Xianxia said coldly. No matter what was in the box, it was definitely his. To put it bluntly, he had protected her all the way here for his own selfish desires. Oh. Jia Lingyao stepped back obediently, her eyes full of grievance. This man was like the other forces. He only cared about the sheepskin scroll and the treasure. Shua. Xianxia raised his hand and used his power of true spirit to pry open the lock on the box. With a pop, the box opened, and a special aura that had been sealed for a long time appeared. To avoid poison, step back and hold your breath. In fact, the special aura that emerged was colorless, odorless, and poisonous. After confirming that there was no danger, Xianxia took a step forward and peered into the box. He saw that there was an exquisite jade bottle inside, and underneath it was a piece of paper. After that, there was nothing else. This was the treasure, Night Emperor frowned. In his opinion, although the box was small, there might be something mysterious about it. There were countless martial arts resources in it, and it could even be used as fuel to drive a battleship through the universe. Shua. With a gentle wave of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle and paper flew out. Throughout the entire process, Xianxia maintained absolute vigilance, but until the two items stopped in front of him, no danger occurred. Awkward. He placed the piece of paper in front of him. There were bold and powerful words written on it. The content was, Taisher Creation Liquid. After consuming it, one's Dantian will be modified and one will possess Taisher Origin Energy. Taisher Creation Liquid? Taisher Origin Energy? Xianxia's face was blank. This is a very special attribute. It is said that it can create a plane, Jia Lingyao said. Xianxia was shocked. Creating a plane, how incredible. Legend, Jia Lingyao said. A long, long time ago, an expert came here and used Taisher Origin Energy to create the Heaven Evolution world. He was honored by later generations as the creator. Xianxia looked calm on the surface, but he was shocked on the inside. He had seen with his own eyes that an expert like Gu Tianxing could destroy a fleet with a wave of his hand. But an expert who created a plane, no, he had already surpassed the level of an expert. He could be called a god, Jia Lingyao said. I didn't expect Taisher Origin Energy to be hidden here. If news of this spread to the outside world, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Pa. Xianxia opened the bottle, his eyes burning. Taisher Origin Energy. Just the name alone sounded amazing. Since he had obtained such an opportunity, he could not wait to use it. Can you leave some for me? Jia Lingyao asked in a pleading tone. No. Xianxia said coldly. After he finished speaking, he lifted the exquisite jade bottle and gulped it down. It tasted sweet and was much better than the aptitude-changing liquid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sweet liquid entered his body and instantly exploded with a special energy that quickly condensed in his dantian. Xianxia's soul and body gradually separated. He floated in the endless dark universe like a ghost. Galaxies, meteorites, and planes floated before his eyes. It felt like he had jumped out of the three realms and was not part of the five elements. Taisher Origin Energy. Heaven and Earth Creation. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Whoosh! Xianxia, whose soul was wandering in the universe, could clearly feel the special attribute gathering in his dantian, crazily spinning before gradually condensing into a purer and more profound energy. Outside the heaven evolution domain, Jun Changxiao sat on the eternal and frowned. You still haven't caught the aura of the stars? No. Shangguan Xinyao was helpless. After Yi Xingchen's aura and the battleship were suddenly cut off, she had been searching hard, but she could not find him. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. Xiao Ziji said, Junior brother, you won't be in danger, right? Inform Elder Lu, Elder Sun, and Elder Bai Li, Jun Changxiao said. Quickly enter this plane and search. Yes. Patriarch. As soon as the order was given, Shangguan Xinyao said in shock. Suddenly, a majestic energy appeared and enveloped the entire plane in a short time. How did she know? The light screen of the star map was displayed. At first, it was normal. Suddenly, a red light appeared and quickly spread in all directions. Strange. After seeing the situation on the map, Jun Changxiao flew out of the eternal and forcibly merged with the sky spill world with his half-step celestial secret realm cultivation. Only when he felt the majestic aura did he say with certainty, someone is about to break through. The majestic attributes that enveloped the entire plane were the signs of a breakthrough. And from the profound meaning contained, it should be a breakthrough from the upper level to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao released his spiritual sense and captured the location of the aura. Soon, he locked onto the ancient primitive mountain range and asked in surprise, it seeped out from the ground? In the stone room, Yi Xingchen sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing majestic attributes around him and floating along the stone slabs and soil to the outside world, to the entire sky spill world. From this, it could be seen. The so-called sign of a breakthrough came from him. After drinking a bottle of juice, he was about to break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He really wanted to report this guy for cheating. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, more and more pure attributes were released. Yi Xingchen, who was concealing his spirit and qi, suddenly felt his body become extremely hot, and his exposed skin gradually turned red. Hot, so hot, whoosh. Whoosh, at the same time an evil thought gushed out from his dantian and instantly occupied his consciousness, forcing him to open his eyes. His eyes gradually glowed like a wild beast's. Mr. Pei, what's wrong with you? Jia Lingyao hurriedly retreated because the other party had been staring at her since he opened his eyes. It made her panic. Swoosh, Yi Xingchen stood up. His whole body and eyes were red. The evil thought that occupied his consciousness had gathered in his body, and he had already lost his mind. Jia Lingyao became more and more flustered. She hurriedly turned around and fled into the tunnel. However, just as she took a step, a powerful energy roared and dragged her in front of Yi Xingchen, who seemed to have transformed into a beast. Mr. Pei. You. Don't do anything stupid. Pucci, the shadow on the stone room's wall could clearly be seen that pieces of clothes were scattered on the ground. Outside, Jun Changxiao was already in the primitive mountain range where the energy emerged. In the ruins covered with vines and moss, he held his chin and said, the stars disappeared here. The system said, this place is quite strange. Is there a treasure here? Through increasing his aura, Jun Changxiao managed to find the ruins where Yi Xingchen had been, and he guessed that there might be treasures there. But how could he find it? Jun Changxiao began to wander around the ruins and soon found a stone wall with words carved on it. He raised his chin and said, it's the same as what was written in the will. He had read the will left behind by Empress Lingyao and had a deep impression of the so-called all under heaven. The handwriting is different. That's right. Jun Changxiao also found that although the content was the same, the handwriting was strong and vigorous. It was obvious that the writer was a man. Why would the 16 words appear here? Could it be related to Empress Lingyao? Crack. Crack, crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the stone wall and then there was an explosion, revealing an entrance to the underground. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and he jumped in without hesitation. Treasure. I'm coming, in the dark tunnel. The sound of water dripping could be heard. This familiar scene had happened before in Yi Xingchen's perspective and now that Jun Changxiao had come in through the entrance, it was as if he was experiencing it again. The difference was Xianxia had the sheepskin scroll to guide her, while Goxing had nothing. Jun Changxiao was not a problem. After all, he had experience in treasure hunting. He immediately raised his hand and released the power of the fire spirit to illuminate everything. Footprints? He quickly found the footprints left by Xianxia and Xianxia in the mud and frowned. Did someone come in early? The system said, there's Xianxia's aura here. He should have just arrived. Is that so? Jun Changxiao sighed in relief. Since his disciple had come in, he should keep the goodies within the family. Because of the footprints, Goxing followed them and soon stopped in the first stone room. He said hesitantly, which way should we go? There were several stone doors in front of them, engraved on them were the front door, middle door, back door, large door, small door, etc. Xianxia and Xianxia came here and chose the middle door according to the guidance of the sheepskin scroll. Take the back door. Without a tool to guide him, Jun Changxiao made his choice based on his own preferences. There was a long tunnel behind the back door. There was no danger along the way, which made Goxing secretly happy that he was on the right path. The end of the tunnel was connected to a stone chamber. There were many lifelike statues, and from their shapes, they seemed to be some kind of powerful demonic beast. Woo-woo. A cold wind blew, and it was extremely gloomy. If it was someone else, they might have felt their hair stand on end. However, Jun Changxiao, who had been through a lot, was not only calm, but he was even considering whether he should take the statue away and let Fan Yezi forge it. We can't go back empty-handed. Goxing quickly came to a decision. He immediately walked in front of a statue and was about to put it into his spatial ring. Suddenly, the stone on the surface faded and turned into a living demonic beast. Roar, a roar that carried a foul stench resounded in the stone room. The hundreds of statues erected in the surroundings seemed to have been stimulated. They broke free from their petrified state and regained their vitality and consciousness. They bared their teeth and roared. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Roar. Roar. At this moment, the awakened demonic beast rushed over, and a powerful murderous aura instantly gathered in the entire stone room. Sigh. Jun Changxiao stood on the spot and shook his head. Wrong door. Then, he raised his hand, took out the green dragon crescent blade, and directly charged over. Boom. 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 Energy exploded, and light shone in all directions. After a while, Jun Changxiao seemed to be possessed by Guanyu, standing proudly with his blade in hand. The demonic beast corpses and limbs were scattered under his feet, and bright crystal cores were scattered all over the ground. Blood gathered into a river. For others, choosing the wrong door meant death. For demonic beasts, this man choosing the wrong door meant death. After collecting all the crystal cores, Jun Changxiao continued to move forward. Soon, he found an entrance in the stone chamber. Then, he encountered all kinds of immortal realms, which he easily resolved. It could be said that he was unimpeded all the way. He, who had stepped into the half-step celestial secret realm, was definitely an invincible existence in a low-level plane like the Sky Spill realm. Of course. Xianxia, who had reached the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, was not weak here. However, his current situation was very bad. After taking the Taisher essence liquid, his body was extremely hot, and he was controlled by some evil thoughts. He had completely lost his mind. Half an hour later. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, Xianxia stood on the spot, holding his head and panting. The heat began to fade, and his red eyes gradually returned to normal. The evil thoughts in his sea of consciousness also began to fade. When the evil thoughts controlling his mind dissipated, his consciousness was completely clear. What's going on? Xianxia tried hard to recall what had happened. He only remembered that he had taken the Taisher essence liquid. Wait, there was another kind of energy in his dantian. Xianxia hurriedly probed into his body and found that it was a rather turbid energy, like a ball of mud. He released his spiritual senses and tried to communicate with it, but it ignored him. This, Xianxia guessed, is this the Taisher essence force? Wait, where are my clothes? Night Emperor finally realized that he was naked at the moment, and the expression on his face froze. He could understand why he had broken through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. He could understand why he had special attributes. Why were his clothes gone? Did they evaporate when he broke through? No, there was no such situation when he broke through before. Just as Night Emperor was wondering, he accidentally glanced at the woman with messy black hair beside him. He instantly stood on the spot as if struck by lightning. The loose school uniform was draped over Jialinyao's body. She was lying on the ground with tears streaming down her face. This was the situation. Some things were inconvenient to describe. If everyone understood, don't ask too much. Xianxia squatted beside her, his expression changing unpredictably. At this moment, if Goxing was present and handed him a cigar, he would definitely take it without hesitation to ease the turmoil in his heart. Why? Jialingyao cried, why? Xianxia was silent. I also want to ask, why is this so? Finding the treasure, breaking through, and obtaining Taisher's elemental energy should have been a happy thing, but the current situation made him unhappy at all. He even wanted to kill her. I, Xianxia, am not a lecher. Now that I have done such a thing, I can only protect my reputation by silencing her. Clang, the 3-foot-long sword was unsheathed. When the sword was 0.03 centimeters away from Jialingyao's neck, he did not make the move. Kill her to protect our dignity. You did something wrong, yet you still want to harm another life? Demons appeared on the left and angels on the right. Their persuasion made Xianxia's face gradually turn ferocious. Boom. At this moment, the stone wall on the left suddenly exploded, and a person walked out of the billowing dust. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Patriarch? That's right. The person who broke through the stone wall and walked in was Jun Changxiao. This guy took the wrong path from the back door and should have been trapped, but he chose to follow the path and hit the wall when he met it. He arrived at the end in a daze. As expected. Jun Changxiao patted the dust off his shoulder and smiled. You really came. As he spoke, he saw Xianxia's bare upper body and a girl with disheveled hair lying on the ground in her school uniform. His smile froze. Although Goxing was the #1 Iron Man of the Eternal Sect, there were some things that he naturally understood. Thus, he immediately guessed that the two people in the sealed stone room were not properly dressed. They must have done something inappropriate. Xianxia. Jun Changxiao said, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Patriarch. Put down your sword. Xianxia sheathed his sword, his expression extremely interesting. Jun Changxiao's appearance and the situation, Night Emperor would not be able to clear his name today. Inside the stone room. Xianxia squatted in front of the table, the frustration in his heart indescribable. Come. Jun Changxiao passed him a cigar. Xianxia broke down. Patriarch, I really didn't know. He only remembered taking the Taisher essence elixir. He had no idea what happened after that. That's not the point. Jun Changxiao said, the point is that you did it. Xianxia fell silent. Miss, please don't worry. Jun Changxiao looked at the crying Jialingyao and said, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He will take responsibility for you. Patriarch. There's no need to say anything. Jun Changxiao interrupted. Let's go back to Eternal and have a make-up wedding. Since his disciple had done such a beastly thing, he would be worse than a beast if he didn't take responsibility. TSK. The system said, Rose of Flowers has been in the sect for so long, and she has always been doing her best to take care of the sect. I don't see the host taking responsibility like a man. Scram. Jun Chang scolded with a smile. Hearing the patriarch say that they should go back to Eternal to have a make-up wedding, Xianxia almost vomited blood. Because of Empress Lingyao, he was very resistant to women. How could he get married because of this? Moreover, the other party was still a suspect. Wait a minute, even though the Taisher elemental elixir could help him raise his cultivation, could it be a trap set up by Empress Lingyao? Was that why he was in this situation? That must be it. In order to avoid responsibility as much as possible, Xianxia's imagination had already surpassed Jun Changxiao's. One word to describe him, scumbag, a certain black dog said. Xianxia hangs out with the patriarch all year round. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow, so Goxing is also a scumbag. It's decided then. Jun Changxiao said, come back with me. Patriarch. She isn't a disciple of the sect of all times. Xianxia would never allow himself to bring this woman back. After all, if word of this were to spread to the ears of his fellow disciples, the image that he had set up over the years would instantly crumble. That makes sense. Xianxia took out the entry form and said, "You have to become a disciple first." Xianxia's blood rushed to his throat. Xianxia didn't say anything from beginning to end. She continued to cry because what she had just experienced was too much for her body and soul. When Xianxia saw this, he said, "We can do it when we get back." Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry her." The orders of the patriarch had to be obeyed. Night Emperor came to Xianxia with a straight face and picked her up reluctantly. Just from his expression alone, if there were any ignorant cultivators present, they would think that he had suffered a loss. "Wait." Xianxia said, "I'll walk around again." Xianxia stood where he was with Xianxia in his arms, his expression extremely ugly. However, when he felt that she was trembling and crying, and her tears soaked his clothes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. Of course. This guilt quickly disappeared. In Night Emperor's heart, she definitely had something to do with Empress Lingyao. The opportunity that she had obtained and the irrational things that she had done must have been deliberately arranged. "Let's go." Before long, Xianxia walked over. He walked around in a circle and confirmed that there was nothing good. He could only put the stone platform and the box containing the Taisher elemental energy liquid into his spatial ring. After the three of them left, the stone room was empty except for bloodstains. After a while, the strange lines that seemed to be illuminating the surroundings gradually dimmed and the environment once again fell into endless darkness. In the hole in the ruins, Xianxia was the first to fly out. Xianxia followed closely behind with Xianxia in his arms, his expression still ugly. They were originally looking for treasure, but ended up having sex with her. This was unacceptable. "Let's go," Xianxia said. "Go?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of martial artists flew over. They were wearing the same clothes and exuded a very strong aura. It was obvious that their cultivation was extraordinary. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He said coldly, "How can you leave after killing my Wu-Tang's people?" Swoosh, swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of martial artists flew over. From the different clothes, it could be seen that they should be from many forces. The signs of advancement just now had caused a huge commotion. The martial artists of the Heaven-Spill world naturally sensed it, so they rushed over early. Moreover, many people had long coveted Xianxiao's sheepskin scroll and were just waiting for it. Of course. These martial artists were obviously stronger, and there was no lack of high-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. "Since you came out of the ruins, you should have already found the treasure," a sanctimonious old man said coldly. "Hand it over and you can live." "What if you don't hand it over?" Xianxia said with interest. "Die." The old man's answer was very straightforward. "Heh." Xianxia laughed. "Patriarch." Xianxia let Xianxia go and said with killing intent in his eyes, "I'll deal with them." The evil thoughts that controlled his mind were gone, but anger rose in his body. He urgently needed to find someone to vent his anger. "Let's finish this quickly." "Yes." Bang! Xianxia took a step forward and rushed over like a cannonball. As he approached, he raised his right hand and the sky halberd appeared out of thin air. "Die, all of you!" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Under the infusion of the true spirit force and anger, the sky halberd dragged a gorgeous light and pressed down on Wu-Tang and the martial artists of the various forces with a sweeping momentum. After breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm, Xianxia's combat strength had increased significantly. "Not good. Retreat, retreat, retreat." The middle-aged leader of Wu-Tang was shocked. "Poochie! Poochie!" Wherever the light passed, the Sky-Spill world martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. "Die." Xianxia continued to wave the sky halberd, turning into the Grim Reaper and crazily harvesting lives. Dozens of powerful Sky Spill World martial artists were killed in a short time. Before they died, they probably would not have thought that they were not waiting for a rabbit but guarding a tree stump to kill a rabbit. Xianxia stood in front of the pile of corpses, the anger on his face still not subsiding. This guy's anger is quite big. Xianxia was a little stunned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for dominating the Sky Spill world. Ding. Completion of the main mission, 2%. Damn. Goshing said in shock, that works? He had only been in this plane for less than 2 hours. How did he become the ruler of the Sky Spill world? The system guessed. The martial artists killed by Xianxia should be the top experts of the Sky Spill world. That's why they met the mission requirements. That's right. The martial artists that appeared this time were all top experts in the Sky Spill world. Especially the middle-aged man. Not only was he the hall master of Wu-Tang, but his overall strength was also very strong. As for those sanctimonious old men, they were the upper echelons of the various top sections. Their strength could also be ranked in the pugilistic world. Unfortunately, they were all killed by the angry Xianxia. Not even their names were left. Sigh. Xianxia said helplessly, dominating a plane really only gives 1%. God knows how long it will take to reach 100%. The system said, whether it's the previous Scarlet Hell world or the current Sky Spill world, their overall strength is far inferior to the upper realm. Perhaps the next plane is very strong. If the host dominates it, he can directly give 10% or more. F*CK. Xianxia said angrily, don't use your power. On the Eternal Ship. When Xianxia returned with Xianxia, there was an uproar. Did you guys hear? Junior brother Yi went to the Sky Spill domain under orders. He didn't bring back any martial resources, but he brought back a woman. Su Xiaoma stood on a stool in the canteen and described vividly. As expected. As long as he knew something, it would definitely spread in the sect. Su Xiaoma deserved his big mouth. Who's that woman? A disciple asked. You've asked the right question. Su Xiaoma slapped his thigh and said in a low voice, as far as I know, this woman has a close relationship with junior brother Yi. The patriarch and the elders are discussing when to hold their wedding. No way. Senior brother Yi is getting married? Everyone's eyes widened. Other than eldest senior sister, Xianxia was undoubtedly the most arrogant among the core disciples. He didn't even interact with female disciples. Now that he was suddenly getting married, it was unbelievable. Su Xiaoma didn't lie because Xianxia was discussing this matter with the sect's higher-ups in the main cabin. Everyone. What do you think? Elder Wei placed the teacup on the table and forced down the tea that was about to spurt out. In terms of relationships, there were two people that gave him a headache. One of them was Xianxia, but he never expected that he would do such a thing after going to the Sky Spill domain. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. As for the other person that gave him a headache, it was better not to mention him. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, as a man, you should be responsible. I agree with their wedding. I agree too, Gong Sunho said. The others echoed and expressed that they had no objections. Okay. Xianxia said, pick a good day for them to get married. I object. Xianxia rushed in from outside, the veins on his face bulging. Although he had done something wrong by taking the Taisher essence liquid, he didn't have to marry her. Objection overruled. Xianxia said, the wedding will be held in 3 days. Xianxia was so angry that he stormed out of the door and locked himself in his room. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. The more he thought about it, the more vile he got. The female disciples lived in the cabin area. Yao Menjing walked over with fragrant dishes. Seeing that the dishes on the table were untouched, she said, Miss Jia, no matter how important the matter is, you still have to eat. Jia Lingyao leaned against the bed with her hands on her knees. There were 2 streaks of tears on her face, and her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. This was the first time this woman had met Xianxia. Even with a sword at her neck, she was still able to maintain her composure. The only thing she could not accept was what had happened in the stone chamber. My innocence is gone, she raised her head, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Choking with sobs, she said, my innocence is gone. Yao Menjing fell silent. Of course, she knew how important it was for a woman to keep her chastity. Senior brother Yi is a responsible man, he will definitely take responsibility for you. Yao Menjing comforted. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened and Yi Xingchen walked in with a dark face. Senior brother Yi, get out. Oh. Yao Menjing left with the cold dishes. Clang. Just as she left, Yi Xingchen drew his sword and placed it on Jia Lingyao's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kill her and all will be well. Jia Lingyao's eyes were filled with hatred. You bullied me and now you want to kill me? Stop pretending. Yi Xingchen said coldly, you are Empress Lingyao. The so-called treasure and Taisher Yuan energy were all part of your plan. The sword sank a little and cut her skin, causing blood to seep out. Did it hurt? To Jia Lingyao, this pain was nothing compared to what she had experienced before. I am Jia Lingyao, not Empress Lingyao. You're still acting when you're about to die. Yi Xingchen firmly believed that this woman was Empress Lingyao. That was the only reason he had a reason to kill her. Would I have plotted for you to bully me? Would I have plotted for you to kill me repeatedly? There was no fear in Jia Lingyao's eyes, only rising hatred. Yi Xingchen was speechless. Indeed, Empress Lingyao was proficient in scheming. If she was exposed so easily, her methods would be a little clumsy. Aren't you trying to deny what you did before by killing me? Jia Lingyao gritted her teeth. Fine, I won't pester you or make you responsible. I just want to leave this place. She wanted to leave, that was exactly what he wanted. Of course, Yi Xingchen couldn't make the decision. After all, this was eternal and he couldn't tear the universe apart to send her back to Skyspill World. Miss Jia, are you sure you want to leave? Jun Changxiao asked from the seat of honor in a cabin that resembled a hall. Yes. Jia Lingyao nodded. After taking the pills developed by Sun Bukong, her complexion and condition were clearly much better than yesterday. This, Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll send you back to Skyspill World. Since she didn't want Yi Xingchen to be responsible, he couldn't force it. On the same day, Jun Changxiao brought Jia Lingyao out of Eternal and landed in Skyspill World. Before leaving, he gave her a spatial ring and said, Miss Jia, my disciple didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive him. Goxing had a basic understanding of the situation. After controlling Taisher's origin force, she suddenly lost her mind. It couldn't be blamed on Yi Xingchen. After all, she had no choice at that time. Jia Lingyao's eyes were filled with hatred. I will never forgive him. Jun Changxiao was very embarrassed. He turned and flew away. The system said, it doesn't matter if you forgive him or not. After all, Skyspill World is just a temporary station for Yi Xingchen. After leaving this time, it will be difficult for them to meet again. Anchor. Set sail. After returning to the Eternal Ship, Jun Changxiao issued an order. Swish, swish. The 11 battleships floating outside Skyspill World started one after another until their tails spewed out light and merged into the endless starry sky. Yi Xingchen stood in the cabin and looked through the window at the plane that was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. Especially when he recalled the scenes he saw in the stone room, he became more and more confused. Did it happen in the past or in the future? Would he really leave the sect of all times, which he trusted so much, and then get married and have children because of that woman? Impossible. Yi Xingchen said, it must be a lie. Skyspill World. Jia Lingyao sat alone on a mountain peak and said hatefully, Yi Xingchen, I will remember you. After being brought back to Eternal, she already knew that the so-called Peiyang was just a fake name. His real name was Yi Xingchen. I will work hard to cultivate. Jia Lingyao said, then I will find you and take revenge. In the ruins. A black-robed man slowly appeared and stood in front of the collapsed stone wall. He muttered to himself, there are many variables in the past and the future. If Jun Patriarch and his disciple can change it, then they naturally have the ability to change the upper universe. If Jun Changxiao was present, he would be able to tell from the voice that this was the mysterious person he had brought back to Eternal and then mysteriously disappeared. It was him. Who was he? The matter of the sky spill world was over. Looking at Xianxia's trip, it was a pity that he didn't bring any martial arts resources to the sect. In fact, it didn't matter, because a plane that was inferior to the upper realm would definitely not be comparable to Dao stones and immortal stones in terms of resources. Moreover, he had obtained enough first-class fire stones from the Scarlet Hell world, so the fuel could last for a long time. Of course. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. At least Xianxia had entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm, greatly increasing the strength of the sect. Also, the completion rate of dominating the sky spill world increased from 1% to 2%, only 98% away from 100%. Sigh. Xianxia took a sip of tea, his face full of wrinkles. Although the main mission had no time limit, dominating a plane gave him 1%. He had to dominate at least 98 planes. Not bad. The system said, at least you didn't take your disciple to conquer them directly. Helping Xianxia restore the prestige of the royal family, dominating the Scarlet Hell world, dealing with the representative top powerhouses, and dominating the sky spill world. From these 2 points, it was relatively easy to complete the conditions. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, the road ahead is long. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked into the cockpit and said, Junior brother Yi locked himself in the room and hasn't come out for 3 days. Xianxia said, he needs time to calm down. In the cabin. Xianxia stood in front of the window and looked at the endless universe outside. His eyes were sometimes filled with pain, confusion. Jia Lingyao didn't pester him. Everything should be fine, but these days, his mind was getting more and more chaotic. He would even dream of the moment when he was looking for the treasure, of taking the Taisher essence liquid, and then, I shouldn't have let that woman live. Xianxia blamed his frustration on his soft-heartedness. But in fact, after the problem happened, before the patriarch appeared, he could easily kill Jia Lingyao, but he couldn't do it. Who was to blame? It must be Gosheng's fault. Firstly, he was the patriarch of Xianxia. Secondly, he had always treated the sect as his home and treated himself as his parent. Now that the children made mistakes, the adults had to bear the consequences. Please remember, this is not a scapegoat. In fact, Xianxia had also given him compensation, sending Jia Lingyao back to the Heaven Spill realm. He had given him a spatial ring containing 1,000,000 Dao stones, 1,000,000 immortal stones, and various pills. These martial arts resources were nothing to a sect, but to an individual, it was definitely a huge fortune. If Jia Lingyao's talent was not bad, with the help of these resources, her cultivation would definitely soar. If she was lucky, it would not be impossible for her to step into the half-step heavenly fate stage. Xianxia had made a mistake. As the patriarch, Xianxia paid for him. Was this matter not handled beautifully? Who could find fault with this matter? A certain reader, I can. Dong dong. Xiao Ziji stood outside the door and said, Brother Yi, do you want to go to the life and death secret realm together? Phew. Xianxia took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked out. Although it was very irritating, he still had to cultivate. He could not neglect everything. Because of this matter. Martial Dao. In Night Emperor's heart, it was still irreplaceable. As for marrying that woman in the projection and having children, it was all nonsense. Boom. Boom. In the life and death secret realm, Xianxia vented his anger on the demonic beasts he had created. The more he fought, the crazier he became. An hour later, he stood in place, sweating profusely. Xiao Ziji handed over a towel and said, Brother Yi, are you okay? I'm fine. Xianxia took the towel and put it on his head, saying, My fellow sect members know about my matter? Yes. Xiao Ziji said, They all know. Crack. Xianxia clenched his fists and said angrily, Who spread it? In the cafeteria. Before it was time to eat, the disciples came early and surrounded Su Xiaoma, asking about Brother Yi. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Xiaoma said, You ask one by one, and I'll answer one by one. Brother. Li Tiantian squeezed through the crowd and raised his hand, saying, Did that girl and Brother Yi have sex? Good question. Su Xiaoma put one foot on the chair and said, as far as I know, yi, boom. Boom. Just as he opened his mouth, the surrounding disciples all flew up and crashed into the wall in various positions. Then, they saw Yi Xingchen walking over, covered in anger. Gulp. Li Tiantian swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to hit his face. His body flew out and then fell to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Su Xiaoma calmed down and grinned, brother, why did you come out? Shua. Yi Xingchen grabbed his collar with one hand and dragged him into the battle room. Interstellar travel was long. Jun Changxiao specially opened up a cabin on the battleship for the disciples to spar when they had nothing to do. Today. It came in handy. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Outside the battle room, Li Tiantian and the others were eavesdropping. Suddenly, they saw a head protruding from the wall. They were shocked and quickly retreated. Then, they saw various human postures appear on the wall. The scene was spectacular. Creak. After a while, the cabin door opened and Yi Xingchen walked out with a dark face. After he left, everyone hurriedly looked into the room and saw Brother Su lying on the ground in a U shape. The bumps on his head were piled up like a chain gourd. His eyes were completely narrowed. This was the result of blabbering. At the same time, it taught the other disciples a lesson. Therefore, no one talked about Night Emperor and Jia Lingyao that day. The 11 battleships flew steadily in the universe. They did not discover any new planes for half a month. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the cockpit, was puzzled. Could it be that there are only a few planes in this area? Beep. Beep. Suddenly, there was a sound from the star map. Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked and saw that the area that looked like the fog of war was gradually being explored as the battleships flew. A light spot the size of a fingernail appeared. Patriarch. Shangguan Xingyao said, a new plane has been discovered. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Finally, another one. However, when they were about to approach, he and his disciples gradually opened their mouths. This was because the plane that appeared in their field of vision was very big. It was at least 10 times bigger than the upper realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 11 battleships were still in a state of deceleration. Dozens of streams of light flew out from inside and stood majestically in the universe. The leader was an old man in a Taoist robe. He coldly shouted, "Who are you?" F***CK. Jun Changxiao was shocked. Flying out of the plane without using any treasures or tools could only be done by someone who was half a step into the divine secret state. In other words, the dozens of people who appeared were all on par with him. The system said, if you dominate this plane, you might be able to get 10%. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Then, he elegantly stood up from his seat and said, I'm from the Tang dynasty of the East. I'm heading to the West to pray to Buddha and seek scriptures. Scram. Alright, goodbye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 11 battleships swiftly turned around and quickly disappeared into the endless universe. I came and I left. Dozens of people flew out and they were not inferior to him. In order to avoid conflict, Jun Changxiao led the team to turn around and leave. He explained himself, this is not cowardice, this is steadiness. The system said, if the host knows steadiness, there will be no frivolity in the world. Jun Changxiao could not be bothered with it. After flying far away from the plane, he ordered the 11 warships to stop. Leaving did not mean leaving. Just like the disciples of the sect of all times, leaving this sect did not mean betrayal or separation. It could also be a temporary departure or a temporary offline. You all wait here. Jun Changxiao ordered, I'll go and take a look alone. The plane was so much bigger than the upper realm, and the warriors that came out were so strong. He would definitely find a way to sneak in and take a look. Of course. There must be high-level resources in a high-level world. I'll go with you, Rosa Flowers said. Since the interstellar journey, she had always been on the warship. Her life was boring. Who will take care of the internal affairs when you're gone? Jun Changxiao said. Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi said, I'll take care of it. The meticulous patriarch was finally out of the world. Of course, it was not that he was forgotten, but he was responsible for the development of the pill industry, so he rarely returned to the sect. Before Rose of Flowers joined the sect, Yuan Gongzi had been taking care of the internal affairs, and the results were good. The most typical example was Hall Master Z, who would tear his clothes off at the slightest disagreement, but he had already changed his bad habit. In the entire Spirit Beast Hall, as long as the monsters could transform into human form, they all learned how to wash and sew clothes. The school uniform was valuable, but the price of the beast core was even higher. Deputy hall masters like Elder Niu were reluctant to change their school uniforms even if the color was faded. This was frugality. Okay. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, after going in, don't cause trouble. Rose of Flowers was speechless. I'm afraid my husband will cause trouble. This newly discovered plane was much bigger than the upper realm in terms of size, so the overall martial arts strength must be higher. With Goshing's personality, he would definitely cause trouble, so the purpose of going there was to supervise. It had to be said. This woman understood Goshing more and more. Crack. The bottom cabin of Eternal opened. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, the level of this plane is not low. It might be very troublesome to travel through the spatial barrier. You have to be mentally prepared. Yes. Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changxiao did not waste any time and directly hugged her in his arms. Gathering his true spirit force, he turned into a ray of light and flew out. He was not taking advantage of the situation. Instead, there was some kind of pressure in the upper layer of the universe. If one was not at the half-step heavenly secret realm, they would die instantly if they were enveloped by it. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Along the way, the crushing force madly wreaked havoc. Although it was difficult to break through the solid wall of air, the sound of friction and collision could still be heard. Rose of Flowers pressed her face against Jun Changxiao's chest and smiled happily. Of course, the squeezing sound was very scary, but she wasn't afraid at all. Because as long as he was by her side, even if she had to go to hell, so what? Hold on tight. Jun Changxiao said, I'm going to increase my speed. At this moment, he had already bypassed the area where the battleship was and came to the other side of the plane. Using the hidden cultivation technique to the extreme, unless the light was seen by the naked eye, it would not be detected by the spiritual sense. Rose of Flowers stretched out her hands and tightly wrapped them around his neck. Whoosh, under the cover of the true spirit force, the two of them seemed to have turned into meteorites from outer space, dragging hot flames like dog biscuits as they fell. Buzz. From the distance, it could be seen clearly that the moment Jun Changxiao touched the plane barrier, visible ripples appeared and spread out in the universe. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of friction and squeezing was louder than before. Jun Changxiao, who was inside, although his hair was not messy, he could feel that the plane barrier was too thick. If he wanted to rush in, he might need to spend some energy. If he was alone, he could do it without any worries. But with Rose of Flowers in his arms, the first thing he had to do was to hug her tightly and protect her with a part of his strength to prevent any accidents. Am I holding you back? Shut up. Rose of Flowers did not speak. Whoosh. Whoosh. The true spirit force erupted wildly, as if it had turned into a drill bit and drilled in. Bang, not long after, there was an explosion. Jun Changxiao held Rose of Flowers and flew through the sky under the protection of the heart enchantment. The traces left behind were no different from a meteorite falling. Boom. In the open area, the ground caved in. Whoosh whoosh. Billowing smoke rose, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Thud. Jun Changxiao walked out of the smoke and said, I used too much force and didn't stop. After saying that, he let go of Rose of Flowers and let her jump down by herself. However, the woman was still holding on to his neck and had no intention of leaving. Come down. Oh. Rose of Flowers then reluctantly jumped down. Looking at the huge pit behind her, she said, with such a big movement, they must have noticed. Jun Changxiao did not care. At this moment, he closed his eyes and felt the pure heaven and earth attributes. The system said, at least 20 times stronger than the upper realm. TSK. Jun Changxiao said, no wonder there are so many half-step divine secrets. In fact, entering the divine secrets relied on chance and comprehension. However, in a world with strong heaven and earth attributes, the overall cultivation of the martial artists was high, and the probability of such a level of powerhouse was naturally high. For example, in the upper realm, the number of people at the peak of the truth-seeking realm was about 3 digits. Only Gong Sunruoli and the demon ancestor were known to be half-step. What if there were thousands or tens of thousands of people at the peak? Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Xianxia was feeling the heaven and earth attributes, dense and gorgeous streams of light flew over from the blue sky, and then, suspended above him, surrounding him in 3 circles. Cutting through the sky, the momentum was great. As long as one was not blind or deaf, who could not see or hear. Xianxia opened his eyes, and the expression on his face was a little awkward. He originally planned to sneak in, but in the end, he used too much strength to break through the space barrier, causing too much of a commotion, and was caught red-handed. Who are you? It was the old man in a Taoist robe who blocked the way outside the universe. He glared and said, "How dare you trespass into the Imperial Celestial Realm?" Imperial Celestial Realm, this name was quite arrogant. Everyone. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I came from the Tang of the East, heading to you again." Before he could finish, the old man immediately recognized him, and the anger on his face intensified. Powerful attributes instantly burst out from his body, and his Taoist robe was about to burst. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The martial artists in the sky also released their cultivation, and the atmosphere instantly became murderous. I told you to get lost, but you sneaked in. What does this mean? That's right, you're deliberately looking for trouble. Brat. The old man in a Taoist robe said coldly, "I've already given you a chance. Now that you insist on barging in, leave your body here and report to the netherworld. I'll carry you." Xianxia walked in front of rows of flowers to protect her, took out the immortal sword of Zenith, and said, "My life, the king of hell does not dare to take." I'm very puzzled. The system ridiculed at an inappropriate time, there's also the netherworld and the high martial arts plane? Xianxia entered the Imperial Celestial World just to see how powerful and prosperous a bigger plane was. However, not only did they not welcome him, they even wanted to attack him. Fine. I'll play with you until the end. During this period of time, he had passed by 2 planes that were not very strong. Xianxia did not show off much. There were many experts here, he should be able to fight to his heart's content, since transmigrating, Goxing had completely integrated into the world of martial arts. His blood was filled with battle lust, if not for the restriction of his identity as the Sect master, he would have become a wanderer who challenged all the heroes in the world. You dare to show your weapon? The old man in the Taoist robe sneered. You're courting death. Humph. The middle-aged martial artist standing at the side raised his hand and took out a long spear engraved with strange patterns. He said, "I'll take care of this kid." Battle pattern tiger racing spear. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Their cultivation levels were similar. If they wanted to win, they could only rely on equipment. Therefore, whoever had something good would definitely be envied. Not a bad spear. Xianxia commented. He had obtained many from the system store. Moreover, he had a master blacksmith like Fan Yezi. In terms of weapons, he still had some appreciation. Bah. The system said, the spearhead is glowing red. You can see it with the naked eye. Will you die if you don't fart? I just don't want to see the host pretending to be a professional here. Scram. Whoosh. While Xianxia and the system bickered, the middle-aged martial artist swung his spear down. Powerful attributes wrapped in layers of power burst out with a whoosh. The surrounding area was instantly stirred up. As a half-step divine secret, if the special effects of his attacks were not destructive, he would be embarrassed to greet others. Get out of the way. Xianxia said. These words were unnecessary because rows of flowers had already retreated, leaving enough space for him to fight. As the Empress of the Soul Race, she had experienced countless battles. Many things did not need to be said. One look, one action, and even the atmosphere would be immediately understood. The main reason was that she had always kept a low profile in the sect of all times. She did not seem to exist. If she left Jun Changxiao, she would definitely be like a different person. To put it bluntly, Rose of Flowers was willing to be a woman with little presence in front of Guo Xing. But that didn't mean that she didn't have a personality or ability. What she lacked was nothing more than an opportunity. What she lacked was nothing more than an individual plot like Xianxia's to fill in and mold her. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The power of a river that could split heaven and earth pressed down from above. Feeling the powerful energy, Jun Changxiao's eyes became even more heated. The desire to fight with the strong poured into his sea of consciousness and stimulated every nerve in his body. Come. Jun Changxiao raised his sword and said, "Fight." Hoo hoo. At that moment, a powerful sword aura gushed out from his body. His entire body became incomparably sharp, and his style changed from cartoonish to surreal. Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens and flow into the sea? Don't you see, the bright mirror in the hall grieves with white hair, like black silk in the morning, like snow in the evening? You should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let your golden goblet face the moon with nothing. Whoosh, after finishing Li Taibai's song, Jun Changxiao swung his immortal sword from bottom to top, bursting with a dazzling and powerful sword aura. The system muttered, "Sure enough, when the protagonist fights with the enemy, no matter how complicated it is, the attacking power must follow the law of pause to give him time to cast his ultimate move." Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The space was mercilessly torn apart, and the sword aura traveled for tens of thousands of miles. This sword, it was shocking, although Jun Changxiao was usually very despicable, when he was really facing a strong opponent, he was absolutely unimaginable when he was serious. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The dazzling sword aura rushed up like a tidal wave, shocking the strong people of the Imperial Celestial World. This person's weapon was extraordinary. If Jun Changxiao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. In order to add special effects, to add atmosphere, to add scene, I deliberately recited a poem to cast my ultimate move. In the end, it was all on the weapon. Hoo hoo. The powerful force that recovered from the law of pause seemed to have turned into a roaring dragon and blasted toward the incoming sword aura. Heaven and earth lost their color, and space collapsed. The momentum was so great that it was difficult for the artist to cry on the spot. The comic copyright is under negotiation. The joke now may come true in the future. The middle-aged man's face was very solemn. In terms of momentum, the power gathered by the battle-patterned spear of the racing tiger was not weaker than the sword aura formed by the immortal sword, but he felt that, boom. At this moment, the two forces violently collided in midair. The violent force and the violent sword aura surged in all directions. Wherever they passed, space was either compressed and collapsed or torn into pieces. If this strong confrontation was in the upper realm, it would definitely shock the world and be indelible. Of course. It was still shocking in the Imperial Celestial World. The best proof of this point was that the local strong people looked at the collapse of the collision area with disbelief gradually appearing on their faces. They knew that Jun Changxiao was strong when he forcibly broke the space barrier and merged with the Imperial Celestial World, but when they saw him in action, they realized that this person was extraordinary. That's right, that's right. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble openly. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In midair, the two forces were still erupting, and the sound produced was like space crying. The crowd couldn't care less about the collapse of heaven and earth and the explosion of energy. They released their spiritual senses and merged it with them until they saw Jun Changxiao standing in front of the middle-aged man with a 3-foot-long sword on his neck. Their expressions were all stiff. Especially, the battle-patterned spear of the racing tiger was broken. Sorry. Jun Changxiao's hair was not messed up, and his tone was calm. Your weapon is good, but it's still not mature enough. The middle-aged man's face was filled with anger, but his eyes were filled with frustration. As someone who experienced it, in the short collision just now, he could feel that his power was dissolved, allowing the opponent to approach and break his weapon in an instant. Thank you. Thank you for not killing me. Although the middle-aged martial artist didn't want to admit it, in fact, if this young man wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. Clang. Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. His move was earth-shattering, and he ended it with ease. It was simply impeccable. The faces of the experts were very ugly. Li Yancheng, who was quite famous in the imperial celestial world, was defeated in a single blow. Even his treasured battle-pattern tiger spear was cut in half. An expert, an absolute expert, the old man in a Taoist robe and the others became vigilant. Everyone. Jun Changshao landed lightly in midair, holding the ultimate immortal sword in front of him. He casually put his hands on the hilt and said, "I'm passing by this treasure place and only want to stay for the night. I have no ill intentions. Please make an exception." Just now, he didn't go too far. Now, he was polite in his speech and behavior. No one could find fault with him. "You have a deep understanding of swordsmanship." A man in black landed, holding a heavy giant sword in front of him, and said, "I'd like to learn from you." Sword demon, Gong Baiyu. When did he come? He must have felt the burst of sword energy just now. Interesting. The martial artists of the imperial celestial world whispered. Jun Changshao was depressed. He liked to fight, but a fight was enough. If he fought endlessly with the martial artists here, how could he travel to this plane that was more powerful than the upper realm? Sure. Jun Changshao said, "The loser will give the prize. If you really want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But with so many special effects, you must make up for it with materials." This was the rule of the Jianghu. Jun Changshao was not willing to fight all the time since fighting was physically and spiritually exhausting. He would be more than willing to pay more. There was a saying that money could make a dog grind millstones. It was true. Of course, Jun Changshao was not trying to cheat money. Since someone wanted to spar with him, shouldn't he charge them some money? "What's the wager?" Gong Baiyu asked. "Whoever loses will pay." "I don't have money." Judging from the way he addressed Gong Baiyu as sword demon, he must be like Zhou Hong, obsessed with swordsmanship. He must not have much money. "You can give me martial arts resources if you don't have money." Jun Changshao regarded money as dirt and spiritual. Stones as treasures. A powerhouse snorted. "So you're saying that we Imperial Realm martial artists will definitely lose if we fight with you?" "Of course not." Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out 100,000 immortal stones from his space ring. "This is my wager. Whoever wins will take it." Goxing rarely took out his immortal stones except for giving Jiao Lingyao 1,000,000 immortal stones. It seemed that he really wanted to be a sparring partner today. "Humph." That powerhouse said disdainfully, "You have the nerve to use this second-class spiritual stone as a wager?" Jun Changshao was speechless, but he was overjoyed inside. The highest-grade immortal stones in the upper world were only second-class here. That meant there were still first-class, supreme-class, saint-class, and divine class. The system said, "You think too much." "Okay." Jun Changshao raised his sword and said, "This sword will belong to the one who defeats me." After defeating Li Yancheng, all the martial artists had their eyes on the ultimate immortal sword, so he decided to use it as a wager. Sure enough. Everyone's eyes lit up. The war-patterned tiger spear was one of the top weapons in the imperial realm, but it was easily broken. It meant that his weapon was of a very high level. If he had it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. For these powerhouses, the temptation of martial arts resources was far less than that of treasures and equipment. "Are you sure?" Gong Baiyu asked. Others only wanted the body of the ultimate immortal sword, but he wanted the soul. "I'm sure." Jun Changshao said seriously. However, he hurriedly added, "Sir, please take out a prize of equal value to this sword. If I take the divine artifact and you take the brick, that won't work." Gong Baiyu fell into a short silence, then casually tossed over a spatial ring and said, "There are millions of spiritual stones inside. If you can beat me, it's yours." Sword cultivators did not need such martial arts resources, so they had to slowly accumulate them over thousands of years. Wait, Jun Changshao's spiritual senses entered the space ring. Just as he approached the mountain of spirit stones, he immediately felt an extremely strong heaven and earth attribute. It smells so good. It's several dozen times stronger than immortal stones, how could it not be fragrant? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. With such powerful martial arts resources, if the disciples were to absorb them, the speed of their breakthroughs would definitely be greatly increased. Here, I came to the right place. Alright. Let's begin. Xianxia lowered his head. When he looked up again, he had already tied the headscarf with the words "the strongest sparring partner in history" engraved on it. All the martial artists were speechless. The system roared. The serious wind that was brewed with great difficulty has been turned into a sand sculpture wind by this guy again. Wind. Wind whistled. Two people stood in the open field. They were about 30 meters away from each other. They did not speak, and the atmosphere was particularly cold and harsh. Aha! A martial artist yawned. The other martial artists were either trimming their nails or sitting together and chatting. Under such a serious background, they were so casual. Xianxia and Gong Baiyu had been standing in the open field for 4 hours, but they still did not make a move. Back then, a martial artist recalled the past and said, "Master asked me whether I should practice martial arts or sword arts. I decisively chose martial arts because a battle between sword cultivators was too damn boring." Sigh. Someone said, "If I had known, I would have challenged him first." Sword cultivators do not compete with spiritual energy. The old man in the Taoist robe said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, their sword wills should have fought hundreds of rounds in the air." Everyone became serious. Phew. Phew. Intermittent snoring came. Xianxia's head slowly fell down, and there were bubbles at the tip of his nose. The martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm lined up neatly and roared, "He's asleep." Clang! At this moment, Gong Baiyu patted the body of the sword with one hand. With a buzz, the huge sword was unsheathed, and an extremely heavy aura spread out in an instant. Thud! He strode forward and put his palms on the hilt of the sword, saying, "A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Great. Craftsmanship is useless." Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the dust under his feet flew up, and the space behind him quickly twisted into a vortex. Heavy sword aura erupted from the vortex and gradually enveloped the heavy sword. It looked extremely magnificent. Swords were mainly sharp. However, the sword move that Gong Baiyu performed revealed a steady aura, as if it was not a sword, but a saber that could destroy the world. Whoosh! The huge sword with heavy aura shot out. Because it was close to the ground, it immediately rolled up the grass and the dust. Looking from afar, it covered the sky and the sun. He made a move. This aura. As expected of the sword devil. Everyone was amazed. However, when they looked at Xianxia, they found that he was still lowering his head, and the expression on his face became interesting. "Brother, are you here to fight or to sleep?" Whoosh, whoosh, the huge sword shot out, and a deep and long trench appeared on the ground where it passed. Xianxia was still sleepy, but when the violent and heavy sword tip pressed down, he instantly woke up. The supreme celestial sword that was inserted under his feet was placed in front of him, and his eyes were filled with a rare seriousness and solemnity. Ding! At the same time, the sword tip of the huge sword and the celestial sword collided violently, and dazzling electric sparks erupted. Thump! 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 The powerful impact forced Xianxia to step back, but his serious eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. "This guy, he is much stronger than the previous one." Clang! He suddenly waved the supreme celestial sword, and the huge sword flew out together with it. Zzz. Xianxia supported himself with one hand on the ground, and his body slid back dozens of feet due to inertia. After he stabilized himself, he suddenly exerted force in his legs, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward. The whole process was like a flying dragon. Start and stop, right like a thunderstorm. Swish swish, Xianxia rushed to the front of Gong Baiyu and leaped into the air, shouting, "Sword! 10,000 swords become one." Hoo-hoo! The moment Xianxia grabbed the sword hilt, his body was quickly enveloped by the sword chi, turning into a white light that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. Attack! Attack! It was done smoothly in one go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the area where Gong Baiyu was standing was filled with howling winds and dust. When everything calmed down, Xianxia was standing 10 feet behind him with the utmost perfection celestial sword still in his hand. The warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm were dumbfounded. The whole process seemed to take a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly at all. At this moment, the sharp eyes of the crowd noticed that a few strands of hair in front of Gong Baiju's forehead fell off. They saw him smile bitterly and said, "I lost. You let me win." Jun Changxiao kept his sword with a calm expression. As for the space ring that Gong Baiyu gave in advance, he naturally accepted it with a clear conscience. Swish! As soon as the battle ended, a burly middle-aged man landed, took out something like a flower ring, and said, "This is the best soul ring of the Imperial Celestial Realm, worth 1,000,000 first-class spirit stones. Can I use it as a prize?" Jun Changxiao was speechless. The thing that the other party took out looked good, but compared to a first-class spirit stone. Wait, why is that woman in a daze? Husband. Rose of Flowers said emotionally, "The aura of this soul ring is the same as the soul power of the Soul Clan." As soon as Gong Baiyu was dealt with, someone couldn't wait to jump out. However, the prize he took out was not a spirit stone, but a flower wreath with complicated patterns carved on it. This thing was not attractive to Jun Changxiao, but it was attractive to Rose of Flowers, because the aura it emitted was exactly the same as soul power, or even more majestic and pure. In that case, Jun Changxiao said, "I'll help you win it." "Thank you." Rose of Flowers actually didn't care about this so-called soul ring. What she cared about was why the upper universe had the same attributes as the soul race, especially when that guy mentioned the soul mastery realm after taking it out. Could it be related to the soul race? Jun Changxiao also thought of it. He secretly said, "There are other planes in this starry sky?" One was called the Imperial Sky Realm, and the other was the Soul Mastery Realm. Since the names were so similar, they shouldn't be too far apart. What? Seeing that he didn't say anything and didn't plan to fight, the burly man said with a cold face, "You don't like this thing of mine?" Jun Changxiao said, "I'm just curious, since this is the Imperial Sky Realm, why do you have something from the Soul Mastery Realm?" "Humph," the burly man snorted coldly, "My Imperial Sky Realm and the Soul Mastery Realm fight on the independent battlefield all year round, it's natural to have something from them." Independent battlefield? Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, "Is it similar to the plain battlefield?" "Kid!" The burly man shouted, "Are you going to fight or not?" "Fight." "Then hurry up and come out, my fists are already thirsty for blood." "No weapons?" "My fists are enough to crush you." "Alright, for the sake of fairness, I won't use weapons either." Jun Changxiao put the utmost perfection immortal sword into his space ring and then stepped out. Hong Tianyo has immersed himself in the art of body forging for many years. His body is strong, his fists can break mountains and rivers, fighting with him barehanded is tantamount to suicide. A Imperial Sky Realm martial artist said. The others shook their heads. In their opinion, Jun Changxiao only relied on his weapon to win 2 consecutive rounds. Now that he took the initiative to take back his weapon, there was absolutely no hope of winning if he challenged his opponent barehanded. "Friends," one of the experts said indifferently, "I advise you to use your weapon." This was not a kind reminder. If he lost to Hong Tianyo, he would not have the chance to get the sword. "I've always fought fair and square. I've never taken advantage of others," Jun Changxiao said. "Ha ha ha." Hong Tianyo laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I met someone who dared to fight with me barehanded. Come on. We must fight to our heart's content today. Please." Jun Changxiao stopped and cupped his fists. Boom, Hong Tianyo's right fist suddenly waved in the void, smashing out a visible fist print. He was like a ferocious tiger pouncing over. This was pure physical strength. Although the movements were not small, the special effects and the degree of brilliance were far inferior to that of martial artists who released their spiritual energy. Jun Changxiao didn't dare to underestimate him. He took half a step back. His hands waved in the void, instantly forming a solid boundary. From the looks of it, it was similar to the wall of air condensed by the martial king. However, it contained an extremely majestic heaven and earth attribute and profound meaning. Its defensive power was 108,000 times stronger. Boom, the fist condensed from pure physical strength smashed onto the barrier. A violent force surged out and fiercely lifted the surrounding ground. However, Jun Xianxia did not move at all. Hong Tianyou's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Then, he excitedly punched out a few more times. The stronger Jun Xianxia's barrier was, the more his blood boiled. He was especially looking forward to the sound of it breaking. That would be wonderful. Boom. 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 Several incomparably powerful fist prints came one after another. As the power spread, the nearby ground continued to sink, gradually turning into a deep and long pit. Everyone frowned. With Hong Tianyou's simple and violent attack, if they were to take it head-on, the result would definitely not be optimistic. I'll talk. Suddenly, a voice was heard, "Did you not eat enough?" Everyone looked through the dust and found that the guy was still standing inside the barrier. Although there were obvious traces of bombardment on the surface, there was no substantial damage at all. Unbelievable. Could this barrier be a treasure? Sorry. If it wasn't a treasure, then it was a barrier. They all thought that Jun Xianxia was able to win 2 matches in a row because he relied on the supreme immortal sword. Little did they know that he was still very strong even without the support of his weapon. Damn it. Hong Tianyou was furious. Ah. With a loud roar, the clothes on his upper body instantly burst apart, revealing his strong muscles. Then, he suddenly patted his body with both hands and said, "Savage God's power, add all of your strength to my body." He actually used his trump card. Everyone was stunned. He had only thrown a few punches, yet he had already used his trump card. Wasn't he being a little too hasty? In fact, Hong Tianyou knew in his heart that his previous attacks on the barrier were like hitting cotton. Therefore, if he wanted to break it, he could only use his trump card. Who? Hong Tianyou's hands were still stuck to the ground. His body slowly arched, as if he was sprinting in a 100-meter race. Then, he breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Jun Xianxia was speechless. This action, this air. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a crazy wild bull. It's a pity that Xianxia didn't come along. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely have a common topic. Jun Xianxia thought to himself. Roar. At this moment, Hong Tianyou seemed to have finished accumulating power. He let out a roar similar to a bull. Then, he exerted force in his legs and instantly rushed over like a cannonball. Hoo-hoo. Violent energy spread all over his body and quickly solidified. His entire person seemed to have turned into a huge bull beast. Damn. Jun Xianxia said, "It's indeed a bull." Ta-ta-ta. Hong Tianyou transformed into a bull. His running speed had increased, and the terrifying brute force had also been greatly enhanced. Hong, before anyone could be surprised, the huge bull beast had already slammed into the barrier. Then, an extremely crisp cracking sound could be heard. It was broken. That guy was unlucky, not to mention the backlash caused by the breaking of the barrier. The impact of the bull beast alone was difficult to bear. Heaven-crossing palm print. At this moment, a shout came from above. Everyone looked up and saw that Jun Xianxia was already floating in the air. His hands quickly formed seals, and one after another, palms started to fall down. The number increased from 1 to 2 to 3, until there were dozens of palms in total. At that moment, everyone's vision was full of palms and seals. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The palms fell, shaking the earth and mountains. Sure enough, the higher the realm, the stronger the power. Rose of Flowers said. She also practiced the heaven-crossing palm print on a daily basis, but compared to her husband, it was not worth mentioning. The difference came from the realm. The violent and frequent bombardment caused the ground to shake violently, forcing several deep and long cracks to appear in the surroundings. It was like a naturally formed canyon cliff. Puff. Hong Tianyou, who was lying in the pit of the palms, spat out blood and then raised his soul ring with difficulty. He lost. He was willing to admit defeat. Swish. Jun Xianxia took it and threw it to Rose of Flowers. When the latter reached out and caught it, the engraved patterns on the soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and a fluorescent light slowly wrapped around her body. Seeing this, the powerhouses of the Imperial Celestial World exclaimed in unison, "This woman is from the Imperial Celestial clan." The reward for completing the mission, the heaven-crossing palm print, was taken from Gu Tianxing. Every disciple of the sect of all times had a copy, and everyone cultivated it. However, in order to unleash the power of this martial technique, one needed the support of a high realm. For example, Jun Changxiao, after breaking through to the half-step heavenly secret realm, his use of the heaven-crossing palm print had reached perfection. It was no problem for him to create dozens of palm prints with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others were only at the truth-seeking realm and were limited by the energy in their dantian. Although the power they could unleash was extraordinary, there were still limitations. The heaven-crossing palm print was a fierce martial art, and the strength of the palm print was determined by the strength of one's realm. Jun Changxiao used it to deal with a warrior with high defense like Han Tianyou. Even a god wouldn't be able to withstand it, so in the end, he was slapped to the ground and spat out blood. "I've lost, take the soul ring." This was a spoil of war that Han Tianyou obtained from killing a spirit mastery expert in the independent battlefield. Although the material and quality were good, he couldn't use it at all. Naturally, he wouldn't feel bad about using it as a prize. In fact, if Rose of Flowers didn't like it, Jun Changxiao wouldn't have allowed the other party to use it as a prize, because he couldn't use it either. Non-spirit mastery warriors couldn't use soul rings, so they were at most decorations. However, others couldn't use it, but Rose of Flowers could. Just by touching the soul ring, her body was surrounded by fluorescent light. Pure soul power surged into her body, and her blood and soul were instantly sublimated. Under the halo, she was even more beautiful. Jun Changxiao wasn't in the mood to admire this woman's appearance. Instead, he stared at the warriors in the distance, because after they shouted out "Spirit Mastery Race," their eyes were filled with hostility. The Imperial Sky World and the Spirit Mastery World had a feud and had fought for tens of thousands of years. Now that the Spirit Mastery Race was in their home, they definitely couldn't tolerate it. Who? Killing intent filled the air, and the atmosphere was somber. Swish! Jun Changxiao hurriedly flew over and stood in front of Rose of Flowers, who was comprehending soul power. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "Brat." The Taoist-robed elder said angrily, "No wonder you dare to trespass into my Imperial Heaven realm. So you are a spy sent by the Imperial Soul Realm." The fact that Rose of Flowers could activate her soul rings made them certain that she was from the Spirit Mastery clan, so Jun Changxiao was inevitably implicated. "Kill this woman. How dare you come to the Imperial Celestial Realm?" As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The experts present all glared at each other. Although the atmosphere of the previous 3 battles was solemn, it was still harmonious overall. However, the current situation was filled with killing intent. "Kill her?" Jun Changxiao said, "Who dares?" The expression on his face did not change, and his tone was very calm. "This guy is getting serious." The system understood Goshen quite well. When he was not sad, not happy, not proud, not impatient, not servile, not overbearing, and when he was a man of few words, he would enter a super serious state. Along the way, such situations had occurred before. For example, he had bombarded the extreme coldness palace for his eldest disciple. Strange. The system was puzzled. Every time the host enters a super serious state, why is it always related to women? Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the other male disciples did not receive such treatment at all. "Let me give you a piece of advice." Jun Changxiao took out the utmost perfection immortal sword and placed it in front of him. He said coldly, "Don't do anything stupid." Ka. Light gathered around him and condensed into a great holy set. With so many half-step divine secrets, if they really fought, it would be difficult to deal with them. Therefore, he could not hide his various trump cards. Whoosh! Behind him, Rose of Flowers was still surrounded by fluorescent light. Her appearance was even more beautiful, and her temperament was even more refined. The two of them were only half a step apart. Facing so many top experts, if Li Tian was here, he would have taken a photo long ago. The old man in the Taoist robe shouted coldly, "The Imperial Celestial Realm and the Spirit Mastery Realm have a feud. We will not allow enemies to tarnish our home. Since you are not from the Spirit Mastery race, please leave quickly." Jun Changxiao's strength was obvious to all in the battle just now. Naturally, they were not willing to clash with him. Sorry. Jun Changxiao said, although I am not from the spirit mastery race, I am their son-in-law. So direct? The system was a little surprised. The powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm frowned, because the other party's meaning was obvious. He was husband and wife with that woman. What should they do? Should they fight or not? Just as they were in a dilemma, the fluorescent light around rows of flowers gradually disappeared. She took a step forward and stopped behind Jun Changxiao. She smiled and said, "How do you know I am from the spirit mastery race? It's so obvious. I can think of it with my toes." Jun Changxiao looked annoyed on the surface, but in fact, he was releasing his spiritual sense to see if there were any changes in her. It seemed, nothing had changed. Rows of Flowers said, "I have obtained a lot of pure soul power from the soul ring. Breaking through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm is just around the corner. And I want to go to the spirit mastery realm." Jun Changxiao turned his head and looked at the powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm. "After dealing with these people, I will take you there." Rose of Flowers said, "Do you need my help?" "There are so many people, of course." Jun Changxiao was not as shameless as before. Now that there were too many strong enemies, he would definitely not refuse to provide combat strength for himself. Rose of Flowers leaned her face against his back. When her body gradually blurred, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. From the cold treatment at the beginning, to the duplicity in the future, to the half-hearted refusal now, didn't it prove that he was slowly accepting her, people? Things would change. There was nothing more than fast and slow. After nearly 2,000 chapters, there was finally Xianxia who was wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rows of flowers merged into his body, and the grassland green attribute enveloped him. Fusion of two souls? The powerhouse from the Imperial Celestial Realm had fought with the spirit mastery race for so long that he knew their abilities like the back of his hand. Shwa! Right at this moment, Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the green attribute gathered around him entered his body. His eyebrows and eyes had already turned dark green. Why didn't his hair change? Because he was wearing a wig. Pfft. Just as Gong Sun Junrose finished her transformation, someone on the opposite side could not help but laugh. "It's actually a green soul. I've fought with the spirit mastery race on the battlefield for hundreds of years. I've seen blue soul, black soul, but I've never seen green soul. The spirit mastery realm has a rule that low-level green soul clansmen are not allowed to enter the battlefield." Everyone looked at Jun Changxiao, whose entire body was glowing green, and their eyes were filled with disdain. To be able to follow this guy, they thought that the woman's strength was extraordinary. In the end, she was just a green soul. In the spirit mastery realm, she would probably have the life of a servant. Although Jun Changxiao did not understand much, he could see the sarcasm in their expressions. Anger surged in his heart, and he said in a mixed male and female voice, "You guys won't be able to laugh soon." Clang! The ultimate immortal sword was unsheathed, and sword chi quickly spread out. At the same time, he leaped up and hung in midair. Whoosh whoosh! The sharp sword chi spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, stones, soil, and branches floated up, and then were enveloped by the sword light and flew over. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the dense sword chi gathered behind Jun Changxiao, and the scene was spectacular. This, Gong Baiyu's eyes widened. The sharp sword chi spreading in the air was several times stronger than before. "All of you, cry!" Jun Changxiao shouted, and the surrounding sword chi instantly gathered together, turning into a giant sword that was like a mountain peak, and pressed down on the group of spirit mastery realm experts who had gathered together and whose smiles had frozen. Jun Changxiao had just used the first move of 10,000 swords in one in the battle with Gong Baiyu, but that was just an appetizer. Now, he had to use the second move of all things as swords to be the appetizer. Whoosh, the giant sword as big as a mountain smashed down. At that moment, heaven and earth were overshadowed, and mountains and rivers collapsed into nothingness. The special effect was so shocking, the warriors from the Imperial Celestial Realm who were mocking Suke didn't cry, but their eyes were full of fear. Their scalps were about to explode when they felt the unrestrained sword momentum. They thought that Jun Changshao defeated Gong Baiyu with the help of weapons. In fact, even without weapons, he still had martial arts techniques. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, many martial arts techniques were not eliminated. Instead, they were revived, such as the 10,000 swords in one. Of course, Jun Changshao also had some regrets. He had started to practice this sword technique in the mortal world. He had mastered the first two moves, but he still couldn't figure out the third move. If I were a sword, there would be no sword in the world. The name alone sounded very domineering. Whoosh. Whoosh, the giant sword pressed down slowly, and its momentum increased instead of decreasing. Normally, the warriors from the Imperial Celestial Realm could take the opportunity to dodge, but they all stood still, as if they were too scared to do anything. It was not that they didn't want to dodge, but that the giant sword was extremely oppressive and disturbed the surrounding space system. Even if they tried to escape, it would be useless. Guys! The old man in the Taoist robe shouted, "Let's fight together." Okay. In an instant, the dozens of people who were shrouded by the giant sword decided to stick together. Then they released their cultivation and condensed a solid defensive boundary in the air. Traceless Great Tao. The old man in the Taoist robe waved his right hand, and something like a horsetail whisk flew out of his sleeve. Buzz, the space shook, and a huge word Tao appeared, releasing billowing Tao intent into the defensive boundary, which made it look much tougher. This was a defensive treasure, which was as powerful as the spear of the racing tiger. Golden Sun Ming Tian. Wind Flame Jade Tripod. Seeing the old man in the Taoist robe use his trump card, the other warriors didn't hold back and activated their treasures and weapons. In a short time, in the path that the giant sword had to pass through, a substantial barrier was formed. Colorful supreme treasures were suspended in the surroundings, forming an indestructible line of defense. Dozens of half-step experts from the Imperial Celestial Realm were fighting against one person. They were prepared to face a formidable enemy and used all their trump cards. Give me face. Humph. Lord Rose raised her hand as if she was the ruler of all living things. She said, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon?" Press. Hoo-hoo. The giant sword carried a power that could shake the heavens and the earth, and it pressed toward the defensive line formed by the enchantment and all kinds of treasures. Its momentum was so great that it forced the deep pit to gradually expand, and the surrounding ground was torn apart by the impact. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, the damage caused to the environment by his strength and sword aura was irreparable. The system couldn't help but complain, is it because the manga is about to be changed, so they added some battle scenes to forcefully change the silly style into a hot-blooded style? Boom! It was at this moment that the giant sword, which carried a terrifying might, smashed against the enchantment enchanted by various treasures and powers. The space cracked, and the earth trembled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! A moment later, the horsetail whisk called the Traceless Great Tao couldn't bear the burden and shattered into starlight on the spot. The old man in the Taoist robe didn't have time to feel sorry for the treasures because the counterforce shook his blood and mind. He was instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom boom boom. The Traceless Great Tao shattered, which led to a chain reaction. The treasures and weapons of many experts also shattered. Those who possessed them all vomited blood and flew out in a gorgeous posture. The defensive enchantment could have held on for a while, but with so many people flying out, it was difficult to stabilize it in time. So, boom. Puff 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 puff. The defensive enchantment was mercilessly crushed, and all the warriors present were sent flying out. At the same time, the giant sword didn't reduce its power and smashed heavily on the ground. When the second boom came out, the entire area was filled with billowing dust. The deep pit nearby continued to expand, and it had already developed from a cliff to a canyon. The camera turned to the universe and the ancient fleet. After Xianxia finished his cultivation, he stood in front of the window thoughtfully. What happened in the Sky Spill world had happened a long time ago, but it was still unforgettable, especially when he couldn't help but recall what happened in the stone chamber. The worst thing was, he couldn't remember the important scenes no matter how hard he tried. He even secretly cursed himself. Did he do it or not? Suddenly, Xianxia noticed visible ripples surging from the imperial celestial world that looked like a light spot far away outside the window. At this time, the giant sword just happened to fall. This meant that the movement caused by Xianxia's sword could not only be seen in the plane, but also in the universe. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Damn. In the cafeteria, the disciples gathered around the windows and watched the ripples of sword intent spread. They all widened their eyes and said, "What's going on? Get out of the way, get out of the way." Xianxia said, "Let me see." This guy was beaten up by Xianxia. Although he didn't suffer any internal injuries, the bumps and bruises on his head had not disappeared. He squeezed through the crowd and looked very funny. Coincidentally, Zhou Hong was also eating in the cafeteria. He neatly arranged his chopsticks on the bowl and closed his eyes to feel everything around him. When he touched the ripples of sword intent that was already very weak, he said, "It's Patriarch." "It can't be?" Xianxia said, "You can even see through this?" The camera returned to the imperial celestial world and the battlefield. The dust gradually dispersed, leaving behind traces of tear in the air as if the sky had been split open. The most shocking thing was the ground. The giant sword directly smashed a bottomless trench, which was no different from a canyon. Dozens of powerhouses lay scattered on both sides of the deep trench. Although their lives were saved, their faces were all pale and their bodies were weak. Without exception, they were all injured. Thud. Lord Rose landed in front of the old man in the Taoist robe and said, "I told you not to do anything stupid." You. The old man in the Taoist robe was more seriously injured. Xianxia raised his hand, picked him up in the air, and put him around his neck. He said, "This is also considered as a sparring partner. You have to pay the commission, otherwise." He paused and said, "You will all die." Go Xing. Of course. Xianxia added, "You are all top powerhouses in the imperial celestial world. If you all die, how can the others compete with the soul mastery world?" Here, the old man in the Taoist robe wanted to be tough, but after hearing what he said, he immediately chose to compromise. Because it was true. Xianxia was submissive when it came to relationships, but when it came to extortion, he would definitely hit hard, of course. It was not much. It was all according to the 1,000,000 spiritual stones that Gong Baiyu had given them earlier. If he could take out a sword cultivator, he could naturally take out a group of martial cultivators who were half a step away from the Tianji realm. There were 50 people present. 1,000,000 spiritual stones per person, that was 50 million spiritual stones. Not bad. Looking at the mountain of resources in the space ring, Xianxia smiled and then walked to Hong Tianyo and said, "Where is the independent battlefield? Can we enter the soul mastery world?" There was a barren land in the imperial celestial world, known as the desolate wilderness. A long time ago, this area was suddenly shrouded in black light, which lasted for a few years and gradually formed a space vortex that led to other areas. At first, many powerhouses thought that this was the birth of a treasure, so they went in to explore. In the end, they encountered the spirit mastery race, and both sides started a long battle. This was defined as a war between the two races by later generations. As for the other end of the space link, it was called the independent battlefield. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Why couldn't the two planes sit together and chat peacefully? The reason was simple. Although the environment in the independent battlefield was harsh, it nurtured a huge amount of martial arts resources, such as first-class spirit stones. That was right. Most of the resources that Xianxia obtained from Gong Baiyu and the others came from the independent battlefield. What about the other small part? The story started from the imperial celestial world. Although this plane was big, its heaven and earth attributes were not strong in the past. It was not until the appearance of the space vortex that the majestic spiritual energy that emerged from inside began to slowly increase. The imperial celestial world's attributes were at its current level because of the independent battlefield. Moreover, after countless years, the majestic spiritual energy merged into the ground and began to gather in the spirit stone veins, which were then mined one after another, and another small part was created. The spirit stones produced by the planes were of different quality, and the quantity was very scarce, so if one wanted to obtain more of higher quality, they had to go to the independent battlefield, so there were people entering almost every moment. It was strange that these two planes had been fighting and mining at the same time, but the veins were still not completely dug out, giving people the feeling that they were inexhaustible. Resources. Martial artists valued them the most. How could the Imperial Celestial World and the Imperial Spirit World give it up? If you don't give it up, I won't give it up. If you want more, I want more. Then there was no other way, they could only choose by fighting. After Xianxia learned about the independent battlefield from Gong Baiyu, he took the rows of flowers all the way to the desolate wilderness, and asked in surprise, "Is it that magical?" He did not care how many years the two planes had been fighting, nor how many people had died. What he cared about was that the independent battlefield could actually supply spiritual energy endlessly, and there were majestic veins inside. The upper realm did not have such treatment. Even his own sect did not have such treatment. The system said, "The world is so big, nothing is too strange. There's no need for the host to be surprised." Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, "This so-called independent battlefield does not belong to the Imperial Heaven Realm, nor does it belong to the Imperial Soul Realm. I can go in and look for the mines." First-grade firestone's attribute was relatively simple and was very suitable to be used as fuel. First-grade spirit stones were stronger than upper-realm celestial stones and were extremely suitable for cultivation. Naturally, he hoped to have more of them. AI. The system sighed, "The independent battlefield is going to be in trouble." On the way, Rose of Flowers did not speak. She did not care about the battlefield, nor did she care about the mine. What she cared about was that the Spirit Mastery race and the Spiritlings were of the same origin. Did that mean that the ancestors had moved out from the Soul Mastery realm? Also, did the Blue Soul and Black Soul mentioned by the cultivators of the Imperial Celestial Realm represent the purity of the bloodline? Thinking of this, Rose of Flowers' face gradually became worried. They called themselves Green Souls. They said that they were inferior clansmen. Xianxia saw that Rose of Flowers' expression was strange and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering if I should go to the Soul Control Realm." "Do you still need to think?" "Of course you have to go." In Xianxia's opinion, the Spirit Mastery race must be related to the Spiritlings. Even a soul ring could help, so she definitely had to go to this plane. Maybe she could awaken some bloodline. "I'm afraid." Rose of Flowers paused for a moment and said, "I'll be discriminated against when I go in." The cultivators of the Imperial Celestial Realm mocked her because of her green soul. If she went to the Spirit Mastery Realm, she would probably be hit hard. As long as you can become stronger, you don't have to care about other people's opinions. "We'll talk about it later. I just took over the Iron Bone and only had one disciple under me. Didn't I slowly stand up in the midst of ridicule and contempt?" When Xianxia brought Lu Qianqian to Qingyang City at the beginning of the game, he was indeed despised by his peers. However, he was thick-skinned and did not take it seriously at all. It's impossible for a person to have a smooth life. When you encounter a problem, you should face it head-on. Rose of Flowers muttered in her heart, "Why are you talking so much?" "Of course." Xianxia said, "If anyone dares to discriminate against you, I'll help you. Kill them." Rose of Flowers stopped. She looked at the back that gave her a sense of security and warmth rose in her heart. Then, she brushed the hair on her forehead and smiled sweetly. "Thank you. Don't misunderstand." Xianxia's expression turned from stern to cold. He said, "I'm helping you because of the sect." Rose of Flowers muttered in her heart, "When is he going to escape? Don't be in a daze." Xianxia said, "Let's go." Oh. In order to avoid spreading dog food and causing mental damage to a certain reader, the two did not talk much on the way. It was not until 2 hours later that they finally arrived at the barren desolate wilderness and saw the dark vortex hanging in the sky from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Xianxia and Rose of Flowers flew over. Because the vortex led to the independent battlefield, there was a medium-sized fortress nearby. Anyone who wanted to enter had to report. "Who's there?" On the sentry tower, a warrior saw 2 streams of light flying over and hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice. "Sutra seekers from Tang of the East." Tang of the East? The guards looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of it. Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia flew over with rows of flowers. He had no intention of entering the fortress at all. If it was before, he might have wanted to experience the local customs of this plane. Now, he focused on the independent battlefield and the spiritual stone vein. Oh no! They're going to break into the fortress. Hurry up and stop them. Hurry up and stop them. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, warriors in armor like soldiers flew out of the fortress and tried to stop the two strangers who were rushing over. Get out! Xianxia waved his hands and the sky-crossing palm appeared and directly slapped hundreds of soldiers out of the way. Boom! Boom! The palm pressed down on the empty ground, leaving a 5-finger-deep pit. Seeing this, the soldiers in the fortress who were not attacked were so shocked that their hair stood on end. This man, he's too strong. Xianxia intended to enter the independent battlefield without any killing intent. Otherwise, not to mention the soldiers in the way, even the fortress would be destroyed. After breaking through the layers of defense, the vortex was close at hand. Let's go! Xianxia grabbed rows of flowers and held her in his arms. His feet turned into jets, bursting with hot light, and then rushed into the dark vortex at an extremely fast speed. The whole process happened in a flash. When the soldiers who were knocked out stood up, the two had completely merged into the vortex. Damn it! Who's that guy? There are words in the palm pits. A soldier exclaimed. Everyone looked down and saw the word handsome carved in the 5-finger-deep pits. They roared in their hearts, that guy must be bored. Imperial Celestial World and Soul Mastery World both had dark vortexes, and the place they were connected to was an independent battlefield. Strictly speaking, this was actually a plane, with majestic heaven and earth attributes and perfect heaven and earth order, and its level was even higher than the two major planes. However, there was one thing that was very strange. Martial artists could freely adjust the attributes and use martial arts here, but they could not absorb and refine them. The Imperial Celestial World and Soul Mastery World had been studying it, but they could not find the reason. If the problem of not being able to absorb heaven and earth attributes was solved, the war between the two races would definitely escalate. From snatching resources to snatching planes, there were resources and attributes. Who wouldn't want to take such a good place for themselves? Not to mention them, even Xianxia felt the heaven and earth attributes stronger than those of the Imperial Celestial World when he flew in. He sighed. The upper realm can't compare at all, it's not even qualified to carry shoes. Unfortunately, his spiritual senses spread out for thousands of miles, but it was all wilderness, and the environment was worrying. It's not a big problem. Xianxia said to himself, it can be transplanted to make it green. The host doesn't plan to travel the stars, but to settle down here? I'm just thinking about it. The independent battlefield was good, but Xianxia would not stay. There were only two purposes for coming here, one was to find the spirit stone vein, and the other was to see if he could use this place to enter the Soul Mastery World. In fact, the Imperial Celestial World and the Soul Mastery World only had similar names, and they were not neighbors. They were closely connected because of the battlefield. Husband. Rose of Flowers said, what should we do? What else can we do? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and flew into the sky with her in his arms. Of course we're running. It turned out that the two entered the independent battlefield from the dark vortex, and the area they were in happened to be the stronghold built by the Imperial Celestial World. Not only were there a large number of martial artists stationed there, but according to the rules, newcomers had to hand in their permission tokens. What are you waiting for? Hand it over. A large group of martial artists surrounded the two, and the atmosphere was tense. Here. Xianxia threw out a piece of paper. The martial artist in charge of the review took it and saw the word handsome on it, and was stunned. When he came to his senses, there was the scene of Goshen flying out of the stronghold with rows of flowers in his arms. Chase after him. Don't let them escape. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists emerged from the stronghold. The momentum and commotion were really quite big. Seeing them charging over, Xianxia broke down and said, is this necessary? There were clear rules in the Imperial Celestial Realm that one had to report to enter the independent station and obtain approval. Anyone who barged in would definitely be taken care of. However, Goshing's current strength might not be considered much in the upper universe, but when it came to running away, his 1.3-meter-long legs were definitely not for show. Swish, he went all out and his speed soared. In just an instant, all the warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm were stunned in midair because Goshing had already disappeared. He was so fast that they couldn't even see his tail lights. They could only crazily suck in the fumes that had yet to dissipate. They should be glad that Brother Go's heart wasn't in killing. Otherwise, once Brother Go's blade was drawn, they would all be sent to meet the King of Hell. Swish, a stream of light flashed through the sky. The speed of the car was so fast that it left people speechless. GA. After a while, Jun Changshao stopped in a relatively safe area and said proudly, "Chasing me? Too young. Husband." Rose of Flowers, who was lying in his arms, raised her head. Her eyes were shining as she said, "Your hair fell off." Jun Changshao touched his head and found that the magically modified wig was gone. He broke down and said, "It must have been blown off by the wind because I was flying too fast. Next time, I must use superglue to fix it." Ha ha ha. The system couldn't help but laugh. After flying for a while, he became bald. This scene was too funny. No. Jun Changshao turned around and said, "I have to go back and look for it." The system said, "It's not expensive, and there are no purchase restrictions." "Why do you need it?" "You know nothing." Jun Changshao said, "It's a kind of feeling." The system was speechless. "Don't find excuses for your stinginess." Swish, Jun Changshao carried Rose of Flowers back the way he came. His spiritual senses spread around, looking for the magically modified wig that was blown off. Speaking of which, he could have put her down and looked for her again. Why did he have a habit of not letting go since he entered the Imperial Heaven Realm? Found it. After walking for a distance, Jun Changshao's spiritual senses captured the magically modified wig that fell on the ground. So he swooped down and was about to raise his hand to grab it. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Roar! A huge mouth rushed out of the soil. Not only did it eat the sand, but it also swallowed the wig into its stomach. Jun Changshao stopped abruptly and said sadly, "My wig." Crack! Crack! The demon beast that seemed to have only one mouth chewed happily. It felt that the taste was not right, so it spat it out again. Seeing that his wig was covered in saliva and there was even a pungent smell, Jun Changshao's ears stood up, his eyes widened, and he roared, "I'm going to kill you." Swish, Rose of Flowers was thrown out. Swish, Goshing angrily carried the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder and crazily pulled the trigger at the big-mouth beast. Bang! 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 For a time, the artillery fire filled the sky with great momentum. The system roared, "Is it worth wasting so many artillery shells for 1,000 contribution points wig?" Although the RPG rocket launcher rarely appeared, as long as it was charged with high-level crystal cores and spirit stones, its power was still quite strong. In a short while, it blasted a huge pit into the ground. However, if the artillery shells were converted into resources, it would be at least a few million profound stones. Now that the contribution points were worthless, it would be stupid to bombard the big-mouth beast for a wig. Swish, after the bombardment, Jun Changshao put away the rocket launcher, held the green dragon crescent blade in his left hand and the immortal sword in his right hand, and rushed into the billowing dust, intending to tear that guy into pieces. Crazy! The system collapsed. The host is crazy. Damn it! Jun Changshao rushed in and found that although the ground had been blasted into a huge pit, there was still a hole, which proved that the big-mouth beast had already burrowed into the ground and escaped. Ah! He shouted, "You can't run away." After saying that, he jumped into the hole and chased after it. As for the magic-modified wig that represented feelings, it had already turned into nothingness in the bombardment just now. The hole was very deep and very dark. Jun Changshao, who was in a fit of anger, did not care about anything and chased after it. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. However, after walking for a short distance, the tunnel had obviously narrowed. This meant that the big-mouth beast should have shrunk its body, thus increasing its speed of escape. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Xianxia waved his blade and sword, digging a path while chasing after it. Ding. 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 Because there were a lot of ores buried underground, the collision of weapons not only caused a crisp sound, but also brought about sparks. Soon, Xianxia rushed into a place similar to a cave and saw the big-mouthed beast curled up at the edge with nowhere to escape. King run. Just as he finished speaking, Gosheng was stunned. Because the walls around the cave were inlaid with many spirit stones that covered half of the surface, and because of the environment, they emitted a gorgeous light. Aya! Damn! Whoosh! On the independent battlefield, a stream of light suddenly rose up, as if it had pierced through heaven and earth. In the Imperial Celestial Realm stronghold, the powerhouses who had failed to catch up with Xianxia and returned dejectedly saw this, and their eyes lit up. The mineral vein has appeared. Gather, everyone gather. In an instant, the stronghold became lively and restless. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists flew out in unison, heading toward the light that had pierced through heaven and earth. The light soared into the sky, and the mineral vein appeared. This was the experience summarized by the powerhouses of the Imperial Celestial Realm, and it had never been wrong. Therefore, when they rushed over this time, everyone had already prepared elixirs and sharpened their weapons, ready to fight the Spirit Mastery race. Elder Lin. One of the powerhouses said, "This stream of light is huge, the mineral vein is probably not small." That's right. The old man called Elder Lin nodded and said, "At least a large mineral vein." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A large mineral vein contains at least a few billion spirit stones. If the Imperial Celestial Realm occupied and mined it, it would definitely be an unimaginable amount of money. Everyone. Elder Lin said seriously as he flew, "The stream of light is closer to the stronghold of the Imperial Celestial Realm. When we arrive, set up a defense line, and never allow the Spirit Mastery race to rush in." Okay. Whoosh. 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 Soon, tens of thousands of martial artists led by Elder Lin walked to the periphery of the stream of light, and then quickly pulled apart the defense line. Hundreds of array masters even found a place to work together to set up various defensive arrays. The appearance of the stream of light indicated the birth of the mineral vein, but it would take some time, so the only thing the Imperial Celestial Realm could do was to set up a formation to prevent the Spirit Mastery race from seizing it. East, set up. West, set up. One after another, people reported the situation of the defense line. From the extremely nimble movements, it was obvious that they had experienced a lot. Strange. A martial artist who set up the formation in the north stood in front of the scorched black pit and wondered, "Why is there a pit? Why is there a hole? Senior son, is it not done yet?" Soon, soon. That person did not bother about the pit but chose to go around it. He skillfully inserted array flags and linked them together with the array masters nearby, forming an array system that covered an extremely wide range. It would only take 15 minutes. The originally ordinary and desolate land was now covered by all kinds of formations, turning into an indestructible military fortress. The Imperial Celestial Realm did not let down their guard. They began to arrange personnel to take up the necessary positions. The people of the Imperial Soul Realm had yet to arrive, but the atmosphere was already tense. Swish, swish, all of a sudden, streams of light flew over from afar. There were so many of them that they looked like a swarm of locusts. "He's here." Elder Lin's expression was grave. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm did the same, but no one was afraid, and no one retreated. Those that dared to enter the independent battlefield all hoped to obtain spirit stones. Now that a large mine was about to appear, even if they died in battle, they wouldn't give it up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dense streams of light stopped outside the defensive array formation. When the light scattered, tall and sturdy martial artists appeared. From their appearances, they looked extremely similar to the Spiritas, especially their eyes that shined with a strange luster. That was right. This was the Spirit Mastery tribe. There were many women who came this time. Although they were not necessarily beautiful, their aura was very similar to that of rows of flowers. In summary, the Spirit Mastery tribe was related to the Spiritas. Jun Changxiao just described himself as the son-in-law of the Spirit Mastery tribe. These people were either his brothers-in-law, or sisters-in-law. The leader of the coarse middle-aged men sneered. The Imperial Celestial Realm came quite quickly. Heh. Elder Lin said with a fake smile, compared to 2 years ago, you're still a little lacking. 2 years ago, a medium-sized mine appeared near the stronghold of the Imperial Soul Realm. When the people of the Imperial Celestial Realm rushed over, the defense line was already 800 miles away. In my opinion, the coarse middle-aged man said, our races have been fighting for the mine for years. It's too damaging. Why don't we negotiate peacefully? Bah. An expert said coldly, the Imperial Celestial Realm occupied the best position in advance, and the Imperial Soul Realm started to negotiate. Do you have any shame? Besides, why didn't you negotiate when the mine appeared 2 years ago? All right. The coarse middle-aged man shrugged and said, since the Imperial Celestial Realm doesn't want to negotiate, the Imperial Soul Realm can only use force. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring people over. After all, the other party occupied the best position and set up a heavy defense line. They would definitely suffer heavy losses if they fought. Come on. The expert of the Imperial Celestial Realm said, who's afraid of who? TSK, the coarse middle-aged man snorted. He didn't bring his subordinates to attack immediately. He stood quietly outside the defense line. The martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm also didn't plan to attack. They had to fight, but they had to wait until the flowing light disappeared. Because only then would the mine be completely unearthed. Otherwise, if there were any accidents, the ground would be affected, and it was very likely that all their efforts would be in vain. The total number of martial artists of the two planes had exceeded 100,000. They were in a stalemate, and the killing intent was getting stronger. Unsurprisingly, after the mine appeared, this place would become a cruel slaughterhouse. Killing for resources, dying for resources. This was the most common scene in the martial arts world. It was also the law of nature that best reflected the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. Time passed slowly. Once it was gone, it would never return. Whoosh! 2 days later, the flowing light that pierced through heaven and earth came to an abrupt stop. This area first regained its usual peace, and then it was shrouded in intense killing intent and hostility. Kill. Kill. Tens of thousands of martial artists of the Imperial Soul Realm roared angrily and rushed toward the defensive formation like a flood of beasts. The flowing light disappeared, and the mine appeared. They had to break through the layers of defense as soon as possible. Fight! Elder Lin shouted. Hum. Hum. The 4 connected formations in the north, south, east, and west began to operate. Layers of barriers quickly condensed, and the defensive strength increased by several times. A fierce battle was about to take place. Boom! However, before the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm could rush over, the defensive system of the northern region suddenly suffered a violent internal impact, and a huge gap immediately appeared. What's the situation? Elder Lin shouted. The Imperial Soul Realm was about to attack. If the defensive line suddenly collapsed, it would definitely affect the other systems, and thus become a tofu dregs project. Elder Lin! A powerhouse exclaimed. Someone rushed out. Needless to say, Elder Lin also saw it. That was an extremely fast-flowing light. After breaking through the defensive line of the northern formation, it quickly disappeared into the sky. Elder Lin's spiritual sense barely managed to keep up with the speed of the car. Seeing that it was the man and woman who broke into the stronghold earlier, he said in shock, why are they inside? Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and it quickly collapsed and caved in. The surrounding formations were quickly destroyed as the carriers twisted and changed. Then, they stopped operating, and the barriers were quickly extinguished like candles. Boom! Boom! The ground shook for a long time, and the dust it stirred up covered the sky. The experts of the Imperial Soul Realm were all dumbfounded. We haven't even started to break the formation. How did it disintegrate from the inside? The heavens are helping me. The coarse middle-aged man shouted, charge in with all your might. Kill. Kill. The ground stopped shaking. The dust in the sky completely dissipated. The murderous aura that gathered in the air disappeared without a trace. This was because the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm and the Imperial Soul Realm didn't fight. They hung in the air in a friendly manner, and each of them was dumbfounded. Below, everything was clearly visible. There was a very, very deep pit. It looked very much like a mine, but there was nothing inside. There wasn't even the slightest bit of heaven and earth attribute that was so dense that it would explode after the birth of a mine. There were more than 100,000 martial artists in the two planes. At this moment, they all had question marks on their faces. Where was the mine? Where were the spirit stones? Could it have been taken away by a dog? End of chapter 1708. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.